She is suing Andrew under New York's Child Victims Act. His lawyers argue that under New York law, Giuffre was old enough to consent. They plan to argue their motion at a hearing on January 4th. Giuffre's lawyers have not commented. The prince has previously denied the allegations and has said that he has no recollection of meeting Giuffre.
All right, a family in South Africa, they were in for a big surprise when they found a venomous snake lurking in their Christmas tree. Look at that thing. The family, they just finished decorating the tree when they noticed their cat started staring at it. As the couple took a closer look, they were stunned to see that snake hiding between the branches. They immediately called animal services and they discovered it was a venomous snake called a boomslang. They're very common there in parts of South Africa. After 2 hours, you see, it was safely captured and released back into the wild. My goodness.
He had no fear jutting his whole head out there around. Wow.
Yikes.
Yeah, this is early today. Breaking overnight, Democrats overwhelmingly vote to hold former Trump Chief of Staff Mark Meadows in contempt of Congress. This is Fox News opinion hosts lash out at Republican Representative Liz Cheney for revealing personal texts between hosts and Meadows.
President Biden will fly to Kentucky today to survey the massive tornado damage and to take on the role of consoler-in-chief, as more than 100 people are still unaccounted for.
America's changing beliefs. A new survey finds a huge drop in the U.S. population for those who identify as Christians.
California is facing extreme weather with feet, yes, feet of snow. Up to 8 or more in some areas, as the Golden State also faces mudslides and more.
And you've heard them before, but they never get old. The story of the $900 tip for a $25 check. Yep, it's Christmas time. Early today starts right now.
Good Wednesday morning. I'm Philip Mena.
Glad you're with us. I'm Frances Rivera. Breaking news. In a late-night vote, the House has held Mark Meadows in contempt. The former chief of staff to President Trump defied a subpoena from the committee investigating the January 6th attack on the Capitol. Meadows did hand over thousands of documents, but then stopped cooperating. He cited executive privilege claimed by Mr. Trump and filed a lawsuit against the committee. For more on what's next for Meadows, we're joined by NBC's Garrett Haake.
Hey, Francis, good morning. Last night's vote to hold Meadows in contempt, the last chapter in a developing story here about his text messages, his conversations with the former president and with Republican lawmakers in the days and even weeks leading up to the January 6th insurrection. And then while it was going on, the committee still very much wants to talk to him, but now it looks more likely perhaps that we could see a prosecution of Mark Meadows instead of his testimony. It could take a few weeks for DOJ to decide what they're going to do, but that's where we leave it now, waiting for prosecutors to decide if they will charge Mark Meadows with criminal contempt. It's up to him whether he wants to try to testify and perhaps find some way to avoid that fate, Francis.
Garrett, thank you.
The committee also revealed that Fox News opinion hosts were texting Meadows on January 6th. Laura Ingraham urged him to have President Trump tell the people in the Capitol to go home. And so did Sean Hannity, asking, quote, can he make a statement? Both Ingraham and Hannity reacted last night to the release of these messages.
Both publicly and privately, I said what I believe, that the breach of the Capitol on January 6th was a terrible thing. Crimes are committed. Some people were unfairly hounded and persecuted and prosecuted, but it was not an insurrection.
I said to Mark Meadows the exact same thing I was saying live on the radio at that time and on TV that night on January 6th and well beyond January 6th. And by the way, where is the outrage in the media over my private text messages being released again publicly? Do we believe in privacy in this country? Apparently not.
Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell was asked about the unnamed lawmakers who texted Meadows. He told reporters that he was not in personal contact with any White House officials on January 6th.
President Biden is set to tour the damage in Kentucky today after massive tornadoes ravaged parts of the state. He will then meet with local officials on the impacts of the extreme weather. Mr. Biden is expected to speak later on the administration's response. At least 88 people have been killed from the disaster, most of them in Kentucky. Let's turn to Gabe Gutierrez for the latest on the victims and survivors. Gabe, good morning.
Francis, good morning. As you can see, there is still so much devastation here. In Kentucky alone, at least 74 people have died, 12 of them children. Days after tornadoes slice through multiple states, there are still more than 100 people unaccounted for in Kentucky alone.
We have people missing. I still expect that we will find at least some more bodies.
In Bowling Green, 11 people from 2 families died on one street.
Everything else you can replace, but family you cannot.
Here in Mayfield, this debris, of course, will be here for some time. All of this used to be a steakhouse, but today utility crews scrambled to install row after row of power poles, trying to get back at least some sense of normalcy. While in Missouri, a gut-wrenching picture. Smiling 9-year-old Aniston Rackley is seen clutching her favorite doll while sheltering in a bathtub with her 2 sisters.
They knew where they were going to be in their safe spot.
15 minutes after her parents posted this photo, Aniston died in the tornado that ripped through her home.
She was a wonderful, wonderful little girl. And I'm going to miss her so much. I already do.
In Kentucky, we met survivor Michaela Emery in her hospital room. The 21-year-old says she'd worked at that candle factory on and off for 3 years. The monster tornado hitting during the night shift.
The only thing I remember after that is I heard all kinds of noises, and the next thing I know, I open my eyes and I'm stuck. I can't move my legs.
So all this concrete had just fallen on top of you?
Literally a wall, like a concrete wall was on top of me.
Did you think that you would make it out alive?
I honestly did not think that they were going to find me.
In the darkness, under that concrete slab, she spoke to her pregnant friend and prepared for the worst.
There's no telling how long we're going to be under here. By the time they do find us, we'll be dead. I'm not going to be able to breathe. We're losing oxygen. That's what was running through my mind the whole time.
They were trapped for 6 hours. First responders eventually pulled her and her pregnant friend from the rubble.
The only thing that I could think about the whole time I was underneath her was getting her and her baby out alive.
And they did get out. But another co-worker who she'd spoken to right before the storm did not.
I mean, it hurt so bad, and there's nothing that I can do, but that was my friend, and that still is my friend.
Now, here in Kentucky, more than 100 people are still unaccounted for, and that could mean that someone reported them missing and still hasn't been able to get in touch with them. So the hope is that number will drop in the coming days. But as the governor here points out, his expectation is that the death toll will rise. Francis?
Looking for hope in the heartbreak. Thank you.
The NBA is in a full court press against coronavirus with several big names out of action. Giannis Antetokounmpo is sidelined after entering the league's health and safety protocols. The reigning finals MVP is among 3 Bucks players who will miss today's game against the Pacers due to COVID protocols. This comes after the league postponed 2 Chicago Bulls games due to the virus. Teams from coast to coast have had players ruled out of games this week, including 7 on the Brooklyn Nets and 3 on the Los Angeles Lakers.
It's not just the NBA that's seeing a COVID surge. Earlier in the week, the U.S. surpassed 50 million cases and over 800,000 deaths since the start of the pandemic. NBC's Sam Brock has the latest from Miami, Florida. Sam, good morning.
The 1-year anniversary of the first dose of the COVID vaccine being administered in the United States. This right now as reinfections are rampant. We have breaking developments from Pfizer, which just released the results of its antiviral pill, which they say found 89% reduction in hospitalizations and deaths if the patients took that pill within 3 days of the onset of symptoms. All of that right now is so many Americans are wondering, I'm getting ready with my family for the holidays, whether it's restaurants or it's in their homes. What should I be doing? The guidance from the CDC right now is to not travel if you have not been vaccinated. If you have to travel, they say you should be self-testing, especially if you'll be enjoying the holidays with mixed households. On top of that, CDC Director Dr. Rochelle Walensky on today talking about the burgeoning Omicron variant and the fact right now that they have seen genomic surveillance in 3% of all cases nationally, 13% for Omicron in New York and New Jersey. So some concerning figures there as they track what is clearly higher transmissibility with Omicron. Right now, there are some indications it is not severe as Delta is. Delta right now ripping through communities across the country. The bottom line for you, the safest thing you can do heading into this holiday season is to get vaccinated and boosted. In Miami, Sam Brock, NBC News.
A federal judge is tossing out former President Trump's lawsuit seeking to block Congress from seeing his tax returns. The judge, who was appointed by Mr. Trump, said the former president's efforts were wrong on the law. He put the ruling on hold for 2 weeks to give Mr. Trump's legal team time to appeal. The head of the House Ways and Means Committee first requested the tax information back in April of 2019 and was blocked by the Treasury Department. The chairman renewed that request this year, and Mr. Biden's Treasury, backed by the DOJ, said former President Trump's tax returns should be handed over, which led to the current lawsuit. Mr. Trump is expected to appeal the ruling.
Speaking of taxes, Senator Elizabeth Warren is locked in a Twitter war with Times Person of the Year. The Massachusetts Democrat targeted Elon Musk over his taxes in a tweet, and then the Tesla CEO unloaded on her. Senator Warren said, quote, "Let's change the rigged tax code so the person of the year will actually pay taxes and stop freeloading off everyone else." Musk fired back, telling her to stop projecting, adding that she reminds him of an angry mom who randomly yells at everyone for no reason. Then tweeting, "Please don't call the manager on me, Senator Karen," referring to internet slang for an entitled white woman. He ended with a claim that he's paying more taxes than any American in history this year. While the total amount is unclear, he has offloaded billions in Tesla stock over recent weeks to, in part, pay a tax obligation.
New fallout for former New York Governor Andrew Cuomo. A New York State Ethics Board has ordered him to pay back more than $5 million earned from his pandemic memoir. It comes after the commission concluded that Cuomo violated pledges not to use state resources or government staffers to write the book. In a statement, he has vowed to fight it. He must hand over that money in 30 days.
A powerful storm is drenching parts of Southern California. The record-breaking rain caused treacherous conditions in Los Angeles. 3 cars were trapped in the rushing waters of the LA River. In Silverado Canyon, several people were trapped in mudslides. Orange County firefighters have issued a mandatory evacuation order for that area. And up north, Soda Springs was pummeled with snow. Interstate 80 was shut down in both directions for several hours. That storm wreaking havoc on the mountain passes. Speed limit controls are in effect in parts of the Sierras.
All right, NBC meteorologist Janessa Webb is tracking those West Coast storms we were just talking about, and she joins us now. Good morning, Janessa.
Good morning. You know, this map that I'm showing you is a giant indicator of how large this storm system is impacting the Rockies to the plains. We have 10 million people impacted this morning into your afternoon hours. The problem is there's no relief that's happening in this area. We have another storm that's going to be impacting the coastal areas of Washington to Oregon later on this afternoon. So you can see from radar, Northern California finally getting a break. We do see a few flurries for Bakersfield to Los Angeles. The bulk of this moisture, though, sitting across Salt Lake, going to quickly make its way into the high plains in the upper Midwest. So rain totals today, at least 1/4 of an inch to 1 inch additional for Northern California. That's a look at the big weather story of the day. Here's a look at your day ahead. The clouds are stuck in place across the deep south and falling temperatures. Atlanta today only a high of 59 degrees, very cool across the Rockies into Rapid City, Wyoming, 37. Also, these storms are producing high winds. We'll talk about that coming up.
All right, important information we need to know. Thank you, Janessa. Time for today's News by the Numbers. There's a new report from the Human Rights Campaign that says the number of Americans who identify as LGBTQ has passed 20 million. That's double previous estimates and makes up nearly 8% of the country's total adult population.
Hobby Lobby is raising its minimum wage to $18.50 an hour starting January 1st. The move is $1.50 more than the last minimum wage increase for full-time workers, which took effect last October.
And joining Instagram, BTS's V shattered a pair of Guinness World Records for his follower count. It took him 43 minutes to rack up 1 million followers and just under 5 hours to pass the 10 million mark.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Our week-long journey across America from Washington, D.C., outside of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last one.
Was talking smack part of this?
The holiday season is a time to spread cheer. Now the holidays can begin. And appreciate the ones you love.
From our family to yours.
We're super grateful to these 21 all-star chefs. Cheers, everybody.
Happy holidays from today.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're going to do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The holiday season is a time to spread cheer. Now the holidays can begin. And appreciate the ones you love.
From our family to yours.
We're super grateful to these 21 all-star chefs.
Cheers, everybody.
Happy holidays from today.
Leading the news, Prince Andrew's lawyers are asking a judge to dismiss his sex abuse lawsuit. Virginia Giuffre alleges he raped and sexually assaulted her when she was 17. She's suing Andrew under New York's Child Victims Act. His lawyers argue that under New York law, Giuffre was old enough to consent. They plan to argue their motion at a hearing on January 4th. Giuffre's lawyers have not commented. The prince has previously denied the allegations and has said he has no recollection of meeting Giuffre.
A new study has found that more Americans are leaving or foregoing organized religion. According to the study from the Pew Research Center, about 30% of U.S. adults are now religiously unaffiliated. That's 6% higher than it was 5 years ago, but down from 75% from a decade ago. The research also found Christianity is still the top U.S. religion. In 2021, 63% of adults identify as such. Meanwhile, the data found that 31% say they attend religious services at least once or twice a month. That's compared to 27% of Americans who said they never attend religious services. And today, 45% of adults say they pray on a daily basis.
Still to come, don't be late. Santa's already stocking up that sleigh. We'll have the key shipping deadlines for those last-minute Christmas presents.
And 'tis the season to spread some joy. The big surprise for a Maryland waitress.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're going to do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Do you feel like the bad guy in this? Why should they believe you when they know that people are getting in? Has it been worth it to make this trip?
Do you feel like you're giving a green light to politicians?
How do you explain why your case has become so important? What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Our week-long journey across America from Washington, D.C., outside of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last one.
Was talking smack part of this? What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Go ahead. This is it, right?
Coming up on Today, Matthew McConaughey talks about his latest movie and why he chose not to run for governor of Texas.
Believe it or not, we are now just 10 days away from Christmas. And if you're ordering or shipping gifts, the deadlines to get them there on time are fast approaching. Here is Jolene Kent to help.
At the jewelry and clothing boutique Keston,
which order number is that?
They're doing everything in their power to deliver holiday magic on time.
We pack the orders as fast as we can. So the moment we get your order in, we just try to get it to the post office as quick as possible.
But after packages go out the door, they're out of Keston's control. That's why the brother-sister co-founders Kevin and Stephanie Lynn moved their shipping deadlines 2 days earlier this year.
What do you risk losing if a package is late for the holiday season?
A lot of times the blame gets shifted to the business. Even though it could be the mail carrier that lost the package, they still expect us to be responsible for it.
UPS's ground shipping deadline varies based on location, while Wednesday is the final day for ground shipping in time for Christmas for the Postal Service and FedEx. FedEx manager Nanette Malbranch says they're absolutely ready.
If a customer ships on time, can you guarantee on-time delivery?
We will do everything that we possibly can. There's a lot of challenges like weather, but other than that, we are definitely doing everything that we can to make sure that we meet our commitment to all of our customers.
If you miss the deadline, there's still time, but it'll cost you a lot more. The next best options are this Friday for first-class mail and next Tuesday for FedEx Express Saver and UPS 3-Day Select.
When you send off that package, do you say a prayer this holiday season?
Yes, and we keep an eye on ourselves as well too. And after that, it is a little prayer.
Okay. A holiday hope that's out of their hands.
Now, I know a lot of the procrastinators out there are saying, oh, deadlines, schmedlines, but you really need to focus this year on when the deadlines are, because you'll end up not only paying more, but because of the supply chain crisis, those delivery dates are even more essential. So before you click buy, before you even fork over for that expensive shipping, make sure you check what you want is actually in stock, Philip.
That's some excellent advice there. Joe, thank you.
All right, still ahead, the NBA crowns a new three-point king.
And we've got a groundbreaker making a historic splash in the world of diving.
Grab your apron for a new podcast, Cooking Up a Storm with Al Roker.
My forecast, yummy.
Some of the best chefs share family secrets to get you ready for a holiday feast.
This is fun. Bringing the heat for the holidays.
Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
We began our Cross America journey tonight, St. Louis, Austin, here in Nashville. From Washington, D.C., the site of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last move.
Was talking smack part of this? What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Good morning, everyone. We're dealing with high wind concerns. A good chunk of the country from the desert Southwest all the way into Michigan, now starting to see them filter in for the Ohio Valley. We're talking about wind gusts potentially 70 to 80 miles per hour through a Friday afternoon. So 76 million people going to be impacted by these high winds. Temperatures also going to watch some severe weather for the upper Midwest today, guys.
All right, Janessa, thank you. We got some amazing groundbreakers next, plus the $900 Christmas tip that'll leave you smiling.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
We began our Cross America journey tonight, St. Louis, Austin, here in Nashville. From Washington, D.C., the site of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last move.
Was talking smack part of this? What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community? Our week-long journey across America, from Washington, D.C., a site of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last move.
Was talking smack part of this?
The holiday season is a time to spread cheer. Now the holidays can begin. And appreciate the ones you love.
From our family to yours.
We're super grateful to these 21 all-star chefs.
Cheers, everybody.
Happy holidays from today.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community? Our week-long journey across America, from Washington, D.C., a site of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last move.
Was talking smack part of this?
In today's Groundbreakers, the NBA has a new three-point king. Warriors superstar Steph Curry sank his 2,974th three-pointer, passing Ray Allen for the most in NBA history. Curry has hit a three in 152 straight games.
New York City Mayor-elect Eric Adams tapped Keechant Sewell to become the new NYPD commissioner. Sewell, who previously served as Nassau County's chief of detectives, will be the first woman and first black female to lead the country's largest police department.
And Kristen Hayden made history as the first black woman to win a U.S. diving national championship. Hayden teamed with Quinn Henninger to win the title in the mixed synchronized 3-meter category.
The holiday spirit is in the air at a diner in Maryland after a waitress was tipped $900 on a $25 check. Reporter Tommy Clark of NBC affiliate WRAL has this sweet story.
Inside the Silver Diner, Marylanders are sipping their cups of coffee. Or for some, hot chocolate with extra whip.
We look forward to coming here. The wait staff is great.
Thank you. That includes Roxana Salinas.
She wants a coffee.
Last week, she received an early Christmas present, a tip unheard of for a $25 check.
They put it on the side and say, we're going to give you an extra tip. And I saw all the cash, the hundreds, 20s, 10, and I say, "Are you sure this for me?" I say, "Yes."
$910.
They get up and hug me, and they were crying with me. They say, "Oh, Roxana, you make us cry." I say, "I'm sorry, but this is so beautiful, you know."
The stocking stuffer came from a group of do-gooders wanting to make someone's day brighter.
It's like God, you know, sent me that gift special to me, you know. It's like appreciation, you know, of life.
Customers here say it couldn't have gone to a better server.
She's so giving, and we just love to see her. She brightens our day when we come in.
If I don't see you, Merry Christmas, okay? Ben, yes, I see him pretty much every day. Good.
The Secret Santas told Salinas they're not done giving. They're planning to strike again somewhere this holiday season.
Those people are angels, and just not for me, for somebody else as well.
All right, thanks to Tommy Clark for that report. Every year we get stories like this. I love it. So unexpected, and like you said, what a gift.
And a lot of times it's anonymous, so we never get to see the reaction from both parts. Great to see it. So something to inspire us a little bit this holiday season. Thanks for starting your morning with us. I'm Francis Rivera.
And I'm Philip Mena. An ice sculpture carved out in Finland. See you tomorrow.
On this vote, the yeas are 221 and the nays are 209. The joint resolution is passed. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table.
Breaking overnight, the House votes to hold former Trump Chief of Staff Mark Meadows in contempt of Congress. This as Fox News opinion hosts lash out at Republican Liz Cheney for reading their personal text messages to Meadows during the January 6th insurrection.
Tornado ravaged Kentucky will get a visit today from President Biden as the Bluegrass State and surrounding areas try to recover from the deadly storms.
And then our Vicky Nguyen takes us inside a sting operation to show us how thieves are reselling billions in stolen goods.
And is the Fed getting ready to raise interest rates? We'll tell you about a key signal happening later today. Early Today starts right now.
Hi, good Wednesday morning. I'm Philip Mena.
I'm Francis Rivera. Breaking overnight, Mark Meadows has been held in contempt of Congress. The House voting to approve criminal contempt referral for Mark Meadows. The former chief of staff to President Trump stopped cooperating with a committee investigating the January 6th attack on the Capitol. He cited the executive privilege asserted by his former boss. For more on what's next for Meadows, we're joined by NBC's Garrett Haake. Good morning, Garrett.
Hey, Francis, good morning. Last night's vote to hold Meadows in contempt, the last chapter in a developing story here about his text messages, his conversations with the former president and with Republican lawmakers in the days and even weeks leading up to the January 6th insurrection. And then while it was going on, the committee still very much wants to talk to him, but now it looks more likely, perhaps, that we could see a prosecution of Mark Meadows instead of his testimony. It could take a few weeks for DOJ to decide what they're going to do, but that's where we leave it now, waiting for prosecutors to decide if they will charge Mark Meadows with criminal contempt. It's up to him whether he wants to try to testify and perhaps find some way to avoid that fate, Francis.
Okay, Garrett, thanks for the update.
And the committee also revealed that Fox News opinion hosts were texting Meadows on January 6th. Laura Ingraham urged him to have President Trump tell people in the Capitol to go home. And so did Sean Hannity, asking, quote, "Can you make a statement?" Both Ingraham and Hannity reacted last night to the release of these messages.
Both publicly and privately, I said what I believe, that the breach of the Capitol on January 6th was a terrible thing. Crimes are committed. Some people were unfairly hounded and persecuted and prosecuted, but it was not an insurrection.
I said to Mark Meadows the exact same thing I was saying live on the radio at that time and on TV that night on January 6th and well beyond January 6th. And by the way, where is the outrage in the media over my private text messages being released again publicly? Do we believe in privacy in this country? Apparently not.
Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell was asked about the unnamed lawmakers who texted Meadows. He told reporters he was not in personal contact with any White House officials on January 6th.
President Biden heading to Kentucky today. to tour storm damage in the hard-hit town of Mayfield. He will then meet with local officials on the impacts of the tornadoes and extreme weather. The president is expected to speak on the administration's response to the natural disaster.
At least 74 people have died in the state and more than 100 are still unaccounted for. Experts are studying what caused the massive storm, unusual for this time of year. NBC's Dasha Burns has more from Bowling Green, Kentucky. Dasha, good morning.
Philip, good morning. 15 people were killed here in Warren County, including 2 infants and a 4-year-old boy. And all of this devastation has people wondering why this happened and whether these storms could become more frequent due to climate change. In Bowling Green, Kentucky, no words can describe the devastation.
You can see that these 2 houses are gone, and then the houses in front of them are gone, so you can directly see the path moving right straight through there.
As the community grieves, many are asking why.
This is the largest event ever in December in terms of severe weather and tornadoes.
Experts are working to understand what fueled these monster storms.
This is very unusual.
Josh Durkee is a meteorology professor at Western Kentucky University. What happened here?
There was a widespread area conducive to severe weather. There was warm air ushering in a lot of moisture in the lower levels of the atmosphere, and the wind shear set up an environment for storms to tap into that environment and thrive.
The unusual nature of the storms have many wondering if this is a result of climate change.
Climate change is a very complex discussion.
While Durkee can't definitively say climate change is the cause of these storms, he says they may be a consequence. One of the main causes, spring-like temperatures in December, 20 to 30 degrees above the average for this time of year. Could we see more of these storms because of these warming temperatures?
There are changes in the spatial distributions of tornadoes as well as the tornado frequencies. We are seeing more and more of these types of events that are related to things like climate change.
There may also be a change to what's traditionally deemed Tornado Alley. Experts say it's moving east. Could we see tornadoes start to impact new places, different places?
Absolutely.
That means more people should get prepared.
I'm going to be working tirelessly to help people find ways to protect themselves, to get the warning, to have a plan, to get low and save your family's life.
The folks here in Bowling Green never expected to see anything like this, but experts say that as these storms become more frequent, more and more communities are going to need to have a plan to keep themselves safe. Philip?
All right, Dasha, thank you. The NBA is in a full-court press against coronavirus with several big names out of action. Giannis Antetokounmpo is sidelined after entering the league's health and safety protocols. The reigning finals MVP is among 3 Milwaukee Bucks players who will miss today's game against the Pacers due to COVID protocols. This comes after the league postponed 2 Chicago Bulls games due to the virus. Teams from coast to coast have had players ruled out of games this week, including 7 on the Brooklyn Nets and 3 on the LA Lakers. Also, Pfizer says its antiviral COVID pill can reduce hospitalizations and deaths by about 89% when taken within 3 days of the onset of symptoms. The company applied for emergency use authorization for the oral antiviral in November. No word on when the FDA will take up a vote. Meanwhile, faith and community leaders in Mississippi are working together to combat vaccine confusion and hesitancy among African American communities. Right now, only 46% of black Mississippians are fully vaccinated. Here's Courtney Ann Jackson from our affiliate, WLBT.
Information overload and COVID fatigue combined, African-American leaders say it was a perfect storm for confusion and hesitancy as the vaccines first became available. Pastors like Dr. Jerry Young participated in events to show their congregations and communities that they believed getting the shot was a matter of following the commandment to love thy neighbor.
It's because people literally respond to people. People don't necessarily respond to projects and causes, they respond to people. That is, people they trust, people they believe in, people they have a relationship with, and that's why it was so important. It was so important for us to be involved in that because you're in a position of trust.
African American doctors doing the same, hosting vaccination events and meeting people where they were.
The biggest thing that we saw was the amount of misinformation and disinformation, where people were, getting information from social media as opposed to getting it from, their primary care doctor, which we realized a lot of people don't have one, which was another problem.
Time at the barbershop changed, even when they were cleared to be back in the building.
Made it to where the communication was more quality. So it wasn't just typical barbershop banter, but people were talking from a real place.
And oftentimes about COVID. It sometimes opened the door to sharing facts. He's got information on hand now and still thinks there's work to be done as the new variant spreads.
It's all over the place sometimes, but I would say with some people, they feel good enough and they like, look, I don't know if I can go back around through that. I got other ones that sit in here and they let you know, man, I got one more week and I get my booster. I got, I can't wait I want to get my booster early, because I like feeling a sense of normalcy.
And our thanks to Courtney Ann Jackson for that report.
A powerful storm is drenching parts of Southern California. In Silverado Canyon, several people were trapped in mudslides. Orange County firefighters have issued a mandatory evacuation order for that area. And up north, Soda Springs was pummeled with snow. I-80 was shut down in both directions for several hours. The storm wreaking havoc on the mountain passes. Speed limit controls are in effect in the Sierras.
All right, let's find out what's ahead today. NBC meteorologist Janessa Webb joins us now with a look. Good morning, Janessa.
Good morning. This continues to be the year of extremes. If you remember, this area of the country is under a mega drought, and this is really going to help that area. But unfortunately, it's coming in too fast and quickly, causing winter weather advisories and storm warnings across the plains into Northern California. That continues for today because there's another storm system right behind it, so really no relief in that area. Right now, though, for overnight hours, we are seeing the rain and snow dying down across California. It has shifted into the plains, but as I said, we have another storm system that will re-enter this afternoon. So some of these totals, at least 1/4 of an inch to 2 inches of rain additional for Redding all the way into Northern California. That's a look at the big weather story of the day. Here's a look at your day ahead. So a ton of cloud coverage, and we do have wind concerns across Texas this afternoon into the high plains as well. Temperatures continue to drop. It's really feeling like winter across the Rockies into the plains. Major wind concerns across much of the country. We'll talk about that coming up.
That is important. Thank you, Janessa. O.J. Simpson, remember him? Well, yeah. He is no longer on parole. The juice is on the loose. We'll tell you why.
And then our Vicky Nguyen takes us inside a sting operation to show us how thieves are reselling billions in stolen goods. Next.
We began our cross-America journey tonight, St. Louis, Austin, here in Nashville. From Washington, D.C., the site of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last one.
Was talking smack part of this? What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from The Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Go ahead. This is it, right?
Grab your apron for a new podcast, Cooking Up a Storm with Al Roker.
My forecast, yummy.
Some of the best chefs share family secrets to get you ready for a holiday feast.
This is fun. Bringing the heat for the holidays.
Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
Stand by. Leading the news, legally speaking, the juice is loose this morning. O.J. Simpson is a free man, no longer on parole for a 2008 conviction related to an armed robbery in Las Vegas. The football legend served 9 years in prison for robbing a memorabilia dealer at a hotel casino. The 74-year-old was freed from parole a few months earlier than scheduled. Simpson was also famously acquitted for the 1994 murders of his ex-wife and her friend.
Retail crime is on the rise. Stores across the country getting ransacked by organized smash and grab thieves. NBC's Vicki Nguyen gives us inside a look at an undercover sting.
Stores hit by organized retail crime, theft rings that scout, plan, and execute high-value heists, from drugstores to brand-name merchandise. Theft cost the retail industry more than $70 billion a year.
To show you what's at stake, I'm here in Perrysburg Township, Ohio. It's a small suburb of Toledo, and I'm surrounded by stolen goods that officers purchased in undercover operations. Joining me now is Detective Sergeant Todd Curtis. Tell us why this small town is such a hot spot for organized retail crime.
Well, Perrysburg Township is located in the area they call the Crossroads of America, which is I-80, 90, and I-75. Thieves can jump off the interstate, hit the stores, steal the product, and be back on the interstate.
Curtis leads a team of 3 detectives who respond almost daily to organized retail crime and track stolen goods online. Curtis says they often end up on Facebook Marketplace. That's where officers found this power tool set for $350, $200 less than retail at Home Depot. Our cameras were there for the undercover buy.
What's up? This is unopened? Yeah, yes, sir. Transact soon.
But police arrest him, saying he's a fugitive wanted for aggravated robbery in Columbus and for buying these tools with a stolen credit card.
90% of our investigations actually involve an online marketplace.
Kyle Pennoyer is Senior Manager of Investigations for Home Depot. They've locked up high theft products, and now they're testing new technology.
Bluetooth activation, the tool is useless until it's paid for.
He says online resale makes it easy for criminals to hide and profit.
Can the online marketplaces do more to thwart these crimes? Should they do more?
I think so. We would like to see that go back to the online marketplaces to do a better job of vetting the people that are selling on their platform.
In a statement, a spokesperson for Facebook says, in part, we prohibit the sale of stolen goods on our platform and use a number of tools to prevent this kind of fraud. We encourage people to report suspicious listings. Curtis says these crimes cost all of us.
We're all paying more. It's all affecting all of us, all the consumers who are honest.
New legislation similar to a law already on the books in Arkansas recently passed the State House in Ohio. It's meant to help limit the sale of stolen merchandise. It would require online markets like Facebook to confirm the identity of sellers. About a dozen states have similar legislation that is pending. Back to you guys.
Vicki, thank you.
Still to come, one major tech firm warns employees get vaccinated or face potential termination.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. Our week-long journey across America, from Washington, D.C., a side of our nation's capital you rarely see.
It's your last one.
Was talking smack part of this?
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from The Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. From New Orleans, late military operation witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Our week-long journey across America from Washington, D.C., outside of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last one.
Was talking smack part of this?
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from the Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
In today's News by the Numbers, a new report from the Human Rights Campaign says the number of Americans who identify as LGBTQ has passed 20 million. That's double previous estimates and makes up nearly 8% of the country's total adult population.
Hobby Lobby is raising its minimum wage to $18.50 an hour starting January 1st. The move is $1.50 more than the last minimum wage increase for full-time workers, which took effect last October.
And joining Instagram, BTS's V shattered a pair of Guinness World Records for his follower count. It took V 43 minutes to rack up 1 million followers and just under 5 hours to pass the 10 million follower mark.
All right, we are following two big stories on Wall Street. Rising interest rates and one of the nation's biggest tech firms signaling that employees could be fired for not getting vaccinated. Here with the details is CNBC's Karen Cho, live from London. Good morning, Karen.
Philip, good morning to you and good morning, Francis. We are setting up for a big day from the Fed today, the end of their two-day policy meeting, and we're expecting market-moving news. Most likely is a faster taper of their asset purchase plan culminating early next year, and that would set the scene for the first interest rate hike on the back of this pandemic. Now, market expectations are moving. We are shaping up for 2 to 3 rate hikes next year, followed by another 3 to 4 in 2023, which is quite different to the very low, easy monetary conditions we've been used to. Also, we're listening in on how the Fed anticipates inflation. We've had some very red-hot numbers on CPI and producer prices lately. Meantime, over at Google, the company's taking a very strict line on vaccines. It's distributed a memo as saying that employees must comply with vaccine policies or force losing their pay and eventually their jobs. A lot of the industry is actually pushing back the return to work dates, but they're saying that they want workers back in the office 3 days a week at some point next year. And of course, with those vaccines in their arms. Back to you, Francis and Philip.
All right. Karen, thank you so much.
Janessa is tracking a fire danger in the Southwest. That's next.
And when Senator Elizabeth Warren goes after Elon Musk on Twitter, well, things get ugly in 280 characters or less.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters.
To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Grab your apron for a new podcast, Cooking Up a Storm with Al Roker.
My forecast, yummy.
Some of the best chefs share family secrets to get you ready for a holiday feast.
This is fun. Bringing the heat for the holidays.
Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from the Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Hi everyone. You know, fire season has become almost a year-round thing now. Southern Plains, it's December 14th, and we're still talking about very dry conditions in this section of the country. We could see rapid fire spread across this area due to also the wind gusts. They're going to be picking up to 70, 80 miles per hour. We'll continue to watch this, but I do expect this to mix in some areas of the plains going into this afternoon. Guys?
Janessa, thanks. Next on Early Today, the slithering surprise that nobody wants to find under or even in their Christmas tree.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your newsfeed to life. Streaming live every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Our week-long journey across America, from Washington, D.C., outside of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last one.
Was talking smack part of this? What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from the Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire.
From New Orleans, late military operation, witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
In today's top stories, a federal judge is tossing out former President Trump's lawsuit, which was seeking to block Congress from seeing his tax returns. The judge, who was appointed by Mr. Trump, said the former president's efforts were wrong on the law. He put the ruling on hold for 2 weeks to give Mr. Trump's legal team time to appeal. The head of the House Ways and Means Committee first requested that information in 2019, but was blocked. The chairman renewed that request this year, and Mr. Biden's Treasury Department said that the former president's tax returns should, in fact, be handed over, which led to this current lawsuit. Mr. Trump is expected to appeal the ruling.
Senator Elizabeth Warren is locked in a Twitter war with Times Person of the Year. The Massachusetts Democrat targeted Elon Musk over his taxes in a tweet And then the Tesla CEO unloaded on her. Senator Warren said, quote, "Let's change the rigged tax code so the person of the year will actually pay taxes and stop freeloading off everyone else." Musk fired back, telling her to stop projecting, and then derogatorily tweeting, "Please don't call the manager on me, Senator Karen," referring to the name given to entitled white women. He ended with a claim that he's paying more taxes than any American in history this year. While the total amount is unclear, he has offloaded billions in Tesla stock over recent weeks to, in part, pay a tax obligation.
The search for a missing woman in her 20s continues after she fell overboard on a Carnival cruise ship this past weekend and was reported missing. It happened around 3:30 in the morning, about 35 miles off the coast of Ensenada, Mexico. After a 31-hour search effort, U.S. Coast Guard officials told crews to stand down. The Carnival Miracle ship docked in Long Beach on Sunday morning, and this incident remains under investigation.
Prince Andrew's lawyers are asking a judge to dismiss his sex abuse lawsuit. Virginia Giuffre alleges that he raped and sexually assaulted her when she was 17. She is suing Andrew under New York's Child Victims Act. His lawyers argue that under New York law, Giuffre was old enough to consent. They plan to argue their motion at a hearing on January 4th. Giuffre's lawyers have not commented. The prince has previously denied the allegations and has said that he has no recollection of meeting Giuffre.
All right, a family in South Africa, they were in for a big surprise when they found a venomous snake lurking in their Christmas tree. Look at that thing. The family, they just finished decorating the tree when they noticed their cat started staring at it. As the couple took a closer look, they were stunned to see that snake hiding between the branches. They immediately called animal services and they discovered it was a venomous snake called a boomslang. They're very common there in parts of South Africa. After 2 hours, you see, it was safely captured and released back into the wild. My goodness.
He had no fear jutting its whole head out there around. Wow.
Yikes.
Yeah, this is early today.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Right now on Morning News Now, touring the devastation. President Biden is heading to Kentucky today to get a first-hand look at the damage left behind from last week's tornadoes. The much-needed help from around the country as those affected start to dig through what's left and what we're learning about the president's visit. In contempt, the House votes overnight to hold former Trump Chief of Staff Mark Meadows in contempt of Congress for refusing to answer questions about the Capitol riots. What's next in the January 6th investigation, and if Meadows could now face criminal charges.
And in the United States, what is your best guarantee of getting the best rate possible?
Being white.
Being white.
Real estate racism. A couple says their home was appraised for more than $500,000 more after they took out family pictures and anything showing they were black. Why this problem is bigger than one address and the couple's fight to make sure others get the money they deserve. Plus, healthy holidays. It's the season of sweets and big meals, but if you're traveling this holiday season, what are the best foods to eat on the road or at the airport? We'll break down the best on-the-go snacks to help keep you on track. I think especially during the holiday season, it's about the snacks and the drinks and the whole thing.
Exactly.
Sweets.
And then you're traveling and there's not exactly tons of healthy options at the airport or at the gas station.
Exactly.
So.
But we'll give you some tips to try to stay on track. We begin this morning, though, with the latest on the aftermath of those devastating tornadoes in Kentucky.
President Biden is expected to tour multiple parts of the state today to see the damage and destruction caused by the storms.
The president's visit comes as the wheels of recovery begin to turn across Kentucky as communities band together to pick up the pieces of what's left.
It is extremely important right now for neighbors helping neighbors. You know, this is a special place. These are special people who have lost dear friends. You're in small town America. And here in small town America, everyone knows everybody, literally. And now what we're seeing is the goodness of the people in this town, but also the goodness of people outside of this town, across the United States. I've had people coming from New York, Florida, Alabama.
NBC News White House correspondent Monica Alba is helping us cover the president's trip to the state today. So, Monica, we know the president will be on the ground in Kentucky this morning to survey the damage firsthand. Where is he expected to visit today? What's the main purpose of the visit?
Well, the president is going to make a couple of different stops, Joe. He's going to first be going to Fort Campbell to get a briefing on these devastating storms. And then he's going to be visiting, of course, these communities that were so hard hit, Mayfield and Dawson Springs specifically, where he will be traveling, meeting with local officials. Of course, the governor of Kentucky, who he's been in regular touch with over the last couple of days since those storms hit on Friday night. And then, of course, he will also be talking to people affected by this, displaced, who've lost loved ones. And he will be going in this capacity as not just commander-in-chief overseeing the recovery effort, but consoler-in-chief, trying to help these families through an absolutely unimaginable experience. And what's notable about these kinds of visits is that the White House is always very sensitive to the timing. They don't want to go and detract from everything that's happening on the ground with emergency operations, still trying to help people search, recover, and of course then pivot to rebuilding. There's so many Secret Service agents who travel with him, and this expanded footprint, they don't want to, again, take away from any of that. So this was at the request of the officials on the ground, and the president said he just wants to go to help however he can and to remind people that the White House and the federal government will be with them for as long as it takes in this effort.
Now, Monica, when it comes to the federal response from the White House, I mean, we know presidents often get scrutinized for how they handle natural disasters like this. Has President Biden stated how involved he wants to get in the response, or is he deferring to Governor Andy Beshear and local leaders for this recovery effort?
He is deferring more to those on the ground, and he's essentially saying, we're not going to walk away from you and whatever you need. He has, of course, offered all the resources of FEMA. There will be natural disaster centers that are set up, some affordable housing options for those who've lost everything and are trying to figure out what comes next. And then, of course, the Department of Homeland Security, Secretary Mayorkas has been on the ground also trying to streamline some of these federal agencies in the response. So the president has said, essentially, I will be as involved as you want me to be. I'm here to offer assistance, but again, that for anybody who wants help, the federal government will be there. And he will be going there again to offer this message of looking to the future, rebuilding, and also looking a little bit at what happened. And did people have enough of a warning? Were there things that could have been improved? And are there other ways for the federal government to step in and try to see if there are better things to do if these storms happen again in the future, which is something the president has indicated is highly likely?
Yeah, I mean, let's talk more about that, Monica. I mean, this is not the first time President Biden has had to make a trip to tour the damage left after a natural disaster. Does this add more urgency to his push for climate change reforms?
It's certainly a part of the overarching pitch and message here. Of course, the president will say first and foremost, he is worried about the families. He's talked so much about his concern for the mental health of people who went through these devastating December storms, who have to come out of this and figure out how to essentially piece back together their lives. But he will also be talking about the fact that this is something that cannot be ignored, that climate change and the warming of the planet, something that the president has said he wants to commit a lot more money and programs to combating, is something that could create, like what we just saw take place in this region. And the president will be careful, I'm told by White House officials, to make that exact linkage, that we still need more information. But bottom line, he will say what's clear is that we need to do more. And that is what he's hoping he can do with his massive climate and social spending plan, which, as you both know, is still tied up in Congress.
All right, Monica Alba, thank you so much for kicking us off this morning. And we will have more from on the ground in those states later in our show. Turning now, though, to the growing tensions in New York over the newly enacted mask mandate. Several county leaders are pushing back against Governor Kathy Hochul's decision to require that masks be worn indoors when proof of vaccination isn't mandatory. The resistance comes as cases in New York are skyrocketing, up 58% since Thanksgiving. NBC News correspondent Antonia Hilton joins us now from Mineola, New York, with more. Antonia, good morning. So this isn't the first time county leaders in Long Island, which is where you are expressing reluctance over New York COVID protocols. What are you hearing from county executives now about why they feel this mask mandate can't or shouldn't be enforced?
Good morning, Savannah. You're right. Here in Long Island, there have long been tensions, but it's not just county executives here in Long Island. In other parts of New York, there's a group of county executives who've come forward to express their anger with this new mask or vax mandate from the governor. And their concerns really center around resources. Consistently, as I've spoken to them, they've told me that they feel their resources in terms of public health are right now really stretched thin and focused on vaccination. One county executive told me that he's had to pull in workers from other departments who don't have backgrounds in public health to run vaccination clinics, for example. So he said, theoretically, that means he has to pull some of those folks to now start going by businesses, monitoring to see who's complying, and potentially leveling fines against small businesses in the midst of the holidays. And frankly, that's a position that these county executives say they don't want to be in at this time. Take a listen to my conversation with Mark Molinaro. He is the county executive of Dutchess County.
We have no resources to dedicate to this enforcement, and the mandate is unnecessary. Again, I truly believe that people ought to make the smart choice for themselves, assess risk, and make decisions. That includes, in certain circumstances, wearing a mask. This is not necessary at this time. County governments don't have the resources to divert.
There's also some politics involved here. What I heard from Mark was that there's also frustration purely that the governor didn't reach out to these county executives before the announcement came out. And they wish that they had been involved. They had had the opportunity to voice their concerns about, flexibility for their communities or what their needs might look like. And so some of this is about the application on the ground, and some of it is also bitterness over their communication with the governor's office, Savannah.
And Antonia, it seems like it's also, in some cases, kind of about mistrust about whether these mandates are necessary in the first place. I know mistrust tends to be a big theme here with COVID across the country, whether it comes to these mandates or the vaccines. But tell us more about some of the fatigue county leaders are seeing and why that may be leading to this mistrust.
There is an immense amount of fatigue. I have been reporting on this over the last several weeks throughout New York, in New England, and consistently what I'm hearing from folks on all sides of the political spectrum is that they are tired. They were really hoping that at this stage their lives would get a little bit more back to normal, that they could have their holiday parties and feel okay about it. And then when it comes to county leaders, they're hearing those complaints from their constituents. And, one county leader named Ed Day of Rockland County, who has fought a measles outbreak over the last several years, told me that, I had a message out there to the community, right, that vaccination would be their ticket out of this, their freedom. And now I feel I'm in a position where, that hasn't turned out to be true, and it makes things complicated, makes tension on the local level. And this is sort of why they wanted more conversation with the governor about what types of actions might make sense as we're in the middle of this winter surge. Take a listen to my conversation with Ed Day.
People look at this and they feel they've been lied to. They were told vaccination would set them free, not the case. And okay, I understand that can happen. Like the flu, for example, those vaccinations aren't all encompassing, but don't tell the people they will be when you don't know. That's exactly what this order is doing. It's confusing people. It's not the way to lead the people.
Ed Day's community in Rockland is actually a pretty highly vaccinated community. About 85% of people who are 18 years or up are already vaccinated. And he says he wants to keep the message focused on vaccination, on the clinics that they have available. They want to get the last remaining residents their shots, and they don't want to be sharing that messaging or splitting resources with, mask enforcement efforts right now. Savannah.
All right, Antonia Hilton, great reporting. Thank you so much.
Let's bring in Johns Hopkins Center for Health Security senior scholar, Dr. Amish Adalja. Good morning, doctor. So we just heard Antonia break down COVID in New York. Cornell University, which is some 200+ miles from New York City, has just set its COVID alert level to red after more than 900 students tested positive for COVID since December 3rd. Many of them with Omicron, fully vaccinated. Some even had the booster. So is New York once again becoming a COVID hotspot? How concerned should we be?
I think you have to separate cases from hospitalization. So the issue going on Cornell's campus is not going to be one that ends up really causing hospitalizations, because those are all individuals who likely have mild illness. Cornell is a place where there's a vaccine mandate. My brother is a professor there. It's interesting the way these universities have responded to it, because I don't really see off ramps for what they do there. And I think there's one thing if you're going to suspend classes because it's become too disruptive because too many people are on quarantine. But I think we've got to get to a point where we realize COVID-19 is going to ebb and flow. There's going to be spikes. We're going to have this issue for a long, long time. And the goal is to keep those cases from turning into hospitalization. So we've got to look at what's going on when you see cases and not just automatically assume this is like January of 2020, because we have a lot of tools, we have a lot of knowledge, and the goal really is to keep people out of the hospital.
Now, the World Health Organization says it's worried we're underestimating the impact that Omicron will have on our healthcare system, even if it is suspected to be less severe than the Delta variant. Let's take a listen to this.
The reality is that Omicron is probably in most countries
even if it hasn't been detected yet. Omicron is spreading at a rate we have not seen with any previous variant. We're concerned that people are dismissing Omicron as mild.
Doctor, are we underestimating this variant, and are we doing enough to keep our healthcare systems from collapsing or struggling even more?
Well, right now, our hospitals are struggling with Delta. Delta still makes up the majority of people that are hospitalized, the majority of people that are dying in this country. Omicron is going to come, and specifically for those people who are not vaccinated, it is going to infect them, and it is going to, if they're at high risk, land them in the hospital. And I think that's what we have to think about, because when you look at the Pfizer vaccine data, 2 doses is sufficient to protect you against hospitalization. And I think that's good news, but we still have about 60 million people who are eligible to be vaccinated who are not. And some of those people have high-risk conditions. So that's what our messaging, that's what we have to really focus on, is getting the number of susceptible people down by getting first and second doses into people. And I think that's going to be the challenge as we face Omicron or any other variant, is that swath of the population that has not been vaccinated, that is high risk for hospitalizations. They are what are holding our hospitals hostage.
That still remains a huge priority 1 year after the first vaccine shots were given out. All right, Dr. Amish Adalja, thanks so much. Appreciate your expertise.
To Capitol Hill now, where the House voted overnight to hold former Trump Chief of Staff Mark Meadows in contempt of Congress. This comes after he refused to answer questions about the January 6th insurrection. The Department of Justice will now consider a possible criminal charge. Speaking during the debate yesterday, committee chair Benny Thompson accused Meadows of being part of a cover-up.
If you're making excuses to avoid cooperating with our investigation, you're making excuses to hide the truth from the American people about what happened on January 6th. You're making excuses as part of a cover-up. And if you echo these excuses, if you base your arguments on these excuses, if you adopt these excuses as your own to explain why you won't take action, then you're part of that cover-up too.
NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ali Vitale joins us now, of course, to break this all down. Ali, good morning. So Committee Vice Chair Liz Cheney was one of only 2 Republicans who voted in favor of this. And during last night's debate, her key arguments really centered on these thousands of documents that Meadows himself handed over before he stopped cooperating. So tell us what she focused on in that debate.
Yeah. Exactly. The focus has been, both from Cheney and others on the committee, on the thousands of documents like text messages and emails that they already got from Mark Meadows, things that he deemed non-privileged. Because remember, you and I spent yesterday and all of this week talking about the fact that for Meadows, he says that the reason he can't continue moving forward with the committee is because he says that the things that he would have to talk about are under executive privilege. What we saw from the committee yesterday was them talking all about the things that they got that were privileged, but that they still want to ask him about. And we also heard from more of these members, including Cheney last night, of more text messages that we weren't yet aware of and what they said. Listen to some of the things that she said during the debate last night.
Some of those text messages, Madam Speaker, came from members in the chamber right now. Mark, one member said, he needs to stop this now. In all caps, tell them to go home. POTUS has to come out firmly and tell the protesters to dissipate. Someone is going to get killed. All of these texts are non-privileged. They are texts that Mr. Meadows has turned over, and they are evidence of President Trump's supreme dereliction of duty for 187 minutes.
So, Savannah, we know now Fox News hosts, other journalists, and now lawmakers who were still in that chamber last night on the Republican side of the aisle. Those are the text messages that Meadows was receiving on January 6th.
Now, Ali, the only other Republican who voted in favor was the only other Republican actually on the committee investigating this, Representative Adam Kinzinger. In the end, Cheney couldn't persuade more of her Republican colleagues to vote with them. So what are those who voted against this motion, having those same documents, knowing them, having that report that ultimately came out of them? What are they saying?
Yeah, we've heard this from Republicans before. Take a listen.
Here we go again. For the first time in history, Democrats have complete control over a select committee. I hope the American people are paying close attention. I hope they see what happens when Democrats get total power.
They know this is wrong. We've all served with this guy. He is co-sponsored. He's done more work with Democrats than probably any Republican. We all know what a good man he is, and this is as wrong as it gets. You all know it. But your lust for power, your lust to get your opponents is so intense, you don't care.
Yeah, so you heard there Congressman Jim Banks and Jim Jordan defending Mark Meadows against this contempt referral. I think what's really interesting is we've seen contempt referrals over the course of the last few months come to the floor before, specifically for Steve Bannon, and that was one where 9 Republicans joined with Democrats to vote that out and send it over to the Department of Justice. In this instance, though, we only saw the 2 Republicans who were actually on the January 6th committee. It strikes me, especially when you consider that some of the Republicans who voted for Steve Bannon, they did so simply to preserve and enforce the power of a congressional subpoena so that if they take the majority when they're on the committees, their subpoenas will be respected. So pretty interesting the way that this one ended up breaking down, especially because this is someone with close proximity to the former president with a different and perhaps stronger claim of executive privilege and also a former member of Congress.
Who also passed along quite a bit of information, and now it's in the hands of the Justice Department to potentially file that criminal charge. Ali Vitale, thank you so much.
More fallout from the January 6th insurrection. Washington, D.C.'s Attorney General has filed a civil lawsuit against the Proud Boys and Oath Keepers for their alleged roles in the Capitol Hill riot, which the suit describes as a, quote, coordinated act of domestic terrorism. NBC News national security correspondent Ken Dilanian joins us now with more on this. So, Ken, the Proud Boys and Oath Keepers have already been sued by lawmakers and Capitol Police. Tell us how this lawsuit's different and what it alleges those groups did.
Good morning, Joe. This is the first lawsuit by a government agency against these groups making these allegations. And what it alleges is that these groups and these individual defendants conspired to disrupt and hinder through violence the peaceful transition of power through essentially an act of domestic terrorism. And it cites really a lot of the evidence we've already seen in these federal court cases. Most of the defendants in this lawsuit have already been charged with crimes. It doesn't break new ground on the question of was there an active conspiracy to attack the Capitol, but there's plenty of evidence that people conspired to commit violence that day, and that's what this lawsuit cites, Joe.
So, Ken, if they are found guilty, how big of a financial penalty might we see? Is there any indication they could even afford to pay up?
That's a great question. So in the Charlottesville case, using this similar 1871 Ku Klux Klan law, there was a $26 million verdict of damages against those various defendants. So the damages here could be gigantic, really. And the Attorney General of Washington, D.C. said it would be fine with him if it bankrupted these far-right organizations. That's in many ways the goal here, Joe.
All right. Ken Delaney and Ken, thanks so much. Appreciate it. Time for a check on your morning news now. Weather? Oh. Maybe. Or maybe not. There's Bill.
That was interesting. Hi, Bill.
I just played a little joke.
There's the usual family squares.
Ben wanted to see, or Bill wanted to see if we noticed color bars were up instead of him.
Exactly. Good job. You guys are paying attention this morning.
That was your quiz for today.
Everyone needs to pay attention in the yes. Everyone needs to pay attention in the middle of the country. This is going to be a very dangerous weather day, unfortunately. Tomorrow morning, I can almost promise you your first story of the day, your weather headline, your news headline will be the storm today. So let me show you. The storm is now currently moving into Colorado. This is going to be a multifaceted, what we call a multi-hazard weather event. So we're going to get severe storms. It's unbelievable. We have snow on the ground in southern Minnesota, and we could have tornadoes later tonight. It's never happened in Minnesota's history before. That area of red is a moderate risk of severe storms. We're not going to see long-track tornadoes like we did in Kentucky, but we could see very high winds and tornadoes that move from areas like Des Moines and Ames back up towards southern portions of Minnesota, including Mankato and over towards La Crosse. So that's 9 million people. So that's one facet. And there's that record. We have never had a confirmed tornado in Minnesota in the month of December, and we could possibly have that later on today. I mean, this is just unheard of. I mean, we have April-like conditions out there, and we have almost 90 million people, almost 1 in 3 Americans is under a high wind warning or high wind watch because of the extreme winds with this storm system. We are going to see wind damage in areas areas that have sunny skies. It is going to be incredible today in Boulder, Denver, Pueblo. We're going to see wind gusts that will be the equivalent of like a Category 1 hurricane. That's going to happen right around noon today, especially in Colorado, and then into the afternoon this evening as we head into the Central Plains. And if that wasn't enough, because it is so windy, it's so warm and so dry, remember all the brush has dried up from the summer, we have an extreme risk of wild and brush fires today. Imagine if we get any fires that form in the dry conditions, and then you have 80 to 90 mile per hour winds pushing those embers and those flames. So they're very concerned if any fires form today that they would rapidly spread. So guys, yes, this is a wild weather map for 10 days before Christmas. We'll talk more about the record heat, but just the fact that we have a chance of tornadoes in areas that currently have snow on the ground is mind-boggling.
Yeah, I've lived in Minnesota most of my life and can't ever imagine a tornado in December, so that's interesting. All right.
Scary stuff. Thank you, Bill. See you in a bit.
Thanks, guys. Coming up, it has been 9 years since 26 students and teachers were killed at Sandy Hook Elementary School.
And what should have been a day of remembrance for the community turned into a day of concern, with threats causing schools in the area to go remote. Next, a closer look at the disturbing and growing trend of threats of violence at schools across the country.
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. Here are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
Grab your apron for a new podcast, Cooking Up a Storm with Al Roker.
My forecast, yummy.
Some of the best chefs share family secrets to get you ready for a holiday feast.
This is fun. Bringing the heat for the holidays.
Listen now wherever you get your podcasts. News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire.
And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
Tuesday marked 9 years since the tragic Sandy Hook Elementary School shooting. Connecticut flags were flown at half-staff in honor of the 20 children and 6 educators killed in the attack. And while the parents of these victims have called for an end to school shootings, classes in Newtown were virtual yesterday due to potential new threats of violence against another generation of students. NBC News correspondent Ann Thompson has more.
In Newtown, Connecticut, where 9 years ago people vowed never again, after 20 children and 6 adults were killed at Sandy Hook Elementary.
You're supposed to come to these towns to be safe. That's why we moved here.
School was remote because it's happened again and again and again. The most recent deadly school shooting last month at Michigan's Oxford High School, killing 4 students, sparking threats of violence across the country and in Connecticut.
What do these spikes in school violence tell us about the mental health of our children?
That it's not good, and that they have needs that aren't being met, and we need to rise to the occasion and meet those needs.
In Newtown, 154 rounds were fired in less than 5 minutes, killing 6 and 7-year-olds. Bills banning assault weapons and expanding background checks for online and private gun show sales were defeated in the U.S. Senate, acknowledged by President Biden in a video.
It was so darn frustrating, and it's still frustrating now for you and me and so many others.
The parents of the accused Oxford school shooter appeared in court for a probable cause hearing. They are charged with involuntary manslaughter for allegedly allowing their 15-year-old son access to the gun he used to kill his classmates. They have pleaded not guilty. There have been 31 school shootings this year with injuries or deaths, the most in a year. Newtown's legacy still haunting America. Ann Thompson, NBC News.
All right, and thank you, Ann Thompson, for that report.
Let's take a look at what's making news around the world this morning.
Raf Sanchez joins us now from Bethlehem. Good morning, Raf.
Savannah, Joe, good morning. The leaders of Russia and China were scheduled to hold a video call today amid rising tensions with the West. The call between Vladimir Putin and Xi Jinping comes amid a standoff at the Ukrainian border and growing criticism of China in Washington over human rights. The Kremlin said it was facing very aggressive rhetoric from NATO. In Hong Kong, dozens of people had to be rescued from the roof of a burning skyscraper. The 38-story office building caught fire yesterday afternoon, and firefighters spent hours fighting the blaze. At least 12 people were taken to hospital. Thankfully, no one was killed. And finally, here in Bethlehem, it's looking like a bright but quiet Christmas this year. That's because Israeli travel restrictions to keep out the Omicron variant are also keeping out pilgrims and tourists. That's taking a major toll on the economy in the town where Christmas began. But guys, people here are staying cheerful, and they say they're looking forward to welcoming the world back next year.
Yeah.
Guys,
I have to imagine it's busy there usually this time of year.
Yeah,
So
of course. What a place to be.
All right, thanks, Raf. Appreciate it.
And coming up, doctors now say a former NFL player was suffering from a severe brain injury when he went on a deadly rampage earlier this year. His case of CTE is now being compared to that of another player and convicted murderer. What doctors are learning about the impacts football can have on players off the field.
Plus, New Year's approaching. A lot of us are considering resolutions. One of the most common ones, of course, getting more exercise. But how can we actually stick to our goals? Dr. John Torres joins us with his advice for 2022 next.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
We began our cross-America journey tonight, St. Louis, Austin, here in Nashville. From Washington, D.C., the site of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last one.
Was talking smack part of this? What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from the Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Another giant leap for mankind.
They want folks to shelter in place until this storm pushes through.
This new travel requirement, is it possible we're going to see tighter restrictions?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from the
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. Here are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
The Library of Congress has announced its annual list of 25 films that have been chosen for preservation in the National Film Registry. Some choices include movies that you might assume had already been selected. Among those picked, Star Wars Episode 6, that's Return of the Jedi. Of course, it's the final film in the original Star Wars trilogy back in 1983. The first Lord of the Rings film, The Fellowship of the Ring from 2001, also made the cut, as did the 1984 horror classic A Nightmare on Elm Street. Also, the 1997 biopic Selena, starring Jennifer Lopez as the iconic singer Selena Quintanilla Perez, was added. The Library of Congress chooses films based on their cultural, historical, and artistic significance, and I think all of those work, even Freddy Krueger.
Absolutely, they do. Selena, I love Selena. That's great news to hear. And you're right, I'm surprised Star Wars wasn't already.
Yeah, well, I guess probably, I'm assuming Star Wars was, just not Return of the Jedi.
Not that specific
I guess I don't
one.
know. Yeah.
That one, Return of the Jedi. That's the one.
Yeah,
All right.
love that one.
Thanks, Joe.
Yep.
Now, a new study is shedding light on brain trauma and shaking up the world of sports. Experts at Boston University have confirmed that former NFL player Philip Adams had an unusually severe case of CTE when he killed 6 people and then shot himself earlier this year. NBC News correspondent Sam Brock has more.
Top researchers revealing former NFL player Philip Adams had an unusually severe case of CTE when he went on a deadly rampage in April, killing 6 people before taking his own life.
Adams complained of excruciating pain from his injuries, often had memory issues, and difficulty sleeping.
The study concluded that Adams' 20 years of playing football gave rise to the diagnosis of stage 2 severity of the degenerative brain disease.
Stage 2 CTE is associated with progressive cognitive and behavioral abnormalities such as aggression, impulsivity, explosivity, depression, paranoia, anxiety, poor executive function, and memory loss.
The neuropathologist who studied Adams' brain, likening what she saw to one of the worst cases of CTE ever reported in a young person.
Adams' CTE pathology was similar to that of another young NFL player, namely Aaron Hernandez.
Hernandez, the former New England Patriots star who was convicted of murder in 2015, was diagnosed with stage 3 after his death by suicide in 2017. The condition, doctors say, does not occur naturally and is caused by repeated trauma to the head and is often linked to drastic changes in mood and behavior, violent outbursts, memory loss, and in rare cases, murder. Of the 700 people Boston University researchers have diagnosed with CTE, 315 of them were former NFL players, and 24 of those, athletes who died in their 20s or 30s. In the aftermath of the shootings, Adams' father, emotional, searching for answers.
He was a good kid, and I think the football messed him up.
The family expressing shock to see how far the disease had progressed and how little they say the NFL had done to help. Lisa McHale from the Concussion Legacy Foundation spoke on their behalf, describing the painful roadblocks that Adams' CTE created in his efforts to get help.
We do know that he was desperately seeking help from the NFL, but was denied all claims due to his inability to remember things and to handle seemingly simple tasks, such as traveling hours away to see doctors.
The NFL has not yet responded to NBC News' request for comment.
Sam Brock reminding us really just how little we know about CTE and how much still needs to be done to identify and help those suffering with it.
It is time now for your weekly checkup.
And NBC News senior medical correspondent Dr. John Torres joins us to discuss the latest health headlines you may have missed. Dr. John, it's great to have you here in New York and on set with us. Thanks for joining us. So first, let's start with this study. It looks at a substantial increase in opioid prescriptions, especially during the start of the pandemic. What's behind that?
What they did is they looked at medical records from before the pandemic till after the pandemic had started. And what they found is afterwards, opioid prescriptions went up. And it particularly went up for people that had certain orthopedic type injuries. We're talking limb, neck, back injuries, those types of things. And what ended up happening is doctors and patients were falling back on opioid prescriptions to control pain. So instead of going to physical therapy or other types of appointments, since you couldn't because of the pandemic, they were giving them opioids to try and help control their pain. The problem is those opioids ended up being more potent and ending up being longer prescriptions, in other words, more pills. So what are the doctor's orders here? What can you do? Well, number one, if you fall into that category, get back to non-opioid-based therapies. You know, we're talking physical therapy is probably one of the better ones you can do, and try to reduce your opioid use. If you need help, talk to your doctor and saying, hey, I want to get off these pills. I want to go ahead and do what I was doing before, and they should help you get into that modality.
Such an important one.
Exactly. All right, next up, it's resolution time. A lot of folks, believe it or not, they say they want to lose weight, go to the gym more. Imagine that. I haven't heard that one before. Yeah, but it's not easy, as we know. There's a new study that shows how to boost exercise behaviors. What should we know?
There is, and mid-February is about the time that resolutions fall off, and we all heard that joke about, you can't find a parking spot the first week of January. By mid-February, the parking lot's completely empty at the gym, and that's because those resolutions fall off. So what can you do to keep those resolutions going? Well, they looked at a lot of gym members, and here's what they found. Essentially that if they give them certain things, text-based reminders being probably one of the bigger ones, those types of things, they can go ahead and get them motivated to move. There are 54 different methods they looked at. Of those, only 8% of those work. Test-based reminders were one of the big ones. Reward incentives, in other words, giving them rewards, weekly emails. One of the things they did is they said, hey, if you come back next week, we'll give you extra bonus points. That worked really well. But to me, the one I think that was best and I thought was most humorous was saying, hey, everybody's exercising, and exercising is trending up, and just sending out those emails. And so a little bit of peer pressure there. Yeah, a little bit of guilt, a little bit of peer pressure. You're not exercising, everybody else is, so come on in.
That's interesting. I get all those emails from places I've gone to before, and it doesn't really motivate me. I'm not like, oh,
you need someone to call you.
You
need someone to call you and be like, everyone's here.
I think you're right. If it came with a free class or something.
Exactly. And the doctor's orders for people, what can you regularly do, especially come mid-February when you know things are going to start tapering off a little bit there? Well, you want to go ahead and stick to your routine. That's important, and we know that. But that routine is going to get tiresome after a while. And realize you are going to plateau. Everybody does when they work out. Just push through that plateau. Take a little bit of a break, go back in there. Those things can help motivate you come that mid-February when you can find a parking spot anywhere.
Great. I'm getting married next year, so I'm going to need every motivation I can to stay through until September. Okay, now here's a really interesting one, and really, just such an impactful one. So the rapper Logic, he came out with this song almost 4 years ago about suicide awareness. The title of the song was actually the Suicide Prevention Hotline, and now we have data about just how much that song might have helped people. What can you tell us?
And it's interesting because the song came out, it was a very popular song, but when he went on the VMA Awards, he went on the Grammy Awards, that's when it really took off. And researchers looked at it, and what they found is not only did it reduce the number of suicides, which they actively looked at suicides in a time period, but it also increased number of calls to the suicide hotline. And that's the actual title of the song, is that suicide hotline song. It's the 1-800-273-3255, which again is very important. So, the big thing here is finding those non-traditional ways to get to people. And that's what the researchers think happened here. You're getting to a group that's typically hard to reach through typical media because oftentimes they don't watch TV. This song is in there and it reminded them. The other reminder is this time of the year can be particularly tough. And we all have those songs that we remember constantly. You remember those lyrics. So this is a lyric that these people are going to remember for the rest of their lives. And if they do get into issues, they can go ahead and call that number. So what can you do? What are the doctor's orders behind here? Well, essentially the doctor's orders are, mental health is a huge thing. It's a great way to start a discussion with the song. If you hear somebody else talking about it, singing the song, if you yourself are singing the song, you hear it on the radio, it's okay to ask somebody, are you doing okay? Let's just talk about this. I'm doing fine, you're doing fine. And if you need help, get help. That's the number right there.
And I think having a famous rapper make a song about it, it just normalizes it a little bit.
Exactly.
The conversation around it, the ability to make that call.
More people are talking about it, football players, athletes, the song, so it's great.
Clearly it made a difference. We want to reiterate that number one more time. If you or anyone you know is struggling, you can call the National Suicide Prevention Lifeline. You can see it's on the screen there, 800-273-8255, or you can text TALK to 741-741. Dr. Torres, as always, thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Thank you for joining us. Great to have you here. And coming up, a Black couple says their home was appraised for $500,000 more after they had their white friend stand in as the homeowner.
The growing problem of racial disparities in the busy housing market and what this couple is now doing to make sure they get the money they deserve. Next.
Do you feel like the bad guy in this?
Why should they believe you when they know that people are getting in?
Has it been worth it to make this trip? Do you feel like you're giving a green light to politicians? How do you explain why your case has become so important?
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Do you feel like the bad guy in this?
Why should they believe you when they know that people are getting in?
Has it been worth it to make this trip? Do you feel like you're giving a green light to politicians? How do you explain why your case has become so important?
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from the Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
Grab your apron for a new podcast, Cooking Up a Storm with Al Roker.
My forecast, yummy.
Some of the best chefs share family secrets to get you ready for a holiday feast.
This is fun. Bringing the heat for the holidays.
Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
Welcome back. With just 10 days to go before Christmas, holiday shoppers are having to dig deeper into their pockets to buy gifts for their loved ones. That is thanks to the highest inflation we've seen in a generation. NBC News business and technology correspondent Jolene Kent joins us now with the latest on this. Joe, good morning. So what are we learning now about inflation? What's the latest right before Christmas?
Hey, Savannah, the news isn't great, I hate to say, but inflation continues to go up according to new data from the Labor Department. I don't need to tell you, you're spending more on gas and you're spending more at the grocery store. And this comes as we're hitting one of the busiest holiday seasons ever. With just 10 days left until Christmas, rising costs are hitting Americans hard during the busiest shopping season of the year. New data from the Labor Department shows one key measure of inflation, wholesale prices skyrocketing nearly 10% compared to last year. That's the fastest spike since the government started keeping track in 2010. So what does it mean? Your money isn't stretching as far.
The typical American is now spending a couple $100 more a month than they were a year ago.
Last month, consumer prices rose almost 7%, the highest annual jump in nearly 40 years. Gas prices have soared over the last year, and grocery essentials from meat to fruits and vegetables are higher too. For example, now 1 pound of lean ground beef costs $5.77, up $1.20 from last year. Teacher Jen Casano says budgeting for her family of 4 is now more difficult.
My husband's working 2 to 3 jobs. I'm working full time. And it just seems that we're not able to really breathe right now.
And she's not alone. 45% of American households say recent price hikes are causing financial hardship, and lower income families are feeling it the most. For many businesses, inflation means supplies cost more, and in some cases, they're forced to charge their customers more or lay off workers. More than 70% of small business owners say rising prices have had a significant impact on their business in the past year. All of it causing more stress this holiday season, already slowed down by supply chain constraints and huge consumer demand.
We're still just trying to keep our heads above water.
Now, the Federal Reserve today is wrapping up its last two-day meeting of the year. All eyes will be on the Fed Chair Jerome Powell at his press conference. We're expecting to hear whether the Fed is going to taper the bond buying, the easy money that's been going into the U.S. economy, and any signals of rate hikes, interest rate hikes, perhaps multiple times next year. And what that means for you is that, getting a car loan or a home loan could be more expensive, and it's also a measure to potentially curb inflation. Savannah.
All right, Joel and Ken, thank you so much. Time now for our CNBC Money Minute, the biggest financial headlines of the day and why they matter to you.
Silvana Henao is with us again this morning. Silvana, good morning.
Hey guys, good morning. So Apple will require customers and employees to wear masks at all U.S. retail stores as COVID cases from the Omicron and Delta variants are rising. Last month, Apple dropped the mask mandate for customers at more than 100 of its 270 stores across the country. It said masks must only be worn in areas where local or state laws required them. Meanwhile, United Airlines expects to fly about 8 million people during the year-end holiday travel period, or on average about 420,000 passengers per day. United expects December 23rd to be the busiest travel day, and the busiest airports to be Chicago O'Hare, Houston, Denver, and Newark. United has added more than 200 daily domestic flights to meet all of that demand. And many people have thought they became crypto millionaires and even billionaires yesterday. Prices for several cryptocurrencies listed on Coinbase and crypto tracking site CoinMarketCap briefly went haywire, showing astronomical gains that sent users gushing about huge windfalls. Coinbase says it was a display issue that didn't impact actual trading. Technical glitches have been a problem in the crypto world, with many exchanges often having trouble processing transactions during periods of high activity. Guys, back to you.
Just another reason to stay away from it for us.
There you go, exactly.
All right, Silvana, thank you so much.
You got it, guys.
Now for the story of one black couple in California who say they saw the value of their home increase by almost $500,000 when they had a white friend stand in as the homeowner during an appraisal. NBC News correspondent Jake Ward brings us their story.
This 4-bedroom home in the hills of Marin, north of San Francisco, offers lots of light, water views, a school right down the hill.
So the house used to end right here.
Owners Paul Austin and Tanisha Tate Austin knew it was worth at least $1.3 million based on a 2019 appraisal. But looking to borrow as the housing market heated up, Paul met a new appraiser and showed her around.
And what was the number value? You open up that piece of paper and what is it?
Oh, $998,000.
Less than $1 million.
Less than $1 million.
Which means almost $400,000 less than
Yes.
the appraisal you got a year earlier.
Yes.
And so they applied for a new appraisal, but this time
I'm going to guarantee that I'm going to get the appraisal that my house is supposed to get.
And in the United States, what is your best guarantee of getting the best rate possible?
Being white.
Being white. So they worked to erase themselves from their own home.
All of our art, took that away, pictures of our family, anything that, would resemble that this home belongs to a black family. Just grabbed it all, put it all in the shed, put it all away.
And they asked a white friend to stand in when the new appraiser arrived.
So this time you open the paper and it says what?
1.482.
Yes. $500,000 difference.
Imagine what that money can do for a family. That's seed money for a business. That's a second home you could rent out. That's college tuition. Now, imagine this whole community misses out on those opportunities. It shows that this is a far larger problem than this one address.
Carla Duffy, a homeowner in Indianapolis, told NBC's Priscilla Thompson about using a similar tactic.
I met with two of my girlfriends. Both are married to white men, and I was like, okay, I need to borrow one of y'all husbands.
Her appraisal came back at double the value. A survey of studies of racial disparities in the U.S. mortgage market found that discrimination inhibits upward social mobility of minorities and exacerbates large racial disparities in wealth because home equity is crucial for building wealth. In fact, this community, known as Marin City, was held back for decades. When Paul's family moved here from the South to work in the shipyards, redlining meant it was the only place in the area where African Americans were allowed to buy a home, while white residents could buy and sell anywhere. Today, Marin City's median income is less than $30,000 a year. Neighboring Mill Valley, a mile away, is nearly 3 times that.
In theory, this home should have been your family's escape from that history.
Yes.
Right.
Yes. Like, we shouldn't have had to repeat what my grandparents had to go through, 50 plus years ago. It's frustrating.
Yeah.
Because we're not as far along in America as we think we are.
The original appraiser did not respond to our request for comment. By the time the Austins got the new appraisal, interest rates and terms meant they couldn't borrow the money they wanted, and they're now suing.
Just the process of appraising is a system that creates inequity in our country.
How do we change the system? Will our story be a catalyst to changing, the system that's negatively affecting Black and brown people every day?
Our thanks to Jake Ward for that eye-opening and important report.
And coming up, with holiday travel expected to reach pre-pandemic levels over the next few weeks, a lot of us will be busier and looking for quick snacks on the go.
But what are the healthiest options if we're traveling? Well, our own Vicky Nguyen spoke to an expert on healthy eating habits while on the road. That advice next.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks. Let me get a hint. Do you feel like the bad guy in this? Why should they believe you when they know that people are getting in? Has it been worth it to make this trip? Do you feel like you're giving a green light to politicians? How do you explain why your case has become so important? What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Go ahead. This is it.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from the Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Go ahead. This is it.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
All right, we're in the middle of the holiday travel season, and whether you're heading home to visit family or sneaking in that much-needed week away, this is usually the time to indulge a little. Well, NBC News investigative and consumer correspondent Vicky Nguyen has a few things you can do to make sure you're eating healthy while still enjoying your trip.
It's the holidays, and for many of us, that means packing up a suitcase, standing in long lines, then spending hours sitting on a plane before enjoying indulgent meals. While that could spell disaster for your healthy eating plans, dietitian Lara Metz has a few tips to help keep you on track.
Just like you pack your toothbrush, you should pack your snacks. And don't go into travel season thinking, okay, this is my time to indulge every minute of every day.
To keep healthier options close, Lara packs a snack bag.
What I love to do is I'll pack my little tin of nuts. There's all different varieties of nuts. I would say choose unsalted choices because sodium can bloat you on the airplane. Airplanes can be very dehydrating, so you want to make sure you're drinking tons of water, and trying to choose low sodium options are better. And I'll add nuts to the oatmeal. I can add a banana or even a nut butter, and it becomes a perfect meal or snack. Jerky is one that people think they should stay away from, but there are options on the market that are organic, that are healthier, more nutritious choices. This is a great source of protein and will keep you full throughout the day. Fresh fruit. Bring your own or pick it up at any airport.
If you do buy snack food on the go, she warns labels can be deceiving.
I think people think foods that are touted as fat-free can be healthier. The label may read fat-free, 0 cholesterol, no sugar, but at the end of the day, it's empty calories, so you're not providing much nutrition for your body.
Another pitfall, snacking to pass time during a long layover. This includes treats to keep kids quiet.
We just throw food at our kids to keep them quiet, keep them entertained, but that's not really teaching them how to be in tune with their own hunger levels. So that's one thing that I really encourage. Teach your kids to think about their own hunger, just like you hopefully think about your own.
And while you're on holiday, she says, enjoy yourself. Just do it in moderation.
I try to eat the same way that I eat at home when I'm on vacation, plus enjoying local food and indulging consciously.
She says how you eat on vacation can actually impact how you feel when you get home.
So some people are able to get right back on track post-traveling. Other people, it can actually impact their mental health, their physical health, and it is harder for them to bounce back.
Bottom line, have fun, enjoy your vacation, but just be aware of how and what you're eating while you're away.
And experts say that while you may feel like you overindulged on trips, we actually don't eat as much as we think and usually burn more calories than we realize while on vacation. So there's some great news, and thank you, Vicki, for that report.
Yeah, all right, now to a story of friendship and community. Waiting for the school bus in winter can be a frigid experience. As someone who grew up in Minnesota, I can confirm this.
Yeah, I can't. I'm from San Diego. But for one Rhode Island boy, where of course it's really cold, in a wheelchair, his bus stop just got a whole lot warmer thanks to a high school shop class with a big heart. NBC News Now anchor Tom Yamas has this story.
It's a brisk Monday morning in Rhode Island, and that means 5-year-old Ryder Killam is bundling up for another week at school.
Tony, ready to go?
Ryder was born with spina bifida and uses a wheelchair to get around.
With Ryder being in a wheelchair, unfortunately, it's about 75 feet from the door to the bus. He's not the typical child that can just run out when the bus comes.
That's Tim Killam, Ryder's dad. Initially, he used an umbrella to keep Ryder dry in the mornings, but as the days got colder, the family started looking for a more permanent shelter.
So we actually put a post out on Facebook, just looking for friends that maybe knew somebody that had one that we're no longer using.
That search initially unsuccessful until the students at Westerly High School's construction class stepped up.
Basically, we were contacted by Mr. Killam several weeks ago to possibly take on this endeavor, and we do many projects like this throughout the community, and our first response was absolutely.
Designing and building Ryder a bus stop that was ADA compliant.
I think it's very important for my students to learn not only the aspects of just construction, but of being involved in the community.
The class rushed to get the shelter ready in time for winter, but still found time to add a few personal touches, including this window so Ryder could see the school bus approaching, and a custom sign announcing to the neighborhood, this is Ryder's bus stop. All that hard work paying off this Monday morning.
Good morning, Ryder. How you doing, buddy?
Ryder meeting the class that built his bus stop for the very first time.
That's Mason. He designed it.
It's a cold morning, but that class feeling the warmth from Ryder. And seeing their design complete with an outdoor heater in action.
Wow, that's great. Look at you.
After a quick photo, Ryder heads off to school.
Oh, here comes the bus, Ryder.
That class building not just a roof, but a friendship.
Okay, so Ryder is the best. Thank you, Tom Yamas, for that amazing story.
That's so cute. I love that. Cute little shelter there, too.
Oh, it's adorable.
All right, that does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now. Good morning, I'm Savannah Sellers.
And I'm Joe Fryer. Right now on Morning News Now, presidential visit. President Joe Biden set to tour damage in the aftermath of those devastating storms in Kentucky. The visit comes as dozens are still unaccounted for and thousands are without heat, water, or power.
It's hard for us. Everything we had in the house is gone. I'm just lucky we're here alive and everything.
This morning, we're hearing from one survivor who was inside that candle factory when it collapsed. Trapped for hours, she told us about the decision she says cost lives. Omicron warning. The World Health Organization says the new variant is spreading faster than anything it has ever seen before. Now, some areas in the U.S. are seeing double-digit increases in COVID infections. The two scenarios health experts say we can expect as we head into the winter holidays. Shipping surge. With 10 days to go before Christmas, the nation's largest delivery services are ramping things up. Now we're getting a behind-the-scenes look at the 24/7 operation that makes sure millions of Santa's gifts make it to their destination ahead of the big day. And harvesting change. A century ago, there were about 1 million black farmers. Today, only about 45,000. Now, a little girl who also represents the future of black farming in America is changing that, making history in the process. Looking forward to bringing you that story later on this hour.
A 6-year-old farmer? Amazing.
And she's adorable. All right. We do want to begin this hour tracking the latest on the recovery efforts in Kentucky as President Biden gets set to visit the state and survey the damage firsthand later today.
Yeah, over 100 people remain unaccounted for across the state at this hour, while search and rescue crews work around the clock to give crucial updates to families still holding out hope for their loved ones.
NBC News national correspondent Gabe Gutierrez joins us now from Mayfield, Kentucky with the latest. Gabe, good morning.
Joe and Savannah, good morning. This is just some of the widespread destruction that the president is set to witness firsthand today. Neighborhood after neighborhood shattered. Now, power is slowly being restored to this region, but the governor here expects that authorities will find more victims.
This morning, across Kentucky, a massive outpouring of support after an immeasurable loss.
Everything else you can replace, but family you cannot.
More than 100 people in the state are still unaccounted for. Amid the devastation, Michael Jarboe of Dawson Springs is grateful his 8-year-old son can still meet Santa.
It's hard for us. Everything we had in the house is gone.
But in Kentucky alone, at least a dozen of the 74 people killed are children. In Missouri, 9-year-old Aniston Rackley and her 2 sisters took shelter in a bathtub. 15 minutes after her parents posted this photo, Aniston died in the tornado that ripped through her home.
She was a wonderful, wonderful little girl. And I'm going to miss her so much.
Here in Mayfield, Kentucky's governor says state authorities will investigate what happened inside the town's candle factory, where 8 people were killed and more than 100 were working when the tornado hit.
It hurts so bad, and there's nothing that I can do.
The memory of a lost co-worker still haunts Michaela Emery. She spent 6 hours trapped under a concrete slab.
Did you think that you would make it out alive?
I honestly did not think that they were going to find me.
In her hospital room, she told us what she heard after the first tornado warning came through.
Did hear him say, if you leave, you'll more than likely lose your job.
Do you believe that the supervisor telling them that may have cost lives?
Honestly, I do.
A spokesperson for Mayfield Consumer Products says claims that employees weren't allowed to leave are absolutely untrue. Some of those factory workers were brought to Dr. Scott Wilson and his ER team, who scrambled to treat 85 patients in 12 hours.
All of them had trauma to some degree. Most of them had either been crushed by some sort of object.
And again, President Biden is set to tour the storm damage here in Kentucky later today. Over in Illinois, 2 Amazon employees who work at facilities near the one that partially collapsed tell NBC News that they weren't given very much tornado-specific training and that they were expected to work through tornado warnings. An Amazon spokesperson tells NBC News that new employees did get emergency response training and that it was reinforced throughout the year. Joan, Savannah.
Obviously, a lot of questions still there, and what a powerful image of what is right behind you. Gabe Gutierrez, thank you so much.
While Kentucky and the Midwest recover from those devastating tornadoes, experts are taking a closer look at what caused such a catastrophe. Will these kind of events happen more often in the future? NBC News Now correspondent Dasha Burns has more.
Joe, Savannah, good morning. 15 people were killed here in Warren County, including 2 infants and a 4-year-old boy. And all of this devastation has people wondering why this happened. And could there be more storms like this because of climate change?
In Bowling Green, Kentucky, no words can describe the devastation.
You can see that
These two houses are gone, and then the houses in front of them are gone, so you can directly see the path moving right straight through there.
As the community grieves, many are asking why.
This is the largest event ever in December in terms of severe weather and tornadoes.
Experts are working to understand what fueled these monster storms.
This is very unusual.
Josh Durkee is a meteorology professor at Western Kentucky University.
What happened here?
There was a widespread area conducive to severe weather. There was warm air ushering in a lot of moisture in the lower levels of the atmosphere, and the wind shear set up an environment for storms to tap into that environment and thrive.
The unusual nature of the storms have many wondering if this is a result of climate change.
Climate change is a very complex discussion.
While Durkee can't definitively say climate change is the cause of these storms, he says they may be a consequence. One of the main causes, spring-like temperatures in December, 20 to 30 degrees above the average for this time of year.
Could we see more of these storms because of these warming temperatures?
There are changes in the spatial distributions of tornadoes as well as the tornado frequencies. We are seeing more and more of these types of events that are related to things like climate change.
There may also be a change to what's traditionally deemed Tornado Alley. Experts say it's moving east.
Could we see tornadoes start to impact new places, different places?
Absolutely.
That means more people should get prepared.
I'm going to be working tirelessly to help people find ways to protect themselves, to get the warning, to have a plan, to get low and save your family's life.
Joe Savannah, folks here never expected to see anything like this, but experts say as these storms become more frequent, more and more communities are going to need to have a plan to keep themselves safe. Joe, Savannah?
Important story. Dasha Burns. Dasha, thanks so much.
Turning now to a new warning from the World Health Organization. Officials say the Omicron variant is spreading faster than any previous variant, with over 70 countries now reporting at least one case of the variant. But in the U.S., doctors are still battling the Delta variant that began spreading through the country earlier this year. NBC News correspondent Sam Brock is in Miami with the latest.
Joe and Savannah, good morning. There's now little doubt that we're in the middle of another wave. The big question this morning is how bad is it going to get? The trifecta of Delta surging, Omicron rising, and peak flu season all at the same time is daunting. But health experts say we are in a much better place than most countries. As we brace for another winter bout with COVID, soaring cases from the UK to Africa have the World Health Organization warning people not to be fooled by Omicron's reportedly milder profile.
We are seeing what we have never seen before in an outbreak with this Omicron.
In the U.S., top CDC officials have modeled two scenarios: a massive wave of infections slamming communities as early as January, or a smaller surge of Omicron arriving in the spring. CDC Director Dr. Rochelle Walensky spoke with Savannah and Hoda Tuesday.
Is it more transmissible? Is that the deal?
So it is. It is more transmissible, and we're seeing that in other countries as well, that it's rapidly becoming the more predominant strain.
How much more transmissible? Do you have any metric? Is it 5 times more transmissible than Delta? 1, 2 times?
It's still early, but what we're seeing in some of these other countries is doubling times of about every 2 days or so.
The national picture is increasingly troubling, with around 40 states looking at double-digit increases in COVID infections. In Omaha, Nebraska, hospitalizations are skyrocketing, and healthcare workers are tapping into their reserves.
We just hope that no one else has to experience the things that we've been experiencing, especially lately.
Cornell University going virtual in the middle of finals, reporting over 900 new COVID cases, including a very high percentage of the Omicron variant in fully vaccinated people.
Stafford wants to throw for it.
In the NFL, marquee wide receiver Odell Beckham Jr., who just played in a big Monday Night Football game, one of 9 LA Rams to land on the COVID list 24 hours later. Coach Sean McVay, bewildered.
This has definitely been the most uniquely challenging situation we've dealt with COVID.
Now to a key point about that Pfizer antiviral pill we were telling you about yesterday. It could be approved in a matter of weeks, depending on the FDA. But here's the thing, Joe and Savannah. Pfizer says they have a couple 100,000 treatments so far, which is roughly the equivalent of about 2 days' worth of infections in the United States. They will be producing 80 million over the course of next year. So it's going to help, but not right away. Guys, back to you.
All right, Sam Brock, thank you so much. And let's continue with the conversation right there and bring in Dr. Ebony Jade Hilton for more. She's a professor of anesthesiology and critical care medicine and the co-founder and medical director of Goodstock Consulting. Dr. Hilton, good morning. So where Sam just left off with the Pfizer's antiviral pill is where we'll pick up. It's one of the many tools we now have available to us in this fight against COVID. Obviously, as Sam just said, we don't really have a lot of stock to make a huge dent right now, but is it enough to combat the virus given the spread of Delta and Omicron, especially with what we're hearing lately about how quickly Omicron spreads?
Right. You know, anything we can add to our toolbox is a benefit. And with the Pfizer pill, yes, we see a reduction by 89% for hospitalization or death. But the question is it even accessible to the most disadvantaged of us, right? We know those pills are going to be in pharmacies and in hospital settings, of which we also know that in the most vulnerable communities, they don't have a hospital. They don't have a pharmacy. So how are we making these available to them? And if those mobile vans that were littered across the aisles of grocery stores and the mobile tents that were put up in the churches and in the barbershops have now disappeared in those low-income neighborhoods, then how are those persons going to get access to this Pfizer pill that could potentially save their lives? That's the thing that we have to address in America, especially when literally 60% of all Americans make less than $40,000 a year. Asking them to go and seek these interventions for themselves is a task they may not be able to afford.
A really important point. Now let's talk about vaccines. So a new study published this week shows that all 3 major vaccines in the U.S. may be ineffective against the Omicron variant without a booster. So we know here that the technical definition of fully vaccinated hasn't changed. 2 doses of Pfizer and Moderna, 1 dose of J&J. But does a study like that get us closer to understanding that that definition should potentially change? And what's the importance of that for people to understand, hey, you really need this booster?
Right. I certainly think we need to reconsider whether or not we're going to state this is a 2-dose and a booster versus a 3-dose series with this vaccine. And other countries are already starting to do that. And the important thing is because we know that with our mandates, that's when we saw a boost. It wasn't that necessarily Americans were running to actually get vaccinated in the first place. Many of us were, and I'm grateful for that. But many Americans had to have that push of the mandate in order to say that they were going to get vaccinated. And at this stage, we're only having vaccines, about 2 million vaccine doses a day, and that's including boosters, which lets us know that we're behind the 8 ball. We are not vaccinating nearly enough people. And at this point, if we're seeing doubling of cases in other countries, we had 120,000 new cases yesterday in the United States of America. If that continues to double, people have to realize that death is not the only consequence. What happens when 1 million Americans become affected each week to our economy? We don't have workers if we don't have workers that are well enough or healthy enough to go into work. And that can have a crippling effect. So I really hope corporations start to lean in with the healthcare system to say, we have to get a handle on this and be proactive and not reactive.
All right, so doctor, we talked about this antiviral pill. We talked about the shots. Let's talk about another tool, testing. So a new study actually shows that roughly 40% of people who test positive for COVID are asymptomatic, and more than 60% of confirmed COVID cases among people under 20 were asymptomatic. So one thing, what does that tell us about how COVID affects different age groups now that we're years into this? But also, should we be getting more COVID tests regularly? And I think that's something we were doing, but as we've gotten these shots and everything, it's slowed down a little bit. What do you think about the importance of testing at this point in the pandemic?
Oh, the importance of testing cannot be understated. It really is one of those things where in other countries where they have free tests mailed to their homes so they can test at home and not have to get on that public transport system and potentially infect other people that's on the train while they're going to try to get tested is paramount. But what we also know when we state about this asymptomatic versus symptomatic, again, there's so much with COVID that we don't state as far as the impact that it has on persons, even those mild cases. When someone says, I just lost my taste and smell, that means that the brain is no longer functioning in a proper way. And I cannot get over the fact that people take that as being light, considering the fact that we have studies that are showing that the same biomarkers that are elevated in people with Alzheimer's are elevated in people who have these neuro deficits related to COVID. And so when those 60% of people are 20 and younger, well, we see that Alzheimer's happens more frequently with those population at younger ages.
Dr. Ebony Jade Hilton, so much good information for us this morning. Thank you so much. Good to see you.
Thank you.
Now in Washington, former President Trump's chief of staff, Mark Meadows, has been referred to the Justice Department for possible prosecution. That's after the House voted to hold him in contempt of Congress for refusing to testify before the committee investigating the Capitol insurrection. NBC News senior congressional correspondent Garrett Haake has the latest.
Hey, Savannah and Joe, good morning. This was a historic rebuke of Mark Meadows coming from the same House of Representatives where he served 4 terms before joining the Trump administration. The chair of the January 6th committee says Meadows left lawmakers with no choice, calling his refusal to testify an attack on the rule of law and vowing not to let the facts be buried by a cover-up by former President Trump or his allies.
The yeas are 222. And the nays are 208.
This morning, the House is ramping up the pressure on former President Trump and his allies over January 6th, after voting to hold former Trump Chief of Staff Mark Meadows in contempt of Congress, referring him to the Justice Department for possible prosecution for refusing to testify before the committee investigating the insurrection.
If you're making excuses to avoid cooperating with our investigation, you're making excuses to hide the truth from the American people.
Republicans argue the contempt vote amounts to intimidation and harassment by Democrats.
I hope the American people are paying close attention. I hope they see what happens when Democrats get total power. They abuse it.
But the committee's top Republican, Liz Cheney, says Meadows' testimony is necessary to help the committee determine what she calls a fundamental question, whether former President Trump may have committed what could amount to a crime on January 6th.
And that is whether Donald J. Trump, through action or inaction, corruptly sought to obstruct or impede Congress's official proceeding to count electoral votes.
The investigation has been explosive, revealing that on January 6th, figures across the political world, including Trump's own son and Fox News hosts Laura Ingraham and Sean Hannity, sent texts to Meadows pleading for Trump to intervene. A day after the revelations, Hannity and Ingraham attacking the committee last night.
Do we believe in privacy in this country? Apparently not.
Meadows has also turned over texts from unnamed Republican lawmakers.
Some of those text messages, Madam Speaker, came from members in the chamber right now. POTUS has to come out firmly and tell the protesters to dissipate. Someone is going to get killed.
You heard it there at the end. Unlike with Donald Trump Jr., for example, so far the lawmakers who were texting with Meadows, their names remain hidden. But committee chair Benny Thompson says there won't be any surprises who those lawmakers are when they ultimately reveal the names, adding that they've all been very public with their defenses of what happened on January 6th. Savannah and Joe.
All right, Garrett Haake, thank you so much. And now it is time for another check on your morning News Now weather with our Bill Cairns. Hi, Bill.
Hey, good morning. And still focusing on the storm that hit California first and all of its impacts that are expected today in the middle of the country. California, we had beneficial snow and we also had a lot of heavy rain. We were afraid of getting those burn scars and getting some mud and debris flows. Thankfully, we didn't see too many problems with that. We had a couple of evacuations, but we didn't see a lot of damage or anything like that. So that was on the good side. And, you know, you can see when you get those burn scars, it's just the plants and the vegetation isn't there to hold the soil back. So when you get the water flowing downhill, you know, it's just a big muddy debris mess, and you know, that's exactly what it looks like. All right, so let's get into this incredible weather day we're about to experience today. At 6 a.m. this morning, it was 61 degrees in Des Moines, Iowa. Their record highest temperature ever experienced on this day was 59 degrees. They broke their record high before the sun even came up. That's how extraordinarily warm it's going to be in the middle of the country. So records are going to be widespread from Texas, possibly all the way up through portions of Minnesota. So again, this is almost like the setup we had in Kentucky. It's a very, very unusual December weather pattern. Temperatures are well above average. Tomorrow we'll be close to record highs in even areas of the Northeast. And just like that Kentucky scenario, when you have it this unusually warm, areas that typically don't see severe weather can get it. And we're going to see that today from northern Kansas, especially Iowa, southern Minnesota, and into Wisconsin. We even have a chance of a few strong tornadoes. This is an area of the country that almost never has experienced tornadoes this time of year. And officially in Minnesota, we have never had a confirmed tornado. And if that wasn't bad enough, guys, even with the high winds alone today, we will have millions of people losing power, especially Colorado, Kansas, and into Nebraska. Just an incredible day in the middle of the country.
Oh, my goodness. So much wild weather lately. Bill Cairns, thank you so much. And coming up, the holiday travel rush is almost here. From busiest travel times to gas prices, we're breaking down everything you need to know before you take your holiday hike after the break.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're going to do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The holiday season is a time to spread cheer.
Now the holidays can begin.
And appreciate the ones you love.
From our family to yours.
We're super grateful to these 21 all-star chefs. Cheers, everybody.
Happy holidays from today.
Our week-long journey across America from Washington, D.C., outside of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last one.
Was talking smack part of this? Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
It's an issue dividing communities and influencing elections across the country. An in-depth look at how one small town confronted race and education and how it tore the community apart.
Shame!
This is Southlake. All episodes available now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your newsfeed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. As you, of course, know, the Christmas travel rush is almost here, and AAA predicts more than 109 million people will be traveling 50 miles or more, up 34% from last year. But the big question remains, will airlines be able to repeat their Thanksgiving performance of smooth travel after quite a few issues throughout the year? NBC News correspondent Tom Costello joins us now from outside Reagan National Airport with the latest. Tom, I am taking quite the hike across the country, so I'm hoping you're going to tell me that it is going to be smooth. Good morning.
Well, this is so far so good, right? And I think, as you heard from Bill, the weather is going to be critical over the next 10 days, 2 weeks or so. But listen to the number you just cited. 109 million people traveling over the next month or so. That's a third of the population is going to be going somewhere. Here's the good news if you're driving. Gas prices have already dropped from where they were a month ago or around Thanksgiving. If you're flying, you're going to have a lot of company. Airlines are already, in fact, adding extra flights to handle the passenger loads.
1667, service to Miami.
Wednesday morning, and the countdown is on for the end-of-month travel push. After passing the Thanksgiving test, the airlines are now facing round 2.
They're giving them a long taxi all the way to Alpha 19 and back, so it'll be a while.
And predicting even more passengers will pack planes over Christmas and New Year's, triple last December's passenger levels.
I think we're all a little stir-crazy at this point and willing to buck the crowds in order to get away.
After suffering scheduling and staffing meltdowns in October, then recovering over Thanksgiving, Southwest insists it is on the rebound.
We've already hired 4,000 here in the second half of this year, and we want to hire double that.
They'll need the staff. Nationwide, up to 2.5 million passengers are expected to fly each day through the holidays, while 100 million Americans will drive. The good news, gas prices have dropped 9 cents in a month. Unleaded now averaging $3.32 a gallon, down from $3.41 a month ago, though $1.15 higher than a year ago when few people were driving. The busiest days to travel by ground or air, Thursday, December 23rd, Sunday, January 2nd, and Monday, January 3rd. The biggest threat? Weather. Snow and ice on roads and runways. Mike Hanna runs United's airport ops worldwide.
If you get into bad weather and you've got crews out of position, How do you ensure that the next flight still takes off on time?
We will do swaps and ensure that we're trying to re-choreograph, if you will, our entire network to ensure that we're operating as many flights as possible.
The travel advice this morning: if you're flying, consider trip insurance to cover your costs if COVID interrupts your plans. Check in online and arrive early to breeze through security. With a record 5,700 airport gun confiscations this year, the TSA says leave guns and ammo at home. And one more.
Not to wrap your Christmas presents ahead of time going through security, because if they do alarm, we're going to have to unwrap them.
Wrap your gifts after you arrive.
Yeah, did you get that? After you arrive, so that they don't take your gifts apart while you're here at a TSA checkpoint. Listen, we also need to tell you, airline execs are today facing lawmakers on Capitol Hill. United, Delta, Southwest American. Lawmakers want to know, how did they spend that $56 billion in the Paycheck Protection Program? They got all that money, of course, during the pandemic, so they could keep employees on staff, not fire people. The lawmakers want to know, how did they spend that money? And specifically, if they had that money and they were trying to keep people on staff, why did they have the operational meltdowns that we saw over the summer and into the fall?
Yeah,
Specifically, that was with Southwest and, of course, American Airlines as well. So that's going to be happening today here in Washington. Savannah, back to you.
Absolutely. Oh, my goodness, Tom Costello, I cannot stand wrapping presents. I don't know if I'm alone in that, but I have paper cuts and my back hurts. If I wrapped a present and TSA took it apart, I would have a meltdown. So thank you for that tip. Good to see you.
Okay. All right.
All right, let's now take a look at what's making news around the world this morning. Raf Sanchez joins us again from Bethlehem. Good morning, Raf.
Hey, Savannah. Britain says it will do more to push back on Russia and China in the field of cyberspace. In a new cyber strategy published today, the UK says Russia and China cannot be allowed to dominate in emerging fields like artificial intelligence and quantum computing. And it says to expect more great power competition across the cyber realm. The largest taxi firm in Paris has suspended use of Tesla Model 3s after a fatal accident over the weekend. One person was killed and 20 injured after an off-duty driver lost control of his car. Investigators say they're looking into whether the accident was a technical fault or human error. And finally, Australia is opening its borders just a little after nearly 2 years of COVID closures. Some skilled migrants and foreign students will be allowed into the country starting today. The hope is that that will help boost the economy. But guys, there are real concerns that the borders are opening up just as Omicron is spreading around the world.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, Raf, thank you so much. And now coming up, a longtime soap opera star is fighting back after he was fired for refusing to get vaccinated. The legal action the actor is now taking and why he's now alleging discrimination. And a new study links hormone therapy to lower suicide risk for trans youth. We break down the data and what it could mean for efforts to ban hormone therapy for minors. That's up next.
Do you feel like the bad guy in this? Why should they believe you when they know that people are getting in? Has it been worth it to make this trip? Do you feel like you're giving a green light to politicians? How do you explain why your case has become so important?
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire.
Unnecessary, unjustifiable, illegal.
And good evening from New Orleans, late military operation witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now. Our week-long journey across America from Washington, D.C., outside of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last one.
Was talking smack part of this? Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Welcome back. Steph Curry has accomplished a lot of things in his Hall of Fame basketball career, and now he has another title under his belt. Take a look.
And here's Curry for the record. It's good! There it is! Stephen Curry, the all-time three-point king in the NBA.
As you just heard, Curry has now made more three-point shots than anyone else in NBA history. He surpassed NBA great Ray Allen with his 2,974th career three-pointer during last night's Warriors game against the Knicks at Madison Square Garden. Curry is a three-time champion with Golden State. He's also a seven-time All-Star and two-time MVP. As for the game itself, his Warriors beat the Knicks 105-96. Wow.
That's impressive.
What did I just say? 2,000 something? Holy moly.
I can't make one.
Almost 3,000. Yeah, for real. All right. Now, for 25 years, Ingo Rademacher headlined the iconic soap opera General Hospital. That star turn ended last week when he was fired by ABC for refusing to get vaccinated. Now he's suing, saying the network discriminated against him. NBC News correspondent Vaughn Hilliard has this story.
Goodbye, Curly.
Goodbye. Former General Hospital star Ingo Rademacher suing ABC. The company fired him for their COVID vaccine mandate. Rademacher, who played Jasper Jacks on the daytime soap opera for nearly 25 years.
How do you know all this?
Now arguing that the company's vaccine mandate is unconstitutional and amounts to religious discrimination.
Good morning, guys. So this is my official video to say that I'm no longer on the show.
Rademacher thanking his fans in a goodbye post on Instagram, then getting to his position on vaccines.
If you want to go get the vaccine, get the vaccine. If you think it's going to protect you, that's great. But you should be able to make that choice.
Lawyers for Rademacher in a lawsuit filed against ABC on Monday in Los Angeles, writing, ABC does not have the authority to force medical treatment on its employees against their will. Even if it did, it must offer religious exemptions to the forced treatment to anybody who requests one. It cannot discriminate among religions and cannot second-guess the sincerity of one's religious beliefs. ABC has not replied to NBC News' request for comment.
Where do you see this lawsuit going?
Generally, the cases so far appear to favor state and employer-mandated vaccines, but there is no definitive final word on the issue from the Supreme Court yet.
Just this week, the U.S. Supreme Court refused to block New York's vaccination mandate for healthcare workers, even those claiming religious exemption. But other mandates are still working their way through the lower courts. Rademacher was the second General Hospital star to confirm his departure from the show.
Unfortunately, General Hospital has let me go because of the vaccine mandate. I did apply for my medical and religious exemptions, and both of those were denied.
Actor Stephen Burton, who played Jason Morgan since 1991,
stop talking,
also posted a goodbye video on Instagram in November after he was fired for not getting a shot. Rademacher's lawyers seeking compensation for damages, yet to be determined, but also hoping to set a precedent.
I do not agree with corporations ever being able to mandate a vaccine to keep your job, to keep your livelihood.
All right, thank you to Vaughn Hilliard for that report.
New this morning, a study from the Journal of Adolescent Health found a strong link between gender-affirming hormone therapy and a lower risk of suicide and depression for transgender youth.
Yeah, it's the first ever large-scale study to examine the issue. NBC Out reporter Joe Yorkeba joins us now to discuss this more. Joe, good morning. So walk us through this study. How exactly was it conducted and what did it ultimately find?
Good morning. Yeah, so the research was based on a sample of more than 9,000 transgender and non-binary youths from the ages of 13 to 24, and they provided data on hormone therapy use as part of an online survey that was conducted last year by the Trevor Project, an LGBTQ youth suicide prevention group. And the study found that for people under 18, receiving hormones was associated with nearly 40% lower odds of recent depression and of a past year suicide attempt, which researchers have said is a really significant, strong link.
You know, Joe, this goes along with what we've been talking about for several months now, and anecdotal evidence. When you talk to transgender youth, they tell you when they get that gender-affirming care, it just improves their mental health. How do these findings confirm or differ from the guidance issued by medical organizations that focus on transgender health care?
Yeah, so these findings definitely confirm that medical guidance, which supports transition care for young people and deems it life-saving, medically necessary care. The World Professional Association for Transgender Health, which is widely considered the leading international body in transgender care, recommends starting hormone therapy when an individual reaches the age of legal majority, usually 18. But it also recommends taking a case-by-case approach. So that means that some people might start hormones a little earlier or a little later, and the average age of the Trevor Project sample is consistent with that.
Now, more than 20 states have considered bills banning hormone therapy for trans minors just this year alone. What's the latest with those efforts?
Well, most of those bills have died or stalled in state legislatures. Only 2, Arkansas and Tennessee, have successfully passed those restrictions, but Arkansas's was blocked by a judge in July. And of course, advocates say that those efforts aren't over. They believe that some conservatives will come back with more force in the coming legislative session. Already in Texas, there has actually been a back and forth between the governor, the attorney general, and the Department of Family and Protective Services about whether this kind of care is child abuse and could mean that kids could be taken from their parents. So parents of trans kids are already really bracing for the future, and they're afraid.
We're going to see how this plays out in courts and in legislatures all across the country over the coming months and years.
Yeah, absolutely. Joe, thank you so much.
Turning now to a story of hope in the wake of an unexpected tragedy. The small town of Dawson Springs is coming together after the devastating tornado that touched the ground last weekend left most homes in the neighborhood destroyed. Friends are now searching through one another's rubble to help find any memories left behind. NBC News correspondent Ellison Barber brings us that story.
On a decimated street in Dawson Springs, Kentucky, 15-year-old Taylor Paris is searching for a neighbor's medication.
I don't want to see someone go without anything, so I just want to come out here and help some people.
And he's not the only one. Churches, neighbors, even Santa Claus.
Here I am.
Everyone seems to be chipping in, offering hot meals, clothes, cash, a place to sleep.
The impact for us has been that we are not alone, that everybody is with us, they're surrounding us, they're loving us, they're praying for us, which is something that we really need right now.
Taylor has spent about 3 hours searching this home belonging to his friend's mom, Marshetta Underwood.
He found Ashton's baby pictures and brought them out there to me, and I just cried because that stuff you can't never get back.
Are you surprised? I mean, he's 15.
Yes, because he's a great kid.
Marshetta is still processing everything she's lost, and she doesn't know how she survived.
I'm overwhelmed. I don't know. I mean, this is my life, and it's gone.
She's grateful to be alive and have a few pieces of her most precious memories, thanks to Taylor Paris.
That's his teeth. That's Ashton's baby teeth.
Ellison Barber, NBC News, Dawson Springs, Kentucky.
Love you.
Coming up, stopping retail thefts. We got an inside look at how officers are cracking down on those smash and grab robberies nationwide and tracking down stolen goods online.
And we're taking you behind the scenes at UPS during the busiest shipping season of the year. How they're making sure all those special gifts get to their destinations in time. That's up next.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Go ahead. This is it.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
What is going to happen now?
going back and forth because
Go ahead. This is it.
It's an issue dividing communities and influencing elections across the country. An in-depth look at how one small town confronted race and education and how it tore the community apart.
Shame!
This is Southlake. All episodes available now.
The holiday season is a time to spread cheer. Now the holidays can begin.
and appreciate the ones you love.
From our family to yours.
We're super grateful to these 21 all-star chefs.
Cheers, everybody.
Happy holidays from today.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Oh, yeah, this is it, right? What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
By now, you've probably seen those recent videos of retail stores ransacked by organized thieves.
NBC News investigative and consumer correspondent Vicki Nguyen got an exclusive look inside an undercover sting hunting down those shoplifting rings.
Hey, good morning, Savannah and Joe. You have seen the videos. Thieves walking out with thousands of dollars in merchandise, from clothes to handbags, laptops, and more. So what's behind the rise in organized retail crime, and what is it costing us, the consumers? We investigate.
Stores hit by organized retail crime, theft rings that scout, plan, and execute high-value heists, from drugstores to brand-name merchandise. Theft costs the retail industry more than $70 billion a year.
To show you what's at stake, I'm here in Perrysburg Township, Ohio. It's a small suburb of Toledo, and I'm surrounded by stolen goods that officers purchased in undercover operations. Joining me now is Detective Sergeant Todd Curtis. Tell us why this small town is such a hot spot for organized retail crime.
Well, Perrysburg Township is located in the area they call the Crossroads of America, which is I-80, 90, and I-75. Thieves can jump off the interstate, hit the stores, steal the product, and be back on the interstate.
Curtis leads a team of 3 detectives who respond almost daily to organized retail crime and track stolen goods online. Curtis says they often end up on Facebook Marketplace. That's where officers found this power tool set for $350, $200 less than retail at Home Depot. Our cameras were there for the undercover buy.
What's up? This is unopened? Yeah, yes, sir. Transact to.
But police arrest him, saying he's a fugitive wanted for aggravated robbery in Columbus and for buying these tools with a stolen credit card.
90% of our investigations actually involve an online marketplace.
Kyle Pennoyer is Senior Manager of Investigations for Home Depot. They've locked up high theft products, and now they're testing new technology.
Bluetooth activation, the tool is useless until it's paid for.
He says online resale makes it easy for criminals to hide and profit.
Can the online marketplaces do more to thwart these crimes? Should they do more?
I think so. We would like to see that go back to the online marketplaces to do a better job of vetting the people that are selling on their platform.
In a statement, a spokesperson for Facebook says, in part, we prohibit the sale of stolen goods on our platform and use a number of tools to prevent this kind of fraud. We encourage people to report suspicious listings. Curtis says these crimes cost all of us.
We're all paying more. It's all affecting all of us, all the consumers who are honest.
New legislation similar to a law already on the books in Arkansas recently passed the State House in Ohio. It's meant to help limit the sale of stolen merchandise. It would require online markets like Facebook to confirm the identity of sellers. About a dozen states have similar legislation that is pending. Back to you guys.
All right, fascinating look. Thank you so much, Vicki Nguyen. And now it's time for our CNBC Money Minute, the biggest financial headlines of the day and why they matter to you. And Silvana Henao is back this hour. Hey, Silvana.
Hey, good morning. So Google has told employees they will lose pay and eventually be fired if they don't follow COVID vaccination rules. That's according to an internal memo seen by CNBC. Employees had until December 3rd to upload proof of vaccination or apply for a medical or religious exemption. Google says those who haven't complied by January 18th will be placed on paid leave for 30 days, followed by unpaid leave for up to 6 months and termination. Google delayed its return to office plans earlier this month. Meanwhile, Neiman Marcus is weighing a plan to split the luxury retail chain into 3 different businesses. The New York Post reports Neiman would separate its website from its stores and spin off Bergdorf Goodman. Neiman may be looking to maximize growth from its website, freeing it from the burden of its struggling stores. It has 37 stores in 17 states and the sole Bergdorf Goodman store in Manhattan. And Tesla CEO Elon Musk getting into it with Senator Elizabeth Warren on Twitter over taxes. Warren calling out Musk in a tweet calling the tax code rigged, saying it should change, quote, so the person of the year will actually pay taxes and stop freeloading off everyone else, end quote. To that, Musk, in a series of tweets, responded that he will pay more in taxes than any American in history this year. Musk adding, don't spend it all at once. Oh, wait, you already did. Musk's tax bill for 2021 could exceed $10 billion if he exercises all his options due to expire next year. Back to you.
Well, we knew him getting that title would be a hot button issue, as it always is with him, just like SNL all the time. But that's quite the back and forth. All right, Silvana, thank you so much.
You got it.
Now, the heat is certainly on for delivery services to bring your holiday gifts on time, with just a week and a half to go until Christmas. Online sales expected are to jump up to 15% this year. Today, co-anchor Al Roker got to see firsthand how services like UPS are working overdrive this season. Take a look.
It needs help.
And where are the elves?
You are the elves. Elves wearing brown. I like that. I like that.
Around here, it's a 24-hour, 7-day operation. During the holidays, this UPS hub in Stratford, Connecticut delivers 60,000 packages a day, double the normal workload. 500 employees fill the warehouse, including Jenny Rosado. She's been a UPS driver here for more than 30 years.
Jenny, this when you're up this high, you get a sense of how huge this place is.
Up above the package cars, holiday gifts are prepped for distribution.
Everything comes down in a bag like this, so they'll dump them, and what happens is they go down here, right, and they roll into this, and then I'm going to show you over here. This is what we call the matrix.
Ooh, the matrix. I like it.
And the matrix, what it does, so it separates them. And then when we go down here, Al, it lines them up. But
they're all over the place, and they all end up going in there.
So it doesn't matter if they're upside down, because when we go over here, you see that lighting over here with the blue? It has a 360 camera on it. So it can scan the package.
No matter which way it is.
No matter which way it is. We can process probably about between like 5,000 to 10,000 packages an hour on here.
Next up, packages are labeled with UPS locator codes, assigning each one to a specific route.
Man, it's like a labeled version of 3-card Monty.
The package then slide into an assigned bag before being loaded into the package cars.
So this is my truck.
Jenny's been driving the same route for 10 years. She says her customers and their pets have become like family.
During the pandemic, you were probably the only outside person people were seeing.
Listen, I had people who were like, wanted to come out and talk to me because they were tired of talking to their families, okay? They're like, I am done with them. I don't even want to see them.
And you're thinking, I'd love to stay and chat, but I got more packages to go.
Because you need some toilet paper.
But it's not just Jenny who lends a helping hand. In 2017, when Hurricane Maria ravaged Puerto Rico, Jenny's sister lost her home. The customers on Jenny's route started a GoFundMe, raising more than $10,000 to help her sister.
That obviously speaks volumes about how your customers feel about you.
I know they cared, but I know they love me too, and I love them. I really, truly do. I see these people every day.
And each day before she heads out, Jenny joins the daily driver's meeting. I was invited to lead the daily stretch. They do it to prevent injury, since they're so often carrying heavy loads. My favorite stretch?
You're going to put your left foot in. You're going to take your left foot out. You're going to shake it all about.
And then there's the weather forecast and my best safety tips.
Roads are a little wet, so you want to allow yourself a little extra stopping time. And of course, when we come up to a corner, what do we do? Left, right, left. All right, let's go out there. Let's get some packages. Yeah!
Okay, as if we need any more confirmation that Al Roker is the absolute best. Thank you for that wonderful report. And coming up, changing the face of farming with diversity in farming shrinking. We'll introduce you to one little girl who's making history at just 6 years old. And a royal reveal. A documentary is taking a deeper look at the life of the late Prince Philip from the people who knew him best. That story's up next.
Your apron for a new podcast, Cooking Up a Storm with Al Roker.
My forecast, yummy.
Some of the best chefs share family secrets to get you ready for a holiday feast.
This is fun. Bringing the heat for the holidays.
Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Another giant leap for mankind.
They want folks to shelter in place until this storm pushes through.
This new travel requirement, is it possible we're going to see tighter restrictions?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You were some resilient folks. Let me get a hint. We began our Cross America journey tonight, St. Louis, Austin, here in Nashville. From Washington, D.C., the site of our nation's capital, you rarely see. It's your last one. Was talking smack part of this? What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community? What is going to happen now? Going back and forth because go ahead. This is it, right? Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You were some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
Welcome back. America's small business owners come from diverse backgrounds, but that's not always something that can be said for farmers. There's one particular small business owner who's trying to change that trend. NBC News Now anchor Joshua Johnson has her story.
Meet Kendall Johnson from Atlanta. She's 6 years old, and she just made history as one of the youngest farmers in Georgia to be certified by the USDA. To obtain her certification, she founded an organization called Agroculture. Yep, this first grader is already a business owner. When she's not growing her favorite vegetables, Kendall is visiting local schools and educating other kids at farming events. She's about as passionate as they come.
Carrots, they are delicious. If you eat a carrot, you actually eat the root because carrots are rooted vegetables.
Kendall Johnson is part of a shrinking community, Black farm workers. According to the USDA, there are 3.4 million farmers in the United States overall. Only about 45,000 are Black. A century ago, there were about 1 million. And it's not just the farmers that are disappearing, the farms are too. Back in 1910, Black farmers owned between 16 and 19 million acres of land. Today, 90% of that land is gone. White farmers own virtually all of America's farmland. John Boyd is president of the National Black Farmers Association. He blames this partly on lending practices, like what he experienced firsthand.
And he said, well, I'm not going to lend you any of my money. He spat on me during one loan application session. He said when USDA came out to investigate him, I was filing complaints during these periods of time. He said, well, did you spat on John Boyd? He said, yes, but I accidentally missed my spat can. Did you call him these racial epithets? And do you have a problem making loans to Black farmers? He said, well, yes, I think that Black farmers are lazy and look for a paycheck on Friday.
In a statement, a USDA spokesperson told NBC News, quote, "The history of systemic racism and discrimination against Black farmers has been well documented and found to adversely impact access to and the equitable delivery of USDA programs, particularly in the farm loan programs. Congress and USDA are actively working to address these systemic issues," unquote. Even without overt racism, Kendall's parents say the logistics of getting started are also tough.
To us, you got to do the research, you got to dig, you got to call them a million times, ask a million different types of questions. That's the discouraging part for some people who want to farm, is finding out the information of how to get started or how to continue, how to get the funding.
As for current farmers, this year's COVID relief bill included financial support for farmers of color, $4 billion worth. Some Republican lawmakers called that provision a kind of reparations.
In this bill, if you're a farmer, your loan will be forgiven up to 120% of your loan, not 100%, but 120% of your loan if you're socially disadvantaged, if you're African American, some other minority. But if you're white person, if you're a white woman, no forgiveness. That's reparations. What does that got to do with COVID?
Back in April, a group of white farmers sued for racial discrimination. A federal court in Florida issued a preliminary injunction. That halted the debt relief program nationwide. And in August, the U.S. Department of Justice declined to appeal the injunction. Instead, the department said it would defend the program in district courts. John Boyd has a message for the white farmers behind the lawsuit.
I've been characterized, based on the way I've looked my whole life, did they receive any type of treatment like that from the United States Department of Agriculture?
For now, Kendall Johnson is working on her first book, aimed at getting kids excited to dig in the dirt. She may represent the future of Black farming, making it look so simple, a child could do it.
So you eat the leaf part and then take the stem part, put it back in the dirt, and regrows into a new collard green.
Okay, so that was amazing and adorable, and our thanks to Joshua Johnson for that incredible story. Now, the British royal family is getting together on screen in a new documentary to pay tribute to the late Prince Philip, and Joe has got this story for us.
That's right. The project airing on Discovery Plus is called Prince Philip, the Royal Family Remembers, and it features interviews with Prince Charles, his wife Camilla, and both his sons, William and Harry. Here's an exclusive first look.
In this documentary, members of the royal family open up about what the late patriarch meant to them.
From my grandmother's perspective, to have someone like that on your shoulder for 73 years of marriage, it doesn't get better than that. The two of them together were just the most adorable couple. I don't know if anyone's ever described them as adorable, but to me, knowing the cheekiness of him and knowing that behind what the world sees, you have two individuals who were, very much in love, and both who, at a very young age, dedicated their life to service. The places that these two traveled, the things that they saw, the experiences that they went through, that is an incredible bond between two people.
His Royal Highness had come to see for himself what this ice-bound region inhabited by seals and penguins was like.
Prince Charles recalling his father's sense of adventure that cultivated a lifelong desire to care for the planet.
He did so many expeditions. He understandably became extremely worried about them. More than anything else, the loss of habitat.
The family also remembering his kindness, his humor, and the importance of family to the prince.
What you see is what you got with my grandfather, the authenticness of him. He was unapologetically him.
He's always been the sort of heart of the family and always been a huge presence behind everything we've done, really.
If I could live half the life that he lived, I'd be extremely happy. And we were lucky to have him for nearly 100 years.
Prince Philip, the Royal Family Remembers, starts streaming on Discovery Plus tomorrow. Savannah?
All right, thanks, Joe. And that does it for this hour of Morning News Now, but the news continues right now.
Good Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Right now on Morning News Now, touring the devastation. President Biden is heading to Kentucky today to get a first-hand look at the damage left behind from last week's tornadoes. The much-needed help from around the country as those affected start to dig through what's left and what we're learning about the president's visit. In contempt, the House votes overnight to hold former Trump Chief of Staff Mark Meadows in contempt of Congress for refusing to answer questions about the Capitol riots. What's next in the January 6th investigation, and if Meadows could now face criminal charges.
And in the United States, what is your best guarantee of getting the best rate possible?
Being white. Being white.
Real estate racism. A couple says their home was appraised for more than $500,000. More after they took out family pictures and anything showing they were black. Why this problem is bigger than one address, and the couple's fight to make sure others get the money they deserve. Plus, healthy holidays. It's the season of sweets and big meals, but if you're traveling this holiday season, what are the best foods to eat on the road or at the airport? We'll break down the best on-the-go snacks to help keep you on track. I think especially during the holiday season, it's about the snacks and the drinks and the whole thing.
Exactly.
Sweets.
And then you're traveling and there's not exactly tons of healthy options at the airport or at the gas station.
Exactly.
So.
But we'll give you some tips to try to stay on track. We begin this morning, though, with the latest on the aftermath of those devastating tornadoes in Kentucky.
President Biden is expected to tour multiple parts of the state today to see the damage and destruction caused by the storms.
The president's visit comes as the wheels of recovery begin to turn across Kentucky as communities band together to pick up the pieces of what's left.
It is extremely important right now for neighbors helping neighbors. You know, this is a special place. These are special people who have lost dear friends. You're in small town America. And here in small town America, everyone knows everybody, literally. And now what we're seeing is the goodness of the people in this town, but also the goodness of people outside of this town, across the United States. I've had people coming from New York, Florida, Alabama.
NBC News White House correspondent Monica Alba is helping us cover the president's trip to the state today. So, Monica, we know the president will be on the ground in Kentucky this morning to survey the damage firsthand. Where is he expected to visit today? What's the main purpose of the visit?
Well, the president is going to make a couple of different stops, Joe. He's going to first be going to Fort Campbell to get a briefing on these devastating storms. And then he's going to be visiting, of course, these communities that were so hard hit, Mayfield and Dawson Springs specifically, where he will be traveling, meeting with local officials, of course, the governor of Kentucky, who he's been in regular touch with over the last couple of days since those storms hit on Friday night. And then, of course, he will also be talking to people affected by this, displaced, who've lost loved ones. And he will be going in this capacity as not just commander-in-chief overseeing the recovery effort, but consoler-in-chief, trying to help these families through an absolutely unimaginable experience. And what's notable about these kinds of visits is that the White House is always very sensitive to the timing. They don't want to go and detract from everything that's happening on the ground with emergency operations, still trying to help people search, recover, and of course then pivot to rebuilding. There's so many Secret Service agents who travel with him, and this expanded footprint, they don't want to, again, take away from any of that. So this was at the request of the officials on the ground, and the president said he just wants to go to help however he can and to remind people that the White House and the federal government will be with them for as long as it takes in this effort.
Now, Monica, when it comes to the federal response from the White House, I mean, we know presidents often get scrutinized for how they handle natural disasters like this. Has President Biden stated how involved he wants to get in the response, or is he deferring to Governor Andy Beshear and local leaders for this recovery effort?
He is deferring more to those on the ground, and he's essentially saying, we're not going to walk away from you and whatever you need. He has, of course, offered all the resources of FEMA. There will be natural disaster centers that are set up, some affordable housing options for those who've lost everything and are trying to figure out what comes next. And then, of course, the Department of Homeland Security, Secretary Mayorkas has been on the ground also trying to streamline some of these federal agencies in the response. So the president has said, essentially, I will be as involved as you want me to be. I'm here to offer assistance, but again, that for anybody who wants help, the federal government will be there. And he will be going there again to offer this message of looking to the future, rebuilding, and also looking a little bit at what happened. And did people have enough of a warning? Were there things that could have been improved? And are there other ways for the federal government to step in and try to see if there are better things to do if these storms happen again in the future, which is something the president has indicated is highly likely?
Yeah, I mean, let's talk more about that, Monica. I mean, this is not the first time President Biden has had to make a trip to tour the damage left after a natural disaster. Does this add more urgency to his push for climate change reforms?
It's certainly a part of the overarching pitch and message here. Of course, the president will say first and foremost, he is worried about the families. He's talked so much about his concern for the mental health of people who went through these devastating December storms, who have to come out of this and figure out how to essentially piece back together their lives. But he will also be talking about the fact that this is something that cannot be ignored, that climate change and the warming of the planet, something that the president has said he wants to commit a lot more money and programs to combating, is something that could create, like what we just saw take place in this region. And the president will be careful, I'm told by White House officials, to make that exact linkage, that we still need more information. But bottom line, he will say what's clear is that we need to do more. And that is what he's hoping he can do with his massive climate and social spending plan, which, as you both know, is still tied up in Congress.
All right, Monica Alba, thank you so much for kicking us off this morning. And we will have more from on the ground in those states later in our show. Turning now, though, to the growing tensions in New York over the newly enacted mask mandate. Several county leaders are pushing back against Governor Kathy Hochul's decision to require that masks be worn indoors when proof of vaccination isn't mandatory. The resistance comes as cases in New York are skyrocketing, up 58% since Thanksgiving. NBC News correspondent Antonia Hilton joins us now from Mineola, New York, with more. Antonia, good morning. So this isn't the first time county leaders in Long Island, which is where you are expressing reluctance over New York COVID protocols. What are you hearing from county executives now about why they feel this mask mandate can't or shouldn't be enforced?
Good morning, Savannah. You're right. Here in Long Island, there have long been tensions, but it's not just county executives here in Long Island. In other parts of New York, there's a group of county executives who've come forward to express their anger with this new mask or vax mandate from the governor. And their concerns really center around resources. Consistently, as I've spoken to them, they've told me that they feel their resources in terms of public health are right now really stretched thin and focused on vaccination. One county executive told me that he's had to pull in workers from other departments who don't have backgrounds in public health to run vaccination clinics, for example. So he said, you know, theoretically, that means he has to pull some of those folks to now start going by businesses, monitoring to see who's complying, and potentially leveling fines against small businesses in the midst of the holidays. And frankly, that's a position that these county executives say they don't want to be in at this time. Take a listen to my conversation with Mark Molinaro. He is the county executive of Dutchess County.
We have no resources to dedicate to this enforcement, and the mandate is unnecessary. Again, I truly believe that people ought to make the smart choice for themselves, assess risk, and make decisions. That includes, in certain circumstances, wearing a mask. This is not necessary at this time. County governments don't have the resources to divert.
There's also some politics involved here. You know, what I heard from Mark was that there's also frustration purely that the governor didn't reach out to these county executives before the announcement came out. And they wish that they had been involved. They had had the opportunity to voice their concerns about, you know, flexibility for their communities or what their needs might look like. And so some of this is about the application on the ground, and some of it is also bitterness over their communication with the governor's office, Savannah.
And Antonia, it seems like it's also, in some cases, kind of about mistrust about whether these mandates are necessary in the first place. I know mistrust tends to be a big theme here with COVID across the country, whether it comes to these mandates or the vaccines. But tell us more about some of the fatigue county leaders are seeing and why that may be leading to this mistrust.
There is an immense amount of fatigue. I have been reporting on this over the last several weeks throughout New York, in New England, and consistently what I'm hearing from folks on all sides of the political spectrum is that they are tired. They were really hoping that at this stage their lives would get a little bit more back to normal, that they could have their holiday parties and feel okay about it. And then when it comes to county leaders, they're hearing those complaints from their constituents. And, you know, one county leader named Ed Day of Rockland County, who has fought a measles outbreak over the last several years, told me that, you know, I had a message out there to the community, right, that vaccination would be their ticket out of this, their freedom. And now I feel I'm in a position where, that hasn't turned out to be true, and it makes things complicated, makes tension on the local level. And this is sort of why they wanted more conversation with the governor about what types of actions might make sense as we're in the middle of this winter surge. Take a listen to my conversation with Ed Day.
People look at this and they feel they've been lied to. They were told vaccination would set them free, not the case. And okay, I understand that can happen. Like the flu, for example. Those vaccinations aren't all encompassing, but don't tell the people they will be when you don't know. That's exactly what this order is doing. It's confusing people. It's not the way to lead the people.
Ed Day's community in Rockland is actually a pretty highly vaccinated community. About 85% of people who are 18 years or up are already vaccinated. And he says he wants to keep the message focused on vaccination, on the clinics that they have available. They want to get the last remaining residents their shots, and they don't want to be sharing that messaging or splitting resources with, mask enforcement efforts right now. Savannah.
All right, Antonia Hilton, great reporting. Thank you so much.
Let's bring in Johns Hopkins Center for Health Security senior scholar, Dr. Amish Adalja. Good morning, doctor. So we just heard Antonia break down COVID in New York. Cornell University, which is some 200 plus miles from New York City, has just set its COVID alert level to red after more than 900 students tested positive for COVID since December 3rd. Many of them with Omicron, fully vaccinated. Some even had the booster. So is New York once again becoming a COVID hotspot? How concerned should we be?
I think you have to separate cases from hospitalization. So the issue going on Cornell's campus is not going to be one that ends up really causing hospitalizations, because those are all individuals who likely have mild illness. Cornell is a place where there's a vaccine mandate. My brother is a professor there. It's interesting the way these universities have responded to it, because I don't really see off ramps for what they do there. And I think there's one thing if you're going to suspend classes because it's become too disruptive because too many people are on quarantine. But I think we've got to get to a point where we realize COVID-19 is going to ebb and flow. There's going to be spikes. We're going to have this issue for a long, long time. And the goal is to keep those cases from turning into hospitalization. So we've got to look at what's going on when you see cases and not just automatically assume this is like January of 2020, because we have a lot of tools, we have a lot of knowledge, and the goal really is to keep people out of the hospital.
Now, the World Health Organization says it's worried we're underestimating the impact that Omicron will have on our healthcare system, even if it is suspected to be less severe than the Delta variant. Let's take a listen to this.
The reality is that Omicron is probably in most countries, even if it hasn't been detected yet. Omicron is spreading at a rate we have not seen with any previous variant. We're concerned that people are dismissing Omicron as mild.
Doctor, are we underestimating this variant, and are we doing enough to keep our healthcare systems from collapsing or struggling even more?
Well, right now, our hospitals are struggling with Delta. Delta still makes up the majority of people that are hospitalized, the majority of people that are dying in this country. Omicron is going to come, and specifically for those people who are not vaccinated, it is going to infect them, and it is going to, if they're at high risk, land them in the hospital. And I think that's what we have to think about, because when you look at the Pfizer vaccine data, 2 doses is sufficient to protect you against hospitalization. And I think that's good news, but we still have about 60 million people who are eligible to be vaccinated who are not. And some of those people have high-risk conditions. So that's what our messaging, that's what we have to really focus on, is getting the number of susceptible people down by getting first and second doses into people. And I think that's going to be the challenge as we face Omicron or any other variant, is that swath of the population that has not been vaccinated, that is high risk for hospitalizations. They are what are holding our hospitals hostage.
That still remains a huge priority 1 year after the first vaccine shots were given out. All right, Dr. Amish Adalja, thanks so much. Appreciate your expertise.
To Capitol Hill now, where the House voted overnight to hold former Trump Chief of Staff Mark Meadows in contempt of Congress. This comes after he refused to answer questions about the January 6th insurrection. The Department of Justice will now consider a possible criminal charge. Speaking during the debate yesterday, committee chair Benny Thompson accused Meadows of being part of a cover-up.
If you're making excuses to avoid cooperating with our investigation, you're making excuses to hide the truth from the American people about what happened on January 6th. You're making excuses as part of a cover-up. And if you echo these excuses, if you base your arguments on these excuses, if you adopt these excuses as your own to explain why you won't take action, then you're part of that cover-up too.
NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ali Vitale joins us now, of course, to break this all down. Ali, good morning. So Committee Vice Chair Liz Cheney was one of only 2 Republicans who voted in favor of this. And during last night's debate, her key arguments really centered on these thousands of documents that Meadows himself handed over before he stopped cooperating. So tell us what she focused on in that debate.
Yeah. Exactly. The focus has been, both from Cheney and others on the committee, on the thousands of documents like text messages and emails that they already got from Mark Meadows, things that he deemed non-privileged. Because remember, you and I spent yesterday and all of this week talking about the fact that for Meadows, he says that the reason he can't continue moving forward with the committee is because he says that the things that he would have to talk about are under executive privilege. What we saw from the committee yesterday was them talking all about the things that they got that were privileged, but that they still want to ask him about. And we also heard from more of these members, including Cheney last night, of more text messages that we weren't yet aware of and what they said. Listen to some of the things that she said during the debate last night.
Some of those text messages, Madam Speaker, came from members in the chamber right now. Mark, one member said, he needs to stop this now. In all caps, tell them to go home. POTUS has to come out firmly and tell the protesters to dissipate. Someone is going to get killed. All of these texts are non-privileged. They are texts that Mr. Meadows has turned over, and they are evidence of President Trump's supreme dereliction of duty for 187 minutes.
So, Savannah, we know now Fox News hosts, other journalists, and now lawmakers who were still in that chamber last night on the Republican side of the aisle. Those are the text messages that Meadows was receiving on January 6th.
Now, Ali, the only other Republican who voted in favor was the only other Republican actually on the committee investigating this, Representative Adam Kinzinger. In the end, Cheney couldn't persuade more of her Republican colleagues to vote with them. So what are those who voted against this motion, having those same documents, knowing them, having that report that ultimately came out of them? What are they saying?
Yeah, we've heard this from Republicans before. Take a listen.
Here we go again. For the first time in history, Democrats have complete control over a select committee. I hope the American people are paying close attention. I hope they see what happens when Democrats get total power.
They know this is wrong. We've all served with this guy. He is co-sponsored. He's done more work with Democrats than probably any Republican. We all know what a good man he is, and this is as wrong as it gets. You all know it. But your lust for power, your lust to get your opponents is so intense, you don't care.
Yeah, so you heard there Congressman Jim Banks and Jim Jordan defending Mark Meadows against this contempt referral. I think what's really interesting is we've seen contempt referrals over the course of the last few months come to the floor before, specifically for Steve Bannon, and that was one where 9 Republicans joined with Democrats to vote that out and send it over to the Department of Justice. In this instance, though, we only saw the 2 Republicans who were actually on the January 6th committee. It strikes me, especially when you consider that some of the Republicans who voted for Steve Bannon, they did so simply to preserve and enforce the power of a congressional subpoena so that if they take the majority when they're on the committees, their subpoenas will be respected. So pretty interesting the way that this one ended up breaking down, especially because this is someone with close proximity to the former president with a different and perhaps stronger claim of executive privilege and also a former member of Congress.
Who also passed along quite a bit of information, and now it's in the hands of the Justice Department to potentially file that criminal charge. Ali Vitale, thank you so much.
More fallout from the January 6th insurrection. Washington, D.C.'s Attorney General has filed a civil lawsuit against the Proud Boys and Oath Keepers for their alleged roles in the Capitol Hill riot, which the suit describes as a, quote, coordinated act of domestic terrorism. NBC News national security correspondent Ken Delanian joins us now with more on this. So, Ken, the Proud Boys and Oath Keepers have already been sued by lawmakers and Capitol Police. Tell us how this lawsuit's different and what it alleges those groups did.
Good morning, Joe. This is the first lawsuit by a government agency against these groups making these allegations. And what it alleges is that these groups and these individual defendants conspired to disrupt and hinder through violence the peaceful transition of power through essentially an act of domestic terrorism. And it cites really a lot of the evidence we've already seen in these federal court cases. Most of the defendants in this lawsuit have already been charged with crimes. It doesn't break new ground on the question of was there an active conspiracy to attack the Capitol, but there's plenty of evidence that people conspired to commit violence that day, and that's what this lawsuit cites, Joe.
So, Ken, if they are found guilty, how big of a financial penalty might we see? Is there any indication they could even afford to pay up?
That's a great question. So in the Charlottesville case, using this similar 1871 Ku Klux Klan law, there was a $26 million verdict of damages against those various defendants. So the damages here could be gigantic, really. And the Attorney General of Washington, D.C. said it would be fine with him if it bankrupted these far-right organizations. That's in many ways the goal here, Joe.
All right. Ken Delaney and Ken, thanks so much. Appreciate it. Time for a check on your morning news now. Weather?
Oh.
Maybe. Or maybe not. There's Bill.
That was interesting. Hi, Bill.
I just played a little joke.
There's the usual family squares.
Ben wanted to see, or Bill wanted to see if we noticed color bars were up instead of him.
Exactly. Good job. You guys are paying attention this morning.
That was your quiz for today.
Everyone needs to pay attention in the yes. Everyone needs to pay attention in the middle of the country. This is going to be a very dangerous weather day, unfortunately. Tomorrow morning, I can almost promise you your first story of the day, your weather headline, your news headline will be the storm today. So let me show you. The storm is now currently moving into Colorado. This is going to be a multifaceted, what we call a multi-hazard weather event. So we're going to get severe storms. It's unbelievable. We have snow on the ground in southern Minnesota, and we could have tornadoes later tonight. It's never happened in Minnesota's history before. That area of red is a moderate risk of severe storms. We're not going to see long track tornadoes like we did in Kentucky, but we could see very high winds and tornadoes that move from areas like Des Moines and Ames back up towards southern portions of Minnesota, including Mankato and over towards La Crosse. So that's 9 million people. So that's one facet. And there's that record. We have never had a confirmed tornado in Minnesota in the month of December, and we could possibly have that later on today. I mean, this is just unheard of. I mean, we have April-like conditions out there, and we have almost 90 million people, almost 1 in 3 Americans is under a high wind warning or high wind watch because of the extreme winds with this storm system. We are going to see wind damage in areas that have sunny skies. It is going to be incredible today in Boulder, Denver, Pueblo. We're going to see wind gusts that will be the equivalent of like a Category 1 hurricane. That's going to happen right around noon today, especially in Colorado, and then into the afternoon this evening as we head into the Central Plains. And if that wasn't enough, because it is so windy, it's so warm and so dry, remember all the brush has dried up from the summer, we have an extreme risk of wild and brush fires today. Imagine if we get any fires that form in the dry conditions, and then you have 80 to 90 mile per hour winds pushing those embers and those flames. So they're very concerned if any fires form today that they would rapidly spread. So guys, yes, this is a wild weather map for 10 days before Christmas. We'll talk more about the record heat, but just the fact that we have a chance of tornadoes in areas that currently have snow on the ground is mind-boggling.
Yeah, I've lived in Minnesota most of my life and can't ever imagine a tornado in December, so that's interesting. All right.
Scary stuff. Thank you, Bill. See you in a bit.
Thanks, guys. Coming up, it has been 9 years since 26 students and teachers were killed at Sandy Hook Elementary School.
And what should have been a day of remembrance for the community turned into a day of concern, with threats causing schools in the area to go remote. Next, a closer look at the disturbing and growing trend of threats of violence at schools across the country.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
In the City of Angels, 2 kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Do you feel like the bad guy in this?
Why should they believe you when they know that people are getting in?
Has it been worth it to make this trip?
Do you feel like you're giving a green light to politicians? How do you explain why your case has become so important?
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from the Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
Tuesday marked 9 years since the tragic Sandy Hook Elementary School shooting. Connecticut flags were flown at half-staff in honor of the 20 children and 6 educators killed in the attack. And while the parents of these victims have called for an end to school shootings, classes in Newtown were virtual yesterday due to potential new threats of violence against another generation of students. NBC News correspondent Ann Thompson has more.
In Newtown, Connecticut, where 9 years ago people vowed never again, after 20 children and 6 adults were killed at Sandy Hook Elementary.
You're supposed to come to these towns to be safe. That's why we moved here.
School was remote because it's happened again and again and again. The most recent deadly school shooting last month at Michigan's Oxford High School, killing 4 students, sparking threats of violence across the country and in Connecticut.
What do these spikes in school violence tell us about the mental health of our children?
That it's not good, and that they have needs that aren't being met, and we need to rise to the occasion and meet those needs.
In Newtown, 154 rounds were fired in less than 5 minutes, killing 6 and 7-year-olds. Bills banning assault weapons and expanding background checks for online and private gun show sales were defeated in the U.S. Senate, acknowledged by President Biden in a video.
It was so darn frustrating, and it's still frustrating now for you and me and so many others.
The parents of the accused Oxford school shooter appeared in court for a probable cause hearing. They are charged with involuntary manslaughter for allegedly allowing their 15-year-old son access to the gun he used to kill his classmates. They have pleaded not guilty. There have been 31 school shootings this year with injuries or deaths, the most in a year. Newtown's legacy still haunting America. Ann Thompson, NBC News.
All right, and thank you, Ann Thompson, for that report.
Let's take a look at what's making news around the world this morning.
Raf Sanchez joins us now from Bethlehem. Good morning, Raf.
Savannah, Joe, good morning. The leaders of Russia and China were scheduled to hold a video call today amid rising tensions with the West. The call between Vladimir Putin and Xi Jinping comes amid a standoff at the Ukrainian border and growing criticism of China in Washington over human rights. The Kremlin said it was facing very aggressive rhetoric from NATO. In Hong Kong, dozens of people had to be rescued from the roof of a burning skyscraper. The 38-story office building caught fire yesterday afternoon, and firefighters spent hours fighting the blaze. At least 12 people were taken to hospital. Thankfully, no one was killed. And finally, here in Bethlehem, it's looking like a bright but quiet Christmas this year. That's because Israeli travel restrictions to keep out the Omicron variant are also keeping out pilgrims and tourists. That's taking a major toll on the economy in the town where Christmas began. But guys, people here are staying cheerful, and they say they're looking forward to welcoming the world back next year. Guys,
I have to imagine it's busy there usually this time of year.
Yeah,
So
of course. What a place to be.
All right, thanks, Raph. Appreciate it.
And coming up, doctors now say a former NFL player was suffering from a severe brain injury when he went on a deadly rampage earlier this year. His case of CTE is now being compared to that of another player and convicted murderer. What doctors are learning about the impacts football can have on players off the field.
Plus, New Year's approaching. A lot of us are considering resolutions. One of the most common ones, of course, getting more exercise. But how can we actually stick to our goals? Dr. John Torres joins us with his advice for 2022 next.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are. It's here now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Go ahead. This is it, right? Our week-long journey across America. From Washington, D.C., a side of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last
Was talking smack part of this? Do you feel like the bad guy in this? Why should they believe you when they know that people are getting in? Has it been worth it to make this trip?
Do you feel like you're giving a green light to politicians? How do you explain why your case has become so important?
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Another giant leap for mankind.
They want folks to shelter in place until this storm pushes through.
This new travel requirement, is it possible we're going to see tighter restrictions?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. Military operation, witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
The Library of Congress has announced its annual list of 25 films that have been chosen for preservation in the National Film Registry. Some choices include movies that you might assume had already been selected. Among those picked, Star Wars Episode 6, that's Return of the Jedi. Of course, it's the final film in the original Star Wars trilogy back in 1983. The first Lord of the Rings film, The Fellowship of the Ring from 2001, also made the cut, as did the 1984 horror classic A Nightmare on Elm Street. Also, the 1997 biopic Selena, starring Jennifer Lopez as the iconic singer Selena Quintanilla Perez, was added. The Library of Congress chooses films based on their cultural, historical, and artistic significance, and I think all of those work, even Freddy Krueger.
Absolutely, they do. Selena, I love Selena. That's great news to hear. And you're right, I'm surprised Star Wars wasn't already.
Yeah, well, I guess probably, I'm assuming Star Wars was, just not Return of the Jedi.
Not that specific
I guess I don't
one.
know, yeah.
That one, Return of the Jedi, that's the one.
All right. Love that one.
Thanks, Joe. Yep. Now, a new study is shedding light on brain trauma and shaking up the world of sports. Experts at Boston University have confirmed that former NFL player Philip Adams had an unusually severe case of CTE when he killed 6 people and then shot himself earlier this year. NBC News correspondent Sam Brock has more.
Top researchers revealing former NFL player Phillip Adams had an unusually severe case of CTE when he went on a deadly rampage in April, killing 6 people before taking his own life.
Adams complained of excruciating pain from his injuries, often had memory issues, and difficulty sleeping.
The study concluded that Adams' 20 years of playing football gave rise to the diagnosis of stage 2 severity of the degenerative brain disease.
Stage 2 CTE is associated with progressive cognitive and behavioral abnormalities such as aggression, impulsivity, explosivity, depression, paranoia, anxiety, poor executive function, and memory loss.
The neuropathologist who studied Adams' brain likening what she saw to one of the worst cases of CTE ever reported in a young person.
Adams' CTE pathology was similar to that of another young NFL player, namely Aaron Hernandez.
Hernandez, the former New England Patriots star who was convicted of murder in 2015, was diagnosed with stage 3 after his death by suicide in 2017. The condition, doctors say, does not occur naturally and is caused by repeated trauma to the head and is often linked to drastic changes in mood and behavior, violent outbursts, memory loss, and in rare cases, murder. Of the 700 people Boston University researchers have diagnosed with CTE, 315 of them were former NFL players, and 24 of those, athletes who died in their 20s or 30s. In the aftermath of the shootings, Adams' father, emotional, searching for answers.
He was a good kid, and I think the football messed him up.
The family expressing shock to see how far the disease had progressed and how little they say the NFL had done to help. Lisa McHale from the Concussion Legacy Foundation spoke on their behalf, describing the painful roadblocks that Adams' CTE created in his efforts to get help.
We do know that he was desperately seeking help from the NFL, but was denied all claims due to his inability to remember things and to handle seemingly simple tasks, such as traveling hours away to see doctors.
The NFL has not yet responded to NBC News' request for comment.
Sam Brock reminding us really just how little we know about CTE and how much still needs to be done to identify and help those suffering with it.
It is time now for your weekly checkup.
And NBC News senior medical correspondent Dr. John Torres joins us to discuss the latest health headlines you may have missed. Dr. John, it's great to have you here in New York and on set with us. Thanks for joining us. So first, let's start with this study. It looks at a substantial increase in opioid prescriptions, especially during the start of the pandemic. What's behind that?
What they did is they looked at medical records from before the pandemic till after the pandemic had started. And what they found is afterwards, opioid prescriptions went up. And it particularly went up for people that had certain orthopedic type injuries. We're talking limb, neck, back injuries, those types of things. And what ended up happening is doctors and patients were falling back on opioid prescriptions to control pain. So instead of going to physical therapy or other types of appointments, since you couldn't because of the pandemic, they were giving them opioids to try and help control their pain. The problem is those opioids ended up being more potent and ending up being longer prescriptions, in other words, more pills. So what are the doctor's orders here? What can you do? Well, number one, if you fall into that category, get back to non-opioid-based therapies. You know, we're talking physical therapy is probably one of the better ones you can do, and try to reduce your opioid use. If you need help, talk to your doctor and saying, hey, I want to get off these pills. I want to go ahead and do what I was doing before, and they should help you get into that modality.
Such an important one.
Exactly. All right, next up, it's resolution time. A lot of folks, believe it or not, they say they want to lose weight, go to the gym more. Imagine that. I haven't heard that one before. Yeah, but it's not easy, as we know. There's a new study that shows how to boost exercise behaviors. What should we know?
There is, and mid-February is about the time that resolutions fall off, and we all heard that joke about, you can't find a parking spot the first week of January. By mid-February, the parking lot's completely empty at the gym, and that's because those resolutions fall off. So what can you do to keep those resolutions going? Well, they looked at a lot of gym members, and here's what they found. Essentially that if they give them certain things, text-based reminders being probably one of the bigger ones, those types of things, they can go ahead and get them motivated to move. There are 54 different methods they looked at. Of those, only 8% of those work. Test-based reminders were one of the big ones. Reward incentives, in other words, giving them rewards, weekly emails. One of the things they did is they said, hey, if you come back next week, we'll give you extra bonus points. That worked really well. But to me, the one I think that was best and I thought was most humorous was saying, hey, everybody's exercising, and exercising is trending up, and just sending out those emails. And so a little bit of peer pressure there. Yeah, a little bit of guilt, a little bit of peer pressure. You're not exercising, everybody else is, so come on in.
That's interesting. I get all those emails from places I've gone to before, and it doesn't really motivate me. I'm not like, oh,
you need someone to call you.
Me, so no, I'm gonna
you need someone to call you and be like, everyone's here.
Yeah. Right? If it came with a free class or something.
Exactly. And, you know, the doctor's orders for people. What can you regularly do, especially come mid-February when you know things are going to start tapering off a little bit there? Well, you want to go ahead and stick to your routine. That's important, and we know that. But that routine is going to get tiresome after a while. And realize you are going to plateau. Everybody does when they work out. Just push through that plateau. You know, take a little bit of a break, go back in there. Those things can help motivate you come that mid-February when you can find a parking spot anywhere.
Great. I'm getting married next year, so I'm going to need every motivation I can to stay through until September. Okay, now here's a really interesting one, and really, I mean, just such an impactful one. So the rapper Logic, he came out with this song almost 4 years ago about suicide awareness. The title of the song was actually the Suicide Prevention Hotline, and now we have data about just how much that song might have helped people. What can you tell us?
And it's interesting because the song came out, it was a very popular song, but when he went on the VMA Awards, he went on the Grammy Awards, that's when it really took off. And researchers looked at it, and what they found is not only did it reduce the number of suicides, which they actively looked at suicides in a time period, but it also increased numbers calls to the suicide hotline. And that's the actual title of the song, is that suicide hotline song. It's the 1-800-273-3255, which again is very important. So, you know, the big thing here is finding those non-traditional ways to get to people. And that's what the researchers think happened here. You're getting to a group that's typically hard to reach through typical media because oftentimes they don't watch TV. This song is in there and it reminded them. The other reminder is this time of the year can be particularly tough. And we all have those songs that we remember constantly. You remember those lyrics. So this is a lyric that these people are going to remember for the rest of their lives. And if they do get into issues, they can go ahead and call that number. So what can you do? What are the doctor's orders behind here? Well, essentially the doctor's orders are, you know, mental health is a huge thing. It's a great way to start a discussion with the song. If you hear somebody else talking about it, singing the song, if you yourself are singing the song, you hear it on the radio, it's okay to ask somebody, are you doing okay? Let's just talk about this. I'm doing fine, you're doing fine. And if you need help, get help. That's the number right there.
And I think having a famous rapper make a song about it, you know, it just normalizes it a little bit.
Exactly.
The conversation around it, the ability to make that call.
More people are talking about it, football players, athletes, you know, the song, so it's great.
Clearly it made a difference. We want to reiterate that number one more time. If you or anyone you know is struggling, you can call the National Suicide Prevention Lifeline. You can see it's on the screen there, 800-273-8255, or you can text TALK to 741-741. Dr. Torres, as always, thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Thank you for joining us. Great to have you here. And coming up, a black couple says their home was appraised for $500,000 more after they had their white friend stand in as the homeowner.
The growing problem of racial disparities in the busy housing market and what this couple is now doing to make sure they get the money they deserve. Next.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from The Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Grab your apron for a new podcast, Cooking Up a Storm with Al Roker.
My forecast, yummy.
Some of the best chefs share family secrets to get you ready for a holiday feast.
This is fun. Bringing the heat for the holidays.
Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from The Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from The Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
this is it. Do you feel like the bad guy in this? Why should they believe you when they know that people are getting in? Has it been worth it to make this trip?
Do you feel like you're giving a green light to politicians? How do you explain why your case has become so important?
Welcome back. With just 10 days to go before Christmas, holiday shoppers are having to dig deeper into their pockets to buy gifts for their loved ones. That is thanks to the highest inflation we've seen in a generation. NBC News business and technology correspondent Jolene Kent joins us now with the latest on this. Joe, good morning. So what are we learning now about inflation? What's the latest right before Christmas?
Hey, Savannah, the news isn't great, I hate to say, but inflation continues to go up according to new data from the Labor Department. I don't need to tell you, you're spending more on gas and you're spending more at the grocery store. And this comes as we're hitting one of the busiest holiday seasons ever. With just 10 days left until Christmas, rising costs are hitting Americans hard during the busiest shopping season of the year. New data from the Labor Department shows one key measure of inflation, wholesale prices, skyrocketing nearly 10% compared to last year. That's the fastest spike since the government started keeping track in 2010. So what does it mean? Your money isn't stretching as far.
The typical American is now spending a couple $100 more a month than they were a year ago.
Last month, consumer prices rose almost 7%, the highest annual jump in nearly 40 years. Gas prices have soared over the last year, and grocery essentials from meat to fruits and vegetables are higher too. For example, now 1 pound of lean ground beef costs $5.77, up $1.20 from last year. Teacher Jen Casano says budgeting for her family of 4 is now more difficult.
My husband's working 2 to 3 jobs. I'm working full time. And it just seems that we're not able to really breathe right now.
And she is not alone. 45% of American households say recent price hikes are causing financial hardship, and lower income families are feeling it the most. For many businesses, inflation means supplies cost more, and in some cases, they're forced to charge their customers more or lay off workers. More than 70% of small business owners say rising prices have had a significant impact on their business in the past year, all of it causing more stress this holiday season, already slowed down by supply chain constraints and huge consumer demand.
We're still just trying to keep our heads above water.
Now, the Federal Reserve today is wrapping up its last 2-day meeting of the year. All eyes will be on the Fed Chair Jerome Powell at his press conference. We're expecting to hear whether the Fed is going to taper the bond buying, the easy money that's been going into the U.S. economy, and any signals of rate hikes, interest rate hikes, perhaps multiple times next year. And what that means for you is that, getting a car loan or a home loan could be more expensive, and it's also a measure to potentially curb inflation, Savannah.
All right, Jolene Ken, thank you so much. Time now for our CNBC Money Minute, the biggest financial headlines of the day and why they matter to you.
Silvana Henao is with us again this morning. Silvana, good morning.
Hey guys, good morning. So Apple will require customers and employees to wear masks at all U.S. retail stores as COVID cases from the Omicron and Delta variants are rising. Last month, Apple dropped the mask mandate for customers at more than 100 of its 270 stores across the country. It said masks must only be worn in areas where local or state laws required them. Meanwhile, United Airlines expects to fly about 8 million people during the year-end holiday travel period, or on average about 420,000 passengers per day. United expects December 23rd to be the busiest travel day, and the busiest airports to be Chicago O'Hare, Houston, Denver, and Newark. United has added more than 200 daily domestic flights to meet all of that demand. And many people have thought they became crypto millionaires and even billionaires yesterday. Prices for several cryptocurrencies listed on Coinbase and crypto tracking site CoinMarketCap briefly went haywire, showing astronomical gains that sent users gushing about huge windfalls. Coinbase says it was a display issue that didn't impact actual trading. Technical glitches have been a problem in the crypto world, with many exchanges often having trouble processing transactions during periods of high activity. Guys, back to you.
Just another reason to stay away from it for us.
There you go, exactly.
All right, Silvana, thank you so much.
You got it, guys.
Now for the story of one black couple in California who say they saw the value of their home increase by almost $500,000 when they had a white friend stand in as the homeowner during an appraisal. NBC News correspondent Jake Ward brings us their story.
This 4-bedroom home in the hills of Marin, north of San Francisco, offers lots of light, water views, a school right down the hill.
So the house used to end right here.
Owners Paul Austin and Tanisha Tate Austin knew it was worth at least $1.3 million based on a 2019 appraisal. But looking to borrow as the housing market heated up, Paul met a new appraiser and showed her around.
And what was the number value? You open up that piece of paper, and what is it?
Oh, $998,000.
Less than $1 million.
Less than $1 million.
Which means almost $400,000 less than
Yes.
the appraisal you'd gotten a year earlier.
Yes.
And so they applied for a new appraisal. But this time,
I'm going to guarantee that I'm going to get the appraisal that my house is supposed to get.
And in the United States, what is your best guarantee of getting the best rate possible?
Being white.
Being white.
So they worked to erase themselves from their own home.
All of our art, took that away, pictures of our family, anything that, would resemble that this home belongs to a black family. Just grabbed it all, put it all in the shed, put it all away.
And they asked a white friend to stand in when the new appraiser arrived.
So this time you open the paper and it says what?
1.482.
Yes. $500,000 difference.
Imagine what that money can do for a family. That's seed money for a business. That's a second home you could rent out. That's college tuition. Now, imagine this whole community misses out on those opportunities. It shows that this is a far larger problem than this one address.
Carla Duffy, a homeowner in Indianapolis, told NBC's Priscilla Thompson about using a similar tactic.
I met with two of my girlfriends. Both are married to white men, and I was like, okay, I need to borrow one of y'all husbands.
Her appraisal came back at double the value. A survey of studies of racial disparities in the U.S. mortgage market found that discrimination inhibits upward social mobility of minorities and exacerbates large racial disparities in wealth because home equity is crucial for building wealth. In fact, this community, known as Marin City, was held back for decades. When Paul's family moved here from the South to work in the shipyards, redlining meant it was the only place in the area where African Americans were allowed to buy a home, while white residents could buy and sell anywhere. Today, Marin City's median income is less than $30,000 a year. Neighboring Mill Valley, a mile away, is nearly 3 times that.
In theory, this home should have been your family's escape from that history.
Yes.
Right.
Yes. Like, we shouldn't have to repeat what my grandparents had to go through, 50 plus years ago. It's frustrating.
Yeah.
Because we're not as far along in America as we think we are.
The original appraiser did not respond to our request for comment. By the time the Austins got the new appraisal, interest rates and terms meant they couldn't borrow the money they wanted, and they're now suing.
Just the process of appraising is a system that creates inequity in our country.
How do we change the system? Will our story be a catalyst to changing, the system that's negatively affecting black and brown people every day?
Our thanks to Jake Ward for that eye-opening and important report.
And coming up, with holiday travel expected to reach pre-pandemic levels over the next few weeks, a lot of us will be busier and looking for quick snacks on the go.
But what are the healthiest options if we're traveling? Well, our own Vicki Wynn spoke to an expert on healthy eating habits while on the road. That advice next.
Still to come in the Channel 2 News.
Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from New York.
Ground zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get a hand.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from the Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from the Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
Still to come in the Channel 2 News.
Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from New York.
Ground zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
All right, we're in the middle of the holiday travel season, and whether you're heading home to visit family or sneaking in that much-needed week away, this is usually the time to indulge a little. Well, NBC News investigative and consumer correspondent Vicki Nguyen has a few things you can do to make sure you're eating healthy while still enjoying your trip.
It's the holidays, and for many of us, that means packing up a suitcase, standing in long lines, then spending hours sitting on a plane before enjoying indulgent meals. While that could spell disaster for your healthy eating plans, dietitian Lara Metz has a few tips to help keep you on track.
Just like you pack your toothbrush, you should pack your snacks. And don't go into travel season thinking, okay, this is my time to indulge every minute of every day.
To keep healthier options close, Lara packs a snack bag.
What I love to do is I'll pack my little tin of nuts. There's all different varieties of nuts. I would say choose unsalted choices because sodium can bloat you on the airplane. Airplanes can be very dehydrating, so you want to make sure you're drinking tons of water, and trying to choose low sodium options are better. And I'll add nuts to the oatmeal. I can add a banana or even a nut butter, and it becomes a perfect meal or snack. Jerky is one that people think they should stay away from, but there are options on the market that are organic, that are healthier, more nutritious choices. This is a great source of protein and will keep you full throughout the day. Fresh fruit, bring your own or pick it up at any airport.
If you do buy snack food on the go, she warns labels can be deceiving.
I think people think foods that are touted as fat-free can be healthier. The label may read fat-free, 0 cholesterol, no sugar, but at the end of the day, it's empty calories, so you're not providing much nutrition for your body.
Another pitfall, snacking to pass time during a long layover. This includes treats to keep kids quiet.
We just throw food at our kids to keep them quiet, keep them entertained, but that's not really teaching them how to be in tune with their own hunger levels. So that's one thing that I really encourage. Teach your kids to think about their own hunger, just like you hopefully think about your own.
And while you're on holiday, she says, enjoy yourself. Just do it in moderation.
I try to eat the same way that I eat at home when I'm on vacation, plus enjoying local food and indulging consciously.
She says how you eat on vacation can actually impact how you feel when you get home.
So some people are able to get right back on track post-traveling. Other people, it can actually impact their mental health, their physical health, and it is harder for them to bounce back.
Bottom line, have fun, enjoy your vacation, but just be aware of how and what you're eating while you're away.
And experts say that while you may feel like you overindulged on trips, we actually don't eat as much as we think and usually burn more calories than we realize while on vacation. So there's some great news, and thank you, Vicki, for that report.
Yeah, all right, now to a story of friendship and community. Waiting for the school bus in winter can be a frigid experience. As someone who grew up in Minnesota, I can confirm this.
Yeah, I can't. I'm from San Diego. But for one Rhode Island boy, where of course it's really cold, in a wheelchair, his bus stop just got a whole lot warmer thanks to a high school shop class with a big heart. NBC News Now anchor Tom Yamas has this story.
It's a brisk Monday morning in Rhode Island, and that means 5-year-old Ryder Killam is bundling up for another week at school.
Tony, ready to go?
Ryder was born with spina bifida and uses a wheelchair to get around.
With Ryder being in a wheelchair, unfortunately, it's about 75 feet from the door to the bus. He's not the typical child that can just run out when the bus comes.
That's Tim Killam, Ryder's dad. Initially, he used an umbrella to keep Ryder dry in the mornings, but as the days got colder, the family started looking for a more permanent shelter.
So we actually put a post out on Facebook, just looking for friends that maybe knew somebody that had one that we're no longer using.
That search initially unsuccessful until the students at Westerly High School's construction class stepped up.
Basically, we were contacted by Mr. Killam several weeks ago to possibly take on this endeavor, and we do many projects like this throughout the community, and our first response was absolutely.
Designing and building Ryder a bus stop that was ADA compliant.
I think it's very important for my students to learn not only the aspects of just construction, but of being involved in the community.
The class rushed to get the shelter ready in time for winter, but still found time to add a few personal touches, including this window so Ryder could see the school bus approaching, and a custom sign announcing to the neighborhood this is Ryder's bus stop. All that hard work paying off this Monday morning.
Good morning, Ryder. How you doing, buddy?
Ryder meeting the class that built his bus stop for the very first time.
That's Mason. He designed it.
It's a cold morning, but that class feeling the warmth from Ryder. And seeing their design complete with an outdoor heater in action.
Wow, that's great. Look at you.
After a quick photo, Ryder heads off to school.
Oh, here comes the bus, Ryder.
That class building not just a roof, but a friendship.
Okay, so Ryder is the best. Thank you, Tom Yamas, for that amazing story.
That's so cute. I love that. Cute little
Oh,
shelter there, too.
Oh, it's adorable.
All right, that does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now. Good morning, I'm Savannah Sellers.
And I'm Joe Fryer. Right now on Morning News Now, presidential visit. President Joe Biden set to tour damage in the aftermath of those devastating storms in Kentucky. The visit comes as dozens are still unaccounted for and thousands are without heat, water, or power.
It's hard for us. Everything we had in the house is gone. I'm just lucky we're here alive and everything.
This morning, we're hearing from one survivor who was inside that candle factory when it collapsed. Trapped for hours, she told us about the decision she says cost lives. Omicron warning. The World Health Organization says the new variant is spreading faster than anything it has ever seen before. Now, some areas in the U.S. are seeing double-digit increases in COVID infections. The two scenarios health experts say we can expect as we head into the winter holidays. Shipping surge. With 10 days to go before Christmas, the nation's largest delivery services are ramping things up. Now we're getting a behind-the-scenes look at the 24/7 operation that makes sure millions of Santa's gifts make it to their destination ahead of the big day. And harvesting change. A century ago, there were about 1 million black farmers. Today, only about 45,000. Now, a little girl who also represents the future of black farming in America is changing that, making history in the process. Looking forward to bringing you that story later on this hour.
A 6-year-old farmer? Amazing.
And she's adorable. All right. We do want to begin this hour tracking the latest on the recovery efforts in Kentucky as President Biden gets set to visit the state and survey the damage firsthand later today.
Yeah, over 100 people remain unaccounted for across the state at this hour, while search and rescue crews work around the clock to give crucial updates to families still holding out hope for their loved ones.
NBC News national correspondent Gabe Gutierrez joins us now from Mayfield, Kentucky with the latest. Gabe, good morning.
Joe and Savannah, good morning. This is just some of the widespread destruction that the president is set to witness firsthand today. Neighborhood after neighborhood shattered. Now, power is slowly being restored to this region, but the governor here expects that authorities will find more victims.
This morning, across Kentucky, a massive outpouring of support after an immeasurable loss.
Everything else you can replace, but family you cannot.
More than 100 people in the state are still unaccounted for. Amid the devastation, Michael Jarboe of Dawson Springs is grateful his 8-year-old son can still meet Santa.
It's hard for us. Everything we had in the house is gone.
But in Kentucky alone, at least a dozen of the 74 people killed are children. In Missouri, 9-year-old Aniston Rackley and her 2 sisters took shelter in a bathtub. 15 minutes after her parents posted this photo, Aniston died in the tornado that ripped through her home.
She was a wonderful, wonderful little girl. And I'm going to miss her so much.
Here in Mayfield, Kentucky's governor says state authorities will investigate what happened inside the town's candle factory, where 8 people were killed and more than 100 were working when the tornado hit.
It
hurt so bad, and there's nothing that I can do.
The memory of a lost co-worker still haunts Michaela Emery. She spent 6 hours trapped under a concrete slab.
Did you think that you would make it out alive?
I honestly did not think that they were going to find me.
In her hospital room, she told us what she heard after the first tornado warning came through.
Did hear him say, if you leave, you'll more than likely lose your job.
Do you believe that the supervisor telling them that may have cost lives?
Honestly, I do.
A spokesperson for Mayfield Consumer Products says claims that employees weren't allowed to leave are absolutely untrue. Some of those factory workers were brought to Dr. Scott Wilson and his ER team, who scrambled to treat 85 patients in 12 hours.
All of them had trauma to some degree. Most of them had either been crushed by some sort of object.
And again, President Biden is set to tour the storm damage here in Kentucky later today. Over in Illinois, 2 Amazon employees who work at facilities near the one that partially collapsed tell NBC News that they weren't given very much tornado-specific training and that they were expected to work through tornado warnings. An Amazon spokesperson tells NBC News that new employees did get emergency response training and that it was reinforced throughout the year. Joan Savannah.
Obviously, a lot of questions still there, and what a powerful image of what is right behind you. Gabe Gutierrez, thank you so much.
While Kentucky and the Midwest recover from those devastating tornadoes, experts are taking a closer look at what caused such a catastrophe. Will these kind of events happen more often in the future? NBC News Now correspondent Dasha Burns has more.
Joe, Savannah, good morning. 15 people were killed here in Warren County, including 2 infants and a 4-year-old boy. And all of this devastation has people wondering why this happened. And could there be more storms like this because of climate change? In Bowling Green, Kentucky, no words can describe the devastation.
You can see that these 2 houses are gone, and then the houses in front of them are gone, so you can directly see the path moving right straight through there.
As the community grieves, many are asking why.
This is the largest event ever in December in terms of severe weather and tornadoes.
Experts are working to understand what fueled these monster storms.
This is very unusual.
Josh Durkee is a meteorology professor at Western Kentucky University. What happened here?
There was a widespread area conducive to severe weather. There was warm air ushering in a lot of moisture in the lower levels of the atmosphere, and the wind shear set up an environment for storms to tap into that environment and thrive.
The unusual nature of the storms have many wondering if this is a result of climate change.
Climate change is a very complex discussion.
While Durkee can't definitively say climate change is the cause of these storms, he says they may be a consequence. One of the main causes, spring-like temperatures in December, 20 to 30 degrees above the average for this time of year. Could we see more of these storms because of these warming temperatures?
There are changes in the spatial distributions of tornadoes as well as the tornado frequencies. We are seeing more and more of these types of events that are related to things like climate change.
There may also be a change to what's traditionally deemed Tornado Alley. Experts say it's moving east. Could we see tornadoes start to impact new places, different places?
Absolutely.
That means more people should get prepared.
I'm going to be working tirelessly to help people find ways to protect themselves, to get the warning, to have a plan, to get low and save your family's life.
Joe, Savannah, folks here never expected to see anything like this, but experts say as these storms become more frequent, more and more communities are going to need to have a plan to keep themselves safe. Joe, Savannah.
Important story. Dasha Burns. Dasha, thanks so much.
Turning now to a new warning from the World Health Organization. Officials say the Omicron variant is spreading faster than any previous variant, with over 70 countries now reporting at least 1 case of the variant. But in the U.S., doctors are still battling the Delta variant that began spreading through the country earlier this year. NBC News correspondent Sam Brock is in Miami with the latest.
Joe and Savannah, good morning. There's now little doubt that we're in the middle of another wave. The big question this morning is how bad is it going to get? The trifecta of Delta surging, Omicron rising, and peak flu season all at the same time is daunting. But health experts say we are in a much better place than most countries. As we brace for another winter bout with COVID, soaring cases from the UK to Africa have the World Health Organization warning people not to be fooled by Omicron's reportedly milder profile.
We are seeing what we have never seen before in an outbreak with this Omicron.
In the U.S., top CDC officials have modeled two scenarios: a massive wave of infections slamming communities as early as January, or a smaller surge of Omicron arriving in the spring. CDC Director Dr. Rochelle Walensky spoke with Savannah and Hoda Tuesday.
Is it more transmissible? Is that the deal?
So it is. It is more transmissible, and we're seeing that in other countries as well, that it's rapidly becoming the more predominant strain.
How much more transmissible? Do you have any metric? Is it 5 times more transmissible than Delta? 1, 2 times?
It's still early, but what we're seeing in some of these other countries is doubling times of about every 2 days or so.
The national picture is increasingly troubling, with around 40 states looking at double-digit increases in COVID infections. In Omaha, Nebraska, hospitalizations are skyrocketing, and healthcare workers are tapping into their reserves.
We just hope that no one else has to experience the things that we've been experiencing, especially lately.
Cornell University going virtual in the middle of finals, reporting over 900 new COVID cases, including a very high percentage of the Omicron variant in fully vaccinated people. Stafford wants to throw for it. In the NFL, marquee wide receiver Odell Beckham Jr., who just played in a big Monday Night Football game, one of 9 LA Rams to land on the COVID list 24 hours later. Coach Sean McVay, bewildered.
This has definitely been the most uniquely challenging situation we've dealt with COVID.
Now to a key point about that Pfizer antiviral pill we were telling you about yesterday. It could be approved in a matter of weeks, depending on the FDA. But here's the thing, Joe and Savannah. Pfizer says they have a couple 100,000 treatments so far, which is roughly the equivalent of about 2 days' worth of infections in the United States. They will be producing 80 million over the course of next year. So it's going to help, but not right away. Guys, back to you.
All right, Sam Brock, thank you so much. And let's continue with the conversation right there and bring in Dr. Ebony Jade Hilton for more. She's a professor of anesthesiology and critical care medicine and the co-founder and medical director of Goodstock Consulting. Dr. Hilton, good morning. So where Sam just left off with the Pfizer's antiviral pill is where we'll pick up. It's one of the many tools we now have available to us in this fight against COVID. Obviously, as Sam just said, we don't really have a lot of stock to make a huge dent right now, but is it enough to combat the virus given the spread of Delta and Omicron, especially with what we're hearing lately about how quickly Omicron spreads?
Right. You know, anything we can add to our toolbox is a benefit. And with the Pfizer pill, yes, we see a reduction by 89% for hospitalization or death. But the question is it even accessible to the most disadvantaged of us, right? We know those pills are going to be in pharmacies and in hospital settings, of which we also know that in the most vulnerable communities, they don't have a hospital. They don't have a pharmacy. So how are we making these available to them? And if those mobile vans that were littered across the aisles of grocery stores and the mobile tents that were put up in the churches and in the barbershops have now disappeared in those low-income neighborhoods, then how are those persons going to get access to this Pfizer pill that could potentially save their lives? That's the thing that we have to address in America, especially when literally 60% of all Americans make less than $40,000 a year. Asking them to go and seek these interventions for themselves is a task they may not be able to afford.
A really important point. Now let's talk about vaccines. So a new study published this week shows that all 3 major vaccines in the U.S. may be ineffective against the Omicron variant without a booster. So we know here that the technical definition of fully vaccinated hasn't changed. 2 doses of Pfizer and Moderna, 1 dose of J&J. But does a study like that get us closer to understanding that that definition should potentially change? And what's the importance of that for people to understand, hey, you really need this booster?
Right. I certainly think we need to reconsider whether or not we're going to state this is a 2-dose and a booster versus a 3-dose series with this vaccine. And other countries are already starting to do that. And the important thing is because we know that with our mandates, that's when we saw a boost. It wasn't that necessarily Americans were running to actually get vaccinated in the first place. Many of us were, and I'm grateful for that. But many Americans had to have that push of the mandate in order to say that they were going to get vaccinated. And at this stage, we're only having vaccines, about 2 million vaccine doses a day, and that's including boosters, which lets us know that we're behind the 8 ball. We are not vaccinating nearly enough people. And at this point, if we're seeing doubling of cases in other countries, We had 120,000 new cases yesterday in the United States of America. If that continues to double, people have to realize that death is not the only consequence. What happens when 1 million Americans become affected each week to our economy? We don't have workers if we don't have workers that are well enough or healthy enough to go into work. And that can have a crippling effect. So I really hope corporations start to lean in with the healthcare system to say, we have to get a handle on this and be proactive and not reactive.
All right, so doctor, we talked about this antiviral pill. We talked about the shots. Let's talk about another tool, testing. So a new study actually shows that roughly 40% of people who test positive for COVID are asymptomatic, and more than 60% of confirmed COVID cases among people under 20 were asymptomatic. So one thing, what does that tell us about how COVID affects different age groups now that we're almost years into this? But also, should we be getting more COVID tests regularly? And I think that's something we were doing, but as we've gotten these shots and everything, it's slowed down a little bit. What do you think about the importance of testing at this point in the pandemic?
Oh, the importance of testing cannot be understated. It really is one of those things where in other countries where they have free tests mailed to their homes so they can test at home and not have to get on that public transport system and potentially affect other people that's on the train while they're going to try to get tested is paramount. But what we also know when we state about this asymptomatic versus symptomatic, again, there's so much with COVID that we don't state as far as the impact that it has on persons, even those mild cases. When someone says, I just lost my taste and smell, that means that the brain is no longer functioning in a proper way. And I cannot get over the fact that people take that as being light, considering the fact that we have studies that are showing that the same biomarkers that are elevated in people with Alzheimer's are elevated in people who have these neuro deficits related to COVID. And so when those 60% of people are 20 and younger, will we see that Alzheimer's happens more frequently with those population at younger ages?
Dr. Ebony Jade Hilton, so much good information for us this morning. Thank you so much. Good to see you.
Thank you.
Now in Washington, former President Trump's chief of staff, Mark Meadows, has been referred to the Justice Department for possible prosecution. That's after the House voted to hold him in contempt of Congress for refusing to testify before the committee investigating the Capitol insurrection. NBC News senior congressional correspondent Garrett Haake has the latest.
Hey, Savannah and Joe, good morning. This was a historic rebuke of Mark Meadows, coming from the same House of Representatives where he served 4 terms before joining the Trump administration. The chair of the January 6th committee says Meadows left lawmakers with no choice, calling his refusal to testify an attack on the rule of law and vowing not to let the facts be buried by a cover-up by former President Trump or his allies.
The yeas are 222. And the nays are 208.
This morning, the House is ramping up the pressure on former President Trump and his allies over January 6th, after voting to hold former Trump Chief of Staff Mark Meadows in contempt of Congress, referring him to the Justice Department for possible prosecution for refusing to testify before the committee investigating the insurrection.
If you're making excuses to avoid cooperating with our investigation, you're making excuses to hide the truth from the American people.
Republicans argue the contempt vote amounts to intimidation and harassment by Democrats.
I hope the American people are paying close attention. I hope they see what happens when Democrats get total power. They abuse it.
But the committee's top Republican, Liz Cheney, says Meadows' testimony is necessary to help the committee determine what she calls a fundamental question, whether former President Trump may have committed what could amount to a crime on January 6th.
And that is whether Donald J. Trump, through action or inaction, corruptly sought to obstruct or impede Congress's official proceeding to count electoral votes.
The investigation has been explosive, revealing that on January 6th, figures across the political world, including Trump's own son and Fox News hosts Laura Ingraham and Sean Hannity, sent texts to Meadows pleading for Trump to intervene. A day after the revelations, Hannity and Ingraham attacking the committee last night.
Do we believe in privacy in this country? Apparently not.
Meadows has also turned over texts from unnamed Republican lawmakers.
Some of those text messages, Madam Speaker, came from members in the chamber right now. POTUS has to come out firmly and tell the protesters to dissipate. Someone is going to get killed.
You heard it there at the end. Unlike with Donald Trump Jr., for example, so far the lawmakers who were texting with Meadows, their names remain hidden. But Committee Chair Benny Thompson says there won't be any surprises who those lawmakers are when they ultimately reveal the names, adding that they've all been very public with their defenses of what happened on January 6th. Savannah and Joe?
All right, Garrett Haake, thank you so much. And now it is time for another check on your Morning News Now weather with our Bill Cairns. Hi, Bill.
Hey, good morning. And still focusing on the storm that hit California first and all of its impacts that are expected today in the middle of the country. California, we had beneficial snow and we also had a lot of heavy rain. We were afraid of getting those burn scars and getting some mud and debris flows. Thankfully, we didn't see too many problems with that. We had a couple of evacuations, but we didn't see a lot of damage or anything like that. So that was on the good side. And, you know, you can see when you get those burn scars, it's just the plants and the vegetation isn't there to hold the soil back. So when you get the water flowing downhill, you know, it's just a big muddy debris mess, and you know, that's exactly what it looks like. All right, so let's get into this incredible weather day we're about to experience today. At 6 a.m. this morning, it was 61 degrees in Des Moines, Iowa. Their record highest temperature ever experienced on this day was 59 degrees. They broke their record high before the sun even came up. That's how extraordinarily warm it's going to be in the middle of the country. So records are going to be widespread from Texas, possibly all the way up through portions of Minnesota. So again, this is almost like the setup we had in Kentucky. It's a very, very unusual December weather pattern. Temperatures are well above average. Tomorrow we'll be close to record highs in even areas of the Northeast. And just like that Kentucky scenario, when you have it this unusually warm, areas that typically don't see severe weather can get it. And we're going to see that today from northern Kansas, especially Iowa, southern Minnesota, and into Wisconsin. We even have a chance of a few strong tornadoes. This is an area of the country that almost never has experienced tornadoes this time of year. And officially in Minnesota, we have never had a confirmed tornado. And if that wasn't bad enough, guys, even with the high winds alone today, we will have millions of people losing power, especially Colorado, Kansas, and into Nebraska. Just an incredible day in the middle of the country.
Oh, my goodness. So much wild weather lately. Bill Cairns, thank you so much. And coming up, the holiday travel rush is almost here. From busiest travel times to gas prices, we're breaking down everything you need to know before you take your holiday hike after the break.
Do you feel like the bad guy in this? Why should they believe you when they know that people are getting in? Has it been worth it to make this trip?
Do you feel like you're giving a green light to politicians?
How do you explain why your case has become so important?
We began our Cross America journey tonight, St. Louis, Austin.
Here in Nashville.
From Washington, D.C., the site of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last move. Was talking smack part of this?
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin?
Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
Our week-long journey across America, from Washington, D.C., a site of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last move. Was talking smack part of this? Do you feel like the bad guy in this? Why should they believe you when they know that people are getting in? Has it been worth it to make this trip?
Do you feel like you're giving a green light to politicians?
How do you explain why your case has become so important?
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from the Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate.
In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
We began our cross-America journey tonight, St. Louis, Austin, here in Nashville. From Washington, D.C., the site of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last
Was talking smack part of this? What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community? What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they.
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
Welcome back. As you, of course, know, the Christmas travel rush is almost here, and AAA predicts more than 109 million people will be traveling 50 miles or more, up 34% from last year. But the big question remains, will airlines be able to repeat their Thanksgiving performance of smooth travel after quite a few issues throughout the year? NBC News correspondent Tom Costello joins us now from outside Reagan National Airport with the latest. Tom, I am taking quite the hike across the country, so I'm hoping you're going to tell me that it is going to be smooth. Good morning.
Well, this is so far so good, right? And I think, as you heard from Bill, the weather is going to be critical over the next 10 days, 2 weeks or so. But listen to the number you just cited. 109 million people traveling over the next month or so. That's a third of the population is going to be going somewhere. Here's the good news if you're driving. Gas prices have already dropped from where they were a month ago or around Thanksgiving. If you're flying, you're going to have a lot of company. Airlines are already, in fact, adding extra flights to handle the passenger loads.
1667, service to Miami.
Wednesday morning, and the countdown is on for the end-of-month travel push. After passing the Thanksgiving test, the airlines are now facing round two.
They're giving them a long taxi all the way to Alpha 19 and back, so it'll be a while.
And predicting even more passengers will pack planes over Christmas and New Year's, triple last December's passenger levels.
I think we're all a little stir-crazy at this point and willing to buck the crowds in order to get away.
After suffering scheduling and staffing meltdowns in October, then recovering over Thanksgiving, Southwest insists it is on the rebound.
We've already hired 4,000 here in the second half of this year, and we want to hire double that.
They'll need the staff. Nationwide, up to 2.5 million passengers are expected to fly each day through the holidays, while 100 million Americans will drive. The good news, gas prices have dropped 9 cents in a month. Unleaded now averaging $3.32 a gallon, down from $3.41 a month ago, though $1.15 higher than a year ago when few people were driving. The busiest days to travel by ground or air, Thursday, December 23rd, Sunday, January 2nd, and Monday, January 3rd. The biggest threat? Weather. Snow and ice on roads and runways. Mike Hanna runs United's airport ops worldwide.
If you get into bad weather and you've got crews out of position, how do you ensure that the next flight still takes off on time?
We will do swaps and ensure that we're trying to re-choreograph, if you will, our entire network to ensure that we're operating as many flights as possible.
The travel advice this morning, if you're flying, consider trip insurance to cover your costs if COVID interrupts your plans. Check in online and arrive early to breeze through security. With a record 5,700 airport gun confiscations this year, the TSA says leave guns and ammo at home. And one more.
Not to wrap your Christmas presents ahead of time going through security. Because if they do alarm, we're going to have to unwrap them.
Wrap your gifts after you arrive.
Yeah, did you get that? After you arrive so that they don't take your gifts apart while you're here at a TSA checkpoint. Listen, we also need to tell you, airline execs are today facing lawmakers on Capitol Hill, United, Delta, Southwest American. Lawmakers want to know, how did they spend that $56 billion in the Paycheck Protection Program? They got all that money, of course, during the pandemic, so they could keep employees on staff, not fire people. The lawmakers want to know, how did they spend that money? And specifically, if they had that money and they were trying to keep people on staff, why did they have the operational meltdowns that we saw over the summer and into the fall?
Yeah,
Specifically, that was with Southwest and, of course, American Airlines as well. So that's going to be happening today here in Washington. Savannah, back to you.
Absolutely. Oh, my goodness, Tom Costello, I cannot stand wrapping presents. I don't know if I'm alone in that, but I have paper cuts and my back hurts. If I wrapped a present and TSA took it apart, I would have a meltdown. So thank you for that tip. Good to see you.
Okay. All right.
All right, let's now take a look at what's making news around the world this morning. Raf Sanchez joins us again from Bethlehem. Good morning, Raf.
Hey, Savannah. Britain says it will do more to push back on Russia and China in the field of cyberspace. In a new cyber strategy published today, the UK says Russia and China cannot be allowed to dominate in emerging fields like artificial intelligence and quantum computing. And it says to expect more great power competition across the cyber realm. The largest taxi firm in Paris has suspended use of Tesla Model 3s after a fatal accident over the weekend. One person was killed and 20 injured after an off-duty driver lost control of his car. Investigators say they're looking into whether the accident was a technical fault or human error. And finally, Australia is opening its borders just a little after nearly 2 years of COVID closures. Some skilled migrants and foreign students will be allowed into the country starting today. The hope is that that will help boost the economy. But guys, there are real concerns that the borders are opening up just as Omicron is spreading around the world.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, Raph, thank you so much. And now coming up, a longtime soap opera star is fighting back after he was fired for refusing to get vaccinated. The legal action the actor is now taking and why he's now alleging discrimination. And a new study links hormone therapy to lower suicide risk for trans youth. We break down the data and what it could mean for efforts to ban hormone therapy for minors. That's up next.
Our week-long journey across America from Washington, D.C., outside of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last move. Was talking smack part of this?
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk?
Leap for mankind.
They want folks to shelter in place until this storm pushes through. This new travel requirement, is it possible we're going to see tighter restrictions?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Go ahead. This is it.
Welcome back. Steph Curry has accomplished a lot of things in his Hall of Fame basketball career, and now he has another title under his belt. Take a look.
And here's Curry for the record. It's good! There it is! Stephen Curry, the all-time three-point king in the NBA.
As you just heard, Curry has now made more three-point shots than anyone else in NBA history. He surpassed NBA great Ray Allen with his 2,974th career three-pointer during last night's Warriors game against the Knicks at Madison Square Garden. Curry is a three-time champion with Golden State. He's also a seven-time All-Star and two-time MVP. As for the game itself, his Warriors beat the Knicks 105-96. Wow.
That's impressive.
What did I just say? 2,000 something? Holy moly.
I can't make one.
Almost 3,000. Yeah, for real. All right. Now, for 25 years, Ingo Rademacher headlined the iconic soap opera General Hospital. That star turn ended last week when he was fired by ABC for refusing to get vaccinated. Now he's suing, saying the network discriminated against him. NBC News correspondent Vaughn Hilliard has this story.
Goodbye, girlie. Goodbye. Former General Hospital star Ingo Rademacher suing ABC. The company fired him for their COVID vaccine mandate. Rademacher, who played Jasper Jacks on the daytime soap opera for nearly 25 years. How do you know all this? Now arguing that the company's vaccine mandate is unconstitutional and amounts to religious discrimination.
Good morning, guys. So this is my official video to say that I'm no longer on the show.
Rademacher thanking his fans in a goodbye post on Instagram, then getting to his position on vaccines.
If you want to go get the vaccine, get the vaccine. If you think it's going to protect you, that's great. But you should be able to make that choice.
Lawyers for Rademacher in a lawsuit filed against ABC on Monday in Los Angeles, writing, ABC does not have the authority to force medical treatment on its employees against
assigning each one to a specific route.
Man, it's like a labeled version of 3-card Monty.
The package then slide into an assigned bag before being loaded into the package cars.
So this is my truck.
Jenny's been driving the same route for 10 years. She says her customers and their pets have become like family.
During the pandemic, you were probably the only outside person people were seeing.
Listen, I had people who were like, wanted to come out and talk to me because they were tired of talking to their families, okay? They're like, I am done with them. I don't even want to see them.
And you're thinking, I'd love to stay and chat, but I got more packages to go.
Because you need some toilet paper.
But it's not just Jenny who lends a helping hand. In 2017, when Hurricane Maria ravaged Puerto Rico, Jenny's sister lost her home. The customers on Jenny's route started a GoFundMe, raising more than $10,000 to help her sister.
That obviously speaks volumes about what how your customers feel about you.
I know they cared, but I know they love me too, and I love them. I really, truly do. I see these people every day.
And each day before she heads out, Jenny joins the daily driver's meeting. I was invited to lead the daily stretch. They do it to prevent injury since they're so often carrying heavy loads. My favorite stretch?
You're going to put your left foot in. You're going to take your left foot out. You're going to shake it all about.
And then there's the weather forecast and my best safety tips.
Roads are a little wet, so you want to allow yourself a little extra stopping time. And of course, when we come up to a corner, what do we do? Left, right, left. All right, let's go out there. Let's get some packages. Yeah!
Okay, as if we need any more confirmation that Al Roker is the absolute best. Thank you for that wonderful report. And coming up, changing the face of farming. With diversity in farming shrinking, we'll introduce you to one little girl who's making history at just 6 years old. And a royal reveal. A documentary is taking a deeper look at the life of the late Prince Philip from the people who knew him best. That story's up next.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Our week-long journey across America from Washington, D.C., a side of our nation's capital you rarely see.
It's your last one. Was talking smack part of this?
It's an issue dividing communities and influencing elections across the country. An in-depth look at how one small town confronted race and education, and how it tore the community apart.
Shame!
This is Southlake. All episodes available now.
The holiday season is a time to spread cheer. Now the holidays can begin. And appreciate the ones you love.
From our family to yours.
We're super grateful to these 21 all-star chefs.
Cheers, everybody.
Happy holidays from today.
Do you feel like the bad guy in this? Why should they believe you when they know that people are getting in?
Has it been worth it to make this trip?
Do you feel like you're giving a green light to politicians? How do you explain why your case has become so important?
What is going to happen now?
Back and forth because they...
Oh, yeah, this is it. Our week-long journey across America from Washington, D.C., a side of our nation's capital you rarely see.
It's your last one. Was talking smack part of this?
Grab your apron for a new podcast, Cooking Up a Storm with Al Roker.
My forecast, yummy.
Some of the best chefs share family secrets to get you ready for a holiday feast.
This is fun. Bringing the heat for the holidays.
Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Welcome back. America's small business owners come from diverse backgrounds, but that's not always something that can be said for farmers. There's one particular small business owner who's trying to change that trend. NBC News Now anchor Joshua Johnson has her story.
Meet Kendall Johnson from Atlanta. She's 6 years old, and she just made history as one of the youngest farmers in Georgia to be certified by the USDA. To obtain her certification, she founded an organization called AgroCulture. Yep, This first grader is already a business owner. When she's not growing her favorite vegetables, Kendall is visiting local schools and educating other kids at farming events. She's about as passionate as they come.
Carrots, they are delicious. If you eat a carrot, you're actually eating the root, because carrots are rooted vegetables.
Kendall Johnson is part of a shrinking community, Black farm workers. According to the USDA, there are 3.4 million farmers in the United States overall. Only about 45,000 are Black. A century ago, there were about 1 million. And it's not just the farmers that are disappearing, the farms are too. Back in 1910, Black farmers owned between 16 and 19 million acres of land. Today, 90% of that land is gone. White farmers own virtually all of America's farmland. John Boyd is president of the National Black Farmers Association. He blames this partly on lending practices, like what he experienced firsthand.
And he said, well, I'm not going to lend you any of my money. He spat on me during one loan application session. He said when USDA came out to investigate him, I was filing complaints during these periods of time. He said, well, did you spat on John Boyd? He said, yes, but I accidentally missed my spat can. Did you call him these racial epithets? And do you have a problem making loans to Black farmers? He said, well, yes, I think that Black farmers are lazy and look for a paycheck on Friday.
In a statement, a USDA spokesperson told NBC News, quote, the history of systemic racism and discrimination against Black farmers has been well documented and found to adversely impact access to and the equitable delivery of USDA programs, particularly in the farm loan programs. Congress and USDA are actively working to address these systemic issues. Unquote. Even without overt racism, Kendall's parents say the logistics of getting started are also tough.
To us, you got to do the research, you got to dig, you got to call a million times, you ask many different questions. That's the discouraging part for some people who want to farm, is finding out the information, how to get started, or how to continue, how to get the funding.
As for current farmers, this year's COVID relief bill includes financial support for farmers of color, $4 billion worth. Some Republican lawmakers called that vision a kind of reparations.
In this bill, if you're a farmer, your loan will be forgiven up to 120% of your loan, not 100%, but 120% of your loan if you're socially disadvantaged, if you're African American, some other minority, but if you're white person, if you're a white woman, no forgiveness. As for reparations, what does that got to do with COVID?
Back in April, a group of white farmers sued for racial discrimination. A federal court in Florida issued a preliminary injunction that halted the debt relief program nationwide. And in August, the U.S. Department of Justice declined to appeal the injunction. Instead, the department said it would defend the program in district courts. John Boyd has a message for the white farmers behind the lawsuit.
I've been characterized based on the way I've looked my whole life. Did they receive any type of treatment like that from the United States Department of Agriculture?
For now, Kendall Johnson is working on her first book, aimed at getting kids excited to dig in the dirt. She may represent the future of Black farming, making it look so simple, a child could do it.
So you keep the leaf part and then take the stem part, put it back in the dirt, and regrows into a new collard green.
Okay, so that was amazing and adorable, and our thanks to Joshua Johnson for that incredible story. Now, the British royal family is getting together on screen in a new documentary to pay tribute to the late Prince Philip, and Joe has got this story for us.
That's right. The project airing on Discovery Plus is called Prince Philip, the Royal Family Remembers, and it features interviews with Prince Charles, his wife Camilla, and both his sons, William and Harry. Here's an exclusive first look.
In this documentary, members of the royal family open up about what the late patriarch meant to them.
From my grandmother's perspective, to have someone like that on your shoulder for 73 years of marriage, it doesn't get better than that. The two of them together were just the most adorable couple. And I don't know if anyone's ever described them as adorable, but to me, knowing the cheekiness of him and knowing that behind what the world sees, you have two individuals who were, very much in love, and both who, at a very young age, dedicated their life to service. The places that these two traveled, the things that they saw, the experiences that they went through, that is an incredible bond between two people.
His Royal Highness had come to see for himself what this icebound region inhabited by seals and penguins was like.
Prince Charles recalling his father's sense of adventure that cultivated a lifelong desire to care for the planet.
He did so many expeditions. He understandably became extremely worried about them. More than anything else, the loss of habitat.
The family also remembering his kindness, his humor, and the importance of family to the prince.
What you see is what you got with my grandfather, the authenticness of him. He was unapologetically him.
He's always been the sort of heart of the family and always been a huge presence behind everything we've done, really.
If I could live half the life that he lived, I'd be extremely happy. And we were lucky to have him for nearly 100 years.
Prince Philip, the royal family remembers, starts streaming on Discovery Plus tomorrow. Savannah?
All right, thanks, Joe. And that does it for this hour of Morning News Now, but the news continues right now. Right now on NBC News Now, Omicron surge. The World Health Organization warning the COVID variant is rapidly spreading around the globe. The areas hardest hit in the U.S. and the growing fears we're on the brink of yet another wave. Plus, breaking right now, united in grief, President Biden set to touch down any moment in Kentucky, which is the epicenter of that tornado outbreak. Communities there are still reeling from the loss.
It's hard for us. Everything we had in the house is gone.
In just a moment, we'll tell you where the search and recovery efforts stand as we speak. In contempt, former Trump Chief of Staff Mark Meadows now facing potential criminal charges. The showdown over his testimony in the Capitol riot investigation and what could happen next. Plus, real-life drama. A former star of General Hospital is now suing that soap opera. We'll tell you about the legal battle now boiling over the show's vaccine mandate. Hi there, everyone, and happy Wednesday. Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford. My co-anchor, Aaron Gilchrist, is on assignment. We begin right now with the coronavirus pandemic and the unprecedented spread of new cases across the country. Health officials here in the U.S. now sounding the new alarm about the rapid spread of the Omicron variant. Now, more than 24 states are seeing confirmed cases of this new variant. The situation is so bad, in fact, that one university is declaring a red alert, shutting down its campus. Cornell University in upstate New York reporting more than 900 new COVID cases, and that's just this week. Thankfully, we have a team of correspondents covering every single angle of the pandemic at this hour. So let's go ahead and begin right now with NBC News' Sam Brock. Sam, I know you're following that rapid spread of this new variant. What's the latest where you are?
Yeah, Morgan, good morning. And the latest is that right now Omicron is about 3% of all cases in the U.S. That is expected to rise significantly. Of course, right now we are clearly in the middle of a wave. The question is how big and how bad is it going to be? In Miami, we are smashing testing records here with the Christmas holiday just over a week away.
As we brace for another winter bout with COVID, soaring cases from the UK to Africa have the World Health Organization warning people not to be fooled by Omicron's reportedly milder profile.
We are seeing what we have never seen before in an outbreak with this Omicron.
In the U.S., top CDC officials have modeled two scenarios: a massive wave of infections slamming communities as early as January, or a smaller surge of Omicron arriving in the spring. CDC Director Dr. Rochelle Walensky spoke with Savannah and Hoda Tuesday.
Is it more transmissible? Is that the deal?
So it is. It is more transmissible, and we're seeing that in other countries as well, that it's rapidly becoming the more predominant strain.
How much more transmissible? Do you have any metric? Is it 5 times more transmissible than Delta? 1, 2 times?
It's still early, but what we're seeing in some of these other countries is doubling times of about every 2 days or so.
The national picture is increasingly troubling, with around 40 states looking at double-digit increases in COVID infections. In Omaha, Nebraska, hospitalizations are skyrocketing, and healthcare workers are tapping into their reserves.
We just hope that no one else has to experience the things that we've been experiencing, especially lately.
Cornell University going virtual in the middle of finals, reporting over 900 new COVID cases, including a very high percentage of the Omicron variant in fully vaccinated people.
Stafford wants to throw for it, and it
In the NFL, marquee wide receiver Odell Beckham Jr., who just played in a big Monday Night Football game, one of 9 LA Rams to land on the COVID list 24 hours later. Coach Sean McVay, bewildered.
This has definitely been the most uniquely challenging situation we've dealt with COVID.
Sam, we also know that Pfizer has released promising data from its antiviral drug trial. It's not authorized for emergency use yet, though. Do you have any idea of when that authorization may happen?
So just reading the tea leaves, Morgan, we know that the FDA could very well be tackling this in the next couple of weeks, maybe early next year. But here's the bigger issue right now. Pfizer says they produced about 200,000 courses of treatment. That is the equivalent of a couple days of infections in the United States. Next year, they'll be producing 80 million courses of treatment. So it's going to help, but not right away. Morgan.
All right, we will wait and see. Mr. Sam Brock for us there. Sam, as always, thank you. Let's go ahead and bring in NBC News medical contributor Dr. Kavita Patel. Dr. Patel, thanks for being with us. And I just want to dig into the news about this rapid spread of Omicron for a moment. While it seems to be the most contagious of the variants we've seen thus far, the question really becomes, is it as dangerous, for example, compared to Delta? Talk to us about what we know in terms of comparisons from a medical standpoint.
Yeah, Morgan, what we know is that it's more transmissible, which can be dangerous if people let their guard down or if they're not fully immunized. So in short, something that can be infectious so easily, person to person, even minutes of contact, in more than Delta can mean more infections eventually to someone who could have a hospitalization or unfortunately a death if they're not vaccinated or if they're under vaccinated, meaning not boosted.
And let's talk about those boosters just for a minute. I mean, we're hearing of more boosted people testing positive for COVID. In fact, I know 3 people who were boosted and tested positive for COVID just this week. So what exactly does that tell you about the effectiveness of the booster against Delta and Omicron at the same time? And what does that data tell you in terms of how serious this could be?
Well, we still need to kind of see how serious it is by waiting several weeks. I know that's not a great answer, but often those hospitalizations and serious infections can take time to develop. But what it does tell us, Morgan, a couple of things. If most of the infections I'm seeing, like breakthroughs, even with boosted people, are not that severe, they're mild. That actually tells you the vaccines are working, because if something were to be more than a mild or asymptomatic infection, that's troubling, and it means that virus, that strain, is escaping our effectiveness of the vaccines. But it also does mean, again, that we just need to be cautious, because I may get a mild infection, Morgan, but someone next to me that's older and more frail may actually get hospitalized. So we just have to be kind of vigilant until we sort out how much of this infection is really in the United States. It's here. But right now, we're still dealing with Delta. Just keep that in mind. The majority of infections are the Delta strain. Our vaccines do hold up against it.
And that is good news and good to know. Dr. Kavita Patel, thank you so much for being with us. We appreciate it. This is now the 3rd holiday season, with the cloud of COVID looming over us all. Just 1 week from today, nearly 110 million Americans will be heading out for holiday travel. Now, AAA predicts a 34% spike in the number of travelers from just a year ago. So the big question is, how prepared are the airlines? Here's NBC News correspondent Tom Costello.
Hey, Aaron and Morgan, good day. You know, that number of people traveling, 109 million over the Christmas and New Year's holiday, that's a big number. That's a third of the population going somewhere over the next month or so. The good news is, if you're driving, gas prices have already dropped from where they were on Thanksgiving. If you're flying, airlines are adding already more flights to handle the passenger loads.
1667 service to Miami.
Wednesday morning, and the countdown is on for the end-of-month travel push. After passing the Thanksgiving test, the airlines are now facing round 2.
They're giving them a long taxi all the way to Alpha 19 and back, so it'll be a while.
And predicting even more passengers will pack planes over Christmas and New Year's, triple last December's passenger levels.
I think we're all a little stir crazy at this point and willing to buck the crowds in order to get away.
After suffering scheduling and staffing meltdowns in October, then recovering over Thanksgiving, Southwest insists it is on the rebound.
We've already hired 4,000 here in the second half of this year, and we want to hire double that
They'll need the staff. Nationwide, up to 2.5 million passengers are expected to fly each day through the holidays, while 100 million Americans will drive. The good news, gas prices have dropped 9 cents in a month. Unleaded now averaging $3.32 a gallon, down from $3.41 a month ago, though $1.15 higher than a year ago when few people were driving. The busiest days to travel by ground or air, Thursday, December 23rd, Sunday, January 2nd, and Monday, January 3rd. The biggest threat? Weather. Snow and ice on roads and runways. Mike Hanna runs United's airport ops worldwide. If you get into bad weather and you've got crews out of position, how do you ensure that the next flight still takes off on time?
We will do swaps and ensure that we're trying to re-choreograph, if you will, our entire network to ensure that we're operating as many flights as possible.
The travel advice this morning, if you're flying, consider trip insurance to cover your costs if COVID interrupts your plans. Check in online and arrive early to breeze through security. With a record 5,700 airport gun confiscations this year, the TSA says leave guns and ammo at home. And one more.
Not to wrap your Christmas presents ahead of time going through security, because if they do alarm, we're going to have to unwrap them.
Wrap your gifts after you arrive. Also in Washington today on Capitol Hill, executives from United Airlines, American, Delta, and Southwest will be appearing before lawmakers. Lawmakers want to know how they spent that $56 billion as part of the Paycheck Protection Plan that they got during the pandemic to hold them over and keep airline employees on staff. Did they handle that appropriately? And why did they have meltdowns in October and over the summer that really inconvenienced hundreds of thousands of passengers? That will be very much up for discussion today in Washington. Aaron and Morgan, back to you guys.
We're also following breaking news this hour. President Biden in Kentucky today surveying the damage following a deadly tornado outbreak. Just overnight, survivors gathered for vigil in the city of Mayfield, Kentucky. Dozens of people remain unaccounted for across the state, and the current death toll stands at 74. But if you look across all of the impacted states, 88 lives were lost in total. Meanwhile, the president left Joint Base Andrews in Maryland just a few short hours ago, and he's set to touch down at Fort Campbell in Kentucky any moment. From there, he'll visit Mayfield, which is one of the communities that was hit hardest by the tornadoes. He'll also go to Dawson Springs, where he's expected to deliver remarks. We'll bring you those as soon as they happen. Our NBC News team is on the ground there in Kentucky. We have Jay Gray, who's in Dawson Springs, as well as Dasha Burns, who's in Mayfield. Dasha, I'd like to start with you because I know you traveled from Bowling Green to Mayfield last night. What are people there really across the state telling you about this massive recovery effort that's underway today?
Oh, look, Morgan, we've been showing you so much destruction and devastation over the last few days. But as the days go on and people continue to have to deal with the reality of what happened, there is more and more need. And right now, I'm at the Mayfield Graves County Fairgrounds, which has completely transformed over the last few days into this massive recovery supply center. This was nothing. It was a warehouse without power, without lights, and now you've got hundreds of volunteers here. There are lines of cars coming through, picking up and dropping off supplies. This warehouse is filled with everything from food to toilet paper. T-Mobile brought generators. They're giving out cell phones here. Verizon is here. A ministry truck is here to help with counseling. World Central Kitchens here bringing all of this food. People coming and picking things up, but also a lot of folks from around the community coming and bringing what they can to drop off. And this entire effort has been coordinated by this woman here, Sandra. Sandra Dowd is responsible for all of this. A tiny woman, no offense, but a huge operation. How on earth did you pull this off?
Well, first of all, this is my hometown. I was born and raised here, and I live just right outside of town. But also, and I didn't get hit, okay? I was fine. So I came up here to check on the fairgrounds because I worked here, like I said, 24 years. So, but it was all standing. Everything was good, which is great. And then it was like, hey, that building, we need to use this building for supplies. And then it just grew and grew. And now we're using a second building back there too. So, and it's bigger than this one. And all these people started calling saying, how can I help? What do you need? Well, you know what? We need everything.
Yeah, I was going to ask, how great is the need?
Well, I'll tell you what's happened. We're not the only one that got hit here. There's a little town, Casey, Kentucky, Dawson Springs, Kentucky, Princeton. They are not getting what we are getting, okay? So we're talking to them. They're going to start coming and getting stuff that they need.
And I can see even right behind you, folks loading up these trucks with supplies, with
the
water.
They usually are getting the water here, and then some boxes or whatever stuff, perishables. We're trying to get them, out of here, and of course the water. And then we're going to start bringing the bread out here. We're getting donations of everything. I'm talking cream cheese. I know, but you know what? You got crackers in there, right? They spread a little cream cheese on and a cracker.
What are people telling you they need the most right now?
Generators. And we are getting them in, but that's something that is we got to be careful with. I mean, we're sending an electrician each time that they're getting a generator, and we're not just handing it to them. The electrician is delivering it and hooking it up.
And installing it. Well, Sandra, thank you so much for all you're doing.
Thank you.
And by the way, Morgan, Sandra has been sleeping here. The first couple of nights she slept in her car. Then she got a hotel room, and now she's sleeping in a camper trailer on site here. It's really amazing what the folks here are doing.
Miss Sandra is a hero.
Thank you so
Please
much.
thank her for all the service she's providing to that community. And Dasha, thank you for being there. We appreciate it. We also know that President Biden will get an up-close look at Dawson Springs, Kentucky, which is one of the cities that Sandra just mentioned there. At least 13 people died in that town. And one local leader tells our NBC affiliate there in Lexington, Kentucky, that a full recovery is actually going to take years. NBC's Jay Gray is on the ground there in Dawson Springs right now. Jay, what can we expect to hear from the president today? And really, what do we know about the scope of federal support that's headed to that region?
Yeah, and Morgan, it's not hard to believe that recovery is going to take years when you see what's happened here. I'm standing in the middle of what used to be a home. It is gone now. They're going to need that federal help you talk about. And let's talk a little bit about what they're seeing here as we walk through what, again, used to be a home. I'm in the middle of it, in the middle of what appears to be the path of at least one of these tornadoes. You can see as you take a look down where this thing apparently went, and everything in its path destroyed. These were homes. These were people's lives that are now scattered for miles across this area. What we've seen on the ground to this point, the National Guard, obviously, we've also seen FEMA on the ground helping out as well today. And because they need so much manpower, federal agents, including the FBI, are out here and physically trying to do what they can to work through the pieces here and start the recovery, which, as you talk about, is going to take a long time. The president, he's coming here to offer the condolences of the nation, obviously, to tell the people most affected here that he will be with them. And he's promising to keep that manpower and resources on the ground for the year or more it's going to take to bring things back. So that's his main message when he visits here today to spend a little time with those most affected by these storms.
You know, Jay, we did mention that there are still more than 100 people who are unaccounted for across that region. Where does the search for them stand right now?
Yeah. Well, it's still a search and rescue at this point. There is some hope that somewhere in the debris, like you see here, there will be somebody pinned or trapped who's been there and that they can be rescued. As far as the recovery effort is concerned, what we're hearing from the teams that are going through areas like this around the clock is that they're going to continue to do that until everyone is accounted for. But when you see this, you realize that's going to take some time. And I think a lot of people are now coming to that realization that working through all of this is something that's not going to be over in the next day or two. We know that they're adding more manpower, more rescue teams are coming in from across the country, and more canines, more dogs, which is going to, I'm told, help speed up the process here. That's something they desperately need.
All right, NBC's Jay Gray on the ground for us there in Kentucky. Jay, thank you. I want to turn to Capitol Hill now, where the House voted overnight to hold former Trump Chief of Staff Mark Meadows in contempt of Congress after he refused to answer questions about the January 6th insurrection. The Justice Department will now consider possible criminal charges, and one lawmaker accused Meadows of being part of a cover-up. Let's go ahead and bring in NBC News now.
If you're making excuses to avoid cooperating with our investigation, you're making excuses to hide the truth from the American people about what happened on January 6th. You're making excuses as part of a cover-up. And if you echo these excuses, if you base your arguments on these excuses, if you adopt these excuses as your own to explain why you won't take action, then you're part of that cover-up too.
Let's go ahead and bring in NBC News national political reporter Sahil Kapoor. Sahil, those were some strong words. And we also know that committee vice chair Liz Cheney was one of only 2 Republicans who voted in favor of holding Meadows in contempt. What was her argument specifically?
Morgan, Liz Cheney's argument was that Mark Meadows was making an overly broad claim of executive privilege that the committee has rejected that she doesn't believe applies in this case. So, for instance, he turned over a trove of documents, thousands and thousands of pages that included many text messages, and then said he's not willing to come in and testify about those messages. She says he can't provide them to the committee and then say it's privileged in the sense that he can't come talk about them. She also mentioned that he was present when then President Trump was talking to Georgia Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger and trying to get him to overturn the result of the election in Georgia, which he lost. She says he has no conceivable claim to privilege on, to refuse to discuss a situation like that because there's evidence in text messages that he was talking to other people about that exact situation. Let's have a listen to what Liz Cheney had to say when she played those messages.
Some of those text messages, Madam Speaker, came from members in the chamber right now. One member said, "He needs to stop this now." In all caps, "Tell them to go home." POTUS has to come out firmly and tell the protesters to dissipate. Someone is going to get killed. All of these texts are non-privileged. They are texts that Mr. Meadows has turned over. And they are evidence of President Trump's supreme dereliction of duty for 187 minutes.
And the vote in the House was 222 to 208. Just 2 Republicans, as you mentioned, Adam Kinzinger and Liz Cheney, the 2 on the January 6th Select Committee voted to hold Mark Meadows in contempt. The rest voted against it.
And let's be clear now, Sahil, I mean, this is now in the hands of the Justice Department. So what do we know about the possibility of criminal charges coming?
That's exactly what the committee and now the House of Representatives is asking the Justice Department to do, is to prosecute Mark Meadows, charge him criminally for contempt of Congress. There is a precedent for this. Very recently, the House January 6th committee and then the full House of Representatives referred Steve Bannon, the former Trump advisor to the Justice Department, about 22 days after that referral was certified to the DOJ. An indictment came down, and Steve Bannon is now fighting that in court. So it's unclear if that same timeline holds, if it'll be a little slower or if it'll be a little faster. They're weighing some different considerations, such as the fact that Bannon had not been in the White House for years at the time during which that he's being asked to testify, whereas Meadows was the then President Trump's top aide at the time. Does executive privilege apply? Will the Justice Department take that into consideration?
And Sahil, also breaking news overnight, you know, the House voted to raise the debt ceiling. What's the latest on that? And really, Sahil, what does that mean for everyday Americans who are now heading into this holiday season in a really struggling economy?
Congress finally finished its task of lifting the debt ceiling, which I can't emphasize it enough. It doesn't add to the debt. It simply allows the United States to borrow to pay the bills that Congress has demanded that it accrue. This simply means that people can go about their holidays, people can go home for Christmas and the New Year's and not worry about a catastrophic economic meltdown. This should never have been an issue to begin with. Congress has created this self-imposed mechanism where it has to separately authorize the government to borrow money to pay bills that it demands that the government accrue. But regardless, it got resolved at the last minute.
All right. NBC's Sahil Kapoor live from the halls of Capitol Hill. We appreciate you, Sahil. Thank you. And new details emerging in the ongoing battle over former President Donald Trump's taxes. A federal judge has thrown out a lawsuit aiming to block lawmakers from getting those tax returns. NBC News Justice correspondent Pete Williams joins us now from Washington, D.C. Pete, just big picture, why did the judge throw out this case?
Well, this involved a request from Richard Neal, the chairman of the House Ways and Means Committee, for copies of Mr. Trump's tax returns for all 4 years that he was in the White House, plus the year before and the year after. The committee said it wanted to see how the IRS was carrying out a policy that requires automatic audits of a president's taxes. And there is a federal law that requires Treasury and the IRS to turn over any person's tax returns when Congress asks for them. Mr. Trump's lawyer said, though, the real reason that Congress wanted these returns was to look for something embarrassing, that this was strictly political, and that therefore the committee had no legitimate legislative purpose. But this ruling from Judge Trevor McFadden, who was appointed by President Trump, said it's undoubtedly true that for many in Congress, the desire to see these returns was simply politics. But he said there's a long line of Supreme Court cases that says as long as Congress has a legitimate reason, it doesn't matter what other motives there were. And he said those rules require great deference to facially valid congressional inquiries.
What does that deference look like going forward, Pete? I mean, can President Trump ultimately appeal this decision? And if he actually does do that, how would that go down?
Well, the judge put the effect of his own ruling on hold for 14 days in order to give the Trump legal team time to appeal. And now they have filed notice that they will appeal. Their next stop is the Federal Appeals Court here in Washington. If they lose there, they can try the Supreme Court.
All right, NBC's Pete Williams for us there in D.C. Pete, thank you. Coming up, with Christmas just 10 days away, what you need to know to ensure that your gifts are, in fact, delivered on time. Don't go anywhere.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Go ahead. Nice to see you tonight.
The holiday season is a time to spread cheer. Now the holidays can begin. And appreciate the ones you love.
From our family to yours.
We're super grateful to these 21 all-star chefs. Cheers, everybody.
Happy holidays from today.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your newsfeed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now. News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Christmas is now just 10 days away, and those shipping deadlines, well, they are coming even sooner. Both small businesses and even major companies are really doing everything they can to ensure that customers receive their holiday gifts on time. Here's NBC's Jolene Kent.
At the jewelry and clothing boutique Keston,
which order number is that?
They're doing everything in their power to deliver holiday magic on time.
We pack the orders as fast as we can. So the moment we get your order in, we just try to get it to the post office as quick as possible.
But after packages go out the door, they're out of Keston's control. That's why the brother-sister co-founders Kevin and Stephanie Lynn moved their shipping deadlines 2 days earlier this year.
What do you risk losing if a package is late for the holiday season?
A lot of times the blame gets shifted to the business. Even though it could be the mail carrier that lost the package, they still expect us to be responsible for it.
UPS's ground shipping deadline varies based on location, while Wednesday is the final day for ground shipping in time for Christmas for the Postal Service and FedEx. FedEx manager Nanette Malbranch says they're absolutely ready.
If a customer ships on time, can you guarantee on-time delivery?
We will do everything that we possibly can. There's a lot of challenges like weather, but other than that, we are definitely doing everything that we can to make sure that we meet our commitment to all of our customers.
If you miss the deadline, there's still time, but it'll cost you a lot more. The next best options are this Friday for first class mail and next Tuesday for FedEx Express Saver and UPS 3-Day Select.
When you send off that package, do you say a prayer this holiday season?
Yes. And we keep an eye on ourselves as well, too. And then after that, it is a little prayer.
A holiday hope that's out of their hands.
President Biden is in Kentucky today touring the tornado disaster zones with more than 100 people still missing. Stay with us right here on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. From New Orleans, late military operation, witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Making news right now, Disney World crews in Florida are cleaning up after a fire near Cinderella's castle. Investigators believe that fire could have been caused by debris from the fireworks show that takes place right next door to the castle. Well, thankfully, firefighters were able to evacuate it and extinguish the flames quickly, and there were no injuries reported. O.J. Simpson is officially a free man. The former football star has been discharged from parole. He's now served the minimum time required of his sentence after being convicted of an armed robbery in Las Vegas back in 2008. As we all remember, Simpson was acquitted in the 1994 murders of his ex-wife and her friend. The Library of Congress has announced its new list of films chosen for preservation in the National Film Registry. Making the list this year, Star Wars Episode 6, Return of the Jedi, Lord of the Rings, The Fellowship of the Ring, and the 1997 biopic Selena, starring Jennifer Lopez. These films are all chosen based on their, quote, cultural, historical, and artistic significance. We continue our coverage of those deadly tornadoes that struck Kentucky this hour. President Biden just arrived in the state a short time ago, where more than 100 people are still unaccounted for. The president is taking an aerial tour of the hard-hit community of Mayfield before he meets with local leaders. Then he'll tour several other communities, including Dawson Springs, where he'll see the aftermath firsthand. NBC's Ellison Barber and Mike Memoli are both there on the ground in Dawson Springs for us. Ellison, I want to start with you just so you can give us a sense of what the president is actually going to see on the ground today. What's there behind you?
You know, Morgan, in a lot of ways, the pictures, the images people have seen, it doesn't entirely do it justice. Just look up and around with us, because 75% of this town is gone, completely destroyed. Hundreds of homes have been reduced to piles of rubble. 14 people have lost their lives in Dawson Springs alone. The youngest, a 2-month-old infant baby. Her name was Oakland. The oldest, 86 years old. We have seen not only the destruction, the devastation, but we've also seen members of this community coming together, even though every single one of them most likely has been impacted by this, most likely lost something themselves. They are reaching out to their neighbors, helping each other, trying to just get through day by day. But a lot of people here, they need help, and they want the president to know that. I spoke to one woman yesterday, and she talked about how challenging it is to even wrap her mind around the idea of rebuilding. She said, how do you rebuild when you do not have an ID and you have no credit cards, no access to cash? How do you rent a car? How do you get a hotel room? The idea of starting over for so many people is just impossible to imagine right now, but they're trying their best day by day. And what they keep telling us, Morgan, is show everyone this, because we need people to see it so they realize how much help we really need in communities like this.
Yeah,
Morgan.
Ellison, it's almost impossible to imagine. It's difficult to hear, and I know they're asking for people to see this. Obviously, a very important person who will see this is the president. Mike, I know we're also expecting to hear from President Biden later this afternoon after he tours communities like where Ellison's standing right now. What is the president hoping comes out of this visit? What is he going to convey to the people who are really hurting?
Yeah, Morgan, it's a good question because as the president has been getting briefings from his team, first over the weekend when he was home in Delaware and then at the White House on a daily basis since then, he's getting a lot of facts and figures and sort of seeing the maps and some of the video coverage as well that we've been showing all week. But as Ellison lays out, there really is nothing that compares to seeing it up close and in person, as I found myself just coming here for the first time today. And so the president wants to hear those stories from the individuals who've been affected. He wants to hear very tangible ways that the government can help them. And his message is very simple. It's that we're here to help, that we want to help you rebuild, and that there's going to be a partnership from the federal government working with the state and local officials to do everything they can to make it happen. We're also going to hear the president talk about the effects of extreme weather. This is, in fact, the 5th time that President Biden has had to go somewhere in this country that has been experiencing severe weather, and he's going to talk about that that's a reality that this country has to deal with as well. But his first message is one of reassurance and comfort, if he can provide it to any of those who've been dealing with this tragedy.
All right, we have NBC's Ellison Barber as well as Mike Memley there in Dawson Springs, Kentucky, ahead of the president's visit. Thank you both for being with us. About 100 miles east in Bowling Green, Kentucky, huge swaths of destruction. Look at that on your screen. 11 people were killed on a single block there. And now one mother is sharing her story of finally getting to safety after hiding in a bathroom with her daughter as that tornado ripped through. We're joined now by LaCoy Bailey. LaCoy, first off, I have to thank you for taking time. I know you all are so busy trying to really put the pieces back together, and so it's really meaningful that you're even willing to share your story with us. Can you tell us about what happened that night?
I just remember hearing weird noises. I just had a message alert come across my phone, and normally this stuff doesn't really hit Bowling Green like this. I mean, it comes, but it doesn't really hit through the actual city of Bowling Green. And so, I mean, I just grabbed my child because she was sleeping in her room that night, but I went ahead and grabbed her, and we got some clothes on and ran downstairs. And it was like 5 minutes later, it was just this heavy wind just started picking up, and it was getting louder and louder. And I just remember putting my leg over the door to just, if anything was to blow in, I can protect my child, and holding the door because the door was shaking very hard. And I just remember screaming and trying to cover my child, and she's screaming too. And I just heard glass shatter, and debris was flying up underneath the door, and it sounded like stuff was hitting the building just really hard. But after it was over, I just remember running up to her room and seeing her whole wall and her windows were busted right out. It was like something just sucked her room right out. And I just remember going outside and seeing people, just lights everywhere. People are hurt, chainsaws, lights are down, just trying to get to safety after it was over, because we're being told that there's going to be another one that was actually going to impact it a few hours later. So we're just trying our best to get to safety as soon as we can.
I am so glad that you got to safety, and I am so glad that you were able to protect your child. LaCoy Bailey, we hope that you find some peace and the resources you need in the days ahead, and thank you so much for sharing your story with us. LaCoy Bailey there in Kentucky. Thank you, LaCoy. We're also closely following the trial of former Minnesota police officer Kim Potter. She's accused of fatally shooting Daunte Wright while trying to arrest him at a traffic stop just earlier this year. Now, both sides are trying to convince the jury of their version of Potter with respect to her experience and her training. Potter now faces 2 counts of first and second-degree manslaughter. NBC News correspondent Shaquille Brewster joins us live from Minneapolis, where that court is unfolding. Shaq, what have jurors been hearing inside that courtroom today?
Well, Morgan, right now, much of the testimony is on training, specifically training with a taser. We're hearing from the sergeant that teaches officers how to use their taser and what's the requirements and what they should do in terms of testing it before and how they should deploy it. And frankly, it's much more dry testimony than what we heard last week. Last week, we heard from the mother of Daunte Wright. We heard from the officers involved in that situation. This testimony it features a lot of PowerPoint slides. It features a lot of text, a lot of documents that juries and the jurors are looking at, and it seems to have somewhat of an impact. Yesterday, we saw reports from the reporters in the room that some of the jurors were nodding off during the testimony. At one point, there was the judge guided them or directed them to stand up and take a stretch because of just how dense that material is. But at issue, Morgan, is the idea of whether or not Kim Potter was even allowed to use that taser in the first place. We know that through her defense, she's saying that she meant to reach for her taser. Instead, she got a gun and fired that single shot into 20-year-old Daunte Wright. Well, the prosecution is trying to argue that even if she meant to use her taser, that was still reckless, that was still negligence, and those are the terms, those are the legal standards that need to be met in this case, Morgan.
I mean, when we talk about that training, how crucial is that she testify, according to the lawyers? I mean, can we expect Potter to testify in her own defense?
Yeah, we fully do expect Kim Potter to take the stand. The timing of it, we are still not sure of. But if you compare the official witness list from the state and from the prosecution to the 23 witnesses that we've heard from so far, it does seem as if they're moving pretty quickly through their case, that they're towards the end of the presentation of their case. And that goes to your question, because after the prosecution rests, then the defense will come up. And we already heard from the defense attorney that she will take the stand in her own defense. We can expect to hear from her. And we know if her testimony is like any of the other testimony that we've heard of in the past 2 days, it can go on for some time, and there's going to be a lot of back and forth between the state and Kim Potter and with the defense attorneys and their client.
Shaq, you've been covering this trial since the beginning, and the reality of it is this trial has been taking place in the context of other trials that are dealing with police brutality and communities of color, or questions of police brutality. So, you know, as a reporter who's covered this, as someone myself who's covered these types of issues, what are you hearing from the community members? Is the fact that Kim Potter is even brought to trial sort of reinstill some element of trust from those communities, or are people disgruntled and frankly disillusioned?
I think you get more of the disillusionment, I should say. Folks who don't understand the idea of how an officer can mistake a taser for a firearm, and that breeds the distrust that you continue to hear about in the community. But you mentioned, yes, the fact that this is a trial. This is an officer being held accountable by a jury of her peers. No matter what the ultimate result is, whatever the ultimate verdict is, it still is a jury of her peers, members of the community, looking at her actions, questioning her actions, looking at what she did and what perhaps she should have done differently, and then coming up to that conclusion. And people do find hope in that. But at the end of the day, they recognize there's still a 20-year-old black man that lost his life, and a 2-year-old or now 3-year-old child that no longer has his father. And that is kind of the focus that you hear from a lot of people in the community.
NBC Shaquille Brewster for us there, live from Minneapolis. Thank you so much, Shaquille. And coming up, two of America's biggest adversaries hashing a plan to show a united front. Up next, what was said during a call between Russia and China's presidents, and what Vladimir Putin has planned to counter a diplomatic boycott of the upcoming Beijing Winter Games. Stay with us.
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Go ahead. This is it.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from The Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
We began our across-America journey tonight, St. Louis, Austin, here in Nashville. From Washington, D.C., the site of our nation's capital, you rarely see. It's your last one. Was talking smack part of this? What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from The Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
Do you feel like the bad guy in this? Why should they believe you when they know that people are getting in? Has it been worth it to make this trip? Do you feel like you're giving a green light to politicians? How do you explain why your case has become so important?
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it.
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
China and Russia are strengthening their ties. Russian President Vladimir Putin and Chinese leader Xi Jinping held a virtual summit today to discuss ways the two countries can cooperate. Both nations are facing more international scrutiny over human rights, as well as rising tensions here with the United States. NBC News foreign correspondent Matt Bradley joins us now from London. Matt, first off, what issues are China and Russia mutually concerned about here?
I mean, Morgan, there are a ton of issues. Among them are trade issues, their neighbors, their border issues. But really, there's only one real issue, Morgan, and that is their dealings with the West. Now, both countries, as you mentioned in your introduction here, they both have said that they are facing a lot of scrutiny from the West for various different reasons. A lot of them are for human rights violations, for their expansionist attitudes, especially when it comes to, China and the South China Sea and some other places with their Belt and Road Initiative, and then with Russia and Ukraine and Crimea. Both of these countries are seeing themselves as kind of victims of criticism from NATO, from the European Union, from the United States. And so really this meeting was nothing but a long, extended high five between these two leaders who have now decided very much that they are in the same boat together and that they can present a unified front against the West and its criticisms.
Matt, how is Washington looking at all this?
I mean, this just happened, and I am not in Washington, so I can't really say. But what I can tell you is it's probably pretty obvious that what they're going to be seeing here are two extremely powerful world leaders, two countries whose economies are, well, in the case of Russia, not so much, but in the case of China, whose economy is growing dramatically. Two countries who have faced a lot of scrutiny from the West and both have expansionist attitudes, who are now more or less in league with each other, perhaps more than they've been in recent history. Remember, these two countries have had shared political systems in the past. They've had similar ideologies, but they have not always gotten along. And in many cases, and throughout the 20th century, they've almost been at the brink of war with each other. Now, it looks like they are very much in bed together and will remain that way because they see themselves as, but like I said, victimized mutually together by the West.
All right, NBC's Matt Bradley for us there. Matt, thank you. Meanwhile, Secretary of State Antony Blinken has cut his Southeast Asia trip short due to a COVID case within his traveling party. As NBC News foreign correspondent Claudia Lavanga explains, this could be a step backwards for American diplomacy.
Hey, Morgan. The decision to cut short the Secretary of State's visits to Southeast Asia represents a real setback for the U.S. as Blinken was in the region to boost ties with countries where China's influence has grown in recent years. But the government decided not to take any risks after a member of the traveling press tested positive to COVID-19. Blinken himself tested negative yesterday, but Ned Price, the State Department spokesperson, said in a statement that the secretary will be returning to Washington, D.C. for an abundance of caution. Now, while in Indonesia, Blinken laid out the U.S. strategy for the Indo-Pacific region based on closer ties in the fields of economy, defense, and diplomacy. But today, he was forced to cancel his scheduled meeting in Thailand and return home. Morgan?
It's a real-life drama for a daytime soap opera star. Just after the break, we'll tell you all about the General Hospital actor who's facing off with ABC over a COVID vaccine mandate. Stay with us.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Another giant leap for mankind.
They want folks to shelter in place until this storm pushes through.
This new travel requirement, is it possible we're going to see tighter restrictions?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Do you feel like the bad guy in this? Why should they believe you when they know that people are getting in? Has it been worth it to make this trip?
Do you feel like you're giving a green light to politicians? How do you explain why your case has become so important?
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Oh, yeah, this is it. Do you feel like the bad guy in this? Why should they believe you when they know that people are getting in? Has it been worth it to make this trip?
Do you feel like you're giving a green light to politicians? How do you explain why your case has become so important?
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
We began our Across America journey tonight, St. Louis, Austin.
Here in Nashville, from Washington, D.C., the site of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last move.
Was talking smack part of this? What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Another giant leap for mankind.
They want folks to shelter in place until this storm pushes through.
This new travel requirement, is it possible we're going to see tighter restrictions?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7. Grab your apron for a new podcast, Cooking Up a Storm with Al Roker.
My forecast, yummy.
Some of the best chefs share family secrets to get you ready for a holiday feast.
This is fun. Bringing the heat for the holidays.
Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
We're tracking another major case inside a Minneapolis courtroom. Derek Chauvin, the former police officer who murdered George Floyd, has pleaded guilty to violating Floyd's civil rights. He previously pleaded not guilty. Chauvin was already convicted on murder and manslaughter charges and is currently serving a nearly 23-year sentence. NBC News correspondent Ron Allen joins us now from Minneapolis. Ron, I have to ask you both the big and the obvious question. Why did Chauvin change his plea?
He faced the possibility of life in prison if convicted of those civil rights charges. The trial was supposed to begin next month in January, and that's what he avoids. He still is likely to get a very lengthy prison sentence of as long as 25 years for the federal charge, along with the 22.5 years that he faces because of the state convictions for murder and manslaughter. So there's that practical matter. He'll also be able to serve his time in a federal prison instead of in a state prison, where he might very well run into any number of inmates who he helped convict or arrest during his life. At this point, he is serving in solitary confinement for the most part for his own protection, because he is seen as it's such a dangerous situation for him to be in a state jail at this point. Minnesota only has one maximum security prison, and that's where he has been. And ironically, his time in court today, which was about maybe a half hour or so in the courtroom and perhaps another hour or so getting here and back, that's the longest time he has been not in that cell since he was sent there some months ago. So those are the advantages, if you will, to pleading guilty. It also, for this community, it spares Minneapolis, state of Minnesota, of another trial involving Derek Chauvin, and to some extent helps turn the page on all this. George Floyd's family was in the courtroom listening to all this. They say that this brings them perhaps some measure of closure, but they're still grieving, they're still mourning, they're gratified by the fact that Chauvin gets a slightly longer sentence, but obviously for them this is not over. Take a listen to what one of George Floyd's nephews had to say.
I don't expect an apology, and I don't honestly care to have one. He knew what he was doing. He had 9 minutes and 29 seconds to understand what he was doing and stop kneeling. He chose not to.
There's still the state trial for the 3 other officers who were involved in this, and there's still a federal trial for them as well. That's expected to begin perhaps in January, the state trial beginning in March. So there's still a lot of legal process to go on, and anguish, frankly, for the family to have to sit through all this and relive it again and again. But they are determined to continue to get justice. They are, again, somewhat gratified that this has happened, that Chauvin has, in fact, pleaded guilty to this charge. But again, this case is still, and its repercussions are still far from over across the country. Morgan?
Ron, it's interesting you bring up across the country, because you've been covering trials from Brunswick, Georgia to there in Minneapolis, and we just heard from Shaq Brewster, who's dealing with another trial there in Minnesota. And the truth is, we're seeing this rash of cases, right, of conflicts between people of color and police officers. And I know this new guilty plea just came down, so you may not have a chance to react to that. But what are people there in the community saying more generally about this case, about Chauvin's conviction? And is it sort of quelling some of the fears and the attention across the state that you mentioned earlier?
It's rare for a police officer to be arrested for a violent offense against a black citizen, let alone be convicted. And it's even more rare for the federal government to step in after a state court has convicted someone in a case, a police officer in a case like this. So the case of Derek Chauvin, George Floyd, has set all kinds of precedents. It's been described as a landmark case in this particular area of the law. And the hope is, by many advocates, that it will set a precedent that will be followed. A lot of the George Floyd's family, relatives, advocates who are here in court today left here to go to Minneapolis. We're in St. Paul to the trial of Kimberly Potter, who's accused of shooting and killing Daunte Wright there. The families are close. We know that George Floyd's girlfriend was a high school teacher of Daunte Wright during his life. So, yes, a lot is happening here. A lot is still happening here. And the other thing I should point out is that all of this is going on very peacefully. People are watching this. Advocates are monitoring it. There are activists who are gathering. But it's all been very peaceful, but it's all been very intense. There's a lot of attention focused on what's happening in the courtroom in Minneapolis and here today. Like I said earlier, this was something of a big step if you put it in the context of someone pleading guilty, a police officer pleading guilty to a federal civil rights charge. That's a significant step. But again, there are still these other trials to go of the other 3 officers, both in state and federal court.
And it also may be, as you mentioned, a landmark step. Ron Allen there for us covering this trial. Ron, thank you. We appreciate it. A soap opera star is stirring up some real-life drama. A former General Hospital actor is suing ABC for firing him after he refused to get vaccinated. In his lawsuit, the actor claims the network religiously discriminated against him by not granting him an exemption. NBC News correspondent Vaughn Hilliard has been following this story for us. Vaughn, where does all this back and forth sort of stand right now?
You see so many of these soap operas, including General Hospital, these characters, they come and go. You think they're gone and they come right back. But this time, Ingo Rademacher, who plays Jax in General Hospital and has for 25 years, well, this time he is fighting his exit from the show in real life.
Goodbye, Carly. Goodbye.
Tonight, former General Hospital star Ingo Rademacher suing ABC. The company fired him for their COVID vaccine mandate. Rademacher, who played Jasper Jax on the daytime soap opera for nearly 25 years.
How do you know all this?
Now arguing that the company's vaccine mandate is unconstitutional and amounts to religious discrimination.
Good morning, guys. So this is my official video to say that I'm no longer on the show.
Rademacher thanking his fans in a goodbye post on Instagram. Then getting to his position on vaccines.
If you want to go get the vaccine, get the vaccine. If you think it's going to protect you, that's great. But you should be able to make that choice.
Lawyers for Rademacher in a lawsuit filed against ABC on Monday in Los Angeles, writing, ABC does not have the authority to force medical treatment on its employees against their will. Even if it did, it must offer religious exemptions to the forced treatment to anybody who requests one. It cannot discriminate among religions and cannot second-guess the sincerity of one's religious beliefs. ABC has not replied to NBC News' request for comment.
Where do you see this lawsuit going?
Generally, the cases so far appear to favor state and employer-mandated vaccines, but there is no definitive final word on the issue from the Supreme Court yet.
Just this week, the U.S. Supreme Court refused to block New York's vaccination mandate for healthcare workers, even those claiming religious exemption. But other mandates are still working their way through the lower courts. Rademacher was the second General Hospital star to confirm his departure from the show.
Unfortunately, General Hospital has let me go because of the vaccine mandate. I did apply for my medical and religious exemptions, and both of those were denied.
Actor Stephen Burton, who played Jason Morgan since 1991,
stop talking,
also posted a goodbye video on Instagram in November after he was fired for not getting a shot. Rademacher's lawyers seeking compensation for damages, yet to be determined, but also hoping to set a precedent.
I do not agree with corporations ever being able to mandate a vaccine to keep your job, to keep your livelihood.
And we should note that now across the country, Morgan, 84% of American adults have received at least one dose. So for those who plan on tuning into General Hospital, you can still expect Sonny and Carly and the likes of the rest of the cast.
Sonny
Morgan?
and Carly. All right. Vaughn Hilliard for us there. Vaughn, thank you as always. And breaking right now, message of hope. President Biden arriving in tornado-ravaged Kentucky, vowing that more help is on the way. This as more than 100 people remain missing. Unprecedented surge. Health experts issuing an urgent warning as Omicron spreads around the world faster than any other COVID variant. The new numbers that have both U.S. and global officials alarmed. Criminal charges. Former Trump Chief of Staff Mark Meadows could be in serious trouble. The House voting to hold him in contempt for failing to comply with the Capitol riot investigation. And tracking down thieves, NBC News goes inside and undercover to stop shoplifters in action. We'll show you how one team there is really trying to stop the rash of robberies that's happening across the country. I'm Morgan Radford. Thank you so much for joining us this afternoon. My co-anchor Aaron Gilchrist is on assignment. We begin this hour with what's happening as we speak on the ground in Kentucky. President Biden is getting a firsthand look at the damage left behind by that deadly tornado outbreak. And he arrived in Kentucky just a few minutes ago. The Homeland Security Secretary and FEMA director are both with him. The president left Joint Base Andrews this morning, bound for Fort Campbell, which is an Army installation near the Kentucky-Tennessee border. He's visiting Mayfield, which is one of the communities that was hit hardest by those tornadoes, just before he goes to Dawson Springs, where he is expected to deliver remarks. We're going to bring you both of those events live as they unfold. The president's visit comes as Kentucky is, of course, still reeling, just trying to pick up the pieces and recover from all of that damage. 74 people are confirmed dead. More than 100 people are believed to be missing. That search and rescue operation is simply growing more urgent and really less hopeful as the hours tick by. We're on the ground this hour in both of those towns. Let's go and begin with Dasha Burns, who's there in Mayfield, Kentucky. Dasha, what exactly is the president going to see when he gets there, and how is the relief effort coming along? How much progress have they made thus far?
Hey, Morgan. Yeah, when the president arrives here, he is going to see a lot of destruction and a lot of devastation. A community still really in shock from what has happened and trying to come to grips with the pain and the loss that everyone here has witnessed, whether their home was affected personally or a neighbor. I mean, I have seen people who are fine, their family is safe, but they are heartbroken and traumatized because of what they've witnessed and the neighbors that they have lost, and the just devastation that they see around them, a community that's never going to be the same. But at the same time, Morgan, he's going to see a lot of resilience. Within less than 24 hours of the storm hitting this community, there were volunteers out in the streets clearing debris so people could drive through. I mean, every day you see more and more progress. You see the cleanup efforts really making a difference. So while there's still a lot of destruction, people are coming to help. People are coming to rebuild, and there's a lot of hope in the rubble. Morgan, I want you to hear from a local business owner here about that kind of hope, that it still resonates here. Take a listen.
This was West Kentucky Drug and Alcohol, and it will be again.
You're going to rebuild?
Yes, ma'am. It's heartbreaking, but we're the lucky ones. The people have lost lives and lost family members right here during the holiday season. That's what's tough.
The resilience. I mean, this kind of tragedy in a lot of ways does bring out the best in people, and I've seen that every corner I turn. As much as I see destruction, I see good hearts, big hearts, and helping hands. Morgan.
Dasha Burns there in Mayfield, Kentucky for us. Let's go ahead and move over to Dawson Springs now, where President Biden will head this afternoon. He's expected to really offer some details regarding the administration's recovery response. NBC's Jay Gray is there on the ground in Dawson Springs for us. Jay, what are you seeing there behind you? And really, what are people in that community saying as they anticipate the president coming?
Yeah, and Morgan, what we're seeing on the ground here is complete destruction. You can see homes that have been ripped apart, but I want to show you right now what's happening. And this is something that's just developing in this particular neighborhood. It's been going on across the zone for quite some time, but as we walk across it, you can see a lot of the damage here. But if we can get back up here, Jose, if you can just come up this way. Sorry, guys, we're just trying to give you a better look here, Morgan. But you see the FBI and you see the teams working here. If you continue to come across this way, what you'll see is they're going through each of these spots with a cadaver dog. They're looking for victims. There are still a lot of people, over 100 people missing here, and so they are working through this area and doing what they can to try and find those who are missing at this point. That's as the recovery continues to process here and as the president moves in. So there's a lot going on here right now, but take a look and you can just see exactly what they are doing at this point. These folks trying to clear away what they can and doing what they can, and then you've got the dog teams here. This is a process that's going on not only this afternoon, it's going to continue for quite some time. You can see not only the mess that we have here, but how much work it's going to take to try and get things back. You asked what people are saying on the ground. Morgan, that's what they're talking a lot about right now, is trying to find a way to find at least a small sense of normalcy in what is a mess right now. And they're looking for a message really from the president, talking to a lot of people out here, a message of hope. They want some encouragement, and they want to know that that help's going to be here a long time.
NBC News' Jay Gray there in Dawson Springs. Jay, we wish you the best as you continue reporting and cover the president's visit. Thank you so much for bringing it to us. And we begin our COVID coverage this hour with an urgent warning from the World Health Organization. Officials there say the spread of Omicron is so rapid and so unprecedented that it's like nothing they've ever seen before.
Omicron is spreading at a rate we have not seen with any previous variant. We're concerned that people are dismissing Omicron as mild. Surely, we have learned by now that we underestimate this virus at our peril.
Also this hour, a new setback involving the Johnson & Johnson vaccine. According to Bloomberg News, a new study found that the single-dose shot alone provides very little, if any, antibody protection against the new Omicron variant. Let's go ahead and bring in NBC News correspondent Antonia Hilton, who's in Mineola, New York right now, where some counties there are really pushing back against the state's temporary mask mandate. Antonia, I have to ask you why. Sort of what's the reasoning and the argument behind why these counties want to stop enforcing this mandate?
Yeah, Morgan, it can seem very counterintuitive in the midst of this crisis, right? And the governor announced this mask or vax mandate. This applies to public indoor spaces, restaurants, venues. But when I talk to some of the county executives who've come forward publicly with anger and frustration over this, what they tell me is this comes down to a problem of resources. These are counties in different parts of the state where they have been spread thin, trying to run vaccination clinics. I spoke to one county executive who told me that they have about 6 vaccination sites, and they've been pulling employees who work in non-public health related departments to help run those sites. And now this order would require him to ask some of those folks to inspect businesses and to bring fines against anyone who's not complying with the mask orders, $1,000 fines. That would be to small businesses in the midst of the holidays. And so they say that's just a position, 2 years into the pandemic and at this time of the year that they're not comfortable with. Take a listen to some of my conversation with Mark Molinaro. He's the county executive in Dutchess County.
We have no resources to dedicate to this enforcement, and the mandate is unnecessary. Again, I truly believe that people ought to make the smart choice for themselves, assess risk, and make decisions. That includes, in certain circumstances, wearing a mask. This is not necessary at this time. County governments don't have the resources to divert.
And Morgan, some of this is frankly politics too. Mark is a Republican. Several of the other county executives who've come forward angry about this mandate are Republicans as well. And they say that they feel like the governor's office didn't collaborate with them. In some cases, they said they found out about this order after it had already gone public through press releases. And they wanted to have more of a conversation about the unique needs and personalities of the communities that they run, Morgan.
Sure. I mean, it's about politics, but it's also about power. And just, for our viewers to keep everything in context, this mandate is only in effect for 1 month to prevent a post-holiday COVID surge. So, Antonia, when you look at sort of the broader context nationwide, is New York State really taking into account what's happening elsewhere around the country when it comes to making this decision?
Absolutely. Look, it's entirely inspired by the winter surge that we are not entering, we are already in. To put even more context in, they are detecting Omicron here at about 13%. That compared nationally at 3%, which means that we are seeing serious transmission, and there are 2 very serious variants here in the New York tri-state area. And so this mask mandate is an attempt to try to stop the spread of that, of course. But when you talk to county executives, many of them run counties that are very highly vaccinated. Here in this part of Long Island where I am right now, people over 18 are vaccinated at about a 97% rate. And so the folks here, the incoming county executive, feels like, I want to stay focused on vaccination, on a community that says they did their part, and I don't want to mix the messaging here. Take a listen to some of my conversation with the incoming county executive here in Nassau. Is it worth just pulling through for a couple weeks?
No, not really, because basically the governor set forth this mandate because of a spike in hospital admissions in Buffalo and Rochester. Buffalo and Rochester are 300 miles away from Long Island. They're closer to Cleveland, Ohio than they are to Long Island. But to paint a broad brush on a state as big as New York, when Long Island is as far away as you can get from where the problem is, I think it's a mistake. It's as if the governor of Ohio was telling us on Long Island what we should do.
I asked him several times about, the seriousness of the uptick in hospitalization and cases that we're seeing in this region. And, he acknowledged that, but said in this area, they're not seeing that yet. They have plenty of beds in their ICUs. And he also said, there's a lot of fatigue in communities like this one where people got vaccinated. It's been 2 years. They want to see family. And so he wanted to have a conversation with the governor that really acknowledged that certain communities have different needs or are farther along in the fight for vaccination than others, and to have a more tailored attack when it comes to how we're going to handle this winter surge. Morgan. All right.
NBC's Antonia Hilton for us there in upstate New York. Antonia, thank you. Today is the Army's deadline for all active duty troops to be vaccinated. So for the Air Force, Space Force, Navy, and Marine Corps, that deadline has already passed. NBC News Pentagon correspondent Courtney Kube joins us now. Courtney, we know that those official numbers won't actually be released until tomorrow, but do we yet have a sense of how many members of the Army have already been vaccinated?
We do. So as of a week ago, they put out some official numbers. It was about 95% had been fully vaccinated, 97% had gotten at least one shot. Defense officials who I'm speaking with are saying that those numbers have ticked up a bit in this last week. They're now expecting somewhere in the neighborhood of 2 to 3% of the total U.S. Army will not be fully vaccinated by the end of the deadline today. But when you break down that last 2 to 3%, about 1% of those are individuals, those soldiers, are somewhere in the exemption process. So they've applied for an exemption and are waiting to find out if it's been accepted or not. The last less than 1% or so are individuals who are likely to refuse. Now, those people still can go through a counseling process. It's not like at the end of the day today, they will automatically begin an administrative discharge process. In fact, they could begin some counseling. They could still be convinced to get their vaccine. So what this all means is that, out of a total U.S. military or U.S. Army force of more than 480,000, we're talking about thousands of soldiers who still have not been vaccinated, this 2 to 3%. But that does not translate into thousands of soldiers who will be kicked out because they aren't yet vaccinated. This sort of just begins the next step in the process of everyone being vaccinated in the force, Morgan.
But is that the ultimate disciplinary action, that they will, in fact, be kicked out?
If they ultimately continue to refuse to get their vaccine, the final step is an administrative discharge. And we've seen that already in the Air Force. About 27 airmen were discharged from the U.S. Air Force earlier this week because they continued to refuse. And this comes down to the fact that this is a lawful order. They are being ordered as active duty members of the U.S. military to get this vaccine. They are refusing. The way that is punished, or the way that is adjudicated, is by an administrative discharge.
All right. NBC's Courtney Kube from the Pentagon. Courtney, thank you.
Thanks.
Omicron is putting health officials on high alert. In fact, the World Health Organization says that worldwide, 77 countries are reporting cases of the variant, but they actually believe that most countries are already dealing with Omicron. NBC News foreign correspondent Matt Bradley is following the latest global COVID developments for us. Matt, where you are in the UK, you all saw a record-setting number of new COVID cases today alone. What is the government there doing about it?
Yeah, I mean, 80,000 or nearly 80,000 new cases. That's a huge number considering that the last time we hit that record, this is past the record that was set almost a year ago in January, before the vaccine was widely available. So what's going on? Well, the British government says that they're rolling out more booster shots. I'm supposed to get one tomorrow morning. I've got signed up myself. But, the government is also really, their hands are tied because of various scandals within the government about that Christmas party thing last year that I think I told you about. This is a big deal. It means that Boris Johnson and his people within government were seen celebrating Christmas, even as they were telling everybody else throughout the country that they had to stay home and not celebrate with their families. That's being seen as massive hypocrisy. So the government can't really do as much because Boris Johnson is being seen this way. And he's also facing an insurrection from within his own Tory party of members of parliament who say they will not accept any new restrictions. Still, the government went ahead and voted on the so-called Plan B yesterday. That passed, but it passed more narrowly than it would have if there hadn't been this, what they call here, a backbencher revolt of people who were saying they will not accept these new restrictions. So what we're going to be seeing from here on out is more and more booster jabs right up until the end of the month, because the government has set a new deadline for boosters. They want all adults inoculated, not by the end of January. They just moved that up to the end of this month. That's going to mean about 1 million boosters every single day through the Christmas holiday. Morgan?
That is a lot of booster shots. I do want to just go over to France for a moment here. The French government is specifically focusing on their citizens over 65. Why is that, and what specifically are they doing different for those who are older 65?
Well, basically, you know, the thing with France, if you go there right now, you have on your phone, and they're having like this in Britain as well, you have a COVID pass, they call a pass sanitaire. You have to show this when you get on a train, if you go into a restaurant or a cafe. Everywhere you go, the waiter, the conductor, they'll ask to see your phone and you show this to them. It shows that you're fully vaccinated, it shows or that you've had a recent negative test within the last 24 hours, so it's very recent, or it shows that you've already had the disease and that you've recovered. If you're over 65, and this is starting very soon, you will no longer be able to show that. It will just simply disappear from your phone unless you've gotten that third shot, that booster shot. Now, that seems like it's just a problem for people who are over 65 who haven't gotten their booster shot. But come January, according to French President Emmanuel Macron, that age is going to drop to include all adults. So if by the middle of January, supposedly, this is the plan, if every adult hasn't gotten that third booster shot, their pass sanitaire won't work anywhere. So that's a very, very tight restriction. It's consistent with some of the tightest restrictions in the world, which is what France has been doing ever since this past summer. Morgan?
All right, NBC's Matt Bradley live from London. Matt, thank you. Meanwhile, back here at home, former President Trump's chief of staff, Mark Meadows, has been referred to the Justice Department for possible prosecution. The House voted last night to hold him in contempt of Congress for refusing to testify before the January 6th committee. NBC News senior congressional correspondent Garrett Haake explains what could be coming next.
Hey, Morgan, this was an historic rebuke of Mark Meadows late last night, coming from the same House of Representatives where he served 4 terms before joining the Trump administration. The chair of the January 6th committee says Meadows left lawmakers with no choice, calling his refusal to testify an attack on the rule of law and vowing not to let the facts be buried by a cover-up by former President Trump or his allies.
The yeas are 222 and the nays are 208.
This morning, the House is ramping up the pressure on former President Trump and his allies over January 6th after voting to hold former Trump Chief of Staff Mark Meadows in contempt of Congress, referring him to the Justice Department for possible prosecution for refusing to testify before the committee investigating the insurrection.
If you're making excuses to avoid cooperating with our investigation, you're making excuses to hide the truth from the American people.
Republicans argue the contempt vote amounts to intimidation and harassment by Democrats.
I hope the American people are paying close attention. I hope they see what happens when Democrats get total power. They abuse it.
But the committee's top Republican, Liz Cheney, says Meadows' testimony is necessary to help the committee determine what she calls a fundamental question, whether former President Trump may have committed what could amount to a crime on January 6th.
And that is whether Donald J. Trump, through action or inaction, corruptly sought to obstruct or impede Congress's official proceeding to count electoral votes.
The investigation has been explosive, revealing that on January 6th, figures across the political world, including Trump's own son and Fox News hosts Laura Ingraham and Sean Hannity, sent texts to Meadows pleading for Trump to intervene. A day after the revelations, Hannity and Ingraham attacking the committee last night.
Do we believe in privacy in this country? Apparently not.
Meadows has also turned over texts from unnamed Republican lawmakers.
Some of those text messages, Madam Speaker, came from members in the chamber right now. POTUS has to come out firmly and tell the protesters to dissipate. Someone is going to get killed.
You saw there at the end of the piece, unlike with Donald Trump Jr., for example, so far those lawmakers who were texting with Mark Meadows, their names remain hidden. But Committee Chair Benny Thompson says there won't be any surprises who they are when their names are revealed, adding that they've all been very public with their defense of what happened on January 6th. Morgan?
Cybersecurity experts are scrambling to fix a software vulnerability that has likely led to hundreds of millions of computer hacks all across the world. NBC News national security correspondent Ken Delaney joins us now from Washington. Ken, first off, what is this security flaw? I mean, what are cybersecurity experts really telling us about how they're going to fix it?
It's called Log4j, and it was first discovered in the popular online game Minecraft, Morgan. And what security experts are saying is that this is one of the biggest vulnerabilities they've ever seen, because it's present in all sorts of computer networks. We're talking about hundreds of millions of devices, and it's so ubiquitous that people don't even know where it is. One expert compared it to trying to find all the salt in your kitchen. You might point to the salt shaker, but there's actually salt in your pancake mix, your peanut butter, almost every ingredient in your cabinet. And it's going to take months to patch this thing. And meanwhile, bad guys, be it nation states like China and Iran or criminals, are trying to exploit it. The odd thing is we haven't seen yet any major hacks that have been attributed to this, although most experts say it's only a matter of time, Morgan.
And Ken, just the bottom line here, how worried do we all need to be, you and I, about potential hacking of our own private computers?
My sense is it's not so much our personal data, our personal phones or whatever that are at risk here. It's corporate networks. And the real risk is, for example, ransomware being injected and shutting down some major piece of infrastructure, or a country like China or Iran using this to exploit and steal data. It's just another reminder, Morgan, that the internet was never built for security. There are these kinds of flaws hidden all over the place, and bad actors are waiting to discover them and exploit them.
All right, NBC's Ken Delaney for us there live from Washington. Ken, thank you.
You bet.
And stay with us, because coming up, Google is making a pretty bold decision about COVID vaccines. We'll give you all the details just after the break.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from The Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
It's an issue dividing communities and influencing elections across the country. An in-depth look at how one small town confronted race and education, and how it tore the community apart.
Shame!
This is Southlake. All episodes available now.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from The Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community? What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Go ahead. This is it, right?
On the money this hour, investors on Wall Street are watching for a major move from the Federal Reserve. The central bank is holding a key meeting today, really opening the door to interest rate hikes early next year. CNBC senior markets correspondent Dom Chu joins us now. Dom, thanks for being here, and just talk to us briefly about this Fed meeting and what it really means for the markets right now.
I mean, this is very much a market, Morgan, that's in a holding pattern, just fractionally lower for most of the morning. Interest rates holding steady as well, and there's a sense among many traders you're not going to see a lot of action ahead of what may be coming from the Fed with regard to not just that decision on rates, as you point out, but more importantly, any signals they may be giving about the cutting back of financial stimulus overall in the economy and, of course, future policy, all under the cloud of some of the highest levels of inflation that we've seen on record. The expectation, just to give you an idea of what things are, or what things stand, is that the Fed and Chair Jerome Powell will make an announcement today saying the central bank will quicken the pace of its wind down of pandemic-era stimulus. And Morgan, what that in essence means is, like you point out, it could be interest rate hikes down the line. And what that could mean is a slowdown in the U.S. economy, but maybe more importantly for many users and consumers out there, a slowdown in the rise of consumer prices, Morgan, as well.
And Dom, talk to us about Google, because that company is making headlines over what is admittedly a pretty controversial decision involving COVID vaccines that people are reacting to. Tell us about it.
Absolutely, Morgan. It's follow the rules on vaccinations at Google, or take a pay cut, or get fired. That's the message that the internet search and tech media giant shared with its employees. Now, it came via a message from Google's executive team that was seen by CNBC. The memo already said that employees had until December 3rd, which is come and gone, to declare their COVID vaccination status and provide proof, or apply for some kind of a medical or religious exemption. Now employees are being told that if they do not comply with those rules by January 18th, they will be placed on paid administrative leave for 30 days. After that, it will be unpaid leave for up to 6 months. And then after that, eventual job loss or termination. So again, Morgan, yes, a very bold move by Google.
And just very quickly, Dom, I mean, Times Man of the Year, Elon Musk. We know that Tesla is feeling the fallout after a deadly crash involving one of its electric vehicles. What more do we know about that?
So it's in Paris, France. G7, which is a taxi company there, has suspended use of Tesla Model 3 cars after a crash involving one of those vehicles killed one person and injured others. It said it's not going to use the vehicles until police have completed their investigation. It involved an off-duty cab driver that was reportedly taking his family out for the evening. And according to a French government spokesperson, Tesla has said there is no indication of any technical fault that may have led to the accident. But it's a story that we continue to monitor, Morgan. Back over to you.
All right. CNBC's Dominic Chu for us. Dom, thank you.
Sure.
And stay with us right here, because President Biden is on the ground in Kentucky as we speak, surveying the damage left behind by those deadly tornadoes. Still ahead, we'll tell you how the victims are now coping in the aftermath. Stay with us.
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
The holiday season is a time to spread cheer. Now the holidays can begin. And appreciate the ones you love.
From our family to yours.
We're super grateful to these 21 all-star chefs. Cheers, everybody.
Happy holidays from today.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Do you feel like the bad guy in this? Why should they believe you when they know that people are getting in? Has it been worth it to make this trip?
Do you feel like you're giving a green light to politicians? How do you explain why your case has become so important?
The holiday season is a time to spread cheer. Now the holidays can begin. And appreciate the ones you love.
From our family to yours.
We're super grateful to these 21 all-star chefs. Cheers, everybody.
Happy holidays from today.
Making news right now, a teenager has been shot and killed Tuesday after a high school basketball game in Newport News, Virginia. The boy died at the scene, and investigators say some sort of fight led to that shooting and that no arrests have yet been made. Meanwhile, a man in Dallas is recovering after being attacked by a pack of loose dogs. Police say the man was walking his own dog when 4 larger canines came out of nowhere. Neighbors could be seen rushing to help the man, who appeared to be mostly unharmed, but his dog was severely injured and now requires surgery. There's a new three-pointer king in the NBA. Golden State Warriors star Steph Curry hit his 2,977th three-point shot in a win against the Knicks here at Madison Square Garden in New York City. Curry broke the record previously held by Ray Allen, and guess what, guys? Here's the kicker. He hit that number in 511 fewer games than Allen did. Pretty incredible. Meanwhile, we continue our coverage of the deadly tornadoes this hour. President Biden is on the ground in Kentucky to survey the staggering destruction there. After taking an aerial tour, the president is being briefed by local leaders before he gets a firsthand look at the scale of the disaster in Mayfield and in Dawson Springs, Kentucky. Our Ellison Barber and Mike Memoli are both there in Dawson Springs right now. Mike, I'd like to start with you. What will the president's message be to the people of Kentucky today? And really, what type of federal help could he be promising?
Yeah, Morgan, well, the first and foremost, the message from the president is that the people of this country are here for the people of Kentucky and Mayfield and Dawson Springs and elsewhere that are experiencing just unfathomable loss of life, of property during the holiday season especially. This is a president who's very comfortable playing that role of consoler-in-chief, and he wants to use this opportunity to sort of offer whatever solace he can to the individuals he's going to be meeting with. But it's also an opportunity for the president to send the message that the federal government can work for states and local governments at a time like this. The president, in fact, just on the ground in Mayfield in the last few minutes, about an hour from here in Dawson Springs, he was speaking with some city council members and doing everything he can to make sure that they knew he was there to offer federal assistance beyond what has already been offered. 130,000 liters of water, 70,000 meal kits, for instance, but more where that came from. The president even joked he's willing to come to a city council meeting down the road as they continue to recover. The message from the president that we're here now, obviously today, as you're in the immediate aftermath, but we'll be there in the months to come as well.
Ellison, I want to turn to you. Really, how are the people of Dawson Springs coming together right now as they try to put back the pieces of their lives? And what is it that they are asking the president for?
Hey, Morgan. Well, this is actually one of the survivors of the storm here with me, Shauna. This was her house. These two people back here, they're from a nearby town. They are helping her look through her home, trying to recover some bits of things. You just found, what is this, your daughter's?
My daughter's best friend's necklace. She was really upset about losing it. The man over there found it, and we're just searching for what little bits that we can find.
You were here in this house with your 9-year-old daughter, your 3-year-old son when the storm came through and collapsed. How are you doing now? How do you begin to rebuild here?
We're alive, we're banged up. As rebuilding, we're just trying to gather what we can, and everybody that's came and supported and donated, it's been a huge help. Don't know where to begin to restart. It's hard to find housing right now, to get assistance with financial needs. Everybody's homeless. That's our main concern. Is we were trying to find a home, and we had no documentation for a home. They want proof of, who you are, but how do you do that? You have nothing. And it's completely starting all over again.
You were telling me earlier about what your son said about the Christmas tree and memories. Could you walk us through some of that?
The next night after the incident, my son woke up crying that his tree has gone out the window. It's blowing away, and I had to hold him and tell him it's okay, that I'm here with you, because I held him the whole time. He never left my arms. My daughter never left my side. They're traumatized. My daughter remembers holding on to the bathtub with one hand and her feet flying up in the air and us being thrown. And my son will randomly bring up the tornado, and he's never going to forget that. They're never going to forget it. And it's Christmas.
Thank you for speaking with us. And Morgan, she told us her neighbor who lived in the duplex, the apartment next to her, did not survive. You see people helping each other. When you look at the destruction, you can see the little dots of people often out here trying to help each other. But like we heard from Shauna, and we've heard from so many people, when you have absolutely nothing, it's really hard to even take a step to rebuild. As the president is coming here today, when we were talking, I said, what do you want him to know? And she said, is he going to do something, or are they just here to look and talk? That's what they want to see, action, because they need it yesterday. Morgan?
They need it, and they deserve it. Ellison Barber, please thank your guest, and please tell her we would send our condolences and wish her the best in the days ahead. Ellison Barber and Mike Memoli, both there in Dawson Springs, Kentucky. Thank you both. Rescue and recovery are top of mind in Kentucky right now, but so are basic necessities like just getting food and water to survivors. Chef Jose Andres and his organization, World Central Kitchen, is stepping up to really help bring thousands of fresh meals to the communities that are still reeling from those tornadoes. Dan Abrams is a relief operations lead for World Central Kitchen, and he joins us now. Dan, I have to thank you for being with us. I know you're very busy and have a lot to do, especially right now. Can you just give us a sense of what you're seeing on the ground there and really how many people so far you have been able to reach, and what are they saying that a hot, fresh meal means to them right now?
Absolutely. Good morning, Morgan. We are here in Gilbertsville, about 30 minutes north of Mayfield, where we are providing over 1,000 meals to the Red Cross, who we've been working with to assess the communities and meet people going door to door. And we are floored by the damage we're seeing, but I think we are also seeing an amazing outpouring of support by communities helping communities and neighbors helping neighbors. And it's really nice to be here to help these communities as they recover and get back on their feet.
Dan, you know, we know that there's still a long road ahead. How long will your team be there on the ground to help them?
We will be here as long as there is a need. As people still request meals, we will get them to them from either ourselves or the over 25 local partners we've been working with to provide fresh hot meals.
All right, Dan Abrams, we cannot thank you enough for the work that you're doing. Some heroes wear capes and some deliver fresh meals. We really appreciate you being here with us and being there with them. Thank you, Dan. We want to turn to another part of this tragedy, the investigation into really what happened before the storm hit a Mayfield candle factory. NBC News lead Lannis Danny Cevallos is here. Danny, I have to ask, you know, NBC has been hearing from people who said that they were threatened with being fired if they left that building. Can you explain more about what happened, and should we expect legal action from those employees?
Yeah, reportedly, there are people saying that supervisors at the candle factory, Mayfield, were telling employees not to leave. And allegedly, if they left, they might lose their jobs. Now, there is a lot to be found out whether that is true or not. And I believe the CEO has issued a statement saying that that is not, in fact, true, that employees could leave and did leave. But if it is true, it would be problematic, certainly from a moral perspective and possibly from a legal perspective. But I stress, not necessarily. And this is not going to be a very popular thing to hear. But when you look at workers' compensation statutes, for example, which are normally the exclusive remedy for an employee who is hurt at the job, the injury has to be the result of a risk that is special to that job. It could be argued, the company might say, that that tornado might have hurt people no matter where they were, in a warehouse, at home, on the road, leaving to go home, anywhere at all. They were no safer in the warehouse than they would have been at any other job in any other place.
I guess in assessing the validity of any potential legal action, what would the state be looking at? What would they be seeking from investigators?
They would be looking at exactly what the supervisors and the company knew at the time. If there was a tornado warning, but it was, say, clear skies, then that doesn't appear to indicate that there was danger. And look, we have to be realistic about something here. I grew up in a state that had tons of tornado warnings. I never once saw a twister. The reality is, and this is something people are not going to want to hear, is a lot of people hear tornado warning. They go, I'm not going to inconvenience my day. I'm going to go to work. I'm going to do stuff. I've never seen a twister. I don't plan on seeing one. And when it does happen, it happens to other people, not me. And, you know, realistically, if you live in a place that has tornadoes, that is a common sentiment. I hate to say it. So the reality is going to be, they're going to need, if investigators are going to hold anyone responsible, they're going to need something a little more than the mere fact that there was a tornado warning. They're going to need some knowledge that they were in actual danger. I don't know that we as a society are prepared to say that the mere fact of a tornado warning means that everybody goes home all the time in every instance, because I just don't think that's been what people do in a tornado.
Or necessarily that the company itself was culpable.
Exactly. Well, you need to show that the company had some kind of knowledge that other than the warning that its workers were in danger and that it was a unique danger to them and that they were in the path of a tornado. But tornadoes are not like hurricanes. They're not predictable. They're more like lightning, I guess you might say. They could strike just about anywhere at any time in bad weather.
All right, Danny Cevallos for us. Danny, as always, thank you for breaking that all down. Now, home ownership is one of the primary ways that American families build wealth and do it generationally. But many Black homeowners are facing discrimination when it comes to their home appraisals. NBC correspondent Jake Ward spoke to one family who faced this very issue. Jake, what did you find?
Well, what's extraordinary here, Morgan, is that for the vast majority of Americans, as you mentioned, their wealth is centered in their home. So borrowing against that in the midst of a real estate boom makes extraordinary sense. But for one California couple, when they tried to do that, they found that the system did not work in their favor.
This 4-bedroom home in the hills of Marin, north of San Francisco, offers lots of light, water views, a school right down the hill.
So the house used to end right here.
Owners Paul Austin and Tanisha Tate Austin knew it was worth at least $1.3 million based on a 2019 appraisal. But looking to borrow as the housing market heated up, Paul met a new appraiser and showed her around.
And what was the number value? You open up that piece of paper, and what is it?
Oh, $998,000.
Less than $1 million.
Less than $1 million.
Which means almost $400,000 less than
Yes.
the appraisal you'd gotten a year earlier.
Yes.
And so they applied for a new appraisal, but this time
I'm going to guarantee that I'm going to get the appraisal that my house is supposed to get.
And in the United States, what is your best guarantee of getting the best rate possible?
Being white.
Being white.
So they worked to erase themselves from their own home.
All of our art, took that away, pictures of our family, anything that, would resemble that this home belongs to a Black family. Just grabbed it all, put it all in the shed, put it all away.
And they asked a white friend to stand in when the new appraiser arrived.
So this time you open the paper and it says what?
1.482.
Yes. $500,000 difference.
Imagine what that money can do for a family. That's seed money for a business. That's a second home you could rent out. That's college tuition. Now, imagine this whole community misses out on those opportunities. It shows that this is a far larger problem than this one address.
Carla Duffy, a homeowner in Indianapolis, told NBC's Priscilla Thompson about using a similar tactic.
I met with two of my girlfriends. Both are married to white men, and I was like, okay, I need to borrow one of y'all husbands.
Her appraisal came back at double the value. A survey of studies of racial disparities in the U.S. mortgage market found that discrimination inhibits upward social mobility of minorities and exacerbates large racial disparities in wealth because home equity is crucial for building wealth. In fact, this community, known as Marin City, was held back for decades. When Paul's family moved here from the South to work in the shipyards, redlining meant it was the only place in the area where African Americans were allowed to buy a home, while white residents could buy and sell anywhere. Today, Marin City's median income is less than $30,000 a year. Neighboring Mill Valley, a mile away, is nearly 3 times that.
In theory, this home should have been your family's escape from that history.
Yes.
Right.
Yes. Like, we shouldn't have to repeat what my grandparents had to go through, 50 plus years ago. It's frustrating.
Yeah.
Because we're not as far along in America as we think we are.
The original appraiser did not respond to our request for comment. By the time the Austins got the new appraisal, interest rates and terms meant they couldn't borrow the money they wanted, and they're now suing.
Just the process of appraising is a system that creates inequity in our country.
How do we change the system? Will our story be a catalyst to changing, the system that's negatively affecting Black and brown people every day?
Jake, I loved your question. I loved when you pointed out that this home was intended to be refuge from that very history. Can you tell us more about the lawsuit? What specifically are Paul and Tanisha hoping to accomplish with it?
Well, in the short term, Morgan, they are suing the appraiser, saying that they lost out on an economic opportunity here. They also say that they hope that it can in some way change the way that appraisals are done. Right now, the whole dream of intergenerational wealth and trying to move up in the country has to do with being able to borrow against your house. And they say that all of that really ends up resting on the possible biases of a single appraiser. But, there are also a couple of things here I want to point out that I think you can probably, that you'll find just as surprising as I did, Morgan. Morgan. I've had many people reach out to me since we first did this reporting to tell me that this is in fact a tradition in all parts of the country when it comes to black homeowners trying to get the best possible price. I've had multiple people come to me across the country and say, oh yeah, I pull my stuff off the wall, I bring in a white neighbor all the time. That is an extraordinarily shocking thing. And you also, I was talking with the Austins about the whole idea of wealth in the United States, where you borrow against debt. That is how everybody from billionaires down to simple millionaires build wealth, right? Well, they both say that their greatest dream is being out of debt. And I said, but managing debt is how wealth works in this country. And they said, well, but no, not if the terms of debt don't work for you in your home loan, in your car loan, in all the ways that racial disparities play out in mortgages and in debt in this country. So to see how different their experience is in the midst of this housing boom was an incredible eye-opener for me.
I'm so glad you put actual data and numbers to an experience that is very anecdotal within communities of color. I remember I was trying to look at buying a home just this past year when the pandemic hit, and I spoke to a bank, and the banker said, Morgan, do not put your race. When they ask for your race, do not put your race. And to hear that from someone who was employed at a bank, to know that that is the reality that so many people face. I'm just glad you told the story.
Talking to you, it's extraordinary.
Yeah, all right, Jake Ward for us. I cannot thank you enough for that report. Thank you, I appreciate it. Meanwhile, trans students are speaking out about the abuse and the bullying they face at school. According to a recent survey of LGBTQ students, 57% say they've been discriminated at school because of their gender expression and their outward appearance. 54% say they've been discriminated against because of their gender identity. NBC News reporter Joe Yerkeba joins us now. Joe, what did these students tell you about the nature of the challenges they were facing in school?
Yeah, so transgender students told me that they face verbal harassment and even physical violence. 14-year-old Willow Andring told me about how she suffered a concussion after a classmate beat her in an incident that was caught on video. Take a listen.
He comes from behind me and starts calling me names, calling me it, not a she, not a her, not a him, it's a it. And then we go to the our table, and normal lunch, and our lunch ends, and we go up to the stairs, and he pulls me from behind and starts hitting me.
Willow has since recovered, but she said that she was nervous to return to school at first, and she's just trying to stay safe and learn.
Look, no kid deserves that, no matter who you are or what you look like. Can you explain, though, the trend here, Joe? What does the data say, both qualitatively and quantitatively? Are things getting better or worse for trans students at school? And what steps should parents and educators really take to make sure that they are safe and supported?
Sure, yeah. Well, you quoted those survey numbers earlier, which I think show that trans students have always faced a disproportionate amount of harassment and violence. And students told me that things this year have been even worse. And so the advocates I spoke to recommend that parents and educators ask trans students what they need to feel safe. And in some cases, for example, trans students told me that they are subjected to supervised bathroom breaks where an administrator stands outside of the bathroom while they use it. And one advocate told me that's really humiliating for students. And in those cases, the advocate said that people are often assuming what trans kids need when they should really ask them.
All right, NBC's Joe Yerkeba for us there. Joe, thank you. And coming up, a rare appearance from several members of the royal family. They're coming together for a brand new documentary, and we've got the details next.
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from The Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
The holiday season is a time to spread cheer. Now the holidays can begin. And appreciate the ones you love.
From our family to yours.
We're super grateful to these 21 all-star chefs.
Cheers, everybody.
Happy holidays from today.
We began our cross-America journey tonight, St. Louis, Austin. Here in Nashville, from Washington, D.C., the site of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last one.
Was talking smack part of this? What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
A fire breaks out in a Hong Kong skyscraper, and the marijuana lovers of Malta rejoice. Aaron Gilchrist takes us around the world now in 60 seconds.
Hong Kong, where a fire broke out on a skyscraper today. Firefighters were able to rescue 770 people from that building. At least 13 have been hospitalized. An investigation into how this fire started is underway. Libya, where the upcoming presidential election is facing some serious challenges. Election day is December 24th, and critics speculate that the outcome may bring violence. The vote will determine Libya's first president since the killing of Muammar Gaddafi. His son, the controversial Saif al-Islam Gaddafi, is a main candidate in the race. And Malta, where people celebrated another win for marijuana. After a parliamentary vote on Tuesday, Malta became the first country in the European Union to allow the possession of cannabis for personal use.
It will stop once and for all the criminalization of people who for a lot of time have been criminalized when they are not criminals. So we have put an end to the criminalization of people who are not criminals.
The new law permits adults to grow up to 4 plants and possess up to 7 grams. And that's the world now.
The royal family is getting together for a rare appearance on screen, paying tribute to the late Prince Philip in a new documentary. Here's NBC News anchor Joe Fryer.
Hey, Morgan, the project airing on Discovery Plus is called Prince Philip, the Royal Family Remembers. It features interviews with Prince Charles, his wife Camilla, and both his sons, William and Harry. Here's an exclusive first look.
In this documentary, members of the royal family open up about what the late patriarch meant to them.
From my grandmother's perspective, to have someone like that on your shoulder for 73 years of marriage, it doesn't get better than that. The two of them together were just the most adorable couple. I don't know if anyone's ever described them as adorable, but to me, knowing the cheekiness of him and knowing that behind what the world sees, you have two individuals who were, very much in love, and both who, at a very young age, dedicated their life to service. The places that these two traveled, the things that they saw, the experiences that they went through, that is an incredible bond between two people.
His Royal Highness had come to see for himself what this icebound region inhabited by seals and penguins was like.
Prince Charles recalling his father's sense of adventure that cultivated a lifelong desire to care for the planet.
He did so many expeditions. He understandably became extremely worried about them. More than anything else, the loss of habitat.
The family also remembering his kindness, his humor, and the importance of family to the prince.
What you see is what you got with my grandfather, the authenticness of him. He was unapologetically him.
He's always been the sort of heart of the family and always been a huge presence behind everything we've done, really.
If I could live half the life that he lived, I'd be extremely happy. But we were lucky to have him for nearly 100 years.
Prince Philip, the Royal Family Remembers starts streaming on Discovery Plus tomorrow. Morgan.
It's a crime spree popping up in cities across the country. Just after the break, NBC News goes undercover with a team that's trying to stop them.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community? We began our Across America journey tonight, St. Louis, Austin, here in Nashville. From Washington, D.C., the site of our nation's capital, you rarely see. It's your last one. Was talking smack part of this? What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
Smash and grab robberies are spiking across the country, but the question is, who is behind them? NBC News went along with a team of detectives trying to bust the ringleaders of these crime sprees. Here's investigative and consumer correspondent Vicki Wynn.
Hi there. You have seen the videos. Thieves walking out with thousands of dollars in merchandise, from clothes to handbags, laptops, and more. So what's behind the rise in organized retail crime, and what is it costing us, the consumers? We investigate.
Stores hit by organized retail crime, theft rings that scout, plan, and execute high-value heists, from drugstores to brand-name merchandise. Theft cost the retail industry more than $70 billion a year.
To show you what's at stake, I'm here in Perrysburg Township, Ohio. It's a small suburb of Toledo, and I'm surrounded by stolen goods that officers purchased in undercover operations. Joining me now is Detective Sergeant Todd Curtis. Tell us why this small town is such a hot spot for organized retail crime.
Well, Perrysburg Township is located in the area they call the Crossroads of America, which is I-80, 90, and I-75. Thieves can jump off the interstate, hit the stores, steal the product, and be back on the interstate.
Curtis leads a team of 3 detectives who respond almost daily to organized retail crime and track stolen goods online. Curtis says they often end up on Facebook Marketplace. That's where officers found this power tool set for $350, $200 less than retail at Home Depot. Our cameras were there for the undercover buy.
Hey, what's up? This is unopened? Yeah, yes, sir. Transact.
But police arrest him, saying he's a fugitive wanted for aggravated robbery in Columbus and for buying these tools with a stolen credit card.
90% of our investigations actually involve an online marketplace.
Kyle Pennoyer is Senior Manager of Investigations for Home Depot. They've locked up high theft products, and now they're testing new technology.
Bluetooth activation, the tool is useless until it's paid for.
He says online resale makes it easy for criminals to hide and profit.
Can the online marketplaces do more to thwart these crimes? Should they do more?
I think so. We would like to see that go back to the online marketplaces to do a better job of vetting the people that are selling on their platform.
In a statement, a spokesperson for Facebook says, in part, "We prohibit the sale of stolen goods on our platform and use a number of tools to prevent this kind of fraud. We encourage people to report suspicious listings." Curtis says these crimes cost all of us.
We're all paying more. It's all affecting all of us, all the consumers who are honest.
New legislation similar to a law already on the books in Arkansas recently passed the State House in Ohio. It's meant to help limit the sale of stolen merchandise. It would require online markets like Facebook to confirm the identity of sellers. About a dozen states have similar legislation that is pending. Back to you guys.
Thank you so much for being with us this hour. I'm Morgan Radford, and your news continues right now. Right now on NBC News Now, Omicron surge. The World Health Organization warning the COVID variant is rapidly spreading around the globe. The areas hardest hit in the U.S. and the growing fears we're on the brink of yet another wave. Plus, breaking right now, united in grief. President Biden set to touch down any moment in Kentucky, which is the epicenter of that tornado outbreak. Communities there are still reeling from the loss.
It's hard for us. Everything we had in the house is gone.
In just a moment, we'll tell you where the search and recovery efforts stand as we speak. In contempt, former Trump Chief of Staff Mark Meadows now facing potential criminal charges. The showdown over his testimony in the Capitol riot investigation and what could happen next. Plus, real-life drama. A former star of General Hospital is now suing that soap opera. We'll tell you about the legal battle now boiling over the show's vaccine mandate. Hi there, everyone, and happy Wednesday. Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford. My co-anchor, Aaron Gilchrist, is on assignment. We begin right now with the coronavirus pandemic and the unprecedented spread of new cases across the country. Health officials here in the U.S. now sounding the new alarm about the rapid spread of the Omicron variant. Now, more than 24 states are seeing confirmed cases of this new variant. The situation is so bad, in fact, that one university is declaring a red alert, shutting down its campus. Cornell University in upstate New York reporting more than 900 new COVID cases, and that's just this week. Thankfully, we have a team of correspondents covering every single angle of the pandemic at this hour. So let's go ahead and begin right now with NBC News' Sam Brock. Sam, I know you're following that rapid spread of this new variant. What's the latest where you are?
Yeah, Morgan, good morning. And the latest is that right now Omicron is about 3% of all cases in the U.S. That is expected to rise significantly. Of course, right now we are clearly in the middle of a wave. The question is how big and how bad is it going to be? In Miami, we are smashing testing records here with the Christmas holiday just over a week away.
As we brace for another winter bout with COVID, soaring cases from the UK to Africa have the World Health Organization warning people not to be fooled by Omicron's reportedly milder profile.
We are seeing what we have never seen before in an outbreak with this Omicron.
In the U.S., top CDC officials have modeled two scenarios: a massive wave of infections slamming communities as early as January, or a smaller surge of Omicron arriving in the spring. CDC Director Dr. Rochelle Walensky spoke with Savannah and Hoda Tuesday.
Is it more transmissible? Is that the deal?
So it is. It is more transmissible, and we're seeing that in other countries as well, that it's rapidly becoming the more predominant strain.
How much more transmissible? Do you have any metric? Is it 5 times more transmissible than Delta? 1, 2 times?
It's still early, but what we're seeing in some of these other countries is doubling times of about every 2 days or so.
The national picture is increasingly troubling, with around 40 states looking at double-digit increases in COVID infections. In Omaha, Nebraska, hospitalizations are skyrocketing, and healthcare workers are tapping into their reserves.
We just hope that no one else has to experience the things that we've been experiencing, especially lately.
Cornell University going virtual in the middle of finals, reporting over 900 new COVID cases, including a very high percentage of the Omicron variant in fully vaccinated people.
Stafford wants to throw for it.
In the NFL, marquee wide receiver Odell Beckham Jr., who just played in a big Monday Night Football game, one of 9 LA Rams to land on the COVID list 24 hours later. Coach Sean McVay, bewildered.
This has definitely been the most uniquely challenging situation we've dealt with COVID.
Sam, we also know that Pfizer has released promising data from its antiviral drug trial. It's not authorized for emergency use yet, though. Do you have any idea of when that authorization may happen?
So just reading the tea leaves, Morgan, we know that the FDA could very well be tackling this in the next couple of weeks, maybe early next year. But here's the bigger issue right now. Pfizer says they produced about 200,000 courses of treatment. That is the equivalent of a couple days of infections in the United States. Next year, they'll be producing 80 million courses of treatment. So it's going to help, but not right away. Morgan.
All right, we will wait and see. Mr. Sam Brock for us there. Sam, as always, thank you. Let's go ahead and bring in NBC News medical contributor Dr. Kavita Patel. Dr. Patel, thanks for being with us. And I just want to dig into the news about this rapid spread of Omicron for a moment. While it seems to be the most contagious of the variants we've seen thus far, the question really becomes, is it as dangerous, for example, compared to Delta? Talk to us about what we know in terms of comparisons from a medical standpoint.
Yeah, Morgan, what we know is that it's more transmissible, which can be dangerous if people let their guard down or if they're not fully immunized. So in short, something that can be infectious so easily, person to person, even minutes of contact, in more than Delta can mean more infections eventually to someone who could have a hospitalization or unfortunately a death if they're not vaccinated or if they're under-vaccinated, meaning not boosted.
And let's talk about those boosters just for a minute. I mean, we're hearing of more boosted people testing positive for COVID. In fact, I know 3 people who were boosted and tested positive for COVID just this week. So what exactly does that tell you about the effectiveness of the booster against Delta and Omicron at the same time? And what does that data tell you in terms of how serious this could be?
Well, we still need to kind of see how serious it is by waiting several weeks. I know that's not a great answer, but often those hospitalizations and serious infections can take time to develop. But what it does tell us, Morgan, a couple of things. If most of the infections I'm seeing, like breakthroughs, even with boosted people, are not that severe, they're mild, that actually tells you the vaccines are working, because if something were to be more than a mild or asymptomatic infection, that's troubling, and it means that virus, that strain, is escaping our effectiveness of the vaccines. But it also does mean, again, that we just need to be cautious, because I may get a mild infection, Morgan, but someone next to me that's older and more frail may actually get hospitalized. So we just have to be kind of vigilant until we sort out how much of this infection is really in the United States. It's here. But right now, we're still dealing with Delta. Just keep that in mind. The majority of infections are the Delta strain. Our vaccines do hold up against it.
And that is good news and good to know. Dr. Kavita Patel, thank you so much for being with us. We appreciate it. This is now the 3rd holiday season, with the cloud of COVID looming over us all. Just 1 week from today, nearly 110 million Americans will be heading out for holiday travel. Now, AAA predicts a 34% spike in the number of travelers from just a year ago. So the big question is, how prepared are the airlines? Here's NBC News correspondent Tom Costello.
Hey, Aaron and Morgan, good day. You know, that number of people traveling, 109 million over the Christmas and New Year's holiday, that's a big number. That's a third of the population going somewhere over the next month or so. The good news is, if you're driving, gas prices have already dropped from where they were on Thanksgiving. If you're flying, airlines are adding already more flights to handle the passenger loads.
1667, service to Miami.
Wednesday morning, and the countdown is on for the end-of-month travel push. After passing the Thanksgiving test, the airlines are now facing round 2.
They're giving them a long taxi seat all the way to Alpha 19 and back, so it'll be a while.
And predicting even more passengers will pack planes over Christmas and New Year's, triple last December's passenger levels.
I think we're all a little stir-crazy at this point and willing to buck the crowds in order to get away.
After suffering scheduling and staffing meltdowns in October, then recovering over Thanksgiving, Southwest insists it is on the rebound.
We've already hired 4,000 here in the second half of this year, and we want to hire double that.
They'll need the staff. Nationwide, up to 2.5 million passengers are expected to fly each day through the holidays, while 100 million Americans will drive. The good news, gas prices have dropped 9 cents in a month. Unleaded now averaging $3.32 a gallon, down from $3.41 a month ago, though $1.15 higher than a year ago when few people were driving. The busiest days to travel by ground or air: Thursday, December 23rd, Sunday, January 2nd, and Monday, January 3rd. The biggest threat? Weather. Snow and ice on roads and runways. Mike Hanna runs United's airport ops worldwide.
If you get into bad weather and you've got crews out of position, how do you ensure that the next flight still takes off on time?
We will do swaps and ensure that we're trying to re-choreograph, if you will, our entire network to ensure that we're operating as many flights as possible.
The travel advice this morning: if you're flying, consider trip insurance to cover your costs if COVID interrupts your plans. Check in online and arrive early to breeze through security. With a record 5,700 airport gun confiscations this year, the TSA says leave guns and ammo at home. And one more.
Not to wrap your Christmas presents ahead of time going through security.
because if they do alarm, we're going to have to unwrap them.
Wrap your gifts after you arrive.
Also in Washington today on Capitol Hill, executives from United Airlines, American, Delta, and Southwest will be appearing before lawmakers. Lawmakers want to know how they spent that $56 billion as part of the Paycheck Protection Plan that they got during the pandemic to hold them over and keep airline employees on staff. Did they handle that appropriately? And why did they have meltdowns in October and over the summer that really inconvenienced hundreds of thousands of passengers? That will be very much up for discussion today in Washington. Aaron and Morgan, back to you guys.
We're also following breaking news this hour. President Biden in Kentucky today surveying the damage following a deadly tornado outbreak. Just overnight, survivors gathered for vigil in the city of Mayfield, Kentucky. Dozens of people remain unaccounted for across the state, and the current death toll stands at 74. But if you look across all of the impacted states, 88 lives were lost in total. Meanwhile, the president left Joint Base Andrews in Maryland just a few short hours ago, and he's set to touch down at Fort Campbell in Kentucky any moment. From there, he'll visit Mayfield, which is one of the communities that was hit hardest by the tornadoes. He'll also go to Dawson Springs, where he's expected to deliver remarks. We'll bring you those as soon as they happen. Our NBC News team is on the ground there in Kentucky. We have Jay Gray, who's in Dawson Springs, as well as Dasha Burns, who's in Mayfield. Dasha, I'd like to start with you because I know you traveled from Bowling Green to Mayfield last night. What are people there really across the state telling you about this massive recovery effort that's underway today?
Oh, look, Morgan, we've been showing you so much destruction and devastation over the last few days. But as the days go on and people continue to have to deal with the reality of what happened, there is more and more need. And right now, I'm at the Mayfield Graves County Fairgrounds, which has completely transformed over the last few days into this massive recovery supply center. This was nothing. It was a warehouse without power, without lights, and now you've got hundreds of volunteers here. There are lines of cars coming through, picking up and dropping off supplies. This warehouse is filled with everything from food to toilet paper. T-Mobile brought generators. They're giving out cell phones here. Verizon is here. A ministry truck is here to help with counseling. World Central Kitchens here bringing all of this food. People coming and picking things up, but also a lot of folks from around the community coming and bringing what they can to drop off. And this entire effort has been coordinated by this woman here, Sandra. Sandra Dowd is responsible for all of this. A tiny woman, no offense, but a huge operation. How on earth did you pull this off?
Well, first of all, this is my hometown. I was born and raised here, and I live just right outside of town. But also, and I didn't get hit, okay? I was fine. So I came up here to check on the fairgrounds because I worked here, like I said, 24 years. So, but it was outstanding. Everything was good, which is great. And then it was like, hey, that building, we need to use this building for supplies. And then it just grew and grew. And now we're using a second building back there too. So, and it's bigger than this one. And all these people started calling saying, how can I help? What do you need? Well, you know what? We need everything.
Yeah, I was going to ask, how great is the need?
Well, I'll tell you what's happened. We're not the only one that got hit here. There's a little town, Casey, Kentucky, Dawson Springs, Kentucky, Princeton. They are not getting what we are getting, okay? So we're talking to them. They're going to start coming and getting stuff that they need.
And I can see even right behind you, folks loading up these trucks with supplies, with water.
They usually are getting the water here, and then some boxes or whatever stuff, perishables. We're trying to get them, you know, out of here, and of course the water. And then we're going to start bringing the bread out here. We're getting donations of everything. I'm talking cream cheese. I know, but you know what? You got crackers in there, right? They can spread a little cream cheese on and a cracker.
What are people telling you they need the most right now?
Generators. And we are getting them in, but that's something that is we got to be careful with. I mean, we're sending an electrician each time that they're getting a generator, and we're not just handing it to them. The electrician is delivering it and hooking it up.
And installing it. Well, Sandra, thank you so much for all you're doing.
Thank you.
And by the way, Morgan, Sandra has been sleeping here. The first couple of nights she slept in her car. Then she got a hotel room, and now she's sleeping in a camper trailer on site here. It's really amazing what the folks here are doing.
Miss Sandra is a hero.
so
Please
much.
thank her for all the service she's providing to that community. And Dasha, thank you for being there. We appreciate it. We also know that President Biden will get an up-close look at Dawson Springs, Kentucky, which is one of the cities that Sandra just mentioned there. At least 13 people died in that town. And one local leader tells our NBC affiliate there in Lexington, Kentucky, that a full recovery is actually going to take years. NBC's Jay Gray is on the ground there in Dawson Springs right now. Jay, what can we expect to hear from the president today? And really, what do we know about the scope of federal support that's headed to that region?
Yeah, and Morgan, it's not hard to believe that recovery is going to take years when you see what's happened here. I'm standing in the middle of what used to be a home. It is gone now. They're going to need that federal help you talk about. And let's talk a little bit about what they're seeing here as we walk through what, again, used to be a home. I'm in the middle of it, in the middle of what appears to be the path of at least one of these tornadoes. You can see as you take a look down where this thing apparently went, and everything in its path destroyed. These were homes. These were people's lives that are now scattered for miles across this area. What we've seen on the ground to this point, the National Guard, obviously, we've also seen FEMA on the ground helping out as well today. And because they need so much manpower, federal agents, including the FBI, are out here and physically trying to do what they can to work through the pieces here and start the recovery, which, as you talk about, is going to take a long time. The president, he's coming here to offer the condolences of the nation, obviously, to tell the people most affected here that he will be with them. And he's promising to keep that manpower and resources on the ground for the year or more it's going to take to bring things back. So that's his main message when he visits here today to spend a little time with those most affected by these storms.
You know, Jay, we did mention that there are still more than 100 people who are unaccounted for across that region. Where does the search for them stand right now?
Yeah. Well, it's still a search and rescue at this point. There is some hope that somewhere in the debris like you see here, there will be somebody pinned or trapped who's been there and that they can be rescued. As far as the recovery effort is concerned, what we're hearing from the teams that are going through areas like this around the clock is that they're going to continue to do that until everyone is accounted for. But when you see this, you realize that's going to take some time. And I think a lot of people are now coming to that realization that working through all of this is something that's not going to be over in the next day or two. We know that they're adding more manpower, more rescue teams are coming in from across the country, and more canines, more dogs, which is going to, I'm told, help speed up the process here. That's something they desperately need.
All right, NBC's Jay Gray on the ground for us there in Kentucky. Jay, thank you. I want to turn to Capitol Hill now, where the House voted overnight to hold former Trump Chief of Staff Mark Meadows in contempt of Congress after he refused to answer questions about the January 6th insurrection. The Justice Department will now consider possible criminal charges, and one lawmaker accused Meadows of being part of a cover-up. Let's go ahead and bring in NBC News now.
If you're making excuses to avoid cooperating with our investigation, you're making excuses to hide the truth from the American people about what happened on January 6th. You're making excuses as part of a cover-up. And if you echo these excuses, if you base your arguments on these excuses, if you adopt these excuses as your own to explain why you won't take action, then you're part of that cover-up too.
Let's go ahead and bring in NBC News national political reporter Sahil Kapoor. Sahil, those were some strong words. And we also know that committee vice chair Liz Cheney was one of only 2 Republicans who voted in favor of holding Meadows in contempt. What was her argument specifically?
Morgan, Liz Cheney's argument was that Mark Meadows was making an overly broad claim of executive privilege that the committee has rejected that she doesn't believe applies in this case. So, for instance, he turned over a trove of documents, thousands and thousands of pages that included many text messages, and then said he's not willing to come in and testify about those messages. She says he can't provide them to the committee and then say it's privileged in the sense that he can't come talk about them. She also mentioned that he was present when then President Trump was talking to Georgia Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger and trying to get him to overturn the result of the election in Georgia, which he lost. She says he has no conceivable claim to privilege on, to refuse to discuss a situation like that, because there's evidence in text messages that he was talking to other people about that exact situation. Let's have a listen to what Liz Cheney had to say when she played those messages.
Some of those text messages, Madam Speaker, came from members in the chamber right now. One member said, "He needs to stop this now." In all caps, "Tell them to go home." POTUS has to come out firmly and tell the protesters to dissipate. Someone is going to get killed. All of these texts are non-privileged. They are texts that Mr. Meadows has turned over, and they are evidence of President Trump's supreme dereliction of duty for 187 minutes.
And the vote in the House was 222 to 208. Just two Republicans, as you mentioned, Adam Kinzinger and Liz Cheney, the two on the January 6th Select Committee, voted to hold Mark Meadows in contempt. The rest voted against it.
And let's be clear now, Sahil, I mean, this is now in the hands of the Justice Department. So what do we know about the possibility of criminal charges coming?
That's exactly what the committee and now the House of Representatives is asking the Justice Department to do, is to prosecute Mark Meadows, charge him criminally for contempt of Congress. There is a precedent for this. Very recently, the House January 6th committee and then the full House of Representatives referred Steve Bannon, the former Trump advisor to the Justice Department. About 22 days after that referral was certified to the DOJ, an indictment came down, and Steve Bannon is now fighting that in court. So it's unclear if that same timeline holds, if it'll be a little slower or if it'll be a little faster. They are weighing some different considerations, such as the fact that Bannon had not been in the White House for years at the time during which that he's being asked to testify, whereas Meadows was the then President Trump's top aide at the time. Does executive privilege apply? Will the Justice Department take that into consideration?
And Sahil, also breaking news overnight, the House voted to raise the debt ceiling. What's the latest on that? And really, Sahil, what does that mean for everyday Americans who are now heading into this holiday season in a really struggling economy?
Congress finally finished its task of lifting the debt ceiling, which I can't emphasize it enough. It doesn't add to the debt. It simply allows the United States to borrow to pay the bills that Congress has demanded that it accrue. This simply means that people can go about their holidays, people can go home for Christmas and the New Year's and not worry about a catastrophic economic meltdown. This should never have been an issue to begin with. Congress has created this self-imposed mechanism where it has to separately authorize the government to borrow money to pay bills that it demands that the government accrue. But regardless, it got resolved at the last minute.
All right. NBC's Sahil Kapoor live from the halls of Capitol Hill. We appreciate you, Sahil. Thank you. And new details emerging in the ongoing battle over former President Donald Trump's taxes. A federal judge has thrown out a lawsuit aiming to block lawmakers from getting those tax returns. NBC News Justice correspondent Pete Williams joins us now from Washington, D.C. Pete, just big picture, why did the judge throw out this case?
Well, this involved a request from Richard Neal, the chairman of the House Ways and Means Committee, for copies of Mr. Trump's tax returns for all 4 years that he was in the White House, plus the year before and the year after. The committee said it wanted to see how the IRS was carrying out a policy that requires automatic audits of a president's taxes. And there is a federal law that requires Treasury and the IRS to turn over any person's tax returns when Congress asks for them. Mr. Trump's lawyer said, though, the real reason that Congress wanted these returns was to look for something embarrassing, that this was strictly political, and that therefore the committee had no legitimate legislative purpose. But this ruling from Judge Trevor McFadden, who was appointed by President Trump, said it's undoubtedly true that for many in Congress, the desire to see these returns was simply politics. But he said there's a long line of Supreme Court cases that says as long as Congress has a legitimate reason, it doesn't matter what other motives there were. And he said those rules require great deference to facially valid congressional inquiries.
What does that deference look like going forward, Pete? I mean, can President Trump ultimately appeal this decision? And if he actually does do that, how would that go down?
Well, the judge put the effect of his own ruling on hold for 14 days in order to give the Trump legal team time to appeal. And now they have filed notice that they will appeal. Their next stop is the Federal Appeals Court here in Washington. If they lose there, they can try the Supreme Court.
All right. NBC's Pete Williams for us there in D.C. Pete, thank you. Coming up, with Christmas just 10 days away, what you need to know to ensure that your gifts are, in fact, delivered on time. Don't go anywhere.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News.
Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate.
In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
The holiday season is a time to spread cheer. Now the holidays can begin. And appreciate the ones you love.
From our family to yours.
We're super grateful to these 21 all-star chefs. Cheers, everybody.
Happy holidays from today.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire.
And good evening from New Orleans.
Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. Unnecessary, unjustifiable, illegal.
And good evening from New Orleans. Late military operation witnessing the massive crowds.
I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it.
At any moment now.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Christmas is now just 10 days away, and those shipping deadlines, well, they are coming even sooner. Both small businesses and even major companies are really doing everything they can to ensure that customers receive their holiday gifts on time. Here's NBC's Jolene Kent.
At the jewelry and clothing boutique Keston,
which order number is that?
They're doing everything in their power to deliver holiday magic on time.
We pack the orders as fast as we can. So the moment we get your order in, we just try to get it to the post office as quick as possible.
But after packages go out the door, they're out of Keston's control. That's why the brother-sister co-founders Kevin and Stephanie Lynn moved their shipping deadlines 2 days earlier this year.
What do you risk losing if a package is late for the holiday season?
A lot of times the blame gets shifted to the business. Even though it could be the mail carrier that lost the package, they still expect us to be responsible for it.
UPS's ground shipping deadline varies based on location, while Wednesday is the final day for ground shipping in time for Christmas for the Postal Service and FedEx. FedEx manager Nanette Malbranch says they're absolutely ready.
If a customer ships on time, can you guarantee on-time delivery?
We will do everything that we possibly can. There's a lot of challenges like weather, but other than that, we are definitely doing everything that we can to make sure that we meet our commitment to all of our customers.
If you miss the deadline, there's still time, but it'll cost you a lot more. The next best options are this Friday for first class mail and next Tuesday for FedEx Express Saver and UPS 3-Day Select.
When you send off that package, do you say a prayer this holiday season?
Yes, and we keep an eye on ourselves as well too. And after that, it is a little prayer.
A holiday hope that's out of their hands.
President Biden is in Kentucky today touring the tornado disaster zones with more than 100 people still missing. Stay with us right here on NBC News Now.
Do you feel like the bad guy in this? Why should they believe you when they know that people are getting in? Has it been worth it to make this trip? Do you feel like you're giving a green light to politicians? How do you explain why your case has become so important?
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire.
From New Orleans, late military operation, witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now. What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
Making news right now, Disney World crews in Florida are cleaning up after a fire near Cinderella's castle. Investigators believe that fire could have been caused by debris from the fireworks show that takes place right next door to the castle. Well, thankfully, firefighters were able to evacuate it and extinguish the flames quickly, and there were no injuries reported. O.J. Simpson is officially a free man. The former football star has been discharged from parole. He's now served the minimum time required of his sentence after being convicted of an armed robbery in Las Vegas back in 2008. As we all remember, Simpson was acquitted in the 1994 murders of his ex-wife and her friend. The Library of Congress has announced its new list of films chosen for preservation in the National Film Registry. Making the list this year, Star Wars Episode 6, Return of the Jedi, Lord of the Rings, The Fellowship of the Ring, and the 1997 biopic Selena, starring Jennifer Lopez. These films are all chosen based on their, quote, cultural, historical, and artistic significance. We continue our coverage of those deadly tornadoes that struck Kentucky this hour. President Biden just arrived in the state a short time ago, where more than 100 people are still unaccounted for. The president is taking an aerial tour of the hard-hit community of Mayfield before he meets with local leaders. Then he'll tour several other communities, including Dawson Springs, where he'll see the aftermath firsthand. NBC's Ellison Barber and Mike Memoli are both there on the ground in Dawson Springs for us. Ellison, I want to start with you just so you can give us a sense of what the president is actually going to see on the ground today. What's there behind you?
You know, Morgan, in a lot of ways, the pictures, the images people have seen, it doesn't entirely do it justice. Just look up and around with us, because 75% of this town is gone, completely destroyed. Hundreds of homes have been reduced to piles of rubble. 14 people have lost their lives in Dawson Springs alone. The youngest, a 2-month-old infant baby. Her name was Oakland. The oldest, 86 years old. We have seen not only the destruction, the devastation, but we've also seen members of this community coming together, even though every single one of them most likely has been impacted by this, most likely lost something themselves. They are reaching out to their neighbors, helping each other, trying to just get through day by day. But a lot of people here, they need help, and they want the president to know that. I spoke to one woman yesterday, and she talked about how challenging it is to even wrap her mind around the idea of rebuilding. She said, how do you rebuild when you do not have an ID and you have no credit cards, no access to cash? How do you rent a car? How do you get a hotel room? The idea of starting over for so many people is just impossible to imagine right now, but they're trying their best day by day. And what they keep telling us, Morgan, is show everyone this, because we need people to see it so they realize how much help we really need in communities like this.
Yeah,
Morgan?
Ellison, it's almost impossible to imagine. It's difficult to hear, and I know they're asking for people to see this. Obviously, a very important person who will see this is the president. Mike, I know we're also expecting to hear from President Biden later this afternoon after he tours communities like where Ellison's standing right now. What is the president hoping comes out of this visit? What is he going to convey to the people who are really hurting?
Yeah, Morgan, it's a good question because as the president has been getting briefings from his team, first over the weekend when he was home in Delaware and then at the White House on a daily basis since then, he's getting a lot of facts and figures and sort of seeing the maps and some of the video coverage as well that we've been showing all week. But as Ellison lays out, there really is nothing that compares to seeing it up close and in person, as I found myself just coming here for the first time today. And so the president wants to hear those stories from the individuals who've been affected. He wants to hear very tangible ways that the government can help them. And his message is very simple. It's that we're here to help, that we want to help you rebuild, and that there's going to be a partnership from the federal government working with the state and local officials to do everything they can to make it happen. We're also going to hear the president talk about the effects of extreme weather. This is, in fact, the fifth time that President Biden has had to go somewhere in this country that has been experiencing severe weather, and he's going to talk about that that's a reality that this country has to deal with as well. But his first message is one of reassurance and comfort, if he can provide it to any of those who've been dealing with this tragedy.
All right, we have NBC's Ellison Barber as well as Mike Memley there in Dawson Springs, Kentucky, ahead of the president's visit. Thank you both for being with us. About 100 miles east in Bowling Green, Kentucky, huge swaths of destruction. Look at that on your screen. 11 people were killed on a single block there. And now one mother is sharing her story of finally getting to safety after hiding in a bathroom with her daughter as that tornado ripped through. We're joined now by LaCoy Bailey. LaCoy, first off, I have to thank you for taking time. I know you all are so busy trying to really put the pieces back together, and so it's really meaningful that you're even willing to share your story with us. Can you tell us about what happened that night?
I just remember hearing weird noises. I just had a message alert come across my phone, and normally this stuff doesn't really hit Bowling Green like this. I mean, it comes, but it doesn't really hit through the actual city of Bowling Green. And so, I mean, I just grabbed my child because she was sleeping in her room that night, but I went ahead and grabbed her, and we got some clothes on and ran downstairs. And it was like 5 minutes later, it was just this heavy wind just started picking up, and it was getting louder and louder. And I just remember putting my leg over the door to just, if anything was to blow in, I can protect my child and holding the door because the door was shaking very hard. And I just remember screaming and trying to cover my child, and she's screaming too. And I just heard glass shatter, and debris was flying up underneath the door, and it sounded like stuff was hitting the building just really hard. But after it was over, I just remember running up to her room and seeing her whole wall and her windows were busted right out. It was like something just sucked her room right out. And I just remember going outside and seeing people, just lights everywhere. People are hurt, chainsaws, lights are down, just trying to get to safety after it was over, because we're being told that there's going to be another one that was actually going to impact it a few hours later. So we're just trying our best to get to safety as soon as we clear.
I am so glad that you got to safety, and I am so glad that you were able to protect your child. LaCoy Bailey, we hope that you find some peace and the resources you need in the days ahead, and thank you so much for sharing your story with us. LaCoy Bailey there in Kentucky. Thank you, LaCoy. We're also closely following the trial of former Minnesota police officer Kim Potter. She's accused of fatally shooting Daunte Wright while trying to arrest him at a traffic stop just earlier this year. Now, both sides are trying to convince the jury of their version of Potter with respect to her experience and her training. Potter now faces 2 counts of first and second-degree manslaughter. NBC News correspondent Shaquille Brewster joins us live from Minneapolis, where that court is unfolding. Shaq, what have jurors been hearing inside that courtroom today?
Well, Morgan, right now, much of the testimony is on training, specifically training with a taser. We're hearing from the sergeant that teaches officers how to use their taser and what's the requirements and what they should do in terms of testing it before and how they should deploy it. And frankly, it's much more dry testimony than what we heard last week. Last week, we heard from the mother of Daunte Wright. We heard from the officers involved in that situation. This testimony it features a lot of PowerPoint slides. It features a lot of text, a lot of documents that juries and the jurors are looking at. And it seems to have somewhat of an impact. Yesterday, we saw reports from the reporters in the room that some of the jurors were nodding off during the testimony. At one point, there was the judge guided them or directed them to stand up and take a stretch because of just how dense that material is. But at issue, Morgan, is the idea of whether or not Kim Potter was even allowed to use that taser in the first place. We know that through her defense, she's saying that she meant to reach for her taser. Instead, she got a gun and fired that single shot into 20-year-old Daunte Wright. Well, the prosecution is trying to argue that even if she meant to use her taser, that was still reckless, that was still negligence, and those are the terms, those are the legal standards that need to be met in this case, Morgan.
I mean, when we talk about that training, how crucial is that she testify, according to the lawyers? I mean, can we expect Potter to testify in her own defense?
Yeah, we fully do expect Kim Potter to take the stand. The timing of it, we are still not sure of. But if you compare the official witness list from the state and from the prosecution to the 23 witnesses that we've heard from so far, it does seem as if they're moving pretty quickly through their case, that they're towards the end of the presentation of their case. And that goes to your question, because after the prosecution rests, then the defense will come up. And we already heard from the defense attorney that she will take the stand in her own defense. We can expect to hear from her. And we know if her testimony is like any of the other testimony that we've heard of in the past 2 days, it can go on for some time, and there's going to be a lot of back and forth between the state and Kim Potter and with the defense attorneys and their client.
Shaq, you've been covering this trial since the beginning, and the reality of it is this trial has been taking place in the context of other trials that are dealing with police brutality and communities of color, or questions of police brutality. So, as a reporter who's covered this, as someone myself who's covered these types of issues, what are you hearing from the community members? Is the fact that Kim Potter is even brought to trial sort of reinstill some element of trust from those communities, or are people disgruntled and frankly disillusioned?
I think you get more of the disillusionment, I should say. Folks who don't understand the idea of how an officer can mistake a taser for a firearm, and that breeds the distrust that you continue to hear about in the community. But you mentioned, yes, the fact that this is a trial. This is an officer being held accountable by a jury of her peers. No matter what the ultimate result is, whatever the ultimate verdict is, it still is a jury of her peers, members of the community, looking at her actions, questioning her actions, looking at what she did and what perhaps she should have done differently, and then coming up to that conclusion. And people do find hope in that. But at the end of the day, they recognize there's still a 20-year-old black man that lost his life, and a 2-year-old or now 3-year-old child that no longer has his father. And that is kind of the focus that you hear from a lot of people in the community.
NBC Shaquille Brewster for us there, live from Minneapolis. Thank you so much, Shaquille. And coming up, two of America's biggest adversaries hatching a plan to show a united front. Up next, what was said during a call between Russia and China's presidents, and what Vladimir Putin has planned to counter a diplomatic boycott of the upcoming Beijing Winter Games. Stay with us.
Grab your apron for a new podcast, Cooking Up a Storm with Al Roker.
My forecast, yummy.
Some of the best chefs share family secrets to get you ready for a holiday feast.
This is fun. Bringing the heat for the holidays.
Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
The holiday season is a time to spread cheer. Now the holidays can begin. And appreciate the ones you love.
From our family to yours.
We're super grateful to these 21 all-star chefs.
Cheers, everybody.
Happy holidays from today.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Another giant leap for mankind.
They want folks to shelter in place until this storm pushes through.
This new travel requirement, is it possible we're going to see tighter restrictions?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther.
You were some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
It's an issue dividing communities and influencing elections across the country. An in-depth look at how one small town confronted race and education and how it tore the community apart.
Shame!
This is Southlake. All episodes available now. It's an issue dividing communities and influencing elections across the country. An in-depth look at how one small town confronted race and education and how it tore the community apart.
Shame!
This is Southlake. All episodes available now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire.
And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. Our week-long journey across America from Washington, D.C., outside of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last move. Was talking smack part of this?
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Another giant leap for mankind.
They want folks to shelter in place until this storm pushes through.
This new travel requirement, is it possible we're going to see tighter restrictions?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Oh, yeah, this is it.
China and Russia are strengthening their ties. Russian President Vladimir Putin and Chinese leader Xi Jinping held a virtual summit today to discuss ways the two countries can cooperate. Both nations are facing more international scrutiny over human rights, as well as rising tensions here with the United States. NBC News foreign correspondent Matt Bradley joins us now from London. Matt, first off, what issues are China and Russia mutually concerned about here?
I mean, Morgan, there are a ton of issues. Among them are trade issues, their neighbors, their border issues. But really, there's only one real issue, Morgan, and that is their dealings with the West. Now, both countries, as you mentioned in your introduction here, they both have said that they are facing a lot of scrutiny from the West for various different reasons. A lot of them are for human rights violations, for their expansionist attitudes, especially when it comes to, China and the South China Sea and some other places with their Belt and Road Initiative, and then with Russia in Ukraine and Crimea. Both of these countries are seeing themselves as kind of victims of criticism from NATO, from the European Union, from the United States. And so really this meeting was nothing but a long, extended high five between these two leaders who have now decided very much that they are in the same boat together and that they can present a unified front against the West and its criticisms.
Matt, how is Washington looking at all this?
I mean, this just happened, and I am not in Washington, so I can't really say. But what I can tell you is it's probably pretty obvious that what they're going to be seeing here are two extremely powerful world leaders, two countries whose economies are, well, in the case of Russia, not so much, but in the case of China, whose economy is growing dramatically. Two countries who have faced a lot of scrutiny from the West and both have expansionist attitudes, who are now more or less in league with each other, perhaps more than they've been in recent history. Remember, these two countries have had shared political systems in the past. They've had similar ideologies, but they have not always gotten along. And in many cases, and throughout the 20th century, they've almost been at the brink of war with each other. Now, it looks like they are very much in bed together and will remain that way because they see themselves as, but like I said, victimized mutually together by the West.
All right, NBC's Matt Bradley for us there. Matt, thank you. Meanwhile, Secretary of State Antony Blinken has cut his Southeast Asia trip short due to a COVID case within his traveling party. As NBC News foreign correspondent Claudia Lavanga explains, this could be a step backwards for American diplomacy.
Hey, Morgan, the decision to cut short the Secretary of State's visits to Southeast Asia represents a real setback for the U.S. as Blinken was in the region to boost ties with countries where China's influence has grown in recent years. But the government decided not to take any risks after a member of the traveling press tested positive to COVID-19. Blinken himself tested negative yesterday, but Ned Price, the State Department spokesperson, said in a statement that the secretary will be returning to Washington, D.C. for an abundance of caution. Now, while in Indonesia, Blinken laid out the U.S. strategy for the Indo-Pacific region based on closer ties in the fields of economy, defense, and diplomacy. But today, he was forced to cancel his scheduled meeting in Thailand and return home. Morgan?
It's a real-life drama for a daytime soap opera star. Just after the break, we'll tell you all about the General Hospital actor who's facing off with ABC over a COVID vaccine mandate. Stay with us.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Another giant leap for mankind.
They want folks to shelter in place until this storm pushes through.
This new travel requirement, is it possible we're going to see tighter restrictions?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
The holiday season is a time to spread cheer. Now the holidays can begin. And appreciate the ones you love.
From our family to yours.
We're super grateful to these 21 all-star chefs.
Cheers, everybody.
Happy holidays from today.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire.
And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
We're tracking another major case inside a Minneapolis courtroom. Derek Chauvin, the former police officer who murdered George Floyd, has pleaded guilty to violating Floyd's civil rights. He previously pleaded not guilty. Chauvin was already convicted on murder and manslaughter charges and is currently serving a nearly 23-year sentence. NBC News correspondent Ron Allen joins us now from Minneapolis. Ron, I have to ask you both the big and the obvious question. Why did Chauvin change his plea?
He faced the possibility of life in prison if convicted of those civil rights charges. The trial was supposed to begin next month in January, and that's what he avoids. He still is likely to get a very lengthy prison sentence of as long as 25 years for the federal charge, along with the 22.5 years that he faces because of the state convictions for murder and manslaughter. So there's that practical matter. He'll also be able to serve his time in a federal prison instead of in a state prison, where he might very well run into any number of inmates who he helped convict or arrest during his life. At this point, he is serving in solitary confinement for the most part for his own protection, because he is seen as it's such a dangerous situation for him to be in a state jail at this point. Minnesota only has one maximum security prison, and that's where he has been. And ironically, his time in court today, which was about maybe a half hour or so in the courtroom and perhaps another hour or so getting here and back, that's the longest time he has been not in that cell since he was sent there some months ago. So those are the advantages, if you will, to pleading guilty. It also, for this community, it spares Minneapolis, state of Minnesota, of another trial involving Derek Chauvin, and to some extent helps turn the page on all this. George Floyd's family was in the courtroom listening to all this. They say that this brings them perhaps some measure of closure, but they're still grieving, they're still mourning. They're they're gratified by the fact that Chauvin gets a slightly longer sentence, but obviously for them this is not over. Take a listen to what one of George Floyd's nephews had to say.
I don't expect an apology, and I don't honestly care to have one. He knew what he was doing. He had 9 minutes and 29 seconds to understand what he was doing and stop kneeling. He chose not to.
There's still the state trial for the 3 other officers who were involved in this, and there's still a federal trial for them as well. That's expected to begin perhaps in January, the state trial beginning in March. So there's still a lot of legal the process to go on, and anguish, frankly, for the family to have to sit through all this and relive it again and again. But they are determined to continue to get justice. They are, again, somewhat gratified that this has happened, that Chauvin has, in fact, pleaded guilty to this charge. But again, this case is still, and its repercussions are still far from over across the country. Morgan?
Ron, it's interesting you bring up across the country because you've been covering trials from Brunswick, Georgia to there in Minneapolis, and we just heard from Shaq Brewster, who's dealing with another trial there in Minnesota. And the truth is we're seeing this rash of cases, right, of conflicts between people of color and police officers. And I know this new guilty plea just came down, so you may not have a chance to react to that. But what are people there in the community saying more generally about this case, about Chauvin's conviction? And is it sort of quelling some of the fears and the attention across the state that you mentioned earlier?
It's rare for a police officer to be arrested for a violent offense against a black citizen, let alone be convicted. And it's even more rare for the federal government to step in after a state court has convicted someone in a case, a police officer in a case like this. So the case of Derek Chauvin, George Floyd, has set all kinds of precedents. It's been described as a landmark case in this particular area of the law. And the hope is, by many advocates, that it will set a precedent that will be followed. A lot of the George Floyd's family, relatives, advocates who are here in court today left here to go to Minneapolis, we're in St. Paul, to the trial of Kimberly Potter, who's accused of shooting and killing Daunte Wright there. The families are close. We know that George Floyd's girlfriend was a high school teacher of Daunte Wright during his life. So, yes, a lot is happening here. A lot is still happening here. And the other thing I should point out is that all of this is going on very peacefully. People are watching this. Advocates are monitoring it. There are activists who are gathering. But it's all been very peaceful, but it's all been very intense. There's a lot of attention focused on what's happening in the courtroom in Minneapolis and here today. Like I said earlier, this was something of a big step. If you put it in the context of someone pleading guilty, a police officer pleading guilty to a federal civil rights charge, that's a significant step. But again, there are still these other trials to go of the other 3 officers, both in state and federal court.
And it also may be, as you mentioned, a landmark step. Ron Allen there for us covering this trial. Ron, thank you. We appreciate it. A soap opera star is stirring up some real-life drama. A former General Hospital actor is suing ABC for firing him after he refused to get vaccinated. In his lawsuit, the actor claims the network religiously discriminated against him by not granting him an exemption. NBC News correspondent Vaughn Hilliard has been following this story for us. Vaughn, where does all this back and forth sort of stand right now?
You see so many of these soap operas, including General Hospital, these characters, they come and go. You think they're gone, and they come right back. But this time, Ingo Rademacher, who plays Jax in General Hospital and has for 25 years, well, this time he is fighting his exit from the show in real life.
Goodbye, Curly. Goodbye.
Tonight, former General Hospital star Ingo Rademacher suing ABC. The company fired him for their COVID vaccine mandate. Rademacher, who played Jasper Jax on the daytime soap opera for nearly 25 years.
How do you know all this?
Now arguing that the company's vaccine mandate is unconstitutional and amounts to religious discrimination.
Good morning, guys. So this is my official video to say that I'm no longer on the show.
Rademacher thanking his fans in a goodbye post on Instagram. then getting to his position on vaccines.
If you want to go get the vaccine, get the vaccine. If you think it's going to protect you, that's great. But you should be able to make that choice.
Lawyers for Rademacher in a lawsuit filed against ABC on Monday in Los Angeles, writing, ABC does not have the authority to force medical treatment on its employees against their will. Even if it did, it must offer religious exemptions to the forced treatment to anybody who requests one. It cannot discriminate among religions and cannot second-guess the sincerity of one's religious beliefs. ABC has not replied to NBC News' request for comment.
Where do you see this lawsuit going?
Generally, the cases so far appear to favor state and employer-mandated vaccines, but there is no definitive final word on the issue from the Supreme Court yet.
Just this week, the U.S. Supreme Court refused to block New York's vaccination mandate for healthcare workers, even those claiming religious exemption. But other mandates are still working their way through the lower courts. Rademacher was the second General Hospital star to confirm his departure from the show.
Unfortunately, General Hospital has let me go because of the vaccine mandate. I did apply for my medical and religious exemptions, and both of those were denied.
Actor Stephen Burton, who played Jason Morgan since 1991,
stop talking,
also posted a goodbye video on Instagram in November after he was fired for not getting a shot. Rademacher's lawyers seeking compensation for damages, yet to be determined, but also hoping to set a precedent.
I do not agree with corporations ever being able to mandate a vaccine to keep your job, to keep your livelihood.
And we should note that now across the country, Morgan, 84% of American adults have received at least one dose. So for those who plan on tuning into General Hospital, you can still expect Sonny and Carly and the likes of the rest of the cast.
Sonny
Morgan?
and Carly. All right. Vaughn Hilliard for us there. Vaughn, thank you as always. And breaking right now, message of hope. President Biden arriving in tornado-ravaged Kentucky, vowing that more help is on the way. This as more than 100 people remain missing. Unprecedented surge. Health experts issuing an urgent warning as Omicron spreads around the world faster than any other COVID variant. The new numbers that have both U.S. and global officials alarmed. Criminal charges. Former Trump Chief of Staff Mark Meadows could be in serious trouble. The House voting to hold him in contempt for failing to comply with the Capitol riot investigation. And tracking down thieves, NBC News goes inside and undercover to stop shoplifters in action. We'll show you how one team there is really trying to stop the rash of robberies that's happening across the country. I'm Morgan Radford. Thank you so much for joining us this afternoon. My co-anchor Aaron Gilchrist is on assignment. We begin this hour with what's happening as we speak on the ground in Kentucky. President Biden is getting a firsthand look at the damage left behind by that deadly tornado outbreak, and he arrived in Kentucky just a few minutes ago. The Homeland Security Secretary and FEMA Director are both with him. The president left Joint Base Andrews this morning, bound for Fort Campbell, which is an Army installation near the Kentucky-Tennessee border. He's visiting Mayfield, which is one of the communities that was hit hardest by those tornadoes, just before he goes to Dawson Springs, where he is expected to deliver remarks. We're going to bring you both of those events live as they unfold. The president's visit comes as Kentucky is, of course, still reeling, just trying to pick up the pieces and recover from all of that damage. 74 people are confirmed dead. More than 100 people are believed to be missing. That search and rescue operation is simply growing more urgent and really less hopeful as the hours tick by. We're on the ground this hour in both of those towns. Let's go and begin with Dasha Burns, who's there in Mayfield, Kentucky. Dasha, what exactly is the president going to see when he gets there, and how is the relief effort coming along? How much progress have they made thus far?
Hey, Morgan. Yeah, when the president arrives here, he is going to see a lot of destruction and a lot of devastation, a community still really in shock from what has happened and trying to come to grips with the pain and the loss that everyone here has witnessed, whether their home was affected personally or a neighbor. I mean, I have seen people who are fine, their family is safe, but they are heartbroken and traumatized because of what they've witnessed and the neighbors that they have lost and the just devastation that they see around them, a community that's never going to be the same. But at the same time, Morgan, he's going to see a lot of resilience. Within less than 24 hours of the storm hitting this community, there were volunteers out in the streets clearing debris so people could drive through. I mean, every day you see more and more progress. You see the cleanup efforts really making a difference. So while there's still a lot of destruction, people are coming to help. People are coming to rebuild, and there's a lot of hope in the rubble. Morgan, I want you to hear from a local business owner here about that kind of hope, that it still resonates here. Take a listen.
This was West Kentucky Drug and Alcohol, and it will be again.
You're going to rebuild?
Yes, ma'am. It's heartbreaking, but we're the lucky ones. The people have lost lives and lost family members right here during the holiday season. That's what's tough.
The resilience. I mean, this kind of tragedy in a lot of ways does bring out the best in people, and I've seen that. Every corner I turn, as much as I see destruction, I see good hearts, big hearts, and helping hands. Morgan.
Dasha Burns there in Mayfield, Kentucky for us. Let's go ahead and move over to Dawson Springs now, where President Biden will head this afternoon. He's expected to really offer some details regarding the administration's recovery response. NBC's Jay Gray is there on the ground in Dawson Springs for us. Jay, what are you seeing there behind you? And really, what are people in that community saying as they anticipate the president coming?
Yeah, and Morgan, what we're seeing on the ground here is complete destruction. You can see homes that have been ripped apart, but I want to show you right now what's happening. And this is something that's just developing in this particular neighborhood. It's been going on across the zone for quite some time, but as we walk across it, you can see a lot of the damage here. But if we can get back up here, Jose, if you can just come up this way. Sorry, guys, we're just trying to give you a better look here, Morgan. But you see the FBI and you see the teams working here. If you continue to come across this way, what you'll see is they're going through each of these spots with a cadaver dog. They're looking for victims. There are still a lot of people, over 100 people missing here, and so they are working through this area and doing what they can to try and find those who are missing at this point. That's as the recovery continues to process here and as the president moves in. So there's a lot going on here right now, but take a look and you can just see exactly what they are doing at this point. These folks trying to clear away what they can and doing what they can, and then you've got the dog teams here. This is a process that's going on not only this afternoon, it's going to continue for quite some time. You can see not only the mess that we have here, but how much work it's going to take to try and get things back. You asked what people are saying on the ground. Morgan, that's what they're talking a lot about right now, is trying to find a way to find at least a small sense of normalcy in what is a mess right now. And they're looking for a message really from the president, talking to a lot of people out here, a message of hope. They want some encouragement, and they want to know that that help's going to be here a long time.
NBC News' Jay Gray there in Dawson Springs. Jay, we wish you the best as you continue reporting and cover the president's visit. Thank you so much for bringing it to us. And we begin our COVID coverage this hour with an urgent warning from the World Health Organization. Officials there say the spread of Omicron is so rapid and so unprecedented that it's like nothing they've ever seen before.
Omicron is spreading at a rate we have not seen with any previous variant. We're concerned that people are dismissing Omicron as mild. Surely, we have learned by now that we underestimate this virus at our peril.
Also this hour, a new setback involving the Johnson & Johnson vaccine. According to Bloomberg News, a new study found that the single-dose shot alone provides very little, if any, antibody protection against the new Omicron variant. Let's go ahead and bring in NBC News correspondent Antonia Hilton, who's in Mineola, New York right now, where some counties there are really pushing back against the state's temporary mask mandate. Antonia, I have to ask you why. Sort of what's the reasoning and the argument behind why these counties want to stop enforcing this mandate?
Yeah, Morgan, it can seem very counterintuitive in the midst of this crisis, right? And the governor announced this mask or vax mandate. This applies to public indoor spaces, restaurants, venues. But when I talk to some of the county executives who've come forward publicly with anger and frustration over this, what they tell me is this comes down to a problem of resources. These are counties in different parts of the state where they have been spread thin, trying to run vaccination clinics. I spoke to one county executive who told me that they have about 6 vaccination sites, and they've been pulling employees who work in non-public health related departments to help run those sites. And now this order would require him to ask some of those folks to inspect businesses and to bring fines against anyone who's not complying with the mask orders, $1,000 fines. That would be to small businesses in the midst of the holidays. And so they say that's just a position, 2 years into the pandemic and at this time of the year that they're not comfortable with. Take a listen to some of my conversation with Mark Molinaro. He's the county executive in Dutchess County.
We have no resources to dedicate to this enforcement, and the mandate is unnecessary. Again, I truly believe that people ought to make the smart choice for themselves, assess risk, and make decisions. That includes, in certain circumstances, wearing a mask. This is not necessary at this time. County governments don't have the resources to divert.
And Morgan, some of this is frankly politics too. Mark is a Republican. Several of the other county executives who've come forward angry about this mandate are Republicans as well. And they say that they feel like the governor's office didn't collaborate with them. In some cases, they said they found out about this order after it had already gone public through press releases. And they wanted to have more of a conversation about the unique needs and personalities of the communities that they run, Morgan.
Sure. I mean, it's about politics, but it's also about power. And just, for our viewers to keep everything in context, this mandate is only in effect for 1 month to prevent a post-holiday COVID surge. So, Antonio, when you look at sort of the broader context nationwide, is New York State really taking into account what's happening elsewhere around the country when it comes to making this decision?
Absolutely. Look, it's entirely inspired by the winter surge that we are not entering, we are already in. To put even more context in, they are detecting Omicron here at about 13%. That compared nationally at 3%, which means that we are seeing serious transmission, and there are 2 very serious variants here in the New York tri-state area. And so this mask mandate is an attempt to try to stop the spread of that, of course. But when you talk to county executives, many of them run counties that are very highly vaccinated. Here in this part of Long Island where I am right now, people over 18 are vaccinated at about a 97% rate. And so the folks here, the incoming county executive, feels like, I want to stay focused on vaccination, on a community that says they did their part, and I don't want to mix the messaging here. Take a listen to some of my conversation with the incoming county executive here in Nassau. Is it worth just pulling through for a couple weeks?
No, not really, because basically the governor set forth this mandate because of a spike in hospital admissions in Buffalo and Rochester. Buffalo and Rochester are 300 miles away from Long Island. They're closer to Cleveland, Ohio than they are to Long Island. But to paint a broad brush on a state as big as New York, when Long Island is as far away as you can get from where the problem is, I think it's a mistake. It's as if the governor of Ohio was telling us on Long Island what we should do.
I asked him several times about, the seriousness of the uptick in hospitalization and cases that we're seeing in this region. And, he acknowledged that, but said in this area, they're not seeing that yet. They have plenty of beds in their ICUs. And he also said, there's a lot of fatigue in communities like this one where people got vaccinated. It's been 2 years. They want to see family. And so he wanted to have a conversation with the governor that really acknowledged that certain communities have different needs or are farther along in the fight for vaccination than others, and to have a more tailored attack when it comes to how we're going to handle this winter surge, Morgan.
All right, NBC's Antonia Hilton for us there in upstate New York. Antonia, thank you. Today is the Army's deadline for all active duty troops to be vaccinated. So for the Air Force, Space Force, Navy, and Marine Corps, that deadline has already passed. NBC News Pentagon correspondent Courtney Kube joins us now. Courtney, we know that those official numbers won't actually be released until tomorrow, but do we yet have a sense of how many members of the Army have already been vaccinated?
We do. So as of a week ago, they put out some official numbers. It was about 95% had been fully vaccinated, 97% had gotten at least one shot. Defense officials who I'm speaking with are saying that those numbers have ticked up a bit in this last week. They're now expecting somewhere in the neighborhood of 2 to 3% of the total U.S. Army will not be fully vaccinated by the end of the deadline today. But when you break down that last 2 to 3%, about 1% of those are individuals, those soldiers, are somewhere in the exemption process. So they've applied for an exemption and are waiting to find out if it's been accepted or not. The last less than 1% or so are individuals who are likely to refuse. Now, those people still can go through a counseling process. It's not like at the end of the day today, they will automatically begin an administrative discharge process. In fact, they could begin some counseling. They could still be convinced to get their vaccine. So what this all means is that, you know, out of a total U.S. military or U.S. Army force of more than 480,000, we're talking about thousands of soldiers who still have not been vaccinated, this 2 to 3%. But that does not translate into thousands of soldiers who will be kicked out because they aren't yet vaccinated. This sort of just begins the next step in the process of everyone being vaccinated in the force, Morgan.
But is that the ultimate disciplinary action, that they will, in fact, be kicked out?
If they ultimately continue to refuse to get their vaccine, the final step is an administrative discharge. And we've seen that already in the Air Force. About 27 airmen were discharged from the U.S. Air Force earlier this week because they continued to refuse. And this comes down to the fact that this is a lawful order. They are being ordered as active duty members of the U.S. military to get this vaccine. They are refusing. The way that is punished, or the way that is adjudicated, is by an administrative discharge.
All right. NBC's Courtney Kube from the Pentagon. Courtney, thank you.
Thanks.
Omicron is putting health officials on high alert. In fact, the World Health Organization says that worldwide, 77 countries are reporting cases of the variant, but they actually believe that most countries are already dealing with Omicron. NBC News foreign correspondent Matt Bradley is following the latest global COVID developments for us. Matt, where you are in the UK, you all saw a record-setting number of new COVID cases today alone. What is the government there doing about it?
Yeah, I mean, 80,000 or nearly 80,000 new cases. That's a huge number considering that the last time we hit that record, this is past the record that was set almost a year ago in January, before the vaccine was widely available. So what's going on? Well, the British government says that they're rolling out more booster shots. I'm supposed to get one tomorrow morning. I've got signed up myself. But, you know, the government is also really, their hands are tied because of various scandals within the government about that Christmas party thing last year that I think I told you about. This is a big deal. It means that Boris Johnson and his people within government were seen celebrating Christmas, even as they were telling everybody else throughout the country that they had to stay home and not celebrate with their families. That's being seen as massive hypocrisy. So the government can't really do as much because Boris Johnson is being seen this way. And he's also facing an insurrection from within his own Tory party of members of parliament who say they will not accept any new restrictions. Still, the government went ahead and voted on the so-called Plan B yesterday. That passed, but it passed more narrowly than it would have if there hadn't been this, what they call here, a backbencher revolt of people who were saying they will not accept these new restrictions. So what we're going to be seeing from here on out is more and more booster jabs right up until the end of the month, because the government has set a new deadline for boosters. They want all adults inoculated, not by the end of January. They just moved that up to the end of this month. That's going to mean about 1 million boosters every single day through the Christmas holiday. Morgan?
That is a lot of booster shots. I do want to just go over to France for a moment here. The French government is specifically focusing on their citizens over 65. Why is that, and what specifically are they doing different for those who are older 65?
Well, basically, you know, the thing with France, if you go there right now, you have on your phone, and they're having like this in Britain as well, you have a COVID pass, they call a pass sanitaire. You have to show this when you get on a train, if you go into a restaurant or a cafe. Everywhere you go, the waiter, the conductor, they'll ask to see your phone, and you show this to them. It shows that you're fully vaccinated, it shows or that you've had a recent negative test within the last 24 hours, so it's very recent, or it shows that you've already had the disease and that you've recovered. If you're over 65, and this is starting very soon, you will no longer be able to show that. It will just simply disappear from your phone unless you've gotten that third shot, that booster shot. Now, that seems like it's just a problem for people who are over 65 who haven't gotten their booster shot. But come January, according to French President Emmanuel Macron, that age is going to drop to include all adults. So if by the middle of January, supposedly, this is the plan, if every adult hasn't gotten that third booster shot, their pass sanitaire won't work anywhere. So that's a very, very tight restriction. It's consistent with some of the tightest restrictions in the world, which is what France has been doing ever since this past summer. Morgan?
All right, NBC's Matt Bradley live from London. Matt, thank you. Meanwhile, back here at home, former President Trump's chief of staff, Mark Meadows, has been referred to the Justice Department for possible prosecution. The House voted last night to hold him in contempt of Congress for refusing to testify before the January 6th committee. NBC News senior congressional correspondent Garrett Haake explains what could be coming next.
Hey, Morgan, this was an historic rebuke of Mark Meadows late last night, coming from the same House of Representatives where he served 4 terms before joining the Trump administration. The chair of the January 6th committee says Meadows left lawmakers with no choice, calling his refusal to testify an attack on the rule of law and vowing not to let the facts be buried by a cover-up by former President Trump or his allies.
The yeas are 222 and the nays are 208.
This morning, the House is ramping up the pressure on former President Trump and his allies over January 6th after voting to hold former Trump Chief of Staff Mark Meadows in contempt of Congress, referring him to the Justice Department for possible prosecution for refusing to testify before the committee investigating the insurrection.
If you're making excuses to avoid cooperating with our investigation, you're making excuses to hide the truth from the American people.
Republicans argue the contempt vote amounts to intimidation and harassment by Democrats.
I hope the American people are paying close attention. I hope they see what happens when Democrats get total power. They abuse it.
But the committee's top Republican, Liz Cheney, says Meadows' testimony is necessary to help the committee determine what she calls a fundamental question, whether former President Trump may have committed what could amount to a crime on January 6th.
And that is whether Donald J. Trump, through action or inaction, corruptly sought to obstruct or impede Congress's official proceeding to count electoral votes.
The investigation has been explosive, revealing that on January 6th, figures across the political world, including Trump's own son and Fox News hosts Laura Ingraham and Sean Hannity, sent texts to Meadows pleading for Trump to intervene. A day after the revelations, Hannity and Ingraham attacking the committee last night.
Do we believe in privacy in this country? Apparently not.
Meadows has also turned over texts from unnamed Republican lawmakers.
Some of those text messages, Madam Speaker, came from members in the chamber right now. POTUS has to come out firmly and tell the protesters to dissipate. Someone is going to get killed.
You saw there at the end of the piece, unlike with Donald Trump Jr., for example, so far those lawmakers who were texting with Mark Meadows, their names remain hidden. But Committee Chair Benny Thompson says there won't be any surprises who they are when their names are revealed, adding that they've all been very public with their defense of what happened on January 6th. Morgan?
Cybersecurity experts are scrambling to fix a software vulnerability that has likely led to hundreds of millions of computer hacks all across the world. NBC News national security correspondent Ken Delaney joins us now from Washington. Ken, first off, what is this security flaw? I mean, and what are cybersecurity experts really telling us about how they're going to fix it?
It's called Log4j, and it was first discovered in the popular online game Minecraft, Morgan. And what security experts are saying is that this is one of the biggest vulnerabilities they've ever seen, because it's present in all sorts of computer networks. We're talking about hundreds of millions of devices, and it's so ubiquitous that people don't even know where it is. One expert compared it to trying to find all the salt in your kitchen. You might point to the salt shaker, but there's actually salt in your pancake mix, your peanut butter, almost every ingredient in your cabinet. And it's going to take months to patch this thing. And meanwhile, bad guys, be it nation states like China and Iran or criminals, are trying to exploit it. The odd thing is we haven't seen yet any major hacks that have been attributed to this, although most experts say it's only a matter of time, Morgan.
And Ken, just the bottom line here, how worried do we all need to be, you and I, about potential hacking of our own private computers?
My sense is it's not so much our personal data, our personal phones or whatever that are at risk here. It's corporate networks. And the real risk is, for example, ransomware being injected and shutting down some major piece of infrastructure, or a country like China or Iran using this to exploit and steal data. It's just another reminder, Morgan, that the internet was never built for security. There are these kinds of flaws hidden all over the place, and bad actors are waiting to discover them and exploit them.
All right, NBC's Ken Delaney for us there live from Washington. Ken, thank you.
You bet.
And stay with us, because coming up, Google is making a pretty bold decision about COVID vaccines. We'll give you all the details just after the break.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Oh, yeah, this is it, right? We began our cross-America journey tonight, St. Louis, Austin, here in Nashville. From Washington, D.C., the site of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last one.
Was talking smack part of this? What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community? Our week-long journey across America, from Washington, D.C., a site of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last one.
Was talking smack part of this?
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Another giant leap for mankind.
They want folks to shelter in place until this storm pushes through. This new travel requirement, is it possible we're going to see tighter restrictions?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
On the money this hour, investors on Wall Street are watching for a major move from the Federal Reserve. The central bank is holding a key meeting today, really opening the door to interest rate hikes early next year. CNBC senior markets correspondent Dom Chu joins us now. Dom, thanks for being here, and just talk to us briefly about this Fed meeting and what it really means for the markets right now.
I mean, this is very much a market, Morgan, that's in a holding pattern, just fractionally lower for most of the morning. Interest rates holding steady as well, and there's a sense among many traders you're not going to see a lot of action ahead of what may be coming from the Fed with regard to not just that decision on rates, as you point out, but more importantly, any signals they may be giving about the cutting back of financial stimulus overall in the economy and, of course, future policy, all under the cloud of some of the highest levels of inflation that we've seen on record. The expectation, just to give you an idea of what things are or what things stand, is that the Fed and Chair Jerome Powell will make an announcement today saying the central bank will quicken the pace of its wind down of pandemic-era stimulus. And, Morgan, what that in essence means is, like you point out, it could be interest rate hikes down the line. And what that could mean is a slowdown in the U.S. economy, but maybe more importantly for many users and consumers out there, a slowdown in the rise of consumer prices, Morgan, as well.
And Dom, talk to us about Google, because that company is making headlines over what is admittedly a pretty controversial decision involving COVID vaccines that people are reacting to. Tell us about it.
Absolutely, Morgan. It's follow the rules on vaccinations at Google, or take a pay cut, or get fired. That's the message that the internet search and tech media giant shared with its employees. Now, it came via a message from Google's executive team that was seen by CNBC. The memo already said that employees had until December 3rd, which is come and gone, to declare their COVID vaccination status and provide proof, or apply for some kind of a medical or religious exemption. Now employees are being told that if they do not comply with those rules by January 18th, they will be placed on paid administrative leave for 30 days. After that, it will be unpaid leave for up to 6 months. And then after that, eventual job loss or termination. So again, Morgan, yes, a very bold move by Google.
And just very quickly, Dom, I mean, Times Man of the Year, Elon Musk. We know that Tesla is feeling the fallout after a deadly crash involving one of its electric vehicles. What more do we know about that?
So it's in Paris, France. G7, which is a taxi company there, has suspended use of Tesla Model 3 cars after a crash involving one of those vehicles killed one person and injured others. It said it's not going to use the vehicles until police have completed their investigation. It involved an off-duty cab driver that was reportedly taking his family out for the evening. And according to a French government spokesperson, Tesla has said there is no indication of any technical fault that may have led to the accident. But it's a story that we continue to monitor, Morgan. Back over to you.
All right. CNBC's Dominic Chu for us. Dom, thank you.
Sure.
And stay with us right here because President Biden is on the ground in Kentucky as we speak, surveying the damage left behind by those deadly tornadoes. Still ahead, we'll tell you how the victims are now coping in the aftermath. Stay with us.
Grab your apron for a new podcast, Cooking Up a Storm with Al Roker.
My forecast, yummy.
Some of the best chefs share family secrets to get you ready for a holiday feast.
This is fun. Bringing the heat for the holidays.
Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community? What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Go ahead. This is it, right? We began our Cross America journey tonight, St. Louis, Austin, here in Nashville. From Washington, D.C., the site of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last one.
Was talking smack part of this? What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Making news right now, a teenager has been shot and killed Tuesday after a high school basketball game in Newport News, Virginia. The boy died at the scene, and investigators say some sort of fight led to that shooting and that no arrests have yet been made. Meanwhile, a man in Dallas is recovering after being attacked by a pack of loose dogs. Police say the man was walking his own dog when 4 larger canines came out of nowhere. Neighbors could be seen rushing to help the man, who appeared to be mostly unharmed, but his dog was severely injured and now requires surgery. There's a new three-pointer king in the NBA. Golden State Warriors star Steph Curry hit his 2,977th three-point shot in a win against the Knicks here at Madison Square Garden in New York City. Curry broke the record previously held by Ray Allen, and guess what, guys? Here's the kicker. He hit that number in 511 fewer games than Allen did. Pretty incredible. Meanwhile, we continue our coverage of the deadly tornadoes this hour. President Biden is on the ground in Kentucky to survey the staggering destruction there. After taking an aerial tour, the president is being briefed by local leaders before he gets a firsthand look at the scale of the disaster in Mayfield and in Dawson Springs, Kentucky. Our Ellison Barber and Mike Memoli are both there in Dawson Springs right now. Mike, I'd like to start with you. What will the president's message be to the people of Kentucky today? And really, what type of federal help could he be promising?
Yeah, Morgan, well, the first and foremost, the message from the president is that the people of this country are here for the people of Kentucky and Mayfield and Dawson Springs and elsewhere that are experiencing just unfathomable loss of life, of property during the holiday season especially. This is a president who's very comfortable playing that role of consoler-in-chief, and he wants to use this opportunity to sort of offer whatever solace he can to the individuals he's going to be meeting with. But it's also an opportunity for the president to send the message that the federal government can work for states and local governments at a time like this. The president, in fact, just on the ground in Mayfield in the last few minutes, about an hour from here in Dawson Springs, he was speaking with some city council members and doing everything he can to make sure that they knew he was there to offer federal assistance beyond what has already been offered, 130,000 liters of water, 70,000 meal kits, for instance, but more where that came from. The president even joked he's willing to come to a city council meeting down the road as they continue to recover. The message from the president that we're here now, obviously today, as you're in the immediate aftermath, but we'll be there in the months to come as well.
Ellison, I want to turn to you. Really, how are the people of Dawson Springs coming together right now as they try to put back the pieces of their lives? And what is it that they are asking the president for?
Hey, Morgan. Well, this is actually one of the survivors of the storm here with me, Shauna. This was her house. These two people back here, they're from a nearby town. They are helping her look through her home, trying to recover some bits of things. You just found, what is this, your daughter's?
My daughter's best friend's necklace. She was really upset about losing it. The man over there found it, and we're just searching for what little bits that we can find.
You were here in this house with your 9-year-old daughter, your 3-year-old son when the storm came through and collapsed. How are you doing now? How do you begin to rebuild here?
We're alive, we're banged up. As rebuilding, we're just trying to gather what we can, and everybody that's came and supported and donated, it's been a huge help. Don't know where to begin to restart. It's hard to find housing right now, to get assistance with financial needs. Everybody's homeless. That's our main concern. Is we were trying to find a home, and we had no documentation for a home. They want proof of, who you are, but how do you do that? You have nothing. And it's completely starting all over again.
You were telling me earlier about what your son said about the Christmas tree and memories. Could you walk us through some of that?
The next night after the incident, my son woke up crying that his tree has gone out the window. It's blowing away, and I had to hold him and tell him it's okay, that I'm here with you, because I held him the whole time. He never left my arms. My daughter never left my side. They're traumatized. My daughter remembers holding on to the bathtub with one hand and her feet flying up in the air and us being thrown. And my son will randomly bring up the tornado, and he's never going to forget that. They're never going to forget it. And it's Christmas.
Thank you for speaking with us. And Morgan, she told us her neighbor who lived in the duplex, the apartment next to her, did not survive. You see people helping each other. When you look at the destruction, you can see the little dots of people often out here trying to help each other. But like we heard from Shauna, and we've heard from so many people, when you have absolutely nothing, it's really hard to even take a step to rebuild. As the president is coming here today, when we were talking, I said, what do you want him to know? And she said, is he going to do something, or are they just here to look and talk? That's what they want to see, action, because they need it yesterday. Morgan?
They need it, and they deserve it. Ellison Barber, please thank your guest, and please tell her we would send our condolences and wish her the best in the days ahead. Ellison Barber and Mike Memley, both there in Dawson Springs, Kentucky. Thank you both. Rescue and recovery are top of mind in Kentucky right now, but so are basic necessities like just getting food and water to survivors. Chef Jose Andres and his organization, World Central Kitchen, is stepping up to really help bring thousands of fresh meals to the communities that are still reeling from those tornadoes. Dan Abrams is a relief operations lead for World Central Kitchen, and he joins us now. Dan, I have to thank you for being with us. I know you're very busy and have a lot to do, especially right now. Can you just give us a sense of what you're seeing on the ground there, and really how many people so far you have been able to reach, and what are they saying that a hot, fresh meal means to them right now?
Absolutely. Good morning, Morgan. We are here in Gilbertsville, about 30 minutes north of Mayfield, where we are providing over 1,000 meals to the Red Cross, who we've been working with to assess the communities and meet people going door to door. And we are floored by the damage we're seeing, but I think we are also seeing an amazing outpouring of support by communities helping communities and neighbors helping neighbors. And it's really nice to be here to help these communities as they recover and get back on their feet.
Dan, we know that there's still a long road ahead. How long will your team be there on the ground to help them?
We will be here as long as there is a need. As people still request meals, we will get them to them from either ourselves or the over 25 local partners we've been working with to provide fresh, hot meals.
All right, Dan Abrams, we cannot thank you enough for the work that you're doing. Some heroes wear capes and some deliver fresh meals. We really appreciate you being here with us and being there with them. Thank you, Dan. We want to turn to another part of this tragedy, the investigation into really what happened before the storm hit a Mayfield candle factory. NBC News lead Lannis Danny Savalos is here. Danny, I have to ask, NBC has been hearing from people who said that they were threatened with being fired if they left that building. Can you explain more about what happened, and should we expect legal action from those employees?
Yeah, reportedly, there are people saying that supervisors at the candle factory, Mayfield, were telling employees not to leave. And allegedly, if they left, they might lose their jobs. Now, there is a lot to be found out whether that is true or not. And I believe the CEO has issued a statement saying that that is not, in fact, true, that employees could leave and did leave. But if it is true, it would be problematic, certainly from a moral perspective and possibly from a legal perspective. But I stress, not necessarily. And this is not going to be a very popular thing to hear. But when you look at workers' compensation statutes, for example, which are normally the exclusive remedy for an employee who is hurt at the job, the injury has to be the result of a risk that is special to that job. It could be argued, the company might say, that that tornado might have hurt people no matter where they were, in a warehouse, at home, on the road, leaving to go home, anywhere at all. They were no safer in the warehouse than they would have been at any other job in any other place.
I guess in assessing the validity of any potential legal action, what would the state be looking at? What would they be seeking from investigators?
They would be looking at exactly what the supervisors and the company knew at the time. If there was a tornado warning, but it was, say, clear skies, then that doesn't appear to indicate that there was danger. And look, we have to be realistic about something here. I grew up in a state that had tons of tornado warnings. I never once saw a twister. The reality is, and this is something people are not going to want to hear, is a lot of people hear tornado warning. They go, I'm not going to inconvenience my day. I'm going to go to work. I'm going to do stuff. I've never seen a twister. I don't plan on seeing one. And when it does happen, it happens to other people, not me. And, realistically, if you live in a place that has tornadoes, that is a common sentiment. I hate to say it. So the reality is going to be, they're going to need, if investigators are going to hold anyone responsible, they're going to need something a little more than the mere fact that there was a tornado warning. They're going to need some knowledge that they were in actual danger. I don't know that we as a society are prepared to say that the mere fact of a tornado warning means that everybody goes home all the time in every instance, because I just don't think that's been what people do in a tornado.
Or necessarily that the company itself was culpable.
Exactly. Well, you need to show that the company had some kind of knowledge that other than the warning that its workers were in danger and that it was a unique danger to them and that they were in the path of a tornado. But tornadoes are not like hurricanes. They're not predictable. They're more like lightning, I guess you might say. They could strike just about anywhere at any time in bad weather.
All right, Danny Savalos for us. Danny, as always, thank you for breaking that all down. Now, home ownership is one of the primary ways that American families build wealth and do it generationally. But many Black homeowners are facing discrimination when it comes to their home appraisals. NBC correspondent Jake Ward spoke to one family who faced this very issue. Jake, what did you find?
Well, what's extraordinary here, Morgan, is that for the vast majority of Americans, as you mentioned, their wealth is centered in their home. So borrowing against that in the midst of a real estate boom makes extraordinary sense. But for one California couple, when they tried to do that, they found that the system did not work in their favor.
This 4-bedroom home in the hills of Marin, north of San Francisco, offers lots of light, water views, a school right down the hill.
So the house used to end right here.
Owners Paul Austin and Tanisha Tate Austin knew it was worth at least $1.3 million based on a 2019 appraisal. But looking to borrow as the housing market heated up, Paul met a new appraiser and showed her around.
And what was the number value? You open up that piece of paper and what is it?
Oh, $998,000.
Less than $1 million.
Less than $1 million.
Which means almost $400,000 less than the appraisal you'd gotten a year earlier.
Yes.
And so they applied for a new appraisal, But this time,
I'm going to guarantee that I'm going to get the appraisal that my house is supposed to get.
And in the United States, what is your best guarantee of getting the best rate possible?
Being white.
Being white.
So they worked to erase themselves from their own home.
All of our art, took that away, pictures of our family, anything that, would resemble that this home belongs to a black family. Just grabbed it all, put it all in the shed, put it all away.
And they asked a white friend to stand in when the new appraiser arrived.
So this time you open the paper and it says what?
1.482.
Yes. $500,000 difference.
Imagine what that money can do for a family. That's seed money for a business. That's a second home you could rent out. That's college tuition. Now, imagine this whole community misses out on those opportunities. It shows that this is a far larger problem than this one address.
Carla Duffy, a homeowner in Indianapolis, told NBC's Priscilla Thompson about using a similar tactic.
I met with two of my girlfriends. Both are married to white men, and I was like, okay, I need to borrow one of y'all husbands.
Her appraisal came back at double the value. A survey of studies of racial disparities in the U.S. mortgage market found that discrimination inhibits upward social mobility of minorities and exacerbates large racial disparities in wealth because home equity is crucial for building wealth. In fact, this community, known as Marin City, was held back for decades. When Paul's family moved here from the South to work in the shipyards, redlining meant it was the only place in the area where African Americans were allowed to buy a home, while white residents could buy and sell anywhere. Today, Marin City's median income is less than $30,000 a year. Neighboring Mill Valley, a mile away, is nearly 3 times that.
In theory, this home should have been your family's escape from that history.
Yes.
Right.
Yes. Like, we shouldn't have had to repeat what my grandparents had to go through, 50 plus years ago. It's frustrating.
Yeah.
Because we're not as far along in America as we think we are.
The original appraiser did not respond to our request for comment. By the time the Austins got the new appraisal, interest rates and terms meant they couldn't borrow the money they wanted, and they're now suing.
Just the process of appraising is a system that creates inequity in our country.
How do we change the system? Will our story be a catalyst to changing, the system that's negatively affecting black and brown people every day?
Jake, I loved your question. I loved when you pointed out that this home was intended to be refuge from that very history. Can you tell us more about the lawsuit? What specifically are Paul and Tanisha hoping to accomplish with it?
Well, in the short term, Morgan, they are suing the appraiser, saying that they lost out on an economic opportunity here. They also say that they hope that it can in some way change the way that appraisals are done. Right now, the whole dream of intergenerational wealth and trying to move up in the country has to do with being able to borrow against your house. And they say that all of that really ends up resting on the possible biases of a single appraiser. But, there are also a couple of things here I want to point out that I think you can probably, that you'll find just as surprising as I did, Morgan. I've had many people reach out to me since we first did this reporting to tell me that this is in fact a tradition in all parts of the country when it comes to black homeowners trying to get the best possible price. I've had multiple people come to me across the country and say, oh yeah, I pull my stuff off the wall, I bring in a white neighbor all the time. That is an extraordinarily shocking thing. And you also, I was talking with the Austins about the whole idea of wealth in the United States where you borrow against debt. That is how everybody from billionaires down to simple millionaires build wealth, right? Well, they both say that their greatest dream is being out of debt. And I said, but managing debt is how wealth works in this country. And they said, well, but no, not if the terms of debt don't work for you in your home loan, in your car loan, in all the ways that racial disparities play out in mortgages and in debt in this country. So to see how different their experience is in the midst of this housing boom was an incredible eye-opener for me.
I'm so glad you put actual data and numbers to an experience that is very anecdotal within communities of color. I remember I was trying to look at buying a home just this past year when the pandemic hit, and I spoke to a bank, and the banker said, Morgan, do not put your race. When they ask for your race, do not put your race. And to hear that from someone who was employed at a bank, to know that that is the reality that so many people face. I'm just glad you told the story.
Talking to you, it's extraordinary.
Yeah. All right, Jake Ward for us. I cannot thank you enough for that report. Thank you. I appreciate it. Meanwhile, trans students are speaking out about the abuse and the bullying they face at school. According to a recent survey of LGBTQ students, 57% say they've been discriminated at school because of their gender expression and their outward appearance. 54% say they've been discriminated against because of their gender identity. NBC News reporter Joe Yerkeba joins us now. Joe, what did these students tell you about the nature of the challenges they were facing in school?
Yeah, so transgender students told me that they face verbal harassment and even physical violence. 14-year-old Willow Andring told me about how she suffered a concussion after a classmate beat her in an incident that was caught on video. Take a listen.
He comes from behind me and starts calling me names, calling me it, not a she, not a her, not a him, it's a it. And then we go to the our table, and normal lunch, and our lunch ends, and we go up to the stairs, and he pulls me from behind and starts hitting me.
Willow has since recovered, but she said that she was nervous to return to school at first, and she's just trying to stay safe and learn.
Look, no kid deserves that, no matter who you are or what you look like. Can you explain, though, the trend here, Joe? What does the data say, both qualitatively and quantitatively? Are things getting better or worse for trans students at school? And what steps should parents and educators really take to make sure that they are safe and supported?
Sure, yeah. Well, you quoted those survey numbers earlier, which I think show that trans students have always faced a disproportionate amount of harassment and violence. And students told me that things this year have been even worse. And so the advocates I spoke to recommend that parents and educators ask trans students what they need to feel safe. And in some cases, for example, trans students told me that they are subjected to supervised bathroom breaks where an administrator stands outside of the bathroom while they use it. And one advocate told me that's really humiliating for students. And in those cases, the advocate said that people are often assuming what trans kids need when they should really ask them.
All right, NBC's Joe Yerkeba for us there. Joe, thank you. And coming up, a rare appearance from several members of the royal family. They're coming together for a brand new documentary, and we've got the details next.
It's an issue dividing communities and influencing elections across the country. An in-depth look at how one small town confronted race and education and how it tore the community apart. Shame! This is Southlake. All episodes available now.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now. In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Another giant leap for mankind.
They want folks to shelter in place until this storm pushes through. This new travel requirement, is it possible we're going to see tighter restrictions?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7. Grab your apron for a new podcast, Cooking Up a Storm with Al Roker.
My forecast, yummy.
Some of the best chefs share family secrets to get you ready for a holiday feast.
This is fun. Bringing the heat for the holidays.
Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
A fire breaks out in a Hong Kong skyscraper, and the marijuana lovers of Malta rejoice. Aaron Gilchrist takes us around the world now in 60 seconds.
Hong Kong, where a fire broke out on a skyscraper today. Firefighters were able to rescue 770 people from that building. At least 13 have been hospitalized. An investigation into how this fire started is underway. Libya, where the upcoming presidential election is facing some serious challenges. Election day is December 24th, and critics speculate that the outcome may bring violence. The vote will determine Libya's first president since the killing of Muammar Gaddafi. His son, the controversial Saif al-Islam Gaddafi, is a main candidate in the race. And Malta, where people celebrated another win for marijuana. After a parliamentary vote on Tuesday, Malta became the first country in the European Union to allow the possession of cannabis for personal use.
It will stop once and for all the criminalization of people who for a lot of time have been criminalized when they are not criminals. So we have put an end to the criminalization of people who are not criminals.
The new law permits adults to grow up to 4 plants and possess up to 7 grams. And that's the world now.
The royal family is getting together for a rare appearance on screen, paying tribute to the late Prince Philip in a new documentary. Here's NBC News anchor Joe Fryer.
Hey, Morgan, the project airing on Discovery Plus is called Prince Philip, the Royal Family Remembers. It features interviews with Prince Charles, his wife Camilla, and both his sons, William and Harry. Here's an exclusive first look.
In this documentary, members of the royal family open up about what the late patriarch meant to them.
From my grandmother's perspective, to have someone like that on your shoulder for 73 years of marriage, it doesn't get better than that. The two of them together were just the most adorable couple. I don't know if anyone's ever described them as adorable, but to me, knowing the cheekiness of him and knowing that behind what the world sees, you have two individuals who were, very much in love, and both who, at a very young age, dedicated their life to service. The places that these two traveled, the things that they saw, the experiences that they went through, that is an incredible bond between two people.
His Royal Highness had come to see for himself what this icebound region inhabited by seals and penguins was like.
Prince Charles recalling his father's sense of adventure that cultivated a lifelong desire to care for the planet.
He did so many expeditions. He understandably became extremely worried about them. More than anything else, the loss of habitat.
The family also remembering his kindness, his humor, and the importance of family to the prince.
What you see is what you got with my grandfather, the authenticness of him. He was unapologetically him.
He's always been the sort of heart of the family and always been a huge presence behind everything we've done, really.
If I could live half the life that he lived, I'd be extremely happy. And we were lucky to have him for nearly 100 years.
Prince Philip, the Royal Family Remembers starts streaming on Discovery Plus tomorrow. Morgan.
It's a crime spree popping up in cities across the country. Just after the break, NBC News goes undercover with a team that's trying to stop them.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
Critical choke point for this fire. Unnecessary, unjustifiable, illegal.
And good evening from New Orleans. Late military operation witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Our week-long journey across America, from Washington, D.C., outside of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last
Was talking smack part of this?
News is happening now.
a look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Smash and grab robberies are spiking across the country, but the question is, who is behind them? NBC News went along with a team of detectives trying to bust the ringleaders of these crime sprees. Here's investigative and consumer correspondent Vicki Wynn.
Hi there. You have seen the videos. Thieves walking out with thousands of dollars in merchandise, from clothes to handbags, laptops, and more. So what's behind the rise in organized retail crime, and what is it costing us, the consumers? We investigate. Stores hit by organized retail crime, theft rings that scout, plan, and execute high-value heists, from drugstores to brand-name merchandise. Theft costs the retail industry more than $70 billion a year. To show you what's at stake, I'm here in Perrysburg Township, Ohio. It's a small suburb of Toledo, and I'm surrounded by stolen goods that officers purchased in undercover operations. Joining me now is Detective Sergeant Todd Curtis. Tell us why this small town is such a hot spot for organized retail crime.
Well, Perrysburg Township is located in the area they call the Crossroads of America, which is I-80, 90, and I-75. Thieves can jump off the interstate, hit the stores, steal the product, and be back on the interstate.
Curtis leads a team of 3 detectives who respond almost daily to organized retail crime and track stolen goods online. Curtis says they often end up on Facebook Marketplace. That's where officers found this power tool set for $350, $200 less than retail at Home Depot. Our cameras were there for the undercover buy.
Hey, what's up? This is unopened? Yeah, yes, sir. Transact to.
But police arrest him, saying he's a fugitive wanted for aggravated robbery in Columbus and for buying these tools with a stolen credit card.
90% of our investigations actually involve an online marketplace.
Kyle Pennoyer is Senior Manager of Investigations for Home Depot. They've locked up high theft products, and now they're testing new technology.
Bluetooth activation, the tool is useless until it's paid for.
He says online resale makes it easy for criminals to hide and profit. Can the online marketplaces do more to thwart these crimes? Should they do more?
I think so. We would like to see that go back to the online marketplaces to do a better job of vetting the people that are selling on their platform.
In a statement, a spokesperson for Facebook says, in part, we prohibit the sale of stolen goods on our platform and use a number of tools to prevent this kind of fraud. We encourage people to report suspicious listings. Curtis says these crimes cost all of us.
We're all paying more. It's all affecting all of us, all the consumers who are honest.
New legislation similar to a law already on the books in Arkansas recently passed the State House in Ohio. It's meant to help limit the sale of stolen merchandise. It would require online markets like Facebook to confirm the identity of sellers. About a dozen states have similar legislation that is pending. Back to you guys.
Thank you so much for being with us this hour. I'm Morgan Radford, and your news continues right now.
Hey everyone, I'm Allison Morris. You're watching NBC News Now. Here's what's happening. An Empire State battle over masks. Counties refusing to enforce the governor's new mandate, with hospitalizations up across New York. President Biden on the ground in Kentucky, seeing the deadly tornado damage there firsthand. His message for communities now trying to clean up and rebuild. Plus, can your race affect your home value? You bet it can. Meet one black couple who whitewashed their house and saw a $500,000 difference. We start today with COVID hospitalizations on the rise all across the country. NBC News correspondent Sam Brock has the latest on the Omicron surge. But first, NBC News correspondent Antonia Hilton joins me from Mineola, New York. That is in Nassau County on Long Island, where the incoming county executive is taking issue with the state's new mask or vax mandate. So, Antonia, COVID cases in New York are up 58% since Thanksgiving. Hospitalizations even worse, up 70%. But Nassau County Executive-elect Bruce Blakeman says this mask or vax mandate just isn't necessary. I'm having trouble wrapping my brain around that one. What's his reasoning here?
You're not the only one having trouble wrapping your brain around this, Allison, because we are in the midst of this crisis. But, you know, this crisis looks different in different parts of the state. And here in Nassau, what he says and his team is saying is that, look, our ICU beds are open. Our hospitals aren't overwhelmed yet. And adults in this community, 97% of them are vaccinated. So he feels like this is a community that went out and did the right thing, has tried to protect themselves, and it will take away from the message of vaccination for the remaining folks who need boosters or to get their first shots, to then move to taking workers who work in the public health or other departments here in the community and to start making them do the work of mask enforcement, because that's what this order from the governor requires. It puts it in the hands of local officials to actually do the work of inspecting restaurants, inspecting stores. And that's what we're hearing this county executive and actually others around the state really don't want to do right now. I met one guy who told me that they have staff that they're pulling from non-public health departments to help with the effort to just run their 6 vaccination sites right now in Rockland County. And he doesn't want to pull any of those folks and send them to restaurants or small businesses or ask them to give out fines to people in the midst of the holidays. Take a listen to some of my conversation with Bruce Blakeman. He's the incoming county executive here, and he spells out some of these concerns.
The governor set forth this mandate because of a spike in hospital admissions in Buffalo and Rochester. Buffalo and Rochester are 300 miles away from Long Island. They're closer to Cleveland, Ohio than they are to Long Island. And again, they do have an increase in hospital admissions. They do have an increase in their ICU units. So perhaps in that region, it was a wise choice. But to paint a broad brush on a state as big as New York, when Long Island is as far away as you can get from where the problem is, I think it's a mistake.
There's also some politics going on here, Allison, as most of these county executives are saying that they didn't feel like they got great communication from the governor's office, that they wish she had included them in conversations as they moved toward announcing this mandate. Some of them said they didn't even know it was coming until after it was announced in the press. And so there's some frustration. And then they're also facing their own constituents who are, I've been in New England the last several weeks reporting on Omicron, reporting on people's feelings about the pandemic right now. There's an immense amount of fatigue and anger even among people who are vaccinated and who are very careful about protocols. They wanted to enjoy their Christmas and New Year's. They wanted to see family and friends, and they want to hear a message of hope around vaccination. And many of them don't want to hear about a mandate and mask enforcement. It feels like a backslide. Allison.
So, Antonia, let's talk about this a little further, because it's not just Blakeman there in Nassau. Several county leaders are pushing back. What are they telling you?
That's right, and many of them come from varying communities. I spoke to officials in Dutchess County, in Rockland County, and the message that I continue to hear is that, you know, at the county, local level, resources are tight. There's only so many people working in the public health department who know anything about getting shots in arms or how to message around masks and public safety. And so every one of them that you send out to do mask enforcement is someone who's not working on another critical part of the effort to keep people safe. And what I've heard from those folks is that they really want to keep the message focused on vaccination. That's what they think is important at this stage in the pandemic. And that because of the fatigue I just mentioned there, it's also the way to build trust and to be seen as credible as a politician or leader in the community. To stay focused on something people can go out and get and not on a preventative measure that many people have grown quite frustrated by, even though we are in this critical moment. And people need to know that, you know, here in New York, the cases are surging in this region beyond New York. But even with all that, I asked them all about it. They still feel like they want to tailor a different message to their constituents. Take a listen to some of the other folks I talked to.
Our public health teams in the state of New York function on the ground with testing and vaccination and case management. We have no resources to dedicate to this enforcement, and the mandate is unnecessary.
We run 6 clinics right now on a regular basis. We are stretched thin. We actually have people from other departments of county government coming down to help out in some of the clinics that were being held at the county offices.
I think what's really fascinating about this development and the tensions between this county and the governor's office is, at 2 years into the pandemic, this is really the challenge of messaging around public safety, of getting people to really still pull in and be all in together in the midst of a continued threat, or really heightened threat, because we're fighting two variants at once here in New York. And that's why I think we're going to see a patchwork response here. Different communities are going to put different levels of effort into the enforcement around this mask mandate, even as we enter this really critical period of time where people are going to be indoors around Christmas, around New Year's, and risk is going up, Allison.
So what's Governor Hochul saying about all this? I mean, this is her mandate after all.
It is her mandate, and she's aware some people are critical of it. I mean, what she has basically said is that this isn't a popularity contest, that she has an obligation to try to keep New Yorkers safe. And even in the communities where they may not see the same level of challenges in hospitals or ICUs, that everyone kind of needs to pull in together to do the best to prevent it. And I asked many of these county executives, aren't you worried the crisis could come to you? It may not be there now, but in a couple weeks after, the new year, don't you think some of these hospitalizations could end up being in your backyard? And they acknowledged that that could be the case, but they again felt like they had an obligation to stay focused on vaccination and to give residents some of their own sort of say in how they want to handle their indoor activities and their decision to be masked. And so that's why we're going to see a patchwork response here, because this mandate has allowed local level leaders to take it into their own hands, Allison.
All right, Antonia, love seeing you there on Long Island, where I grew up. Always a fan of reporting from there. Thank you so very much. The World Health Organization is warning today about the Omicron variant, saying it's spreading at a rate we have not seen with any previous variant. We're concerned that people are dismissing Omicron as mild. Cornell University shut its Ithaca campus because of a COVID outbreak there. The NFL set a record for new daily COVID cases, the Cleveland Browns head coach among them, and he is fully vaccinated. So the question now, how much worse will this get? Here's NBC News correspondent Sam Brock.
Allison, good afternoon and good to be with you. Right now, it's a perfect storm in a sense where you have Delta surging, Omicron rising, and peak flu season also ahead. So experts right now are very concerned as the Omicron variant makes up about 3% of all cases in the U.S. at this moment, but that is expected to rise significantly. Here in Miami, we're hitting testing records 1 week away from the Christmas holiday.
As we brace for another winter bout with COVID, soaring cases from the UK to Africa have the World Health Organization warning people not to be fooled by Omicron's reportedly milder profile.
We are seeing what we have never seen before in an outbreak with this Omicron.
In the U.S., top CDC officials have modeled two scenarios: a massive wave of infection slamming communities as early as January, or a smaller surge of Omicron arriving in the spring. CDC Director Dr. Rochelle Walensky spoke with Savannah and Hoda Tuesday.
Is it more transmissible? Is that the deal?
So it is. It is more transmissible, and we're seeing that in other countries as well, that it's rapidly becoming the more predominant strain.
How much more transmissible? Do you have any metric? Is it 5 times more transmissible than Delta? 1, 2 times?
It's still early, but what we're seeing in some of these other countries is doubling times of about every 2 days or so.
The national picture is increasingly troubling, with around 40 states looking at double-digit increases in COVID infections. In Omaha, Nebraska, hospitalizations are skyrocketing, and healthcare workers are tapping into their reserves.
We just hope that no one else has to experience the things that we've been experiencing, especially lately.
Cornell University going virtual in the middle of finals, reporting over 900 new COVID cases, including a very high percentage of the Omicron variant in fully vaccinated people.
Stafford wants to throw for it.
In the NFL, marquee wide receiver Odell Beckham Jr., who just played in a big Monday Night Football game, one of 9 LA Rams to land on the COVID list 24 hours later. Coach Sean McVay, bewildered.
This has definitely been the most uniquely challenging situation we've dealt with COVID.
And the flood of COVID cases in the sports world continues to keep on coming right now. Giannis Antetokounmpo, the reigning finals MVP and 2-time MVP of the league, now in health and safety protocols for the Milwaukee Bucks. And in football, more positive cases for the Cleveland Browns. Their head coach, Kevin Stefanski, and also their starting quarterback, Baker Mayfield, both testing positive.
President Biden in Kentucky today surveying the damage where tornadoes killed 75 people on Friday. More than 100 people are still missing today. NBC News correspondent Allison Barber is in Dawson Springs looking at the latest recovery efforts. But we're going to start with NBC News White House correspondent Mike Memoli. He is traveling with the president. So, Mike, President Biden visiting the hardest hit parts of Kentucky today. Tell us what he's been seeing.
Yeah, Ellison, the president landed in Fort Campbell, went to Mayfield, and now has just arrived here in Dawson Spring. And, you know, he's been monitoring the developments since over the weekend. He was home in Delaware, got the first reports about the tornadoes here, and has been getting updates on a daily basis since he's been back in Washington at the White House. But it's been so important to this president to see things firsthand whenever possible. And one of the things we've heard from the president so far as he's been traveling the state is how impressed he is at the way in which people are really coming together to support one another at this time. Let's listen to some of what the president had to say earlier.
The main thing I want to say is I'm amazed. I've been asking my FEMA folks and my Homeland Security, what is the most impressive thing you've seen? I meant in terms, I started off thinking in damage. And they said the way you all come together, the way people just come out of nowhere to help as a community. And that's what we're supposed to be doing. That's what America's supposed to be. There's no red tornadoes or blue tornadoes. There's no red states or blue states when this stuff starts to happen.
Allison, of course, the president has talked so much about how important it is to try to unite this country. These are very polarized times, and this is an opportunity for him to do that. So much of Kentucky obviously has Republican local officials that he's working with here. And we saw something today that we really don't see too often, which is a Republican member of Congress, James Comer, who represents this part of Kentucky, on Air Force One, flying with the president from Washington here, just a sort of example that the president wants to show of how in these times of crisis we can actually come together.
Mike, the president met with Kentucky's governor and FEMA. Let's talk about federal aid. What kind of help is coming that way?
Yeah, so the White House has been giving us updates all week about some of the federal resources that are going in, dozens of generators across the state, some urban search and rescue teams trying to help work with the local teams, 144,000 liters of water, 70,000 meal kits. These are all sort of numbers on paper, though. Part of what the president wants to see here in person, though, is to hear from people about some of the less tangible things that they need and ways in which the government can help them. And here's the president addressing some of what he heard as he's been touring the state with the governor earlier.
The governor and the former governor have been through this before, but immediately after disaster is a time when people are really, really moving and trying to help each other and trying to get things done. But after a month, after 6 weeks, after 2 months, people can get themselves to the point where they get fairly depressed about what's going on, particularly our young kids. Particularly people who've lost somebody. And so I just want you to know the help that we're able to offer at the federal level is not just now.
Allison, you heard the president there refer to the governor and the former governor, Andy Beshear, the Democratic governor of Kentucky, who's with him today. He's also here with Stephen Beshear, who is Andy Beshear's father and who was the governor of Kentucky a decade ago. And as a matter of fact, here in Dawson Spring, this is actually Stephen Beshear's hometown. So he's getting sort of a real intimate, personal look at a community that the former governor knows full well to try to sort of illustrate just how much damage has been done to this community.
Mike, the president is going to speak from Dawson Springs in the next hour or so, taking on that role we so often talk about as consoler-in-chief. What do you expect to hear from him?
Yeah, I think he's certainly going to amplify on some of the themes that we've already touched on, the way in which the communities are coming together to help one another. The message from this White House is we want to stand by you. We want to work with the local governments for as long as it takes to get things done. But, Allison, you're also going to hear the president, as he did last night, talk about something which is hard to ignore, which is that the severity of these storms that we're seeing, the frequency of these storms that we're seeing is really an inevitable result of climate change, and that more needs to be done as a country to try to deal with that.
All right, Mike Memoli in Kentucky, traveling with the president. Thanks so much. Families in Dawson Springs there are hoping President Biden can help them recover. NBC News correspondent Ellison Barber is there. So, Ellison, show us around. It looks just awful there. Give us a preview of the kind of damage the president is going to be seeing there today. And what do the people in Dawson Springs need most from the federal government? I'm sure their list is pretty long.
Yeah, I mean, I asked someone that yesterday, and they said a house, furniture. I mean, you look around, and 75% of Dawson Springs is destroyed, reduced to rubble just like this. A woman who lived in this half of this duplex, her name was Shauna. She talked to us about surviving this storm with her 9-year-old daughter and her 3-year-old son clinging onto them. Her neighbor who lived in this part of the house where I am over here, their room was, he was found in his bedroom. He was one of the 14 people in this community who did not survive the storms. The dead range in age from 2 months old to 86 years old. You look at all of the debris, you see little pieces of people's lives. This toy, I imagine, belonged to that family, that 3-year-old little boy. When I was talking to his mom, she talked about how both the 9-year-old and the 3-year-old are still talking about this, are still traumatized by this. She said her son was talking about the Christmas tree flying around, the daughter asking and talking about the moment where she clinged on to her mom and felt her feet lift up from the ground. This is a community that is devastated, and you just see that it's not one house, it's not two, it's not a dozen. It is hundreds of homes that have been completely decimated. When you ask what people need, they need everything, because they're coming from a place where many of them did not have time to grab a pocketbook. I mean, you look at all of this. This woman was here looking for her ID in this rubble today because you cannot rent a hotel. You can't get a car without identification. And she told us, look, I don't even have a piece of mail to prove to the DMV or any place that can give me an ID that I am who I say I am. So how do I rebuild when I'm starting from such a place of just absolutely nothing? When the president is here, he will see, yes, all of this destruction, but he will also meet a lot of people who are helping each other. This is a community where neighbors, many of them in the same position, just with nothing, they are trying to help each other, comfort each other. And that is a spirit in this community that people keep telling us that is how they will rebuild. And they say that they're not done yet, but we have heard from others. They talk about this, and they say this was a town that already was struggling to begin with. So rebuilding will be very hard, a very long process, and they'll need a lot of help along the way. Ellison,
let's stick with that holiday spirit between what's going on there in Kentucky, those folks with absolutely nothing, not even able to show a piece of ID, to the COVID situation we're dealing with across the country. The news is really heavy today. So we're going to hang on to this silver lining for just a moment. I understand that Dawson Springs had another special visitor earlier this week before the president. Santa, tell us about that.
Yeah, I mean, when you're in a place like this, you look for the helpers, right? That's the way that you remember, at least for me, that even in the most horrific of circumstances, that a lot of people are still really, really good. Santa was in this neighborhood. He'd come with a group from a neighboring town, a police department. They'd brought him over to see some of the children and to comfort people in the community and bring presents. And while he was here, a family came with their 3 children. They were thrilled to see the man in the red suit because it gave them a moment of levity, a moment of joy that really they've been struggling to find. Listen.
Got to spread some cheer somewhere, but you know, I mean, it's a devastating thing, but we've got to do our part to continue on and to give hope over here and to let these kids still have a Christmas, something to celebrate.
It's hard for us. Everything we had in the house is gone.
I need a 13-year-old.
I'm just lucky we're here alive and everything. For everybody trying to help us out, I got my work that's actually gathering stuff for us right now. Hopefully that'll help for Christmas. And I got my family, they're going to help us out.
And that Santa is not the only one trying to bring a little bit of holiday cheer. This county, Hopkins County, they have extended what they call Make Christmas Happen gift drive. It's going to go until Sunday, this Sunday, December 19th. They say that residents can make a monetary donation by visiting Hopkins County government's Facebook page, where they have a post about this whole thing. Again, it's called Make Christmas Happen Again. They also say that people can go on Amazon. You can get their address, more information on their Facebook page, and send presents directly to kids in this community. Allison,
folks there would make Mr. Rogers proud. Look for the helpers there in Kentucky, and you'll find plenty of them. Thank you for that bit of good news on such a rough week, a rough holiday season for folks there. Really appreciate it. Coming up, New York City making history with its first female NYPD commissioner. Her message for the country's largest police force.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Another giant leap for mankind.
They want folks to shelter in place until this storm pushes through.
This new travel requirement, is it possible we're going to see tighter restrictions?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. Military operation, witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
It's an issue dividing communities and influencing elections across the country. An in-depth look at how one small town confronted race and education and how it tore the community apart. Shame! This is Southlake. All episodes available now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
News is happening now. A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth quickly.
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
Let's go to NBC News digital reporter Maya Iglinch. His latest headlines from NBCnews.com. Maya, what's happening?
Hey, Allison, we start today in Texas. Williamson County reaching a $5 million settlement with the family of Javier Ambler. He was a black man who died during an arrest in 2019 after he told officers he couldn't breathe. The House formally responding to Islamophobic remarks recently made by Congresswoman Lauren Boebert. Representatives voted to approve legislation establishing a special envoy at the State Department to monitor and combat Islamophobia. Secretary of State Anthony Blinken cutting his trip short from Southeast Asia due to a COVID case in his traveling party. This setback for the U.S. comes as it seeks to strengthen its relationship with the region. Police in Germany have foiled a scheme by far-right anti-vaxxers to murder state premier Michael Kretschmer. Protests against harsher vaccine mandates there have become more violent. And history made Tuesday night on The Voice. The sibling group Girl Named Tom became the first trio to win the TV singing competition. They are originally from Ohio. Allison, back to you.
All right, Mai, thank you so much. The Justice Department now considering charges against Mark Meadows. The House voted to hold Donald Trump's former chief of staff in contempt of Congress. Meadows refusing to cooperate any longer with the January 6th investigation. NBC News national politics reporter Sahil Kapoor joining me from Capitol Hill. So, Sahil, it took the DOJ several weeks to bring charges against Steve Bannon. What are you expecting will happen here with Meadows?
Well, Allison, they will have to face a similar set of decisions. The House is certifying this contempt resolution to a U.S. attorney in Washington who will have that decision to make about whether and when to prosecute Meadows. Now, one significant difference that the DOJ is going to have to consider is that the previous time they did this with Steve Bannon, he asserted executive privilege claims even though he was not in the White House. He had not been in the White House for years until that period where he is being asked to testify about. Mark Meadows was the chief of staff at that time, so it's possible that prosecutors could view his executive privilege claims a little bit differently, and whether that'll factor into the DOJ's thinking in terms of whether to prosecute, well, we'll find out soon.
Sahil, 2 Republicans voted to hold Meadows in contempt, Liz Cheney and Adam Kinzinger. No surprises there. They're both on the January 6th commission. But what are you hearing from other Republicans in Congress?
Yes, that's just 2 out of more than 200 Republicans who voted to hold Mark Meadows in contempt. The rest of the caucus voted to protect him from this. And what happened here is that House Republican leadership was whipping their members, in other words, pressuring the caucus to vote against this resolution. And they ended up getting everyone except those 2 Republicans. The arguments that they made to members, according to one source, was that Meadows made a good faith attempt to comply with the subpoena. And House Republican leaders argue that the courts should resolve his claim of executive privilege before the House voted to hold him in contempt.
Sahil, we've heard a lot about who Meadows was texting with during that invasion, from Republican lawmakers to Fox News hosts. What are you hearing from them this week?
Not much, and we've not heard much from them publicly ever since January 6th happened, which is startling given how the text messages reveal the extent to which they knew that Donald Trump was at the center of this. They knew that those people were acting on his behalf, or at least thought they were acting on his behalf when they broke into the Capitol, that Donald Trump himself identified the day of January 6th as a flashpoint. He enticed thousands of his supporters to come to the Capitol, and he gave that speech, riling them up with false claims about a stolen election, telling them to march to the Capitol. What did he think was going to happen? They all knew, the Fox News hosts, the president's eldest son, they all seemed to know that these people thought they were acting on his behalf and that he could, he and probably only he could get them to stop, could prevent that or at least quell that after it happened. That's the dichotomy we've seen between the public remarks of a lot of these members, which has been to stick closely with Donald Trump, and privately, they knew that what he was doing was extremely dangerous. Allison?
All right, Sahil Kapoor on the Hill. Thank you so much. Former Minneapolis police officer Derek Chauvin pleading guilty today to violating George Floyd's federal civil rights. That plea is part of a new agreement with federal prosecutors. Chauvin already serving more than 22 years in prison for murdering Floyd. A jury convicted Chauvin back in April. NBC News correspondent Ron Allen is outside the federal courthouse in St. Paul. So, Ron, no cameras allowed inside that courtroom today. Tell us what you know about what happened there and what kind of sentencing Chauvin is looking at in this particular case.
Well, he's going to get a longer sentence. That's part of what's happening here. The federal civil rights charges carry a possible life sentence, and the trial was about to begin in January. And that's part of the speculation as to why he made this plea today. He also pleaded guilty to another case that we've not heard a lot about. It involves a 14-year-old juvenile who Chauvin arrested, beat with a flashlight, and then another part of this process, he has his knee on this individual's neck for some 15 or 16 minutes. Sounds very much like the Floyd case, but he also pleaded guilty to that charge as well. So what the Attorney General here in the state of Minnesota and the Attorney General in Washington are saying is a step forward of Chauvin taking accountability for what he did. But again, now he faces up to 25 years in prison for the federal charges that he pleaded guilty to, another 22 and a half years in prison for the state charges that he was convicted of. And we still have trials for the other 3 officers who were involved in this at the state and federal level as well.
Ron, I want to ask you about those other officers in a moment, but first a question about George Floyd's family. Several members were in the courtroom today. What are they saying about this plea agreement with Derek Chauvin?
Yes, they were there again today, reliving this whole situation, and a mix of emotions. They said that some felt that this was giving them some closure, but also a lot of pain. Take a listen to what they had to say.
I'm still feeling the same pain, anger I felt in the beginning, because he could have did this last year. Started this on that day. So today it's still the same pain.
Certainly today we saw a certain level of accountability, but Derek Chauvin was also left with very little choice. He pleaded guilty today after putting this family through a gut-wrenching trial where the jury very quickly realized that he was guilty of all charges in one of the most catastrophic and egregious civil rights violations that anyone has ever seen.
And again, he was facing the possibility of life in prison when the trial, the federal civil rights trial, scheduled to start next month. Allison?
All right, so Ron, let me ask you about the 3 other officers at the scene of George Floyd's death. They're included in the federal indictment. They pleaded not guilty back in September. What can you tell us about their cases?
Their federal case, at this moment, we think is going to go forward in January. That may change given this plea agreement. Their state case is scheduled to go in March. So they face all of that. And to some extent, this sets up a different situation because some of those officers wanted the Chauvin case separated from their case. They think that his case hurts their situation, so there's some jockeying for position there. But the bottom line is that all this is going to play out in the courts for some time to come. There may be another plea deal. There may not amongst 1 or 2 or 3 of those other officers. But for George Floyd's family and supporters and advocates, it's a big day. It's a good day. It's a positive day, a day, as you heard, where there's some accountability, but they're still mourning, they're still grieving. You can hear the pain in their voices. Yeah. And the other thing about this plea agreement is that it spares the city of Minneapolis, the region, the country, if you will, another trial, another retelling and reliving of these awful events that George Floyd endured almost 2 years ago now. And so there's that the plea deal helps move things forward a little bit more. And that's, some people are finding some relief in that, if you will. But again, just another day of reminders of the horrible crime that was committed here and the consequences.
For sure.
Allison?
Ron Allen in St. Paul, Minnesota, thank you. Well, here in New York, for the first time ever, a woman will lead the New York City Police Department. Mayor-elect Eric Adams announcing this morning that Keechant Sewell will be the department's next commissioner. She'll start January 1st. NBC News investigations correspondent Tom Winter joins me now. Well, Tom, as a woman who lives in New York City, that's pretty exciting news. But a lot of us don't know all that much about the incoming commissioner. Tell us about her.
A lot of people inside the New York City Police Department don't know that much about the incoming police commissioner. This is somebody who was kind of a last-minute candidate, if you will. There were a number of individuals who were being looked at, including one of our own law enforcement analysts in Carmen Best, the former Seattle police chief, just up until the last several days. So the first time I heard her name was just several days ago. She's somebody who's well-known within the Nassau County Police Department, 22-year veteran of that department, had been in charge of its detective bureau since September of 2020. She's a Queens, New York native, so she knows New York City. Nassau County is, of course, the county adjacent to New York City on Long Island. So I think when we look at this choice, you see somebody who, you know, for all intents and purposes, has led 300 detectives. That's not an insignificant amount. And if you were looking at any other police department, you'd say, oh, that's somebody who's got quite a track record in leadership. Now she's coming to a job where she's leading 54,000 people, both sworn and civilian. So it's going to be a big jump. One thing I might point out, she is the first female and the first black female to lead the NYPD, but she's not alone at the top with women executives. So there's a number of chiefs that are at the top that have commanded units of size, you know, several thousand individuals. And so I think that there might be some additional support in somebody who was not competing against an internal candidate, Allison. I think that means a lot in this instance.
Listen, I have to say, though, as a person who was born and raised in Nassau County, Long Island, Nassau County, right, is not New York City. So it's certainly going to be a new challenge for her. So what are you hearing from the police unions about this choice? What do they think?
You know, I think the police unions, once they knew, and Eric Adams, the mayor-elect, was very clear he was going to pick an outsider, very clear he was going to pick somebody who was going to be a woman for the job, and he wanted a minority for the job. So I think he telegraphed a lot of these things, took away a lot of the internal politics, if you will. So I think the police department looks at it and says, okay, we have new leadership. What's that going to look like? What's that going to be? And so I think in the course of this, they've stated their support for it. Right now, the PBA says, look, we're excited. We're willing to work with this person. Let's see what we come up with and where things go from here.
So today's the day she celebrates, right? You get one day to at least enjoy the appointment. January 1st, the tough work begins. She's taken over a time when crime is up in New York City. I just want to run the stats here. Overall, last month, crime increased 21% compared to November of the year before. So let's talk about the challenges she's walking into on day one.
Boy, it's a slew of them. I mean, first off, she's got a morale issue with the police department. The officers have real morale concerns over what's going on with her biggest challenge, which is the criminal justice system. So within the police department, there's a feeling that the officers are being let down because they're bringing forward cases. They're making the arrests. They're trying to stop the crime, but because of either legislated laws in New York State, city council laws within the city's prosecutorial offices, they feel like the criminals that they, in their words, they're constantly catching and they're constantly arresting, that not enough is being done to keep those individuals off the street long term. That, I think, is going to be her biggest challenge in speaking with law enforcement people. How do you interact? And it's not just one district attorney, it's 5 of them in all 5 of the boroughs, and there are 5 unique personalities. So I think that's going to be a sizable challenge for her, and just getting hands on this department, which operates literally around the clock, around the globe, 22 plus outposts. It's a real big task.
You're raising my stress level just thinking about everything she has to deal with. But look, it's
a great opportunity.
It certainly is, and as we said, listen, this is history making for New York City. It's wonderful. We'll see what 2022 brings. Tom, thank you so much.
You got it.
Coming up, racism and real estate. How one black couple's experience getting their home appraised is exposing a bigger problem in the overall housing market.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
In the City of Angels, 2 kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
News is happening now. A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now. News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
News is happening now. A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Another giant leap for mankind.
They want folks to shelter in place until this storm pushes through.
This new travel requirement, is it possible we're going to see tighter restrictions?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
The holiday season is a time to spread cheer. Now the holidays can begin. And appreciate the ones you love.
From our family to yours.
We're super grateful to these 21 all-star chefs. Cheers, everybody.
Happy holidays from today.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
A black couple in California raised their home's value by $500,000, but not because they did renovations or upgrades. They took down their family pictures and had a white friend stand in for the appraisal. NBC News correspondent Jacob Ward takes a look at racism in the real estate market.
This 4-bedroom home in the hills of Marin, north of San Francisco, offers lots of light, water views, a school right down the hill.
So the house used to end right here.
Owners Paul Austin and Tanisha Tate Austin knew it was worth at least $1.3 million based on a 2019 appraisal. But looking to borrow as the housing market heated up, Paul met a new appraiser and showed her around.
And what was the number value? You open up that piece of paper and what is it?
Oh, $998,000.
Less than $1 million.
Less than $1 million.
Which means almost $400,000 less than
Yes.
the appraisal you'd gotten a year earlier.
Yes.
And so they applied for a new appraisal, but this time
I'm going to guarantee that I'm going to get the appraisal that my house is supposed to get.
And in the United States, what is your best guarantee of getting the best rate possible?
Being white.
Being white. So they worked to erase themselves from their own home.
All of our art, took that away, pictures of our family, anything that, would resemble that this home belongs to a black family. Just grabbed it all, put it all in the shed, put it all away.
And they asked a white friend to stand in when the new appraiser arrived.
So this time you open the paper and it says what?
1.482.
Yes. $500,000 difference.
Imagine what that money can do for a family. That's seed money for a business. That's a second home you could rent out. That's college tuition. Now, imagine this whole community misses out on those opportunities. It shows that this is a far larger problem than this one address.
Carla Duffy, a homeowner in Indianapolis, told NBC's Priscilla Thompson about using a similar tactic.
I met with two of my girlfriends. Both are married to white men, and I was like, okay, I need to borrow one of y'all husbands.
Her appraisal came back at double the value. A survey of studies of racial disparities in the U.S. mortgage market found that discrimination inhibits upward social mobility of minorities and exacerbates large racial disparities in wealth because home equity is crucial for building wealth. In fact, this community, known as Marin City, was held back for decades. When Paul's family moved here from the South to work in the shipyards, redlining meant it was the only place in the area where African Americans were allowed to buy a home, while white residents could buy and sell anywhere. Today, Marin City's median income is less than $30,000 a year. Neighboring Mill Valley, a mile away, is nearly 3 times that.
In theory, this home should have been your family's escape from that history.
Yes.
Right.
Yes. Like, we shouldn't have to repeat what my grandparents had to go through, 50 plus years ago. It's frustrating.
Yeah.
Because we're not as far along in America as we think we are.
The original appraiser did not respond to our request for comment. By the time the Austins got the new appraisal, interest rates and terms meant they couldn't borrow the money they wanted, and they're now suing.
Just the process of appraising is a system that creates inequity in our country.
How do we change the system? Will our story be a catalyst to changing, the system that's negatively affecting black and brown people every day?
Jake joins me live now. Jake, this is just absolutely insane. I still can't even process what a difference it made that they had a friend stand in for them. They took the photos down. It's just bananas. What's the latest on the Austins' lawsuit?
Well, at this point, they have filed suit against the appraiser, Allison, and are hoping that they can both make the money back that they say they lost during that window of time, and also they say hope to provide some sort of push to change a system in which the dream of intergenerational wealth can really end up falling onto the choices and the biases of a single appraiser, Allison.
So, Jake, Priscilla Thompson talked with that Indianapolis woman who went through almost the same thing earlier this year. This is clearly not just a California issue, but how widespread is this problem?
Well, it turns out that studies from the Brookings Institute, studies from Northwestern University showed that discrimination is really alive and well in the real estate industry. Now, the Northwestern study found that since the 1970s, when it became illegal to actually use race as a factor in evaluating a home's worth, the actual, denial of loans has fallen, that racism has gotten better in that sense, but in the sense that people actually are getting the right terms or are having their homes appraised at the right value, that has not improved really in any measurable way. And the Brookings Institute found that in a neighborhood where 50% of residents are black, the homes there end up being valued at about half the value of a home in a neighborhood where there are no black people. So what we're finding here, is that this is absolutely borne out by the data. And I should mention here that since we first did this reporting, a lot of people have reached out to me from across the country to say, oh yeah, I've done that for years. Whenever I needed to have somebody come out and appraise the value of my home, I take pictures of myself off the wall, I bring in a white friend, that's how I get it done. It turns out that this is a far more common thing than certainly I realized, Allison.
Oh my gosh, Jake, it's nothing short of awful. Thank you so much for your important reporting. I imagine you're gonna be getting even more phone calls. Thank you. Coming up, call me on my cell phone. Russia's Vladimir Putin and China's Xi Jinping connecting virtually today, the new alliance that's worrying Western countries.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from the
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint. What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Another giant leap for mankind.
They want folks to shelter in place until this storm pushes through.
This new travel requirement, is it possible we're going to see tighter restrictions?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from the Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Another giant leap for mankind.
They want folks to shelter in place until this storm pushes through.
This new travel requirement, is it possible we're going to see tighter restrictions?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Russia and China solidifying their ties in a virtual summit today. Western countries are raising concerns about that relationship, concerns ranging from sovereignty disputes to human rights violations. Here's NBC News foreign correspondent Matt Bradley.
Yeah, well, Allison, Vladimir Putin and Xi Jinping, they spoke about a wide variety of topics, including economics and trade, but there really was only one feature topic that we in the West are going to be seeing and talking about, and that is their united front that they're creating, Beijing and Moscow, against what they consider to be too much criticism from the West, from NATO, from the European Union, from the United States, and they're essentially meeting together to say that they are going to be bonded together together in fighting this criticism, in fighting what the Russians consider Russophobia, and the Chinese have used a similar term to describe what they see as too much or just an inordinate amount of criticism that's headed their way. Now, of course, in the West, they see this criticism as justified. The human rights violations committed by Vladimir Putin against his opponents, by the Chinese against the Uyghur Muslim minority in the west of that country, both of those countries' expansionist policies in the case of Russia, in Ukraine and Crimea, and in the case of China, in their own backyard and some of their economic expansionist policies, building new bases, new military bases abroad. Now, these things have attracted quite a bit of scrutiny from the West, too much as far as these leaders are concerned, and now both of them are going to be united together. So this whole digital conference today was more or less an extended high five, with both of these leaders congratulating each other for their solidarity in terms of what they see as an inordinate amount of criticism from the West.
Over in Italy, they are extending the COVID state of emergency until March of next year and tightening travel rules on visitors from some European countries. So what will that mean for Americans who might be planning a trip to the country? NBC News foreign correspondent Claudia Lavanga is in Rome.
Hey, Alison, even though Italy has already some of the strictest restrictions in Europe, the government has introduced even more measures in an attempt to curb the spread of COVID-19, and in particular, of course, of the Omicron variant. Now, starting today, it becomes mandatory for people working in education, the army, the police forces, and for health workers to be vaccinated. If they refuse, they can be suspended from work without pay until they get the job. Now, on top of that, the government last night introduced some new travel restrictions. From tomorrow, anyone traveling to Italy will need to show a negative COVID test they took recently. Those who are not vaccinated, they will also be required to quarantine for 5 days if they come from a European country and 10 days if they come from outside of Europe. Now, the decision by the Italian government took the European Union by surprise. The spokesperson for the European Commission said that they were not informed and reminded Italy that EU members, like Italy, of course, are obliged to let the Commission know about any travel restrictions. Today, Italy's Prime Minister Mario Draghi said that because of the restrictions in place here, the contagion is a lot more under control than in many other countries in Europe, and he wants to keep it that way.
Coming up, a retail crime crackdown will take you inside a successful sting operation targeting smash and grab thieves. Next.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your news feed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Grab your apron for a new podcast, Cooking Up a Storm with Al Roker.
My forecast, yummy.
Some of the best chefs share family secrets to get you ready for a holiday feast.
This is fun. Bringing the heat for the holidays.
Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
It's an issue dividing communities and influencing elections across the country. An in-depth look at how one small town confronted race and education, and how it tore the community apart.
Shame!
This is Southlake. All episodes available now.
Our week-long journey across America, from Washington, D.C., a side of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last one.
Was talking smack part of this? What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
If you haven't ordered all of your holiday gifts yet, time is no longer on your side. Today is the last day to order from a whole lot of online retailers without paying for rush delivery. CNBC senior retail reporter Courtney Reagan here now. Courtney, I probably have some panicked viewers on my hands now that we said that. So can you run us through the key dates to know for holiday shipping? How much further can they push this?
Yeah, Allison, today is actually one of those key dates. It's the last day for USPS ground shipping. So sort of the cheapest non-expedited shipping is today in time for Christmas, and also for FedEx ground. Again, other options if you want to pay a little bit more for those expedited services. And then if you're looking at specific retailers, it's actually already too late if you're ordering online for shipping from DSW, Carter's, and Lowe's, at least for some of the items. And then today is also the cutoff for Nike, Dick's Sporting Goods, Dillard's, Allbirds, Michael Kors, and H&M. But that doesn't mean that all of the retailers you might want to buy from are already cutting off their shipping deadlines. Many of them have programs that ship from store. And of course, you've got those buy online, pick up in-store options. You may just have more limited inventory. And of course, you can't just wait at home in your PJs. You got to actually go out and get it.
All right. So we dealt with the people who are actually going to adhere to the deadlines, and now they know what they are. Now we've got other folks. I don't know, my dad, for example, who is thinking that Christmas is far beyond next week and probably is going to realize at the end of the week that he's in trouble. So what are your options if you don't make those shipping deadlines? I know you gave a few, but is there anything else people can do if they're really pushing it till the last minute, or does that mean you just have to go to the store yourself?
Yeah, absolutely. No, there's a number of different options, and they've sort of increased over the years, especially last year with what was going on, of course, with COVID and pre-vaccines, when many of us were still very apprehensive about going back out in public. So a lot of retailers have curbside pickup. So you could order online and drive to the store and not have to get out of your car. They actually bring it to you. Kohl's does that. Target does that with its programs. And then, of course, you also could sign up to either pay a one-time fee or a membership for something like Shipt or Instacart, which sort of work for a number of different retailers where you can order online and then they'll deliver it to you same day. Like I mentioned, the buy online, pick up in store, where you go actually to a service desk. Home Depot, for instance, says during the normal course of the year, about 55% of all online purchases are picked up in store that way.
All right, good luck, shoppers. You still got a week to do some damage. Courtney, thank you for all the guidelines to help them along the way.
Thanks, Allison.
Cops finding new ways to crack down on organized smash and grabs. NBC News investigative and consumer correspondent Vicki Nguyen spent time with a police unit in Ohio that tracks online marketplaces to find stolen goods and arrest those thieves. Check it out.
Hi there. You have seen the videos. Thieves walking out with thousands of dollars in merchandise, from clothes to handbags, laptops, and more. So what's behind the rise in organized retail crime, and what is it costing us, the consumers? We investigate. Stores hit by organized retail crime, theft rings that scout, plan, and execute high-value heists, from drugstores to brand-name merchandise. Theft costs the retail industry more than $70 billion a year. To show you what's at stake, I'm here in Perrysburg Township, Ohio. It's a small suburb of Toledo, and I'm surrounded by stolen goods that officers purchased in undercover operations. Joining me now is Detective Sergeant Todd Curtis. Tell us why this small town is such a hot spot for organized retail crime.
Well, Perrysburg Township is located in the area they call the Crossroads of America, which is I-80, 90, and I-75. Thieves can jump off the interstate, hit the stores, steal the product, and be back on the interstate.
Curtis leads a team of 3 detectives who respond almost daily to organized retail crime and track stolen goods online. Curtis says they often end up on Facebook Marketplace. That's where officers found this power tool set for $350, $200 less than retail at Home Depot. Our cameras were there for the undercover buy.
Hey, what's up? This is unopened? Yeah, yes, sir. Transact soon.
But police arrest him, saying he's a fugitive wanted for aggravated robbery in Columbus and for buying these tools with a stolen credit card.
90% of our investigations actually involve an online marketplace.
Kyle Pennoyer is Senior Manager of Investigations for Home Depot. They've locked up high theft products, and now they're testing new technology.
Bluetooth activation, the tool is useless until it's paid for.
He says online resale makes it easy for criminals to hide and profit. Can the online marketplaces do more to thwart these crimes? Should they do more?
I think so. We would like to see that go back to the online marketplaces to do a better job of vetting the people that are selling on their platform.
In a statement, a spokesperson for Facebook says, in part, we prohibit the sale of stolen goods on our platform and use a number of tools to prevent this kind of fraud. We encourage people to report suspicious listings. Curtis says these crimes cost all of us.
We're all paying more. It's all affecting all of us, all the consumers who are honest.
New legislation similar to a law already on the books in Arkansas recently passed the State House in Ohio. It's meant to help limit the sale of stolen merchandise. It would require online markets like Facebook to confirm the identity of sellers. About a dozen states have similar legislation that is pending.
You're looking live at the closing bell on the New York Stock Exchange. Wall Street is done for the day. The Dow had a pretty nice one, up 393, thereabouts points. We'll talk about today's big business stories and how they affect you coming up in our next hour. Hey everyone, I'm Allison Mars. You are watching NBC News Now. Here's what's happening. Consoler-in-Chief President Biden's in Kentucky, expected to talk any minute now. He's visiting the heart of the deadly tornado outbreak. We'll take you there live. Plus, a Christmas present for democracy. The NAACP wants the White House to be more aggressive on voting rights legislation. Details of their private meeting with lawmakers. And holiday rush, crash, call it what you will. More than 100 million people expected to travel for the holidays. So can the airlines keep up with all that pre-pandemic demand? While we wait for the president to speak, we're going to check in with NBC News White House correspondent Mike Memoli. He is traveling with President Biden. Mike, 75 people died there in Kentucky. More than 100 are still missing. The president wrapping up a really rough day. Could you walk us through what he saw there today?
Yeah, Allison, I was just texting, as a matter of fact, with one of the White House officials who's traveling with the president, and they just said it's been an emotionally draining day for everybody who's been on this tour with him. They started out at Fort Campbell, where Air Force One landed, took Marine One over to Mayfield, spoke with some of the officials on the ground there, and the president is due to speak any time now here in Dawson Springs. And the thing that has really struck I think the officials the most who've been with him is something that also struck me is when you see Christmas decorations among sort of the wreckage, the unbelievable devastation here, it really just sort of hits home not just the incredible loss these people would be dealing with at any time, but especially what they're dealing with now. But part of what the president is also taking heart in is seeing the ways in which the local government, the state government, and ultimately the federal officials are working together. We know Kentucky is one of the reddest states in the country. We know the minority leader, Mitch McConnell's from here, but we saw a Republican congressman join the president on Air Force One coming here and sort of putting the partisanship aside. So that's at least been sort of one thing the president has wanted to highlight. He even told one of the city council members when he was in Mayfield that he wanted to come back and attend the next city council meeting to make sure that they're on top of what they need to as they work together to try to get the people here what they need.
Mike, we've seen video of the president shaking hands with grief-stricken survivors today. What do we know about what he said to them?
Yeah, obviously some of these conversations are very private and we don't have really insight into what they're saying, but we have heard some of them. And really the president has had just one simple message, which is, you know, we're here for you, that the federal government more broadly, of course, is going to be meeting its obligations and reimbursing the state for so much of the costs here. But the president's also been asking a lot of questions, talking to these individuals about what they're missing. Things like, yes, obviously they're losing their homes, but the family photos that you can't replace. It's those kinds of things that the president is really drawn to and wants to hear from these people about. But it's also notable that not just the government working together, he's also talked about some of the Christian service organizations that have also been here. We saw Team Rubicon driving through the neighborhood where we are earlier. It really is a really heartening thing, at least, to see what these communities, how they've come together. But the other thing that is weighing on the president, I'm sure, but we haven't heard him say explicitly, but it's later this week on Saturday, in fact, that the president will mark privately the anniversary of the car accident where he lost his wife and daughter 49 years ago. And it's that sort of moment that really changed the course of Biden's political career. And it's really a moment that has really prepared him for these kinds of very tough conversations that he's having with others who are experiencing similar loss.
Mike, just so you know what our viewers are seeing, we have you on a split screen, and now it's me. And just next to us, that is a live look at the president getting ready to speak. We have gotten that 2-minute warning, so any moment now he should be taking to the podium. While we wait for him to do that, Mike, a preview, a sense of what we're going to hear from the consoler in chief today. As you mentioned, no doubt that it has been an emotional day, and it is probably going to be a very emotional speech today to the folks there in Kentucky and to the rest of the country.
Yeah, I'm told these remarks will be fairly brief, about 6 to 7 minutes long, and that the score that the president wants to make here is what we heard earlier from the White House Deputy Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre, which is that he's committed that the federal government will be here in Kentucky working with residents in all these affected communities, doing whatever it takes for as long as it takes. That's really the main message he wants to get across. It's interesting, Allison, as we've looked at the president's travel schedule over the course of the year. Obviously, he's been to a lot of the sort of traditional battlegrounds you might expect to try to push his agenda. But this kind of incident we've seen here, these horrible tornadoes that have done damage, not just to Kentucky, we should note, but some of the other neighboring states where the president has also declared a disaster emergency to get federal relief to them. These storms have brought him multiple times this year to some of the reddest states in the country. He's been to Louisiana, where we saw, of course, Hurricane Ida earlier this year. He's been to Idaho, another dark red state, to deal and talk with officials there about some of the wildfires. And so, as he put it earlier today in his remarks with some of the officials in Mayfield, there are no blue tornadoes, there are no red tornadoes. And this is a president who has talked so often about the need for this country to try to show some sense of unity, to try to show that government can work. And I think that's going to be an important part of what the president tries to say here as well.
All right, Mike Memoli, thank you so much for being with us. We're going to go to that press conference now because the governor of Kentucky is speaking. Let's listen in.
But it's going to mean the federal government isn't just here, isn't just doing things we've never seen before, but is fully behind every single family that has suffered any loss. On behalf of Brittany and I, to the people of Kentucky, we love you. And I never thought in my life I'd be able to introduce a president, and I wish there were different circumstances, but I'm still very honored to be able to introduce a president in my dad's hometown, President Joe Biden.
Gov, thank you. I want to introduce you a new friend of mine. This is Dane. Dane lives down the street, and Dane and he has cousins who are all together, and one cousin, I don't know where she is. There she is. Come on up here, honey. Can you see me? Come here. She is about to graduate from UK on Friday. And I just want you to meet him. I'm sorry to keep you all waiting, but I got a chance to hang out with the whole extended family down there. And I want you to meet a soon-to-be graduate who wants to go on to graduate school. Come on up here, hon.
And we're proud of you. We're proud of you.
What's your first name?
Abby.
Abby is here, and we're going to figure something special for her graduation day. But imagine that. This Friday, she graduates from UK. I kid and say the best thing that ever came out of Kentucky was my sister-in-law. And she's all blue. She went to UK, then she went to Duke Law School, and she married my brother. We're all thankful to everybody for her marrying my brother. And at any rate, so you got to remember me when you're president, right?
Yeah.
Okay? Thank you. I just want you to meet the folks I was just hanging with. Thank you, honey.
Thank you.
Andy, thank you, Gov. The introduction. Your forbearance is commendable. This has to be an emotional moment for you, the family, for the congressman, for all of you congressmen. Thanks for the passport into your district. Appreciate it. And I want to also thank everyone here that took the time to be here. And, one of the things, back in the 1900s, Dawson Springs was a place where people came to be healed because of the mineral waters. Literally, it was a place you came to heal. Now it's our turn to help the entire town to heal. You know, I granted the request for the first emergency declaration and major disaster declaration the moment I received it, because I got to know the governor's father, and I knew nothing would come that wasn't real. I mean it, for real. And, yesterday I also approved an emergency declaration for the state of Illinois and Tennessee. And I intend to do whatever it takes, as long as it takes to support your state, your local leaders, and as you recover and rebuild, because you will recover and you will rebuild. You know, the scope and scale of this destruction is almost beyond belief. When you look around here, it's just almost beyond belief. These tornadoes devoured everything in their path. And, as I flew over here in the helicopter, you can look down and you see a house 20 yards away from a house that's devastated, and the house is in good shape. I mean, it's just tornadoes are such devastating storms. Back where I'm from, we're used to hurricanes and floods and high water, but these tornadoes are just something totally different. And now you devoured everything in the path, your homes, your businesses, your houses of worship, your dreams, your lives. And the governor confirmed there, I think you said 74 fatalities so far, Gov, in Kentucky, and making these among the deadliest tornadoes to ever strike this state. Almost 14 people are confirmed dead in other states, with dozens of people still fearful of where they are. I met one, I don't have permission to use their name, but I met one couple on the way up, said they're still looking for 4 of their friends. They don't know where they are. And those who have lost someone, there's no words for the pain of losing someone. A lot of us know it. A lot of us understand it, especially around the holidays when everything's supposed to be happy and joyful. It was a long time ago. I got a phone call around the holidays and found out that I was in Washington as a young senator, not sworn in yet, about to be hiring staff, and I got a call saying from a first responder that there'd been an accident. A tractor trailer broadsided my wife with a Christmas tree on top and my 3 kids inside. My wife and daughter are dead. But my mother, God love her, used to always say, out of everything terrible, something good will happen. Something good has to happen out of this. It just can't be all bad. We've got to make it better. And so, folks, those who have lost someone know how tough it is. And you know how tough it is. In Mayfield, just hours before the storm, we just came from Mayfield, the Gibson Pharmacy had been full of families with children waiting to meet Santa. Now it's completely gone. And so many businesses of vital to the community have been so damaged and destroyed, in your town as well. There's a saying in small towns, people know about it when you're born, and they care about it when you die. They know about it when you're born, and they care about it when you die. Well, in so many places, destruction was met with compassion. Neighbors and first responders racing to help and save each other's lives and support. I mean, I'm not joking. I asked when I got to Mayfield, what the first thing my first responders, FEMA, what they heard. They said they were amazed. All they heard was about people just going out helping one another. Everybody, just stepping up. It's incredible. It's incredible how you all step up. And so, folks, the fact is, I'm going to make sure the federal government steps up and makes sure we do every single thing. For years and years, as U.S. Senator and then as Vice President, I come from Delaware, we have a lot of serious storms, hurricanes, oceans rising, a whole range of things. But you know what? It always took a long time. There's no reason why it should take any time. We have the wherewithal to get it done. And we're going to get every single thing you need. And I'm going to make sure the federal government does what's needed. At the state's request, 4 FEMA search and rescue teams are working here in Kentucky right now. For those without power, FEMA's already provided 61 generators. The Army Corps of Engineers has a temporary power install teams ready to assist if needed. And we provided critical supplies thus far, and a lot more to come. 144,000 liters of drinking water, 24,000 meals, I just 74,000. And look, thousands of cots and blankets. There are seven shelters open in Kentucky, which are now taking care of 300 occupants, but a lot more is going to occur. Of course, housing is a key. Because of COVID, we want to make sure people are out of those shelters as quickly as they can because of COVID, and ultimately want to start to provide some certainty for people. I've been involved in responding to a lot of disasters, and you can see it in people's faces what they're really looking for. And look around, I say to the press, what they're looking for is just to be able to put their head down on the pillow, be able to close their eyes, take a deep breath, go to sleep, and make sure their kids are okay. That's what people are looking for right now. But a lot of hard work is going to happen in the next 2 and 3 months to bring it all the way back. And so, folks, the governor, I want to provide you the certainty as well. I just approved the request that I wasn't sure I had the authority to do, but turns out I do. The government's going to cover 100% of the cost. 100% of the cost for the first 30 days for all the emergency work, from clearing everything to every single cost the federal government's going to take care of. And it includes debris removal, cost of overtime and law enforcement, emergency service personnel, and shelter. And that'll get you through. And by the way, I want to thank your wife. She started a toy drive for this part of the state to make sure. How many? Come here. I'm taking credit for something I have nothing to do with.
How could you?
But tell them what you got so far.
Well, as of this morning, we think that we have around 20,000 gifts donated, and we've got 3 more days to go.
20,000 gifts, so no kid's going to go to sleep wherever they get to sleep tonight without a gift. God love you. And look, we also need to recognize that people have suffered mental and emotional injuries. The cost of this sometimes are unseen and unknown. People talk about post-traumatic stress in the battlefield as I travel through Afghanistan and Iraq. Well, guess what? There's a lot of post-traumatic stress that comes from lying in your house and all of a sudden the roof goes blowing off and you wonder whether your kids are around. I really mean it. So, where the shock of losing a home and a business, the grief of losing someone, it's happening right before the holidays, I said, and we're going to make sure that you have all the help you need, including the kind of mental help that's needed to help people through difficult times. And folks, the FEMA has opened mobile disaster recovery centers in Mayfield and in Dawson Springs, and it has disaster survivor assistance teams on the ground here in Kentucky to help people register for assistance. As I said when I talked to the governor, not only that we're going to get what you need, we're going to make sure you know everything's available, because you don't always know all that is available. And that's what we're going to do. And folks, if you live in infected areas, which all of you who stand here watching me do, you visit disasterassistance.gov, or call 1-800-621-FEMA. That's 1-800-621-3362. I promise you, you're going to heal, we're going to recover, you're going to rebuild, you're going to be stronger than you were before. We're going to build back better than it was. And when I come back, I got one beautiful lady and her husband promised me a meal. She's apparently a hell of a cook, so I'm coming back for the meal. So thank you for being here. And to all the families here, keep the faith. We're going to get this done. I promise you, the governor's not walking away. Your county judge is not walking away. Your congressman's not walking away. No one's walking away. We're in this for the long haul. Thank you very much for your patience. Not now. We don't need it yet. We don't need it now. There has been, because of weather disasters, just this year, over $99 billion in losses. $99 billion in losses. And as I flew over, I was telling folks here, as I was out with the governor of California and Idaho and other states, as you fly over those territories for the better part of an hour, looking down, every single solitary thing is leveled because of the fires. Nothing there. The forest, the homes, the businesses. And guess what? So much area has burned this year because of weather and climate changes that is larger than the entire state of New Jersey. The entire state of New Jersey. That's how much land has been burned to the ground. So we got a lot to do. We got a lot to do, but the American people are ready to do it. This is the United States of America. There's not a darn thing we can't do. Thank you.
All right, you've been listening to President Biden in Dawson Springs, Kentucky. Let's go over to Mayfield, Kentucky, where companies like Verizon and Walmart are pitching in to help the tornado victims. They've been dropping off massive amounts of supplies. NBC News correspondent Dasha Burns is at the Mayfield Graves County Fairground. It is now a distribution hub. So, Dasha, show us what's going on there. What are people coming to pick up, and what do they still need?
Hey, Allison, we've been showing you a lot of destruction and devastation over the last few days, but as the reality sinks in for people that this is something that it's going to be months and months of recovery and need, we want to show you where that recovery effort is happening here in Mayfield. This is the Mayfield Fairgrounds, and it has, as you said, become a massive distribution hub. I'm standing in what seems to be an endless supply of water here. And, you know, Allison, you mentioned companies like Walmart and Verizon. They're certainly helping out, but the vast majority of the stuff that you see here has actually been donated by community members, by strangers from all across the country. We've been meeting people here from South Carolina. Just before we got on the air, we met a gentleman from New York. And just a few days ago, Allison, there was nothing here. This was an empty warehouse that didn't even have power. And now there are hundreds of volunteers here. You've got National Guard members here. You've got FEMA on site. And you've got endless supplies from, as you saw, water and food to a barber here that's giving haircuts, cream cheese, toilet paper, paper towels. You see diapers there. A lot of young families are in need right now, and lines and lines of cars here, both with people who need help right now, who are suffering, but also people who are bringing supplies for those who need it. What you heard from the president there in terms of the remarkable effort of neighbors helping neighbors, we have seen that time and time again. And in fact, from the volunteer coordinators I've been talking to here, they say that every time somebody comes here needing some help, needing some supplies, they often want to stay and help out and make sure they're giving back as well. That is the kind of generosity. And as I've been in these communities, I keep hearing people say, refusing help, refusing a meal and saying, no, I don't need it as much as my neighbors do. And that's really the attitude here. And I want you to hear from Dave. He's a gentleman I met here who's a volunteer who's helping out. And I got to tell you, talking to Dave and talking to a lot of these volunteers, these folks are working through tears because they have seen so much heartbreak and they're doing what they can, but they're constantly holding back that pain. Take a listen to what Dave told me.
People are coming in from all over New York. They're coming in from Wisconsin. I've seen people from Mississippi. Oh, they're just everywhere. It's just a pouring of help.
How big is the need right now?
We got people that homes are just completely gone, so they're directing them to places where they can go and stay as far as that now. And this ain't going to be just an overnight thing to fix. This is going to take months and maybe years. It's just devastating.
Allison, they are going to be set up here for months. The woman running this thing, she says at least through March, most likely. And they're looking at the needs right now, and they're looking at the needs in the coming weeks and months. Christmas is coming. They're looking for toys for children. And then people are going to start to try to rebuild. So they've already gotten some window panes donated, all of those kinds of things that will, the needs are going to change as this thing goes forward. Right now, though, one of the #1 items people are looking for, generators. There are still a lot of folks without power. It's likely going to take some time for that to all come back. So they're looking for generators, fuel. A company out of Texas, actually, Moffett Fuel, just brought a truck full of 1,000 gallons of fuel. So this stuff is coming from all over, but they need more. They need everything right now, Allison.
Dasha, it's just heartwarming, though, to see the generosity, what's being donated, what you have there. I mean, it may sound trivial, right? But a haircut and some cream cheese can go a really long way when you have lost absolutely everything. I understand that some people are just now able to go back and see their homes for the first time, and they're realizing just how horrible it is, just how much they've lost. What are some of the stories you're hearing? What are people telling you?
Yeah, you know, every time the sun comes up again, I see people get hit again with the realization of what has happened, because it is so hard to comprehend, even for people who have seen their homes before. Seeing them again and again in that condition is really tough. But they're going back, and a lot of them are having to relive those moments. I want you to hear from one gentleman, his story of survival. Take a listen.
I was in the living room in there, and I ran in here. You can see there's steps, 1, 2, 3, that come down. There was a door here. Right here where you see this step, there was a door. And I was down below. I was trying to get below floor level. And then it just all come down on top of me.
And Allison, I just can't emphasize enough that this is going to be a long haul to recovery. You know, whenever these things happen, we as a media, we come in, we cover the disaster, but after all of the cameras leave, there is going to be a painful and difficult recovery process, and the trauma of what people went through. I mean, the force of this thing and the experience of being in your home, of hiding in your bathtub, of hiding your kids in the closet, of hoping and praying that you'll make it through. That's something that is going to take a long time for folks to get through, Allison.
Yeah, that is going to be a tough one to recover from. It's going to take a bit. Dasha, before you go, I'd like to ask about the president's visit today. He offered all kinds of assistance. He met with families there in Kentucky, a young woman who's graduating UK this week. The governor who you're looking at there was in tears introducing the president today. What does President Biden's visit mean for folks there in Kentucky?
Well, you know what, to be honest, Allison, it's a bit of a mixed reaction. Yeah. You know, some people are grateful at the national attention, but there are others who are not huge fans of this president and are frustrated by all of the, logistical roadblocks that a presidential visit creates. A lot of people trying to bring in supplies and say that, it's difficult when there's all of the security and, all of this hubbub that a visit like that can create in a town. So some mixed reviews as the politics of this state is not necessarily on the president's side at the moment, Allison.
Yeah, Dasha, let's hope that visit doesn't keep folks there from getting everything that they need and they're able to get all the assistance that they're looking for, because as you've shown us, there's a whole lot of need there. Dasha, thank you. The Red Cross is working around the clock, helping the people those deadly tornadoes hit the very hardest. I want to bring in the executive director for the American Red Cross in Western Kentucky, Misty Thomas. She is in Madisonville. It's not that far from Dawson Springs. Misty, we just heard from the president a short time ago. He was talking about flying over the tornado damage, saying the federal government will help with everything from cleanup to shelter. You have been on the ground there for days now. What have you seen, and what do folks there need more than anything?
You know, I think at this time, as your reporter just showed, the nation has poured their heart out, and there is an abundance of items being brought in. And what they need more than anything now is just compassion. And that's one of the things that the Red Cross does, and we do that really well. And I am so excited to tell you, as the executive director who's been here since Saturday, that National Red Cross volunteers hit the ground yesterday. There's about 400 trained disaster volunteers between Kentucky, Tennessee, Missouri, and Arkansas. And there's about 140 to 50 here in Kentucky in these hardest hit areas. And they are doing what they do, and they will be here as long as the families need them to be here, providing that comfort, that care, the counseling, the mental health, and the spiritual care, along with sheltering and feeding needs.
Let's talk more about that, Misty, because the president brought it up, right? So often in disasters like this, we talk about the material things that people have lost. The president brought up post-traumatic stress. You're talking about the compassion that the Red Cross brings and the counseling. How important are mental health services right now, especially right around the holidays?
You know, I think it's amazing that Red Cross had the foresight to start recruiting volunteers, that's their professional wheelhouse. They are professional trained counselors, and they volunteer their time to disasters, because when you're hit with a disaster, this did not affect me personally at my home, but this is my state. And I can tell you that as I'm entering these areas, you all can see it on TV, but until you're here, boots on the ground, you take on that tangible feeling. And then you really understand why it's so important that we have those mental health services and spiritual care teams available to our families. There's been a mass casualty, and those families are being treated, and I couldn't be more proud of Red Cross right now for providing for our families.
As you should be. It's really incredible work that you're doing. Let's talk about folks in the hospital. These tornadoes sent a whole lot of people to the hospital. How are you doing with blood donations? Do you have the blood that you need, or you're asking people to come out and donate?
Well, I'm glad you asked, because we were in a national blood shortage before the tornadoes came through. Now, we've been able to supply the hospitals in the areas that were hit by the tornado with about 200 blood products, which means that we're asking for donors to consider rolling up a sleeve and coming out and giving blood. And we're not just asking in the areas where the tornadoes came through, we're asking our nation, because anytime you give blood, you are helping your friends and family with a blood donation when they need those blood donations most. So help us. That's one of the ways that we prepare for disasters. We want our blood supply. We want it stocked, and we want to know that if another disaster hits, that those products are there for our critical care victims.
Misty, we have been live now for this first half hour of our show, and I am sure we have so many viewers sitting at home feeling awful, wishing there's something they can do to help, swelling with that holiday spirit we all have, and feeling like they'd love to share some of that love. What can our viewers at home do to help out? How can they be most helpful to the folks there in Kentucky and to your organization?
Right now, roll up a sleeve, find a blood place to donate blood, a blood drive at redcross.org. You can put in your zip code and find the nearest blood drive, or you can financially donate by calling 1-800-RED-CROSS, or you can text Red Cross to 90999, and the financial support will help those families here in Western Kentucky and in South Central Kentucky, in the Bowling Green area where this devastating tornado caused as much destruction there.
Well, Misty, on behalf of all of us here at NBC and all of our viewers, I can't thank you enough for the important work that you're doing there, helping people get their lives back together. And thank you for taking the time to be with us. I know you're so busy, and we're really grateful for your time today.
Thank you all for covering our families in Western Kentucky and South Central Kentucky. They deserve the coverage, they deserve the compassion, and that's what we're all here for. So thank you for showing that to them.
Oh, we wish we didn't have to do it, but it is really important that people know what's going on there. Thank you.
You have a great day.
The state of Kentucky is investigating safety protocols at a candle factory in Mayfield where a tornado killed 8 employees. A survivor there telling NBC News she heard a supervisor tell some workers if they left, they would likely lose their jobs. Michaela Emery spent 6 hours under that rubble. Her close friend and co-worker did not survive. Emery spoke with NBC News correspondent Gabe Gutierrez from her hospital bed. Take a listen.
Just laying under there for 6 hours, you know, screaming and crying for help, for me knowing that my friend was back there crying for help, and the facial expressions that he was making. And, you know, he was trying to throw things at me and get my attention, and I kept telling him, I'm going to get you out of here, I'm going to get you out of here. But the fact that I couldn't get him out, it hurts me.
NBC News legal analyst Danny Savalas here. Now, Danny, these stories are so hard to hear. Now, the company CEO here is saying that no one was forced to stay at the factory. But I'm going to read something you wrote today. You said, if the allegations against the supervisors are true, ordering employees to stay at their posts during a catastrophic twister is morally indefensible. So what is the best defense for the company here? How do they handle this one?
Only if it's true. And there seems to be a factual dispute. On the one hand, some people are saying supervisors were telling them to stay, maybe even ordering them to stay. But on the other hand, the CEO is saying no one was required to stay. And in fact, a lot of people went home. But assuming just for the moment that an employer told their employees to stay at work during a tornado, there could be some responsibility there. I wrote that it was morally indefensible. That doesn't necessarily mean there's going to be legal responsibility. And on the one hand, there will likely be claims under a workers' compensation statute. After all, these people were at work and they were injured at work. But what's really interesting, there's some cases in Kentucky that date back to the 40s that essentially say if the risk that you're exposed to at work is no different than the risk that everybody else is exposed to, say from lightning, for example.
Okay.
If you're a highway worker and you're out there in the rain, better chance of getting hit by lightning, for example, than if you work inside. But if everybody in that building was equally as likely to get injured or killed by a tornado as if they had been home, as if they had been on the road, as if they had been outside, then it may be a defense. It may not even be covered under workers' comp, theoretically. But we're a long ways from that determination.
Yeah, we got a lot to figure out between now and then. But I appreciate that you lay out all the possible case scenarios here as we figure out what we're dealing with. William Davis is a lawyer who's representing Mayfield Consumer Products workers. In a statement today, Davis said, management at that factory caused, oversaw, and facilitated a shirking of decency with regard to duties of care, and faithful employees are now dead or injured 2 weekends before Christmas. If you were representing the factory workers, what kind of a case would you be building against the company and its supervisors?
Well, number one, I'd conduct my own internal investigation to find out what the company knew about the danger of the tornado. And also, as I've said, there's facts, alleged facts, that they let everybody go home and that people, in fact, went home. So that is a possibility. We have a factual dispute here. But I would also, if I am the company, check to see what supervisors knew and whether, if they were telling people they should stay, where they got that message from. Because if they just came up with that on their own, based on their own suspicion without any company directive, then I'm going to want to know about that as counsel. There are many things they need to investigate to find out exactly what happened here. Some of those paths could lead to problems for the company. Others could lead to virtually no liability. I mean, after all, tornadoes are the kind of thing that we don't always know exactly where they're going to touch down. And in fact, a lot of times we think, that'll hit somewhere else. I grew up in a state with tornado warnings fairly frequently. I never actually saw a twister. Now that's just anecdotal, but I think many folks who live under frequent tornado warnings don't often see actual twisters touching down. So there may have been an attitude of, yeah, there's a tornado warning, but is it really going to be us? I mean, won't it be someone else?
I know you say this is a factual dispute at this stage, but Kentucky is definitely taking it seriously. The division of OSHA in that state is investigating. And here's what Kentucky Governor Andy Beshear said. Everyone is expected to live up to certain standards of both the law of safety and being decent human beings. Let's just talk about what consequences the company could face if it violated protocols. And also this question about are employers liable for natural disasters? Because we all know what it's like, right? As an individual, you try to claim something on your insurance and say, hey, we're not liable here. It's a natural disaster. Do we know what they could be on the hook for here?
You bring up a very good point, and that's another possible defense for the company down the road, which is, look, this tornado should be treated like a meteor strike. It should be treated like locusts. It should be treated like any other kind of natural disaster that we have no control over. There's nothing we could have done to make this building any safer in a tornado, and they may argue down the road, and again, we don't know what the liability picture is going to look like, but they may even argue that, look, if those people had gotten on the road and driven home, that might have been less safe. But I caution that if instead a story emerges that the employers were saying things like, hey, there's a tornado, get back in there and put that patchouli scent in the candle. And I mean, this is not an essential job. They're not making gauze for wounds. They're not making IV bags. They're making candles. And I understand it's the holidays. Yeah, I understand it's the holidays and everyone wants their pine-scented this and their votives and everything else. But if that's what happened, that's going to be a problem for this company.
Yeah, look, it's a tough thing to know what people should have done, what they, you hear all the time, shelter in place, there's a tornado. Factual dispute, we gotta figure out who's telling the truth here. But Danny, thank you for laying out all the legal possibilities here. Always appreciate you. Coming up, COVID hospitalizations are up and frustrations are too. New York counties are pushing back on mask mandates. We'll take you to one of them next.
The holiday season is a time to spread cheer. Now the holidays can begin. And appreciate the ones you love.
From our family to yours.
We're super grateful to these 21 all-star chefs. Cheers, everybody.
Happy holidays from today.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from The Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We began our Cross America journey tonight, St. Louis, Austin, here in Nashville. From Washington, D.C., the site of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last move.
Was talking smack part of this? What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
Grab your apron for a new podcast, Cooking Up a Storm with Al Roker.
My forecast, yummy.
Some of the best chefs share family secrets to get you ready for a holiday feast.
This is fun. Bringing the heat for the holidays.
Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
It's an issue dividing communities and influencing elections across the country. An in-depth look at how one small town confronted race and education and how it tore the community apart.
Shame!
This is Southlake. All episodes available now.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
It is that time in the hour to check in with NBC News digital reporter Maya Eaglin. She has the latest headlines from NBCNews.com. Hi, Maya.
Hi, Allison. We start with new nominations to the Biden administration. President Biden will nominate Caroline Kennedy as ambassador to Australia and Michelle Kwan as ambassador to Belize. Princeton University is moving its finals online because of an increase in COVID cases there. Unmasked indoor gatherings were also canceled. The move follows a similar announcement from Cornell University. The daughter of Russian opposition leader Alexei Navalny accepted the European Union's top human rights prize on his behalf. The honor sends a clear message from the European Parliament to Russia, where Navalny's imprisoned. In Hong Kong, a fire broke out at a downtown shopping center, trapping around 150 people on the building's roof. 13 people were taken to the hospital. The cause of the fire is still under investigation. And two zebras missing for 4 months since escaping their private farm in Maryland have been reunited with their herd. The owner has been accused of animal cruelty. Allison, back to you.
All right, Maya, thanks so much. Let's go to Capitol Hill, where COVID relief and voting rights are the hot topics today. Senate Democrats meeting virtually with members of the NAACP. NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Leanne Caldwell's here now. So, Leanne, let's start with that meeting. How'd it go?
It went well, but Democrats are scrambling to try to do something on voting rights before the end of the year. And if they're going to do something on voting rights, that means they have to change Senate rules. And so that's where the negotiations stand at this point as far as voting rights are concerned. There have been many meetings today and yesterday and the day before, and Democrats hope that they can get all 50 senators to agree to some sort of rule change so that they could pass voting rights. There's a lot of momentum and a lot of push to get it done, but it's still going to be very difficult to convince those skeptical Democrats, including Senator Joe Manchin, to go along with some sort of plan.
So, Leanne, what are Senate Democrats doing differently now on voting rights legislation? I mean, they have tried this before.
They have tried this before, and it comes down to, now they say that all 50 Democrats actually agree on legislation. They had a vote. All 50 Democrats, including Joe Manchin, voted for it. And now it comes down to a rule change. But the sense of urgency is because their redistricting starts in earnest in January in a lot of these states, and they are fearful that they are going to be hurt in redistricting. Minorities are going to be left out of the redistricting process and put at a disadvantage. And if Democrats want to win elections again, they think that voting rights is necessary. And what's interesting is there's a lot more optimism on voting rights than there is on passing the Build Back Better plan before the end of the year. So they are probably shelving that and going to focus on voting rights for the next few days.
All right. Leanne Caldwell on Capitol Hill, thank you so very much.
Yep.
To New York, where COVID cases are skyrocketing. Positive tests up 58% since Thanksgiving. A new mask mandate is in effect in the state this week. It requires masks indoors when proof of vaccination isn't mandatory. But some local leaders aren't having it. NBC News correspondent Antonia Hilton has more on the pushback from Mineola, New York.
Hey, Allison, here in Nassau County, the incoming county executive says that he is not going to be enforcing the governor's new mask or vax mandate that applies to all indoor restaurants and public spaces. And he says that's because this is a community where the adults are about 97% vaccinated, and he doesn't want to pull employees or resources to do the work of mask enforcement. And he's not the only county executive taking this position right now. I spoke to another county executive in Rockland who says that they have been pulling employees from other non-public health departments to do work at vaccination sites. And it's those folks they would have to bring out to go around to restaurants or stores to check and see if people are going along with the new mandate, and potentially have to levy fines against small businesses. And these executives say they don't want to do this in the midst of the holidays, even though we are in this winter surge. Take a listen to my conversation with Bruce Blakeman, the county executive here.
The governor set forth this mandate because of a spike in hospital admissions in Buffalo and Rochester. Buffalo and Rochester are 300 miles away from Long Island. They're closer to Cleveland, Ohio than they are to Long Island. And again, they do have an increase in hospital admissions. They do have an increase in their ICU units. So perhaps in that region, it was a wise choice. But to paint a broad brush on a state as big as New York, when Long Island is as far away as you can get from where the problem is, I think it's a mistake.
You know, some of this is also an issue of politics. Many of these county executives are Republicans, and they feel they don't have great communication with the governor's office. And many of them say that they didn't find out about this order until after it went public in a press release. And then, you know, the political situation they're dealing with here on the ground. Residents who are really fatigued by the pandemic, wanted to go to events or travel to see family during the holidays, or business owners who feel like they've already been hit really hard over the last 2 years. And so they're feeling pressure from their constituents to give them more options, more flexibility in how to respond to this winter surge.
Gender-affirming hormone therapy for LGBTQ+ youth can help save lives. That's according to a new study from the Journal of Adolescent Health. NBC Out reporter Joe Yerkeba reporting, young people receiving gender-affirming hormones reported a lower likelihood of experiencing recent depression and considering suicide compared to those who wanted but did not receive hormone therapy. Joe joins me live now. So, Joe, tell us more about this groundbreaking study and how this research could help transgender youth dealing with depression and suicidal thoughts.
Sure. So the research was based on a survey of more than 9,000 trans and non-binary youths aged 13 to 24. And it found that for people under 18, receiving hormones was associated with nearly 40% lower odds of recent depression and of a past year suicide attempt, which researchers said is a really significant link. So the hope is that this research will help by adding to the growing body of evidence that supports this care for trans youth.
Joe, let's talk about how this study could change the way experts view and recommend hormone therapy for transgender youth. What are the possibilities here?
Well, all mainstream medical organizations support this care and describe it as life-saving, but the study will give them additional evidence to show parents or people who might be skeptical of allowing youth to access this care. This was also the first large-scale study on hormones specifically. There have been others about the benefits of puberty blockers for trans youth, so this expands on research that is much needed and still growing.
So far this year, Joe, more than 20 states have considered bills to ban gender-affirming treatment. What's the latest there?
Well, most of those bills died or stalled in state legislatures. Only 2 states, Arkansas and Tennessee, have successfully passed those restrictions, and Arkansas was blocked by a judge in July. Of course, advocates say that the fight isn't over. They believe that some conservatives will come back with more force in the coming legislative sessions in January.
All right, Joe Yerkeba, always awesome to have you on the show. Thanks so much for being with us.
Thank you.
Coming up, we heard from the Fed today what it means for your bottom line next.
Our week-long journey across America. From Washington, D.C., outside of our nation's capital, you rarely see. It's your last Was talking smack part of this?
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Another giant leap for mankind.
They want folks to shelter in place until this storm pushes through. This new travel requirement, is it possible we're going to see tighter restrictions?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community? We began our Across America journey tonight, St. Louis, Austin, here in Nashville. From Washington, D.C., the site of our nation's capital, you rarely see. It's your last Was talking smack part of this? What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
The holiday season is a time to spread cheer. Now the holidays can begin. And appreciate the ones you love.
From our family to yours.
We're super grateful to these 21 all-star chefs. Cheers, everybody.
Happy holidays from today.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
It is time for The Bottom Line, our daily look at what's going on in the business world and beyond. Today, the last monthly child tax credit payments went out, and Fed Chair Jay Powell was talking about rate hikes. So what does that mean for families who are paying higher prices on everything from gas to groceries? NBC News senior business correspondent Stephanie Ruhle takes a look.
Allison, today is the day millions of families across this country are worried. The expanded child tax credit is doling out its last payments today, and this is going to hit a lot of families. Over the last 6 months, we've seen the families of over 60 million children get on average about $430 a month. And remember, over the last 6 months, what have we seen? Higher prices on everything from grocery items to clothing items to gas, essential goods, things that people are spending on in order to take care of their families. That cushion is going to go away today. Now, the idea of extending it was part of President Biden's Build Back Better plan, but at this point, it has stalled, which is why some are calling to say, why don't you take the expanded child tax credit, carve it out, and make it a standalone bill? Because the inflationary environment we're living in doesn't seem to be going away, at least not anytime soon. In fact, the Fed met earlier today, and the announcement was they're going to move quicker to start ending that bond buying program, which is the accommodative monetary policy we've seen throughout COVID. And the sooner they do that, the sooner they get to a place where they're likely to raise interest rates. And if interest rates go higher, that's when the economy starts to slow a little bit and this inflationary pressure starts to go away. But all of this happening at the same time is leading for a complicated economic environment.
The holiday travel rush is here. AAA predicting more than 100 million Americans will travel 50 miles or more over Christmas and New Year's. That's 34% more than last year, and it's pretty near pre-pandemic levels. Airlines are also expecting passengers to triple, but will those carriers be able to handle that surge? NBC News correspondent Tom Costello is at Reagan National Airport in Virginia.
Hey, Allison, good day. You know, the number of people traveling is really impressive. 109 million people, that's a third of the population going somewhere over the next month or so. If you're driving, good news. Gas prices have already dropped from where they were a month ago. If you're traveling by air, expect a lot of people along with you packing those middle seats, and the airlines have already added more flights to handle the passenger loads.
1667, service to Miami.
The countdown is on for the end-of-month travel push. After passing the Thanksgiving test, the airlines are now facing round 2.
They're giving them a long taxi all the way to Alpha 19 and back, so it'll be a while.
And predicting even more passengers will pack planes over Christmas and New Year's, triple last December's passenger levels.
I think we're all a little stir-crazy at this point and willing to buck the crowds in order to get away.
After suffering scheduling and staffing meltdowns in October, then recovering over Thanksgiving, Southwest insists it is on the rebound.
We've already hired 4,000 here in the second half of this year, and we want to hire double that.
They'll need the staff. Nationwide, up to 2.5 million passengers are expected to fly each day through the holidays, while 100 million Americans will drive. The good news, gas prices have dropped 9 cents in a month. Unleaded now averaging $3.32 a gallon, down from $3.41 a month ago, though $1.15 higher than a year ago when few people were driving. The busiest days to travel by ground or air, Thursday, December 23rd, Sunday, January 2nd, and Monday, January 3rd. The biggest threat? Weather. Snow and ice on roads and runways. Mike Hanna runs United's airport ops worldwide. If you get into bad weather and you've got crews out of position, how do you ensure that the next flight still takes off on time?
We will do swaps and ensure that we're trying to re-choreograph, if you will, our entire network to ensure that we're operating as many flights as possible.
The travel advice this morning, if you're flying, consider trip insurance to cover your costs if COVID interrupts your plans. Check in online and arrive early to breeze through security. With a record 5,700 airport gun confiscations this year, the TSA says leave guns and ammo at home. And one more.
Not to wrap your Christmas presents ahead of time going through security, because if they do alarm, we're going to have to unwrap them.
Wrap your gifts after you arrive. Also today on Capitol Hill, airline executives from United, Delta, Southwest, and American have been appearing before lawmakers today. Lawmakers want to know how they spent that $56 billion in paycheck protection money that was given to them during the pandemic. How did they spend it? Did they spend it wisely? Why did they have operational meltdowns that inconvenienced hundreds of thousands of passengers over the summer and into the fall? That will be very much what they're discussing and trying to get answers for this afternoon.
Coming up, he killed 6 people before killing himself, and now his autopsy report is out. What it says about former NFL player Phillip Adams. Next.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get a hint.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now. In the City of Angels, 2 kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from the Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Grab your apron for a new podcast, Cooking Up a Storm with Al Roker.
My forecast, yummy.
Some of the best chefs share family secrets to get you ready for a holiday feast.
This is fun. Bringing the heat for the holidays.
Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Go ahead. This is it, right? Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Former NFL player Phillip Adams, who shot 6 people to death in South Carolina before killing himself, had an unusually severe case of CTE. That's according to his autopsy results. The doctor who studied Adams' brain saying it's one of the worst cases of degenerative brain disease she's ever seen. NBC News correspondent Sam Brock reports that Adams' family desperately tried to get him help.
Top researchers revealing former NFL player Phillip Adams had an unusually severe case of CTE when he went on a deadly rampage in April, killing 6 people before taking his own life.
Adams complained of excruciating pain from his injuries, often had memory issues, and difficulty sleeping.
The study concluded that Adams' 20 years of playing football gave rise to the diagnosis of stage 2 severity of the degenerative brain disease.
Stage 2 CTE is associated with progressive cognitive and behavioral abnormalities such as aggression, impulsivity, explosivity, depression, paranoia, anxiety, poor executive function, and memory loss.
The neuropathologist who studied Adams' brain likening what she saw to one of the worst cases of CTE ever reported in a young person.
Adams' CTE pathology was similar to that of another young NFL player, namely Aaron Hernandez.
Hernandez, the former New England Patriots star who was convicted of murder in 2015, was diagnosed with stage 3 after his death by suicide in 2017. The condition, doctors say, does not occur naturally and is caused by repeated trauma to the head and is often linked to drastic changes in mood and behavior, violent outbursts, memory loss, and in rare cases, murder. Of the 700 people Boston University researchers have diagnosed with CTE, 315 of them were former NFL players, and 24 of those, athletes who died in their 20s or 30s. In the aftermath of the shootings, Adams' father, emotional, searching for answers.
He was a good kid, and I think the football messed him up.
The family today expressing shock to see how far the disease had progressed and how little they say the NFL had done to help. Lisa McHale from the Concussion Legacy Foundation spoke on their behalf, describing the painful roadblocks that Adams' CTE created in his efforts to get help.
We do know that he was desperately seeking help from the NFL, but was denied all claims due to his inability to remember things and to handle seemingly simple tasks, such as traveling hours away to see doctors.
The NFL has not yet responded to NBC News' request for comment.
All right, that does it for us. Hallie Jackson starts right now.
As we come on the air tonight, President Biden has spent the day as the consoler-in-chief, touring the devastation in Kentucky left by those tornadoes and assuring Kentucky officials the federal government will give the state what it needs. The state's lieutenant governor was with him, and I will talk to her in just a minute about what she's doing to keep people safe. And there could be more weather trouble on the way. The forecast is showing hail, heavy winds, and possibly more tornadoes. Al Roker is here with more on this extreme weather threat. Then some positive news on the pandemic. Dr. Anthony Fauci says we do not need a specific vaccine to fight the Omicron variant, but cases are spreading, and that is creating new challenges all across the country, including for pro sports leagues. Plus, airlines got billions of tax dollars to stay afloat during the pandemic. With weeks of delays in the holiday travel season here right now, are we getting a good return on that investment? Lawmakers want to know. Their questions to CEOs coming up. And it is hard for young people to buy homes with prices going up and student loan debt weighing them down. So they've got a new strategy: pool their money and buy a house together. That's tonight's original. Hi, everyone. I'm Kristen Welker, filling in for Hallie, and we begin tonight in Kentucky, where President Biden is standing side by side with the people still sifting through the rubble, 5 days after tornadoes tore through their homes, as we learned of another death, bringing the state's total to 75. The president's last stop is in Dawson Springs. At least 13 people are dead in this small town of just 2,500 people. More than 50 are still missing. And just as we are coming on the air, the president said the federal government will cover 100% of the cost of all of the emergency work for the first 30 days, including overtime, shelter, and cleanup. Here's how he described his conversations with people today.
What they're looking for is just to be able to put their head down on the pillow, be able to close their eyes, take a deep breath, go to sleep, and make sure their kids are okay. That's what people are looking for right now. But a lot of hard work is going to happen in the next 2 and 3 months to bring it all the way back.
A lot of work ahead, that is for sure. Earlier, the president was in Mayfield. You can see him going through the damage and talking with folks there on the ground. And he's encouraging state leaders to ask for whatever they need. And what they need right now is a lot of help. That's the National Guard you're seeing giving a hand with the cleanup today. More than 100 people still unaccounted for statewide. Governor Beshear is suggesting the state is still a week away from getting an accurate number of all of the casualties. Gabe Gutierrez is in Mayfield tonight. Gabe, thank you so much for joining us. The president there taking his role as consoler-in-chief, a title he takes very seriously. And he had that announcement that the federal government will cover 100% of the costs of the cleanup, the support that is needed right now for the next 30 days. So talk to me about the reaction to that and how people responded to the president.
Well, hey there, Kristen. Good afternoon. Well, certainly residents here happy to get the attention. The concern is, as it usually is in these types of aftermath situations, is that they want to see the follow-up. They want to see that the federal government continues to give the resources that it needs. I think, as you can see behind me, Kristen, this is just a small snapshot of all the devastation here in this town. As you mentioned, President Biden touring several towns in Kentucky and meeting with some of the victims here. But it will be a long time coming before this this disaster can be cleaned up. Local officials estimate the cost of this could easily stretch into the hundreds of millions, if not billions of dollars, Kristen.
And of course, Gabe, everyone's focus is on the missing and the families who are suffering. Can you bring us up to date on the efforts to try to determine what that actual number is? Governor Beshear saying it could take a week before the actual number is known.
Yeah, Kristen, for several days now, we have heard that more than 100 people in Kentucky are unaccounted for, and there are still lots of questions about, how concrete that number is. It could have been people that reported them missing, that perhaps just haven't been able to get in touch with them. Today, we did learn, as you mentioned, that the death toll in Kentucky as a result of these tornadoes has now gone up by 1 to 75. That extra death was actually after the storm during cleanup effort, a 67-year-old that was helping to clean up a relative's home. And he passed away because of an accident during the cleanup. And that often happens, sadly, in these types of aftermath situations where you have deaths following the storm. Now, Kristen, there are several things being done for residents here on the ground. At last check, more than 10,000, actually about 17,000 or so people were without power. That number is continuing to drop. We, throughout the day, have seen utility crews putting up power poles here, trying to restore some of that power. As you said, the National Guard, several hundred members of the National Guard are on the ground here in Kentucky trying to lend a hand. And also, displaced residents are also being urged to go to state parks here in Kentucky to receive some shelter, Kristen.
The images behind you, Gabe, are just breathtaking, and the president there obviously seeing them firsthand. And my takeaway from the reporters like yourself who've been on the ground is that you just can't really appreciate it and understand it until you see it up close and personal, as the president is doing today. Is that the sense of the people there, that the president is for the first time really getting a sense of the devastation?
Yeah, Kristen. And look, I'm going to step out of the way, and my colleague, photojournalist Joe Vasquez, and just kind of pan around. This is just one small building that we've set up next to. But as you've seen from our reporting over the last several days, I mean, this devastation, you really don't get to appreciate it until you see it up close. This is what the president was coming face to face with today, neighborhood after neighborhood that was just shattered. And a lot of these disasters, they happen, fairly frequently, sadly, but never not often to this scope. In terms of the death toll, dozens of people dead in just one state. This long stretch of multiple tornadoes across multiple states. And today we're hearing reports that there was a Facebook group that has sprung up where some of the debris from here in Kentucky has actually ended up about 130 miles away in Indiana. People are starting to see that. So the scope of this disaster will take some time to fully assess. President Biden, though, seeing it on the ground here today firsthand.
And one more point, and I think you underscore the scope so well, Gabe. We're learning in an NBC News exclusive that some of the workers who worked in that candle factory, which was obviously impacted so deeply by these tornadoes, intend to sue the company. The company's still denying any wrongdoing. What can you tell us about that?
Well, Kristen, we are hearing that several of those workers have retained an attorney who says that they are considering a class action lawsuit. And as we reported now for several days, several of those workers inside that candle factory, said that they were told that they should not leave work. Because, that could cost them their job. We spoke with one woman inside her hospital room yesterday who says that even though she didn't ask to leave, she did overhear supervisors telling her colleagues that, and she welcomed the investigation that was announced yesterday by the governor. But yes, the news today, several of those workers have retained an attorney considering a class action lawsuit. As you pointed out, the company says these allegations are untrue. And they say that they did have a policy in place because of COVID that employees could work at any time. Some of those workers dispute that. And so, again, a state investigation underway and a class action lawsuit now being considered. Kristen.
Gabe, we appreciate all of your tremendous reporting on the ground there. Please stay safe. Thank you for that. Well, the president, as we mentioned, traveling with local officials as he surveyed the damage. You can see here just everything torn apart in Dawson Springs, workers scrambling to restore power, people trying to salvage whatever they can from the wreckage of their homes. It is a long road ahead for these folks. This is a town where 1/3 of people live below the poverty line. The average median income is just $25,000. And there's a number of reports saying many don't have insurance on their homes, which could complicate things right now. I want to bring in Jacqueline Coleman, who is the Lieutenant Governor of Kentucky, and she joins us from her car on the way back from Mayfield. Lieutenant Governor, thank you so much for joining us. We really appreciate it. I know this was a significant day for you. You were there with the president as he was touring some of the damage. What did you ask of him, and what assurances did he give you, Lieutenant Governor?
Well, first of all, Kristen, thank you so much for having me. I just left the area of Mayfield, where I was with the president and Governor Beshear, both Governor Beshear's, his father as well, touring the damage and seeing it firsthand. And I have to tell you that what we have seen from our local officials, what we have seen from our governor, and what we have seen from the president is swift and steadfast, compassionate leadership. And that is exactly what I saw firsthand today. And I can tell you that the promises that the governor and I are making to our fellow Kentuckians are the same promises that President Biden is committed to as well, which is that we are going to be in this for the long haul. This happened overnight. This is not going to remedy itself overnight, but we are all committed to being in this for the long haul.
Lieutenant Governor, the president making that announcement today that the federal government will cover 100% of the recovery costs for the next 30 days. Is that going to go far enough? The recovery is going to take much longer than that, it looks like.
Oh, the recovery will definitely take longer than that in terms of the rebuilding process. Because right now, you have to think we still have Kentuckians who are unaccounted for. And that is our first priority, is to reunite families and to wrap our arms around those grieving families. But beyond that, you're right, there's going to be an immense amount of cleanup. And I have to tell you, from the areas that I visited in Kentucky, the fact that the roads are even passable right now is impressive to me. The work that's already been done is astronomical, because we've had folks chip in from within the community that, you know, they may not have been personally impacted, but they went to help their neighbors. We've had support from across Kentucky and across this country. And so when people come together, which is what we're seeing right here in Kentucky, and they work for each other and they stand by each other, amazing things happen. And so, yes, this is going to take a long time, but we're committed to put one foot in front of the other. Our governor is not shy. He knows how to ask for what our people need, and we are committed to get them the resources they need, no matter how long it takes.
I want to go back to one of the points that you were making, which is that the main focus right now is on those who are still missing. Can you bring us up to speed on the efforts to try to determine where these folks are and to try to get some clarity for their families?
Yes. So this morning, in the briefing that we had with the president, the governor, and our local officials on the ground in Mayfield, there had been 4 completed search and rescue missions so far in that specific area. And so, of course, there are many more across the state, but I can speak to that just because I was there this morning. And so I think the best way I could say it is, in Kentucky, we don't give up hope. We're going to keep looking. We're going to keep trying. We're going to keep working until we can make sure that every family has the support and the love that they need, and they feel it. Because I'm telling you, the devastation, your correspondent was right. Unless you see it, it's hard to fathom. And even when you do see it, it's still hard to put it into words. But what rivals that devastation is the compassion of Kentuckians and of Americans that have come together and our neighbors helping neighbors. Our everyday heroes are showing up for each other. And it in a really tough time, it is heartwarming.
Well, we are seeing the devastation, but we're seeing that compassion as well, Lieutenant Governor, and we hear it in your voice as well. I want to ask you about something that I was speaking with Gabe about just a moment ago, which is the workers at the candle factory. In fact, just yesterday on this very program, my colleague Hallie Jackson, whose show this is, spoke with a woman accusing supervisors at the factory of not being upfront with them about the tornado's threat. Now, the governor says that the state's OSHA will look into it. Can the state guarantee a thorough, fair investigation of what happened there?
Well, that is OSHA's responsibility, and that's what we're committed to. We're going to make sure that, listen, in the moments leading up to this, lots of decisions were made, and we owe it to Kentucky families to make sure that we know what decisions were made and why. We owe answers to folks, and we also need to make sure that where there are places that we can course correct, that we don't make the same mistakes if there were mistakes made in the future. We've got to learn from this situation and make sure that this doesn't happen again.
Lieutenant Governor, very briefly before I let you go, based on what you know right now, do you think those workers should have been in the candle factory that night?
Well, I can tell you that I honestly have not been very involved in those conversations. Like the governor said, OSHA will certainly look into that. Honestly, Kristen, our number one focus right now is showing compassion to families and helping those families that are grieving get through this tough time and get through this immediate trauma. And through the rest of this long haul that we're in these families with, these questions will come to bear, and we will get to the bottom of all of these decisions. I just haven't had the opportunity to do that right at this moment.
Kentucky Lieutenant Governor Jacqueline Coleman, thank you for joining us, and please know we are sending all of you, all of those who are grieving there, our condolences, and our thoughts are with all of you there in Kentucky. Thank you for joining us.
We can feel it. Thank you.
Thanks. Well, Tonight, tornado sirens are going off in Omaha, Nebraska, just as the Midwest and South are picking up the pieces after Friday's deadly tornadoes. More states bracing for more treacherous weather. We're talking damaging winds, tornadoes, and maybe even hail. Nebraska, along with Kansas, Iowa, and Minnesota, are under a tornado watch until later tonight. 10 million people, in fact, are under risk for severe storms all across the upper Midwest. The area is setting records like all-time December high temperatures and winds in the area. Al Roker joins me now with an outlook on all of this. Al, it's so nice to see you. I wish we were talking about something that wasn't quite so concerning, which is that there is more treacherous weather on the way. What are you watching right now?
Well, Kristen, I got to tell you, we're seeing another setup, hopefully not as severe and as deadly as what we saw on Friday, but what we are looking at as we go to the radar, you can see a pretty good circulation around this low pressure system pushing through, and it is going to be bringing some dangerous conditions. Right now, we have tornado watches, as you mentioned, southern Minnesota, much of Iowa. We're looking at also down into Nebraska and parts of Kansas. And right now, there is a tornado warning for Omaha, Nebraska. Now, 7 million people impacted right now. And on top of that, in that same region, 10 million people at risk currently for moderate to severe to enhanced weather that's going to be happening tonight. A few tornadoes likely, and unfortunately, these are again going to be those nighttime tornadoes. And those nighttime tornadoes are twice as deadly as the ones during the day, of course, for the obvious reasons. Folks are asleep, you can't see them. By the way, Kristen, this is the first time in December that the state of Minnesota has ever had to issue a tornado watch or a severe weather warning like this. Damaging hail possible. Here's what's fueling this. A lot of humidity, a lot of moist air, and record warmth. Look at these temperatures. These are April-May temperatures. Chicago, 65. Des Moines, 72 degrees. Wichita, 76. 80 degrees in Dallas. And that record warmth makes its way to the east tomorrow. But we're going to be watching also not just for the rain and the severe weather, but the winds, Kristen. We are talking about 81 million people under wind advisories, wind watches, or high wind warnings. That's about a quarter of the United States population. And some of these winds, I mean, in Colorado, they had wind gusts of over 100 miles per hour. Boulder, 91, Dodge City, 84. And as this system moves east, we are going to be looking for more dangerous weather, more high winds. And out west, another storm coming onshore that's going to be bringing heavy rain to the mountains and the Cascades, also along the coast. And if there's any good news in this, there's going to be a lot of snow in the Sierra, which is kind of like where they bank snow, and then during the spring it melts and gives them a break. But right now, all eyes are on this severe weather that's going on right now in the Midwest. And unfortunately, they're going to be dealing with this for the next 12 hours or so. And just to take this back to Mayfield, Kentucky, and those states that were affected, Kristen, we're probably going to be looking at rain for them starting Thursday and on into Friday, hopefully ending nothing, we hope, severe. There might be a rumble or two of thunder, but these folks just can't get a break, Kristen.
Well, we hope it is not severe, Al. I do want to follow up with you briefly on something that you said when you laid out all of those temperatures and said these are temperatures we would expect to see in the spring. How rare is it, Al, to have these types of warm temperatures as we're approaching Christmas?
Well, unfortunately, it's becoming less rare. We've been seeing since the 1970s a warming in the Mississippi River Valley and the Midwest. And in fact, the places where it's warming the fastest is the upper Mississippi River Valley and the Northeast. And where did we see those severe storms with record-breaking temperatures on Friday? The upper Mississippi River Valley. And we're seeing them again today. So again, with climate change, we are seeing the likelihood, the greater chance of more severe weather, of warmer winter weather days, which means the possibility of warmer weather-related severe extreme weather.
All right. Well, Al, it is always so wonderful to have your perspective. Thank you so much. And we know you'll have the very latest tomorrow on Today, and we will look for that as well. Thanks for taking the time tonight.
Thank you, Kristen. Thank you.
Well, we want to turn to our other big story, the fight against COVID. COVID vaccines do not need to be changed to fight the Omicron variant. That is the word today from Dr. Anthony Fauci in the White House. Here is Dr. Fauci talking about it during today's briefing. Take a look.
So the message remains clear. If you are unvaccinated, get vaccinated. And particularly in the arena of Omicron, if you are fully vaccinated, get your booster shot.
Now, before Dr. Fauci announced that booster news, the CDC was already warning Omicron could lead to another wave of COVID-19 infections. You see here, the transmissible variant is already spreading in at least 36 states. Look at all of that red, folks. Because of Omicron's spread, we're seeing even more restrictions. Colleges such as NYU, Boston University, and Syracuse University are now requiring booster shots for students and staff. Today, Princeton says it's requiring boosters too and pushing final exams online amid a rise in cases. And California joins New York in reinstating a statewide mask mandate. So we do want to get the very latest on all of this. Guad Venegas has been out there reporting on this, talking to folks. So, Guad, look, you are in California where the governor just brought back this statewide mask mandate. It was controversial the first time. What's the reaction now? Are people complying now that we are reporting on the Omicron variant?
Kristen, well, some of the counties in California still had a mask mandate. You have one here in Los Angeles. So it was different. You know, it does vary. Obviously, when you're in urban areas, you see these mask mandates that people do follow. When you get into the rural areas, it's a lot more difficult for these to be enforced. So because of the different types of rules that we had across the state, the governor makes this decision to enforce now a statewide mask mandate for at least a month. They have said that they will revisit further recommendations in a month and see what else they can do to slow the spread of the virus here in California. Now, when you look at California, it's important to see the vaccination rate. 69% of Californians are fully vaccinated. That's about 26 million. An extra 3 million have one vaccine or partially vaccinated. But that leaves 10 million Californians that are not vaccinated. And this is a number that worries health officials here that are doing whatever it is they can to slow the spread as we get into these Christmas and New Year celebrations, Kristen.
Well, we looked at some of the numbers as well, Guad, and we learned that infection rates have actually increased by 47% since Thanksgiving. Hospitalizations are also up, and the new mask rules are only going to last for 1 month. And I guess, as you're saying, they are going to revisit this at the end of the month, but why just 1 month? Why not have it last for the next 6 months as a precaution? What are officials saying?
So everything that has had to do with COVID in California has been quite difficult. You don't always have all of the counties agreeing with what Governor Newsom decides. In fact, we did have a recall election during the pandemic here in California because the decisions made at the state level aren't always decisions that are loved by everyone in California. So they are very cautious when they make these decisions. And all we know is that right now they decided to do it for 1 month. And in a month, they would revisit. And like I said, they would have further recommendations if needed, which does leave the option open to her perhaps extending this statewide mask mandate to a longer period of time, Kristen.
And Guad, just finally, at least 38 states are seeing an increase in COVID-19 infections. Nationwide, we're also seeing more cities and states put rules in to keep COVID from spreading. What can you tell us about that?
Right. So now you have, different rules, cities becoming much more strict. In Philadelphia, in fact, now, right before all the Christmas gatherings there, officials have very strict recommendations from the parties that people are planning. This is what the acting health commissioner had to say.
Please do not get together with other households for Christmas. Or if you do, keep those gatherings small, have everyone do a rapid test before they come, and ask everyone to stay home if they feel even a little bit unwell.
Now, this is something that a lot of us thought was done, right? Getting these recommendations to not get together with friends for the holidays. But it's happening again. Now, in Philadelphia, they're seeing numbers that they saw during the peak of their spring wave, and they do expect these cases to increase. Now, when it comes to those rapid tests, health officials across the country do want to remind people that these are available over the counter at pharmacies now. This is something that people can go buy. They can take it home and get tested the morning before they get together with friends or family. It's an an extra layer of security to make people feel better when they do choose to gather with family members right before the holidays, Kristen.
You're absolutely right, Gwad. Great reporting all around. Really appreciate your joining us this evening. Thank you. Good to see you. I want to bring in my friend and colleague, Dr. Natalie Azar, to break this down even further. Dr. Azar, great to see you. I want to ask you what the Philadelphia Health Commissioner said, to just get your reaction to that. Can you help us understand specifically what she was saying? Because Gwad is right. We thought that we could get together over the holidays. Dr. Fauci said that that was fine. What should we take away from what the Philadelphia Health Commissioner said?
Well, you know what? If I was wearing Dr. Walensky or Dr. Fauci's hat, I would say that what she said is technically true and certainly the most conservative and the safest thing to do. And that is that if you're going to gather, you gather with your household. It makes sense, right? And the more you start expanding that zone of exposure, you're potentially putting yourself at risk because of the unknowns. And I mentioned unknown, not necessarily vaccination status, but if you're gathering with folks who may have asymptomatic infection. But really her point was to say this: if you are going to gather, do the things that we know will help you stay safe. And testing here is going to be one of the most important things, because I'm fairly certain that most people are not going to be wearing masks indoors when they're with small groups. But testing on the day of a get-together is the absolute right thing to do. And as Gwad was saying, we do have better availability now. I hope people aren't hoarding, but I know I ordered a couple of tests a few months ago, and I do plan on using them, over the holidays if we are, gathering with our friends.
And that's really helpful, Dr. Azar. And I do want to go back to the news from Dr. Fauci today, which is that he said, based on the latest data, there is no need for an Omicron-specific variant. That's significant. Stressing the need to get your booster shots, but saying, look, we have the tools right now to protect ourselves. What is your biggest takeaway from today's announcement?
Right. Well, look, I think it's the way we can interpret and take away from this new variant. It's either you see the cup half full or you see the cup half empty. Certainly, we know that the Omicron probably is resulting in more cases via two mechanisms. One, it is more contagious, and it certainly appears to be evading immune protection. There is some immune escape there. But on the flip side, the good news is that boosting does in fact help. And they gave us two lines of evidence. One, of course, is laboratory evidence, where they're actually studying the response of individuals vaccinated against the Omicron variant who've been boosted. And then the other is real world evidence that protection is there with boosting, and also importantly, that even if you haven't had that third shot, if you've had the mRNA series, or let's say a Johnson & Johnson plus an mRNA, although protection from severe disease declines somewhat, it is still really pretty robust at around 70%. All of those things are really great news, Kristen. But, if we ever needed a reason to get the booster, it is certainly now. That doesn't mean we're not going to need a variant-specific booster in the future. It's impossible to predict. I think all of us have stopped trying to predict what's going to happen with this pandemic and COVID-19. But right now, we're in a pretty good place with this information.
Well, and let me just follow up with you, because the Biden administration health officials are contending with vaccine hesitancy as they urge people to get vaccinated, to get their booster shots, but also fatigue. And now a new poll is showing that 60% of Americans say they just feel worn out by the coronavirus. How, as a health official, do you combat that fatigue and encourage people to keep following the guidelines?
Well, I think part of it is not, putting out rules like don't get together with your family or extended family or friends. Do it, but do it safely. I don't think it helps any of us to tell people to become more isolated or stay as isolated as they've been in the last 2 years. And the other thing is just to remind everyone, this virus is tenacious. It is staying with us, and we need to match its sort of ferocity with our own behaviors and just honestly buck up. We're in it still. We're not quite there yet. We're getting there, but we're not quite there yet.
Buck up. That is good advice.
I know, a little tough love, but it's like, we're okay. Just keep going. We can do this.
We'll take the tough love. Dr. Azar, thank you so much. It is great to see you. Really appreciate it. Well, Derek Chauvin has pleaded guilty to violating George Floyd's civil rights. The former Minneapolis cop convicted of murdering Floyd originally pleaded not guilty to those charges. Ron Allen is going to join me next with more on why now and what it means for his case.
doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community? Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community? We began our Across America journey tonight, St. Louis, Austin, here in Nashville. From Washington, D.C., the site of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last move.
Was talking smack part of this? What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Former Minneapolis police officer Derek Chauvin reversing himself today and pleading guilty to violating George Floyd's civil rights. This comes 3 months after he pleaded not guilty to depriving Floyd of his rights when he knelt on Floyd's neck for more than 9 minutes in 2020. Chauvin has already been convicted of murder and manslaughter in Floyd's death. Ron Allen joins us now from St. Paul. Ron, thank you for joining me. Really appreciate it. Floyd's family was in court today. So give us a sense of what the reaction was. What are they saying about today's hearing?
It's a very emotional moment for the family because Chauvin was there in court and he was wearing an orange jumpsuit. And this is probably, it's one of the few times he's even been out of his cell because he's being held in solitary confinement. For the family, every time there's a court hearing or something like this, they have to relive the whole ordeal, they feel deeply the loss of George Floyd. They're very much in mourning and still very much overcome by grief. Some of the relatives said that they were glad to see that he's getting a longer sentence. Some glad that he's being held accountable and expressing some accountability by pleading guilty. We have some sound. Take a listen to what some of their reaction was.
I'm still feeling the same pain, anger I felt in the beginning because he could have did this last year.
Today he had a chance to blow kisses and give air hugs to his family. We can't do that to our loved one who's not here. I want him to feel the same pain that we felt watching the video. I want him to feel the same pain that he inflicted on George Floyd.
So they're still very much obviously upset about what happened, and there's still more trials. Remember, there are 3 other officers who have been charged in this, and there's a state case with them that's about to begin in March, and the federal civil rights case was about to begin. The trial was about to begin in January next month, which is one reason for the timing of this change in plea. The other 3 officers are still going to face these trials, so this is all still going on, if you will, to some extent, as the family continues to try and get justice, not just the conviction of Chauvin, but also others who were involved, aiding and abetting.
Ron, I think you describe it so well, the fact that the family is so emotional and frankly still mourning the loss. You talked about the fact that this means that Chauvin will have more time behind bars. He was originally sentenced to more than 22 years in prison for Floyd's murder. So what are you expecting now? How much time is actually going to be added to his sentence?
The state asked for 25 years, and this would be served concurrently. So a max of 25 years, and that's a federal sentence, which under the guidelines, you serve 90 to 95% of that time. And another benefit for Chauvin, if there is a benefit, is that he will be serving this in a federal prison, not a state prison in Minnesota, where presumably he is in the population along with inmates who he has arrested, helped convict, so on and so forth. It's been a very dangerous situation for him to be in prison, for any police officer for that matter, but particularly someone who is as notorious and infamous as he is, and he certainly is. So there's that. But the likelihood is that he is not going to ever see the light of day again, and that's certainly what the family is hoping and what others are hoping. And there's a healing that's happening, but at the same time, remember, there's another trial going on here at the same time, the trial of Officer Kim Potter, who shot and killed Dante Wright while the Chauvin trial was happening in a town, Brooklyn Center, which is just on a suburb of Minneapolis. And that case is happening in the same courtroom where Derek Chauvin was convicted in the state trial. So there's still a lot of emotion, a lot of tension, a lot of concern here, and a lot of determination, frankly, by families, activists, everyone to get justice. It is very rare, obviously, for a police officer to be convicted in a state court, to be charged in a federal court, and to plead guilty in a federal court. So many are saying that this is really, it's a landmark case, it's a historic decision. And the other thing, remember, Chauvin pled guilty in the George Floyd case, but he also pled guilty to something that he did back in 2017, where he was arresting a juvenile and hit that person with a flashlight and also knelt on his neck and back for some 15 or 16 minutes. That juvenile survived, but he also pled guilty to that. So a lot going on here still, but a significant step today, obviously.
And you remind us that this is a community that is very much still hurting. Thank you so much, Ron Allen. You've been covering this case from the beginning. We really appreciate your reporting. Well, airlines got $54 billion in taxpayers' money during the pandemic. So why have we seen so many flight cancellations? What airline executives had to say on Capitol Hill. That's next.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Go ahead. This is it, right?
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Go ahead. This is it, right?
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Let's get you now over to the 5 things our team thinks you should know about today. Number 1, acclaimed author and activist Bell Hooks died today at 69 years old. She wrote dozens of books, many which focused on feminism and race. Berea College, where Hooks worked as a professor, said she died after an undisclosed illness. Number 2, earlier today, the National Archives released over 1,000 documents related to the JFK assassination. There have been multiple delays in getting them out. The documents include include information about Kennedy's assassin, Lee Harvey Oswald, in the months before the murder. Thousands more documents do exist. Anything government agencies haven't asked to be kept from public view is expected to be released in a year from now. Number 3. A Texas county says it will pay $5 million to Javier Ambler's family to settle a wrongful death lawsuit. Ambler died during an arrest in 2019 after telling authorities he couldn't breathe. The law firm representing his family said the settlement, quote, sends a message that ignoring a person's pleas that they cannot breathe will no longer be tolerated. Number 4, Malta is set to be the first country in the EU to legalize cannabis for recreational use. In this video, you can see people there reacting to the news. The country's equality minister said the move will cut down on drug trafficking. Malta's president still needs to sign it into law, and we will get that video to you. Number 5, 2,974. That's how many three-pointers Stephen Curry has made while playing for the Golden State Warriors. He broke the record previously held by Ray Allen in a game against the New York Knicks last night. Airline execs say they don't know if they would have survived 2020 without your tax dollars bailing them out. Today at a hearing before a Senate panel, and with another busy travel season getting started, lawmakers are trying to figure out whether it was worth the trouble. Remember that? It was about $54 billion in COVID emergency relief funds to help companies after travel plummeted in the early days of the pandemic. Execs from American Airlines, Southwest, United, and Delta testified before the Senate about what they did with that money. The airlines say the aid was a huge success, but lawmakers aren't too sure, considering the thousands of flight cancellations that happened during the summer and fall. We also heard from the president of the Association of Flight Attendants and the chief economist of an aviation consulting firm. Sahil Kapoor joins me to talk about what happened on the Hill today. So, Sahil, break this down. Senator Cantwell of Washington said the aid for airlines broadly accomplished what it set out to do. What worked? What didn't? What were your takeaways from the day?
Kristen, airline executives expressed gratitude for that $54 billion of aid that Congress gave them. This was an economic apocalypse for the industry. Passenger volume fell to as little as 4% when the lockdowns began in March 2020 from year over year. So it's far from clear that the airline industry could have survived in any form without this kind of aid. Now, they did get questions about the disruptions in flights, the cancellations, the limited routes. They also talked about unruly passengers and higher disturbances on flights, including assaults, many of which were related to their policy on mask wearing. So this has been a highly unstable period for the airline industry. And in some cases, customers, when they have kind of pushed back, opened back up, customers have borne the brunt of it because of the limited services, including limited routes and limited in-flight services that have been available as well. Lawmakers were asking about those issues.
Well, Sahil, let me ask you about something that the United Airlines CEO said today. Apparently, about 100 regional aircrafts are now grounded because there's a pilot shortage. So talk about that and what's being done about it.
Right. This has been a big problem for the airline industry, the pilot shortage. And a big part of it is that they had to shed thousands, really tens of thousands of employees, many of whom were pilots during the pandemic. And a number of them took early retirement or buyouts, which means they couldn't simply transition right back into the workforce when the airlines were kind of trying to get back to full speed, or at least the best of full speed that they could possibly get. This has been a problem for the airline industry because they've not been able to find enough pilots, and as a result, United Airlines in particular said it has cut a number of routes, particularly to small cities like Lansing, Michigan, and Evansville, Illinois. That's not clear if those are going to come back. And, that's for lawmakers who either represent those states or other cities that have had routes cut. They're thinking, well, we gave you all this aid and the services are not coming fully back to normal. That's a kind of a natural push and pull. But the pilot shortage, it's very real. And the airline executives were talking about targets that they have in the medium term, in the next year, in the next 3 years, to hire more pilots and get them back to full speed.
Well, clearly a lot still to cover as it relates to the airline industry. Sahil, thank you so much. I know you will stay on top of it. Always great to see you. Well, a scary scene in Sacramento after a fire at a substation caused a massive power outage and evacuations. More details coming up in The Local. And millennials are buying into the American dream, but buying their own homes? That's next in The Original.
And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We began our cross-America journey tonight, St. Louis, Austin, here in Nashville. From Washington, D.C., the site of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last move.
Was talking smack part of this? What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
Well, there are some new faces shaking up the real estate market. Zinkley Esenwa reports on the trend of millennials buying homes and how they're getting creative to do it. We'll get the original in a minute. But first, NBC covers hundreds of stories each day, and because you couldn't possibly read, watch, or listen to them all, our bureau teams have done that for you. This is what they tell us is going down in their regions in a segment we call The Local. Out of our LA bureau, crews are still trying to get the lights back on for people in downtown Sacramento after an explosion and fire broke out at an electrical substation. Hundreds of people in the area were evacuated. The power outage even took out traffic signals. Now, no one was hurt, but officials aren't sure what started the blaze. That's what they're investigating right now. From our Northeast Bureau, New York City is taking the fight against climate change to the kitchen. The city council voted on a bill today to ban gas hookups in new buildings. So that means all electric for heat and cooking, but it will take a little while for the rules to go into effect. New buildings under 7 stories high will have to comply starting 2023, and buildings over 7 stories will have to comply in 2027. And this from our D.C. bureaus reporting that 2 of Maryland's most wanted fugitives are back home after being at large for months. We are talking about a pair of zebras that escaped from a private farm. Since August, they've been spotted in people's backyards, crossing streets and drinking from streams. The duo apparently escaped with a 3rd zebra that was found dead in an illegal trap in October. Now, officials say the animals were captured humanely, but it's still unclear how they got away in the first place. Good to have them back. Well, now we want to bring you today's original with an in-depth reporting on a topic we have been watching. We've been talking about the economy on the show tonight, and as it struggles to get back on track, we want to take a closer look at millennial home ownership. It has become so out of reach for so many people that more and more millennials are buying homes not with spouses or families, but with friends. In fact, there's been a 772, you heard that, 772% increase in the number of home buyers with different last names in the last 7 years alone, and that includes people in domestic partnerships. Now, this trend is redefining what homeownership looks like. So, Zinkley Esenwa headed over to Tennessee to learn more from 3 friends who bought a home together. Take a look.
They say friends are the family you choose. But would you choose to buy a house with them? For these friends, the answer is yes.
Everybody, what made you all decide we want to buy a home together? Yeah, so we actually were roommates. We worked very well together as a unit, so we decided to actually make an investment.
Together, Amanda Schneider, age 30, Kathy Keel, 30, and Stephanie Vandergrift, 28, bought this Tennessee house in May 2020.
Wait, so how many rooms do you have here? 3 bed, 2.5 bath, and then we have the bonus room, the office, and also the finished garage. Dang, for 3 of you. Yes. All right, living large.
They join many millennials co-buying homes, many for the first time, with the number of co-buyers with different last names increasing by nearly 772% from 2014 to 2021.
I think millennials are likely driving this trend of coming up with unconventional ways to achieve homeownership in ways that their parents didn't have to do.
When it comes to millennials and buying homes, what's changed?
Home prices reached an all-time high this year. Home supply is at an all-time low.
Today, millennials are getting married and having kids later. Combine that with enormous student loan debt and a pandemic economy, and experts say co-buying a home with friends is more appealing than ever.
We sacrificed the smaller kitchen for a bigger yard.
The friends say they saved about $15K for a down payment.
This is Kiki, Remy, and Lisa.
Just as the pandemic surged and housing market boomed.
And then this is our bonus room / anime / nerd.
They split their mortgage 3 ways and say it will take roughly 30 years to pay off.
So do you see yourself living here 30 years all together, growing old together?
I'm not against it.
Yeah, I mean, none of us are dating currently. We're all focused on our careers. So for now, yeah, it's for the foreseeable future, we plan to stay.
Of course, living with friends isn't always easy.
Real talk, what have been the biggest cons?
You probably didn't expect the other two of us to be not as cleanly as she is.
Yeah.
So we
This is true.
I am a clean freak. I admit this.
Experts encourage co-buyers to craft a formal agreement.
My advice to any millennial who's buying a home with a friend is to be really explicit about how that would come to an end, because it likely will come to an end at some point.
We don't have a formal contract in place, but we know that it would be kind of a situation of refinancing and then buying out the other person.
As for others looking to buy a home, experts like Fairweather expect mortgage rates in 2022 to rise.
That will drive more people to decide to rent, but that will drive up the price of renting. So we expect home prices to slow down and for rents to continue to grow quite strongly next year.
Home ownership does come with a price, the friends splitting maintenance and renovation costs. Still, they say the overall value of turning this house into a home is priceless.
It's kind of nice. It's like a permanent sleepover.
Wow, that is just incredible. Zinkley, you did such a great job with that piece and with that reporting. Really appreciate it. Let me just follow up with you on something that I think is just eyebrow raising, which is that this is not what millennials' parents or grandparents had to do. It may be because millennials have about 5% of the wealth compared to boomers. When they were roughly the same age, they had 21% of American wealth. Is that the reason for this gap, Zinkley?
Yeah, Kristen, it's so great to be with you. So obviously the reasons are multifold, right? You need generational wealth in order to pay for a house. But millennials also have a crippling amount of debt. Estimates as early as last month say around $90,000 each. That's how much debt, student debt, millennials have. And that's, of course, impeding their ability to buy homes, to start families, and it all contributes.
Well, we dug into the numbers a little bit, and we found that according to Apartment List, 63% of millennials have no money saved for a down payment. And home ownership is, of course, a big way to build wealth, especially people from lower income backgrounds. So I guess the question is, Zinkley, based on those interviews you did and the folks you spoke with, do you think this is a trend that's going to continue into 2022?
Yeah, I asked a housing and economist expert this exact question, and she said, yes, it's going to continue.